Radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals. Get up to 35% off over 100 different wines and spirits, including Cabernet, sparkling wine, single barrel bourbon, and so much more. These savings are huge, and even better, they're on top of prices that are already the lowest in town. Deals this good don't last long, so visit Total Wine & More to find yours. Love what you find at the lowest price, only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Everyone knows time is money, so don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Sunny and cool in Oakland today. Highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com. It's
one more knee will do it. The Philadelphia Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl.
Oh, baby. You didn't think we were going to be here, huh? No, we're here. We're live in Philadelphia, 94 WIP here on the Morning Roast. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Everybody back in the Bay Area, graveyard shift workers, longshoremen, plumbers, electricians, ushers, you name it. It wasn't our day yesterday as the Niners get clobbered by the Eagles, 31-7. We know what happened to Brock Purdy. We know what happened to the non-challenge. We know what happened at the end with Trent Williams. But let's start here, Shasky. As I say, good morning to you. Good morning to Joe Spadoni. Good morning to Sam Lutman. We're out here in Philadelphia live, and we've got our Niners gear on. And I got to say, these little fake gangsters out here in Philadelphia, I can't stand them. It is by far the worst fan base in the world. Not even close. Hands down, the smugness around this studio.
Unbelievable.
Here at 2400 Market Street in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And all these little losers out here, fans, fake gangsters. Philadelphia is now number one on my hit list. They're number one. They've catapulted the Seahawks. They've catapulted the Cowboys. They've catapulted the Raiders, the Rams, you name it, the Packers. The Philadelphia Eagles are public enemy number one for the rest of my life.
All right, let's put that to the side because we're going to talk about that for the next 25 years of my radio broadcasting career. I will never forget some of the vile, heinous, low-life stuff that I saw yesterday. The game itself. Look, man, that one hurt. That one hurt, B. B, that one really, 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 really hurt. I mean, sixth play of the game, Brock Purdy goes down. Are you kidding me? Might have a UCL injury. Who knows what ends up happening? This is why when everyone loses their mind about who's QB1 in August, who's going to be quarterback in the second half of the NFC Championship game? Like, two things I'm feeling simultaneously. I feel tremendous pride for my team. And I'm not trying to be some loser. Like, this team fought tooth and nail and won, 12, 13 straight games to get to this point. I know the second half guys were frustrated. We'll get to all of that. Damn it, man. We didn't even have our best punch, and we end up going down. It hurts to go down that way. And credit the Eagles. I think they were dominating the trench. Mm-hmm. They were dominating the line of scrimmage on both sides.
D-line, O-line was really good.
I didn't see a whole lot from their offense that really, blew me away.
It wasn't reminiscent of Bill Walsh.
They were the better team.
They were the better team
There's
yesterday.
no denying it. And I'm not trying to sit here and give moral victories. I am proud of my Niner fans and the loyal fan base that traveled out there. It breaks my soul that we had to go down this way.
No doubt.
The way it went down doesn't sit well with me.
No, it doesn't. And let's start from the gate here. We go to Philadelphia. Lincoln Financial Field was on fire yesterday to start the game. And the Eagles get the first drive of the game, which I loved having our defense on the field.
You wanted that.
I wanted that. Decline, defer to the second half, get the ball in after the halftime, and play defense first. And the Philadelphia Eagles go down the field. Nice little third down conversion to A.J. Brown for 16 yards. Nice little throw. It was a better catch. It was a terrible throw by Jalen Hurts, who didn't look
He looked shaky.
Explosive. They had to go to the running game, which we'll get to in a second. But the 4th and 3, which all started everything. 4th and 3, Devontae Smith. And I looked at you, Shasky. I said, man, Devontae is like trying to hurry up on the ball. Let's challenge.
You said it right away.
Right away. And they didn't show any replays in Philadelphia.
No.
Nothing until after the play. Shanahan has got to challenge that because you shut them down. It's 0-0. You get the ball at around the 35, 40-yard line. You got great field position. Who the heck knows what happened? Well, it wasn't the game, but it was a pivotal point early in that football game.
And here's what I would say. Like, I don't know, you only get 2 challenges in a game. And, okay, so you lose a timeout in the first half.
You didn't use them anyway.
Exactly. And the other thing that I would say is, like, given it was a 4th down and you were going to get the ball at the 45, 50-yard line, it was worth it. Even if you lose that challenge, you can regroup as a team because you get that timeout. You have an opportunity. Like, all right, guys, we need to settle in. Niners look gassed from the get-go.
Right.
From the get-go, they look like a team that played that extra wild card game. Like, we talked about the bye. I told you about it. I said, I fear that they're going to run out of gas. And that play ended up looming large. I don't think that was the game.
It wasn't the game.
It was not the game.
You get the ball 1st and 10 at your own 35-yard line. You have very good field position. That crowd quiets down just a little bit. So then we get to the next possession, the Niners' first possession of the game.
And he hits Ayuk early.
They get it. They get a first down. Ayuk, a nice little out route outside the numbers, 10 yards, boom. First down, you're cooking. Yeah, 1st and 10 at the 46-yard line. Debo runs for 4 yards. You're at midfield. You look like, okay, we're about to answer the Philadelphia Eagles.
I know.
Brock Purdy then drops back to pass.
And you and I go, he's got Ayuk.
He's got Ayuk. Where our seats were, we saw Ayuk break open on Bradbury. That was going to be a massive play. A big play. Ayuk ran an unbelievable route. However, Tyler Kroft, tight end out there as Hassan Reddick lines out so wide.
He was dominant yesterday.
Forces a fumble. Now, I didn't know if that was a fumble or not. I thought it was a 50-50 call. But again, Joe, I whispered to you, we're not getting any 50-50 calls today.
No, we're not getting any of them.
Nothing.
So like, my read on that, we only saw it a handful of times because the Wi-Fi was not working in the stadium at all. We saw it up on the replay. the call on the field was an incomplete pass, I thought it was so 50-50. Whatever the call on the field was, should have stood.
Should have stood. And it was an incomplete pass.
I don't see how you overturn that. Because it looked, to me, it was the definition of 50-50.
Yep.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yep.
Maybe some rules expert can explain to me. It looked like the ball was in the arm as the arm was just ever slightly going forward. Well, had they ruled it on the field, a fumble, I'm rolling with that.
Well, the fumble wasn't even the worst thing on the play because Brock Purdy goes to the tent.
Oh, my God.
And we watched him walk into the medical tent. And you're like, that's got to be his shoulder. Got to be his shoulder. And then next thing you know, wait, it's the elbow. And he's trying to throw past it to the sideline.
I saw him
zip.
He was trying to squeeze his fist. Yep. We were right there near the 49er blue. By the way, 7,000 49ers hit the blue tent yesterday.
No doubt.
They got their butt whooped in terms of the physicality. Like that. Let the record show. Every other guy was in the blue tent.
No doubt.
Purdy starts squeezing his hand as you like you would like a pressure ball, one of those stress balls. And I said, B, something's wrong. Something is really wrong with him.
Something wrong. But the defense was able to hold the Eagles out of the end zone. It's 7-0.
I know.
It was a big-time stop. And at the end of the first quarter, we're all thinking, how's this only a 7-0 game? How? The Niners have weathered the storm in the first quarter. Everything. Fred Warner goes down. Fred Warner Jr. hit the tent.
Yeah.
Spencer Burford hit the tent. I mean, Brock Purdy hit the tent.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like, wow, bodies are flying. Bosa gets hurt on the sideline.
I saw it. I think Bosa just got whiplashed by one of the players.
It was unbelievable.
On a special teams play.
But on that Brock Purdy play, which is why you can't jump ahead to August and why the Morning Roast continues to say take it game by game, day by day. You don't know what can happen in this league. You really don't. So that's why I wouldn't sell any Trey Lance stock. There's going to be a wide open quarterback competition in August. Why? Because the 49ers believe that Brock Purdy injured his ulnar collateral ligament during yesterday's NFC Championship game. And he will undergo an MRI later today. The hope is that it's not ruptured and it will require only a 6-week recovery. But we'll see. If it's torn, he could be out for the year.
Well, anywhere from 5 months to 9-10 months, like depending on it. B, when we went back to the hotel, I said to you, if it's UCL, the way he said it went all the way down to my wrist, what was the first thing I said? That's a pitcher injury.
Yep.
And I know football's different. You're going to get a lot of, football's not as bad as the Tommy John.
Mm-hmm.
You throw the football with your right arm, your elbow. Montana was out for 2 years with the elbow. Now the science is so much better now.
Right. So it may just be a year.
But Bonte, that's a devastating injury.
It's a devastating injury.
And then you said to me, Josh Johnson is in the game.
How many times did I say it in the second quarter?
Josh Johnson?
Every break of the action, a trip to Glendale depends on the right arm
and
of
God
Josh Johnson.
God bless
and we
him.
went through his entire career.
I couldn't believe it.
That was his fourth stint with the 49ers.
Fourth.
The guy's played for the Los Angeles. He's played with the Los Angeles Wildcats. He's played the AFF or whatever. Remember that league that lasted a year?
I know.
I mean, this guy's been everywhere. And your hopes came down to Josh Johnson, who, by the way, led a touchdown drive. Christian McCaffrey with a great run. By the way, Christian McCaffrey, one of the great trades in NFL history during the in-season trades. He's a beast. I don't ever want to hear anything about running backs don't matter.
He is a Hall of Fame talent. Can we just call it what it is?
Yes.
On a field full of gladiators, he ran through 6 guys. I counted. How many times did we watch that highlight back last night?
Unbelievable
I watched that highlight at least 6 times in a row. He ran through 6 different guys on that one play. And boy, did this team need a jolt. And right then and there, stadium went dead silent.
Silent.
The lemon booty was looming large.
Looming large. And then everything went to hell.
They get the ball back. It's 7-7. Philly gets the ball back. They march down. They score a touchdown. And on that drive, Bonte, I feel like the Niners got 15 stops on that drive.
Man, so the Eagles end up going 14 plays, 75 yards, and they ate up 6 minutes and 53 seconds. The Jimmy Ward play, to me, changed the entire tenor of the football game. It's third down. Third down to 7. And Jalen Hurts looks for A.J. Brown on a quick slant. And Jimmy Ward almost picks it off. He drops an interception.
A.J. Brown engages both hands with him, and he's the one who initiates contact.
So not only
right
that,
in front of us.
But not only that, if you're going to look at the play, all the contact happened within the 5-yard box to where you could be physical.
It's the NFC Championship game.
It's the NFC Championship game.
These are the 2 most physical teams in football.
And A.J. Brown's engaging, and they call pass interference. They call defensive pass interference.
On a third down stop.
On the third down stop. That would have got the Niners off the field.
Yep.
It would have gave them about 5 minutes and 8 seconds left to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And even if the Niners don't score on that next possession, you at least eat up about 3 minutes of clock, and maybe you could flip the field position.
That's the
and
thing.
you guarantee yourself that, hey, we're either going to be tied at the half or down by one possession, and Philadelphia gets the ball back and score.
Absolutely.
That 3rd and 7 pass interference was hot garbage, and it changed the entire complexion of the football game. Was it the single play? No, the Niners got to get stops. They became undisciplined.
It was a microcosm of the rest of the game, though, B, because it felt like to me we didn't get one whistle, which, look, we got beat in the trenches. I'm not here to say we lost because of penalties.
No, they got dominated in the trenches.
We could have used a penalty here and there to be picked up on 3rd down. How many stops? The Charvarius Ward play down the field later on in the game, he bats the ball down, and Jordan Mason gets thrown into the kicker.
And they call roughing the kicker.
I mean, we got to stop there.
But look at on this drive, though, Shasky. Next thing you know, you got illegal use of the hands. McGill, a lot of people say he grabbed the face mask.
I mean, come on, man.
Whatever. Later on that drive, Charvarius Ward was called for illegal contact on Dallas Goedert, and they showed the replay, and Philadelphia fans, despite how illogical they are, despite how arrogant they are, despite how stupid they are, even they said, wow, that was a gift.
Everybody admitted that was a ticky-tacky call. Everyone in the stadium.
It was 2nd and 9. It would have forced a 3rd and 9. Instead, the Eagles get a 1st and 10. And by that time, the defense was gassed. But then, all right, 14-7, Josh Johnson.
What'd you say to me?
I said,
they get the ball back.
I said, do not turn the ball over. Do not turn the ball over.
And they get a nice little play, a Debo play, where he almost breaks it.
He almost breaks it.
And there's no one down there.
Almost
Debo
breaks it.
played his heart out.
Played his heart out. You almost break it. And the next play, Josh Johnson fumbles a snap. And what did I do when he fumbled that snap? I sat right down in my seat, looked at the ground for about a good minute, knowing that the game was over.
It was right then and there. It felt like, damn, they just stuck the knife right into the heart of Dracula, right?
And then the second half was just embarrassing because you had a quarterback, Josh Johnson, who was getting lit up.
They couldn't even get plays in on time.
They couldn't get plays in.
He's looking at his arm
delayed games, like three to four.
He didn't even. And I'm not even here to blame Josh.
It's not Josh Johnson. He's the 4th quarterback who's playing in the NFC Championship game.
And that's why today I don't want to hear anybody talk about Shanahan. Oh, Shanahan. The fact they got this far is a testament to Shanahan.
Right.
I'm proud of this team. I know they fell short. I'm not here to make up excuses. It's the pros. You got to win it all. I get all those people that come from that angle. Don't come at me with Kyle Shanahan was the reason they lost. No, Kyle Shanahan's the reason they got here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He should be the coach of the year despite all the injuries there. Josh Johnson, look, poor guy, getting put in that position. I'm not blaming him. What is he supposed to do?
He's looking at the armband. He had no idea what plays are coming. He's going 7 seconds. 7 seconds. Let's go.
Oh, come on. And it happened almost every single play.
The ball that he drops, okay, it's right in front of us. And I'm like, jump on it, jump on it, jump on it. He tried to pick it back up. And I said, you got to be kidding. He never looked it into his hands. He was looking up because he was so worried about the pass rush. Look, our interior O-line got pushed around.
Yes.
The right tackle has been a problem for a long time.
Yep.
Now, he is not the reason guys get hurt. I don't want to hear this like football's violent. That's how guys. But their offensive line got worked in this game.
They got worked.
That's, to me, where this game was won and lost. Regardless of who was at quarterback, I think it was going to be an uphill battle no matter what. That being said, it just stings that we didn't go down with our best shot.
No doubt. By the way, shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to you guys, man. We're going to be humming all morning long, breaking this game down. Niners lose 31-7 as they lose their 2nd straight NFC championship. It hurts because, like Shasky said, you didn't go down with your best shot. Brock Purdy gets hurt. You go with Josh Johnson, and then Brock Purdy comes back in, and he can't throw more than 5 yards.
I'm watching him throw passes on the sideline, and I said to B, he can barely throw a 5-yard pass.
They basically ran the ball the entire second half.
And am I insane? And I'm not losing my mind on Shanahan. I kept saying to you, what did I say? Put Juszczyk in. Put Juszczyk in at quarterback. If you literally can't throw, like you have nothing to lose. I'm not. Look, it's not the reason. They were going to lose that game no matter what. I'm not trying to lose my mind. Come on, man. You have nothing to lose. I feel so bad. And the players were so frustrated. I know everybody, Trent Williams, he's a piece of garbage. Man, these guys were so pissed off because of the circumstances.
Well, the play before Josh Johnson fumbled a pass, he threw one to Deebo Samuel across his body. And if he would have just gone through the progressions, George Kittle was wide open in the flat. He would have gone for at least 40.
At least.
I'm dead serious. And George Kittle bent over and said, my God, this is embarrassing. So we'll play some Kittle sound. We'll hear what he said. Maybe we'll come back with it. Oh,
the NFL, we just saw Hugh Douglas.
Right.
All right? This man gave his body to the NFL. You know how thin the margins are in the NFL?
No doubt.
And they made it all this way with a third quarterback. Now, I'm not trying to make excuses, but I'm saying, once Josh Johnson came in the game, it almost felt impossible.
No doubt. This segment is brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Look, we're going to do a lot here. We're going to take a lot of calls today. We're going to get your opinion on this football game. I see the lines lit up. Andy, Mole, Duke, Nick. We're going to get to you all. Full phone lines, 888-957-9570. I'll pull up the Xfinity mobile text line during the break. We'll get to everybody on there. Read some of your texts. What did the Niners in? Just wasn't their day. The defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles, Shasky, early Super Bowl prognosis for me is that they may blow the Kansas City Chiefs out. That defensive line is for real.
You want my prognosis?
It is insane.
Eagle fans are the biggest scumbag lowlifes I've ever met in my entire life.
They're fake gangsters. They're thugs. What they did yesterday, they were thuggish.
If that was our beautifully colored crowd, okay, where we've got white, Latino, Asian, black, we would have been considered gangsters for what they did to us yesterday.
The balls of these people to get in our faces and call us things. It's not only just the guys. It's the women. The women may be worse.
You put out a video yesterday because we had videos. I had to put the phone in my pocket because we literally had our head on a swivel. Things were being thrown, dumped, poured. It was disgusting. And I'm being real. Our fan base showed so much pride.
Yes.
I am so proud of Niner fans. I don't want to hear a damn thing about Niner fans not being hardcore, diehard, real good, loyal, classy fans.
No, a couple of these people were talking, and I would turn around, and they'd be like, hey, man, it's just a game. It's just a game. So you're a little punk. You want to call people the P word, and you want to call them the F word.
I got spit on. We were going to the bathroom. You jumped in front of me. Guy elbows me, and he just spits on me. I'm like, you got to be. I looked at him like, come on, man.
Dude, it was embarrassing. And these little people around here, WIP, talking their trash. 94 WIP, little smug. Well, that's just how it is out here. They're the lowest of the lows. They're the lowest. You suck. Shut up. Get the hell out of here. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. People are asking for it around here. Like, seriously, it was personal. People call it Shasky. How many people
mob mentality?
Watch this mob mentality? But they're fake. They're thugs.
I know.
All these little people. One guy, what did he say
and
to me?
Shame on the radio hosts for playing into it.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
For their national broadcast. Because if this was my community, I would legitimately be embarrassed for my community.
And by the way, before we break, when the hell did Joe Fortenbaugh get tough? I mean, all of a sudden, when did Joe Fortenbaugh grow a sack? I'm
not breathing oxygen into that irrelevant person.
When did he grow a sack? I mean, all of a sudden, he's on Daily Wager wearing all types of makeup, and all of a sudden, he's telling you on Twitter, hey, I see you're being nice because you don't want to get beat up. And who the hell is Joey Fortenbaugh to be acting tough? We know who you are, Joey. We worked with you, Joey. You're not that guy, pal.
I didn't even go online. I said, you know what, B? I got to call this guy right now. Like, do we go online or do we I called him right on the spot.
You called him right on the spot.
Right on the spot. He knows how I feel about him.
I went online. Since you want to be an internet tough guy, try to get clicks because I get his traction ain't that hot on the timeline right now. People are forgotten about him. So he wanted a little attention. And we gave him a little attention.
Yeah, I'm done breathing oxygen into that.
All right.
We'll keep it moving. Niner fans, where you at?
888-957-9570. Full phone lines. We're going to get to the calls next segment. More coming up here. Again, Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Oh, and by the way, shout out to Boxer and Gerson.
Oh, my God.
This wouldn't be possible without Boxer and Gerson.
One of the great sporting events of my life.
Unbelievable event. It was a lot of, trust me, it was a great time. But there's a little low life. They tried to ruin it. And it's all good. More coming up on the Morning Roast.
Let's go.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
If you have a tax problem, then you have a legal problem. And that means you need a tax attorney. Hey, this is Joe Shasky here to talk about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you have unfiled tax returns. Maybe you have offshore accounts or receive money from a relative overseas. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Regardless of the tax problem you have, the Kugelman Law team can help. So visit sftaxteam.com today. I have met with their attorneys and know about their honest and ethical approach to providing effective and efficient resolutions for all your tax needs. They strive to educate their clients about IRS practices and evaluate possible solutions, all while providing you with straightforward and transparent pricing. If you're facing a tax problem, then you're facing a legal problem. So you should contact the Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Alexander Kugelman, Managing Attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94929. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Granger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of Fed pressure coming. Purdy, deck, floating in the air. Is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Yeah, there's something going on here on the sidelines. They're challenging it.
After reviewing the play, the ball came out prior to the quarterback's hand going forward. As a result, it was a fumble with a clear recovery by number 72 of the defense. Will the game clock operator please put 6-5-6 on the game clock, please? 6.
You dress 2 quarterbacks when neither one of them can throw and neither one of them is really available. Kind of limits what you could do as an offense. Kind of limits our playbook to like 15 plays. So you only do so much. As soon as Purdy came back in, they put 6 guys on line of scrimmage. They loaded the box, and it's not like we can do any play actions or anything off it. So we just kind of had to run into it. And I'm pumped that my team didn't quit. They were fighting, and whether it was an actual fight or whether they're just doing everything they can to be violent, I love it. Completely terrible circumstance, but those boys didn't quit out there. So
the Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, good luck in Oklahoma City today when the Warriors take on the Thunder in OKC for the first time this season. You heard from George Kittle there. You heard the play that got overturned and turned into a fumble, although it didn't hurt the 49ers. Did not hurt them, but overall just a dismal day offensively. They only had the ball for 22 minutes and 34 seconds. They were terrible on third down, 2 for 8, 0 for 2 on fourth down, 164 total net yards for the 49ers on 45 plays. The Eagles, hey, they didn't light it up. They had 269 yards on 70 plays. And you look at the average gain per offensive play, Niners 3.6, Eagles 3.8. They just couldn't generate enough offense. Why? Because you didn't have a quarterback who knew how to throw a forward pass or couldn't throw a forward pass.
It makes the Brock, emergence that much more incredible after seeing Josh Johnson for 5 seconds.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to rip Josh Johnson today, and nobody should. Yeah, he fumbled. He got cracked over and over and over again. The offensive line got worked. Their defensive line was very stout. I thought Hassan Reddick was outstanding in this game.
Great.
Fletcher Cox got hurt. They didn't skip a beat. He went back out there. He dominated again.
Hargraves is nasty.
He's a baller. He's an absolute baller. Montez Sweat, like every guy on their line made plays. Every single one of their guys. I think the way George Kittle summed it up, terrible circumstance, that's how a lot of people are feeling.
No doubt. And these guys around here, 94 WIP, are full of themselves. It's starting to make me sick. It really is. The Red and Go reaction brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Let's open up these phone lines, Shasky. 888-957-9570. Let's start off with Andy in Reading, Pennsylvania. Wow, we got a Pennsylvania call.
Here we go.
Here we go. Go ahead, Andy.
Here we go.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Not bad.
So I just wanted to know if you guys happen to notice that Lane Johnson had his own snap count yesterday in that game.
I did.
He
I said to Bonte, he is jumping early on every single snap. Or was that just me?
That's the only way he beat Bosa all game long.
Unbelievable. I mean, he was getting off early, even on the off the safety play. You just look at everything with Lane Johnson. I thought he left early multiple times. Heck, when Josh Johnson fumbled,
both tackles
Mike
started.
McGlinchey and Trent Williams jumped, and the referees didn't call it.
I said to Bonte right in that play, call the flag, offsides, right, or false start. Excuse me, right there.
It was rough. Lane Johnson got it. Lane Johnson's a warrior for even stepping out there on that football field. He's a great football player, but multiple times I saw him jump early. Even in Baldy's breakdown, he's jumping before the ball snapped.
Hey, there was a lot of questionable stuff going on. I thought Josh Johnson fumbled on the Hassan Reddick sack.
He did.
I thought he fumbled. I thought Reddick recovered the ball before Josh Johnson even hit the ground.
Yeah, no doubt.
I couldn't tell that they were playing no replays.
No doubt. Let's go to Mole in Detroit. Mole in Detroit, what's happening? Mole, good morning. You're on the roast.
Guys, I'm nauseated, but I'll be okay, man. I know you guys are too, man. Hey, I just wanted to say, look, man, my only regret this game is I just wish I could have seen 4 quarters of Brock Purdy.
I know.
I know. See what the kid could do. That's my only regret. My prayers are with him. I hope he gets through this. We get a healthy Purdy next year. But listen, I disagree with you guys about them beating us. I think that if any team was down to their 5th and 6th quarterback of the year, the results would have been the same. I'm sorry, man. I don't think they beat us. I think we contained them just as good.
I agree.
Awful quarterback play reciprocates the score because
we agree on that one. And here's what I would add though, Mole. In the little bit that Purdy was out there, I mean, it did look like they were getting pressure. They were stuffing the run. Right. It was 6 plays. How anyone could draw conclusions from 6 plays, I don't know.
But they did move the ball to midfield, Mole.
I know.
Is Mole still there? Mole gone?
Yeah, but
go ahead, Mole.
Yeah, I'm here, but we always start out slow. We're a third quarter team. We always play better in the second half. It takes us a minute to get rolling. And I think Shanahan did a great job. I just don't understand why they didn't put a quarterback in. I know the game was over, but at least somebody they could at least throw a pass.
I know.
Yeah,
we're down so much.
I know.
Throw a forward pass.
But at that point,
I don't get the logic behind that.
Mole, I was thinking the same thing. And then we got back to the hotel, and I started to marinate on it, and I was like, because I was screaming, like, put Juszczyk in.
It wouldn't have made a difference.
They were done.
Yeah,
I mean, I hate to say
the fact that we're begging for Kyle Juszczyk. Listen to us.
I mean,
we haven't seen him play quarterback in the league. Kyle Juszczyk
has he even
playing
thrown
quarterback.
A pass?
Yeah. What difference would that have made? I mean, instead, like late in the game, they were putting like 6 in the box, 7 in the box, 8 in the box, 9 in the box, 10 in the box. Like they knew the Niners could not pass.
That and the big, like I know today's not the day. Like this Brock injury feels big.
Huge. So now it opens the door for Trey,
Oh, no, everything's on the table.
Tom Brady.
Aaron Rodgers.
I mean, you name
everything's on the table. Lamar Jackson.
Derek Carr. Nobody should brought that one up.
Every you're going to hear every name linked. That's the part that hurts the most. Every name, and rightfully, because of the uncertainty around the position and injuries. Brock looked so small yesterday, B. Because that Eagle D-line is maybe the largest D-line I've ever seen in my life.
They were massive, and they're deep, and they're loaded, which I think Patrick Mahomes is going to be in a world of trouble. We'll get to that later on. Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening? Duke? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Hey, how we doing? So, listen, I'm
Good.
pissed, and I'm not pissed about the loss. The first thing I'm pissed off is, who's the guy in the booth that's supposed to tell Shanahan to throw the red flag on a play that's questionable, which happened right out of the gate? That guy, he's fired, first of all. He's gone.
I'll let you finish. Can I stop you? I'll let you finish. I'm going to stop you for a second. To me, and Bonte identified this, and then we watched it back on the television when we got home. Whoever is looking at the field has to be spotting the player from here on out, because the way Devontae reacted after making the catch, to me, signals we should throw the flag just to look at it anyway, because he was telling them, let's run a play quickly, which to me was, I didn't catch that ball.
Go, run the play.
Exactly.
Okay, second of all, I'm watching it on TV, so you got a little different viewpoint. The Philadelphia Eagles were chippy right out of the gate, the players. At what point, why are the 49ers, why aren't they headhunting right now? They should be working hurt shoulder. I don't care. And you're getting called for penalties. You know what? If you're going to get for a call or a penalty, make it count. Make it be something. You know, you got to start headhunting. You got to start.
But look, you don't want to play dirty.
Come on.
But you don't want to play dirty. But there was a lot of questionable things going on that football field. Look, they were the better team yesterday. They didn't look great. Like, DeCamera, we just saw Joe DeCamera in the studio. He's talking about, in 20 years, we're going to remember this offense as like, wow, revolutionary. It's going to be reminiscent to Bill Walsh. I saw nothing yesterday that wowed me.
Gainwell killed them.
Gainwell was a difference maker.
He killed them. That speed and him going to the outside, and I think our D tackles got pushed around in this game, which is, it hasn't happened to us.
They made a subtle adjustment. They stopped running to the strong side. They start running to the weak side, exposing the Niners on that end. And look, my man Drake Greenlaw, I love Drake Greenlaw. I think he's going to be a really good linebacker for a long, long time. He had a rough one yesterday.
The other thing that this Niner team absolutely needs to get, and I know Ibukam had a great year this year, you have got to get an absolute player on the opposite side of Nick Bosa. Drake Jackson not suiting up in any of these playoff games, to me, is one of the most questionable things. They needed athleticism and speed. No one could close out on Jalen. Jalen had all day to throw back there in the first half.
No doubt. Let's do this. We're going to break. We're going to go to Nick, consultant. We got Deli Boy on the line.
Let's go.
And then we got a special guest on the warm line. We'll take all these calls coming back. That's what's coming up on the game. Brought to you by Golden State Lumber. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Technology allows drones to deliver pizza. Here's mine now.
Approaching drop zone.
But to deliver powerful insights that are on target, you need more than technology. You need CDW to help transform and manage your IT environment with a Dell technology solution that lets you slice your data any way you want to accelerate innovation.
Delivering. Don't forget to tip.
Dell Technologies makes data-driven insights possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Data Center.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
.69% on the year on fourth down, fourth best in the NFL. They need 3. Hurts runs out of the pocket, looking, throwing deep. Devontae Smith, one-hander. It's the end. He's got it for First and goal, Philadelphia.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Steve? Need one. 3 in a row. Let's go, OKC. Let's get 3 in a row as the Warriors begin this 3-game road trip, of course, in OKC. Then you got Minnesota Wednesday and the Denver Nuggets on Thursday. Thursday. Yeah, Minnesota, Wednesday, Nuggets, Thursday, back-to-back. We'll see who plays, who doesn't play. Anyway, we'll talk more hoops later in the week. Right now, it's all about the NFC title game where the Niners lose to the Eagles 31-7. And you heard that 4th-3 play, Kevin Burkhardt on the call for Fox Sports. Was it a catch? Was it a catch? Was it a catch? Well, Devontae Smith right away looked guilty where he's saying, get up, come on the line. And for some reason, Shanahan didn't challenge it. I don't know if it was somebody upstairs saying, we don't know. We didn't see the replay. We heard from Shanahan. Spadoni, if you can, pull up Shanahan's response to that in his post-game presser. I know I heard him say, look, we didn't know about the replay. We didn't have the right angles or whatnot. That was a big play. Let's hear from Shanahan on that play, Shasky.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard that didn't have all the angles you guys saw, and that looked like a catch. So we don't want to waste the timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
It was a big moment, but it wasn't the only big moment, nor was it the sole reason that they lost this game. That feels, like a cop-out, I think, because it's a big moment. You got to throw that flag. If more than anything, you got to stop them. That's a 4th down stop. Right then and there.
Huge. Opening drive where the Eagles are used to just scoring on those opening drives and taking 7-0 leads.
Absolutely.
That was huge.
I know.
Huge.
But that being said, to say that was the sole, no, that was not it.
It wasn't.
It was not it. The game was bigger than that. It was a big play.
It was a big play.
I don't want to diminish the magnitude of it, but at the same time, we got to be reasonable with this thing, man. And to say Brock doesn't get hurt if he does, come on, we can't do that.
We don't know.
We can't do that.
You don't know, but it does change the tenor of the game early on in the first quarter. You get a 4th down stop with that defense. You get the ball back at the 35-yard line, and it's like, man, 0-0. We took their best punch. They went for it on 4th-3. We held them. We're off the field. Now Brock comes into the game, it's 0-0.
It just feels like my entire adult life, quarterback. We quarterback in the NFC Championship game. Alex Smith, 1 for 1,000 on 3rd down, throwing to Brett Swain with the game on the line. Colin Kaepernick demanding, even though he won the 1 against Atlanta, demanding to throw to the guy who's double covered in the end zone when Vernon's wide open and Bolden's wide open.
And Quentin Patton's wide open in the flat.
Then you go obviously to the 2019, and Jimmy G and the team falling short in the Super Bowl. Kaepernick from the Super Bowl falling short on the fade route to Crabtree. Then you go to last year. It feels like Jimmy G can't do anything in the team in the 4th quarter offensively. Then this game, the quarterback gets hurt again. It's like, dog, why is it always the quarterback with us? And I don't want to make it that simplistic because there's other reasons why we lose. Can we just get a quarterback to stay healthy?
Well, part of it is you don't run Trey Lance. The way Trey Lance was used this year, I didn't agree with it. He got hurt, and we saw it coming.
We saw him walk into the stadium.
And he's still in the boot.
He's still in a walking boot. It's almost February.
It's unbelievable.
It's almost February.
He's in a walking boot. So you got that going on. And now it's the 4th straight offseason where we're going to be discussing the quarterback position. The 4th straight offseason where we're going to be saying, who's going to play quarterback week 1? And everybody was feeling good about Brock, and I get it. Now we have no idea. Let's go to the hotline, man. It's Papa Chat.
I hope he's okay.
I hope he's okay too.
I think it's big.
MRI later today for Brock Purdy.
I think it's a big one.
UCL injury in the elbow. We'll see if it's 6 weeks. We'll see if it's 6 months. We'll see if it's a year. MRI later today for Brock Purdy. Let's go to Papa Shasky. Papa Shasky, bless us on the morning roast, man.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, I feel real bad for you guys. Watching you guys at the beginning of the game going in with the Philadelphia fans throwing and swearing. They don't like themselves. That's why they can't like anybody else. They don't respect anybody.
Dad, I'm going to be real with you. You always taught me, treat people how you want to be treated. I held back Bonte. I was so proud of him for not doing the things that were said, thrown, tossed, poured on us yesterday, and the vile. I was proud of B for not reacting. I think I took more courage to not say or swing or do anything, and I know he was frustrated, and we just kept walking, man. I thought he showed so much more maturity and class. Just keep it moving. Niner fans in general.
I'm sure if I had a full beer with me, I would have fired that thing at somebody. Well,
it would have been a problem. We would have been fighting all night long.
It was 70,000 to 10,000.
Right.
hey, there's a couple things, okay? So looks like that, that after the bad taste that we had in our mouth last year, coming back from Los Angeles, Joe, driving back at midnight, we're distraught from driving back. I called you guys last night. I was distraught for you guys last night in the hotel room, and we went over a couple things. The 49ers now have some unfinished business, all right? If they didn't have unfinished business after the last game last year, they've got some unfinished business coming up this year, all right? So there's a lot of things we can digest over the game, all right? The second play of the game when who's the linebacker goes down with the pincher.
Oh, Fred Warner Jr.
Fred Warner
goes down with the pinch in the neck. That almost, you got like, he wasn't quite the same player. Now take that for granted. So later in the first quarter, they score the game. Okay, they got.
No, but you were screaming about the challenge.
Yes, right out of the gate, I put on Facebook, and everybody said I was right. I knew I was right. Right? They had some play called where they ran up, they yell Omaha, they run up the line of scrimmage. We should have known. They should have just said, throw the flag. They don't use all 3 timeouts in the first half anyway.
I know.
Right.
Stop the game.
Stop the game. Challenge it.
You lose it. Right? But the thing is they overcame that. Right? They overcame that 7-point deficit, and they tied the game. Right? We came back from that. So
how about that CMC run? Hey, that CMC run was legendary.
It was special.
He broke 4 tackles.
It shut that entire crowd up. 4
tackles on that play. I mean, the guy's phenomenal. But when you become one-dimensional, it's easy to stop. You can't do that, right? But they overcame that 7-point deficit. They came back and tied the game. It would have been really nice to see what we could have done with a full squad. It's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate the way it happened with Brock. Now you got Croft on the right-hand side, who's really a wide receiver. He's not a tight end, not a really good blocker. He whiffed on that play on Reddick to come around the corner, right? I mean, I would have liked to have seen McGlinchey get a chip, somebody get a chip on that play. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. He didn't see him coming. It's unfortunate that claim. Now, the other play, when you're talking about Josh Johnson, when he can see he doesn't look the ball in his hands, right? He drops the ball.
I know.
But there was zero energy on trying to get the urgency to get that ball. You drop your body on that ball. I don't care what you do. You can't let that ball get away. And with a minute and a half left to go in the first half, you're still in this ball game. They're going to get the ball in the second half to come out. They still got a chance. But that just kind of like, that shot themselves in the foot. And it was just downhill from there.
That was the game, Pops. That was the game. And here we go into another offseason where we're going to ponder who's going to play quarterback for the 49ers next season. Is it going to be Brock? Is it going to be Trey? Is it going to be Brady? Is it going to be Rodgers? We've got to go through this quarterback carousel all over again.
You're not bringing in Brady and you're not bringing in Rodgers. You got 2 young guys that you're going to move you forward for the next couple of years. You're going to do that to your team. You're going to bring in some old guys that you're going to groom these young guys.
Right.
You need to get these guys some more playing time, get them some field time with the same players, right? Now, the defensive backs played very well yesterday. I got to say that. They played really well. They only had that one no catch, and I think there was one other play downfield, but they played their butts off, I thought, pretty well.
I know.
Now, the Jimmy Ward play over the middle of the field, right? And then
that changed. The pass interference on Jimmy changed the tenor of the game. It really did, because they were going to be off the field punting, and the crowd was dead at that point. Yeah. They were not seeing anything. They were dead. They were getting frustrated. They're already calling out Nick Sirianni. Run the ball, Nick. They were already calling out the head coach at that point, and that pass interference gave them a lifeline.
Right, and the same thing when the punt, when the guy almost threw him into the kicker.
I know.
I don't see how look. We've got the chance to watch this stuff on TV on a replay right after the game. Just get it right. That's
they don't.
Anybody wants is to get the call right.
I know.
The officials in both games pissed all over themselves, Pops. Thanks for the call.
We'll
Papa
see you
Shasky.
tonight, 7:30.
All right, love you guys. Hey, give me a call, Joe. I'll pick you up at the airport.
Yep.
Sounds
Thanks,
good.
Pops.
Papa Shasky here. Papa Shasky. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno.
Rob,
what's
up,
happening,
man?
Rob?
What's going on, fellas? First off, man, let me say y'all did your thing, man. I wish I was down there with y'all. We'd have been fighting 70,000.
Rob, we needed another 50 like you.
Yeah, no, it was wild out there. It was wild out there.
That was too disrespectful. But I'm coming at Kyle, man.
Why?
I felt like that's first. I didn't see him challenge throughout the season stuff. That's like, why he challenged and he wins? I think he just got nervous. I just think he got nervous, and because Hufanga, when I seen him play, Hufanga was like, no, that ain't it. You got to believe some of your players, man.
Yeah.
And to me, I just feel like he didn't do that. And then the game plan. Look, I watched Philly all year. Their front is fast. They remind me of the 010 Niners front. They're fast.
Mm-hmm.
They can move. Why would you come out and spread it out and put your quarterback in harm's way? We know 69 is not good with speed rushers. Why would you even put him? It's been for years now. We know this. He's good at, with the big guy, not the speed guy.
Rob.
So why would you put him in position? Yeah.
He's a run-blocking right tackle in a league that wants you to pass. I don't want to see him on my team anymore. I'm done with him.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you even put the Niners in? Why would you put Purdy in position to get hurt? Me personally, I felt like that defense was too fast for Purdy. He wasn't going to be able to get away. He was going to get hurt one way or another.
He looks so small.
You know what? And Rob, that's the second straight week. He went against that Cowboys defense, and it was a little too fast for him. And he looked a little shaky against the Cowboys. He had the one drive in the fourth quarter where he was really good. But that's 3 straight first halves for Brock Purdy when you look at the Arizona, the Seattle, and the Dallas game where he looked shaky in the first half. Because the speed, the defense has got a little faster as we moved on through the playoffs here. Like everybody crowning Brock Purdy. It's a great story, Rob. It's a great story. But let's pump the brakes. It's only 7 games, and we saw some of the limitations.
We seen it, and look at that Eagle team. They didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing special. What did they do? They utilized the quarterback's ability to run in pass. They had the Niners defense on their tails because they didn't know whether it was a run or handoff. Warner and Bosa was a minute, half seconds off because they was worried about whether he was going to run it, which opened up the lane for number 14 to get off. That's what he had Trey, but Cal, he treated Trey like he was indispensable, and we got what we got.
Right, no doubt.
And the number one thing, the number one thing for this organization moving forward, everything needs to be around protecting your quarterback from here on out. I don't care who the quarterback is. From here on out, you need to protect quarterback. I don't want design runs. Even Jalen Hurts and everybody, Jalen runs. Jalen ran with 3 minutes to go in that game in the third quarter, 3 minutes to go, and took a shot from Gibson. I guarantee you Eagle fans were like, why are you running him right here?
They were yelling, like, why are we running him?
And then they run him again.
And they ran him again. And Eagle fans were going crazy over that. They were losing their minds. So, look, nobody's blaming the referees.
You got to protect the quarterback.
Listen, I want to set something straight here. Number one, Shasky and I are not blaming the refs. They're not. We're not.
No, but
the Niners got beat up in the line of scrimmage.
Yes,
they did.
agreed.
There were some pivotal calls that changed the turn of the game. But listen, Kenneth Gainwell changed the game with the speed.
100%.
He changed the game. Dre Greenlaw did not have a good game.
Nope.
Javon Kinlaw, I've been a Kinlaw fan. I hate to say it. It's just not going to work here.
No.
It's not going to work
here.
He got thrown around. No impact. He had no – it's just not – he's just not going to be a good NFL player. Whether it's injuries, leverage, he's just not good enough.
I wouldn't pick up his fifth-year option.
Absolutely not.
And, it's just too much money. Like the same thing I said about McGlinchey a couple years ago. I could re-sign the player for a fraction over multiple years of whatever the 1 year, fifth-year option is.
Right.
Like, in this game, their O-line, the center, Kelsey, and the two guards dominated our D tackles.
Dominated.
And Eric Armstead has been outstanding all year, so it's a rough game for him. You got to get somebody aside him, and you got to get somebody on the opposite end of Bosa. I saw Joey Bosa walking into that stadium with Niner gear on. Let me just tell you this right now. I love Joey Bosa. Right. And that's the other thing with the Eagle fans. They put the phone in your face. They say all the most heinous things because they want you to do something because they got the phone in their hand.
Well, what's funny is we're walking into that stadium, and you got all these women flipping a bird at you in your face. But they had the phone up.
Yeah.
So if you react, all of a sudden you're going to be on the internet for reacting to them. You can't react. Which sucked. But I had to show so much restraint yesterday because I got called the P word a million times, and I'm just looking at people like, really? Really?
And you're the tallest guy in the parking lot. The funniest thing, though, is when I saw Bosa get into it, I'm saying to myself, do everything you can to get that man in a Niner uniform because Nick Bosa needs help opposite him. I'm sorry. Ibukam had a nice season. He's a try-hard guy. You need an every down speed power guy opposite Nick Bosa because he cannot do it alone. You got to have combination edge rushers. That D-line for the Eagles is 7, 8, 9 deep. You're not as deep as them.
No, you're not.
You're good. You're great. I'm not trying to say you're not. You are very good. B, they need a legitimate pass rusher opposite Bosa.
Yep. 888-957-9570. We'll get the love in just a second. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game and be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I was Papa Shasky right there on the Bud Light guest line. Look, Lutman, let's go ahead. YouTube is fired up right now. Xfinity Mobile text line is fired up. Twitch is fired up. But I want to bring Lutman in because that 4th and 3 play with Devontae Smith, a lot of people were texting us during the game. That's not a catch. That's not a catch. And Kyle, this is what's disappointing about not challenging. When you see a team run up to the line like that, you can tell that they're not sure. So just throw it. Just stop everything. It's like, hold on, wait a minute. What's going on here? We're going to challenge the play. Not challenging that wasn't the game, but you keep the Eagles off the board and you slow them down.
I wrote down a couple of different plays that I thought were absolutely massive in this game. The no challenge on Devontae on 4th down, which you were talking about. How about the delay of game? There was multiple ones, but the one that pushed him out of field goal range.
There was like at least 3 to 4 delay games.
And we're screaming at the sideline. And then you don't use your timeout. You take the 5 yards. Okay. The Jimmy Ward 3rd down PI. Horrible call. The 2nd down PI was just as bad. The hands to the face.
Ward, illegal hands to the face on Dallas Goedert.
All right. And then the decision to go for it, which I was there for, but you're going for it with less than 2 minutes to go. And Bonte said, you got to be conservative here. Be careful.
Be careful.
Because if you turn it over, it's game over.
Right.
And they throw that pass to Debo. He gets tackled. I thought he was going to go for a long shot. And the very next play, he fumbles the ball. He doesn't even see it into his hands.
It was a perfect snap.
That boom, 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 boom. That sequence in the second quarter, game over.
And the defense is gassed because they were just on the field for a 7-minute drive.
I'm not mad at the defense. How could you be mad at the defense?
Played their ass off yesterday. And the sad part is that may be DeMeco Ryans' last game as defensive coordinator for the 49ers. That's sad.
I felt bad for those guys because I can see the frustration. And look, I'm not condoning what Dre Greenlaw did with the punching of the ball and all that.
Dre Greenlaw had a horrible game yesterday.
He did. But these guys were out there forever.
They were out there forever.
That defense was out there forever.
And we'll get to Trent Williams and what he did in a second. But I want to bring in Lutman. The NFL apparently sent out a report about that play with Devontae Smith. Sam Lutman, come on in to the Morning Roast. Lutman, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
And there's been a lot of Eagles fans trying to call into the show this morning.
Well, let them in.
Well, good, because they aren't on YouTube, so you know what I mean? They got to come to us. They flock to us to get their takes off.
All right, I warn you, when they do come on, though, don't expect much. They really do not have much to give.
That's
fine. All right, well, don't put them on the air because they're chumps.
Oh, it's the same nonsense every time. It's really sad, actually. I expect more out of that fan base.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And if you want any evidence of it, it's pinned to our 95.7 The Game Twitter profile. You could see what it was like going in, and you tell me
that was minor league. That wasn't even the worst of it.
That was mild. If Niner fans did that,
we'd be called thugs.
Oh, for sure.
We'd be called the worst fan base in the world.
Yes.
But out here in Philadelphia, you know what people say? That's just the way it is out here.
We're passionate.
Yeah, they're allowed because they're the different fan base. It was just Philly fans. We're just different. It's just,
they're fake gangsters.
I expect a little bit more creativity out of a fan base.
No, all it was F you, you're this, you're that,
He's trying to entice you to fight so that you can get in trouble.
But then as soon as you walk up to them, which I did multiple times, I walked up to people and say, what was that? It's just a game, man. It's just a game. Oh, yeah, I thought it was a game.
Right back
I thought so.
All right, what did the NFL say about this? Let's hear it.
All right, so this is from Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk on Twitter. After that non-challenge, calling BS on the claim that the NFL's expedited replay process did not see the key angle on the Devontae Smith play. The league office has a, quote, Hawkeye system, which gives it immediate access to all angles captured by the broadcast network. Goes on to say sometimes teams get an extra beat after the play clock hit 0, and apparently they don't, so that actually wasn't part of the tweet. But anyway, yeah, that's what Florio had to say about the Hawkeye system.
Well, forget the Hawkeye system.
Hawkeye system. I didn't even know that existed.
I never heard of the Hawkeye system. But throw the red flag anyway, Kyle. Throw the red flag. Throw it. That's all you got to do. Throw it. Anyway, let's go to Deli Boy in the city. Deli Boy, what's happening? You're on the roast. Then we'll get the consultant before the break. Deli Boy, what's happening? Dropped. All right, consultant, Walnut Creek. Consultant, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Man, I'm bummed, man. But, hey, I wanted to start off by just saying thank you guys for setting the tone. I was so pissed off at our own fans last night who were calling into the post-game show and just ragging on Shanahan and ragging on all the play calls. And after that game and even this morning, man, it's the time to just appreciate what a fantastic season we had and what an amazing job we did on a third-string quarterback.
Yep.
And just huge props to Brock Purdy, man. I think we saw yesterday, once he got out, the actual eliteness of his skills. I'm not saying he's elite like a Mahomes, but
the level difference between
to process the field.
Exactly. The difference between him and Josh Johnson was Grand Canyon-esque.
Right.
Yeah, and his ability to process the field, lightning quick reactions, dime accuracy. You can see the way our team, it's his team now too, but the way his teammates love him. They were trying to make him laugh, trying to cheer him up, and they just knew once he was out. Like when Jimmy G went out, I'm not here to dog Jimmy. He was also an amazing team member, but they didn't feel like the season was gone, right? They're like, we've seen Brock play. Let's do this. When Brock went out, I'm still so proud of our team for fighting.
I'm with you.
But,
consultant. You know what? Consultant. That's a great call because a lot of people blaming Shanahan. They're out of pocket. Shanahan did one hell of a job this season. Yeah. And I think he's done one hell of a job as the 49ers coach. And I know I've been hard on him in the past. He's totally won me over. This locker room was never broke. They've been resilient no matter who falls. Think about all the injuries they had to start this season.
Yeah.
The start, they lost Trent Williams. They didn't have George Kittle. You lose your quarterback at Trey Lance. Then you lose Jimmy. That game yesterday wasn't on Shanahan. Should Shanahan the challenge? Absolutely. But I thought Shanahan did what he could do, and you got Josh Johnson back there. What are you supposed to do?
Bill Walsh in his prime ain't winning nothing.
No
and
doubt.
I'm not trying to rip him. And to consultant's point, I said to you, that felt a lot like the 2019 Warriors at the end, where I know that they lost, and maybe they weren't the better team.
Right.
But the way it went down, it sucked. And then simultaneously, I felt a lot of pride for my team and my fan base. It had those 2019 Warrior vibes at the end.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley real quick before the break. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up? What's up, y'all? Hey, man, Shanahan got it underneath, out of his father's shadow the way he coached this year, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, put everything, there's a lot of bad coaches out there, and Shanahan is not one of them. And he literally rallied off like a page of expletives, ripping that ref to shreds on the sideline, and I love him for that. And let me tell you something, man. Eagle fans are a bunch of slobs anyways, man. We ain't even tripping off them. It's Cali, baby. It's the Bay. And let me tell you something else, man. The way the team stuck together, and the unselfish behavior and the way they pull for each other, man, it's a model of how teams should be, you know what I mean? And I love E. Williams for power slamming that punk after they did a QB Johnson like that, man. They did him dirty.
No doubt.
It's hard for me to defend what Trent did there.
He was frustrated.
Yes, but you still shouldn't do it.
You just got to have
the
better
late
class.
hit by Hufanga. Yeah. I know it was more of a push. I thought it was worse, the hit, because from where we were.
Right.
When I saw the push, it wasn't as bad. Still bad. Look, man, how you lose is very important.
Yeah, you don't want to be a sore loser.
And you don't want to be a sore loser.
No
and
doubt.
so, there was some level of me come on, guys, be better than that. But I also understand the frustration on that sideline because we were right there. I was hurting for those guys.
One question I got for you is, who was out there at quarterback to bring in? Because was Josh Johnson the best option?
I was thinking about that last night. I don't know any. Where was Sudfeld? Who's already on a team, I think.
Yeah, he's already on a team.
What are you going to go, Josh Rosen?
Yeah, I don't know, man. But Josh Johnson was the best option.
This is why people
I love Josh Johnson. He's a great dude. He does a lot for the community in Oakland.
Tech.
I got a lot of respect for Josh Johnson for being in that game. And he took shots in that game. Oh, my Lord. Dude, and he was trying to sling it. He was trying to sling it. I give him respect.
He threw one to Tebow that I thought was going to be picked by the D lineman.
Well, he got one that got batted that would have been picked by Bradbury.
And the D lineman almost caught it.
Yeah, I know. It was. God help us, man. Quarterback talk. The Niners lose 31-7. Respect to the Eagles. They dominated the trenches.
Of course they did.
Offensive line, defensive line, they controlled the football game. And you know when the game flipped, too? On that drive, even though the penalties were called, the Eagles went back to the run game. Kenneth Gainwell, Miles Sanders, Boston Scott has some great runs, and they control the line of scrimmage, man. Much respect to the Eagles. Their fans, that's an entirely different story. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Anheuser-Busch. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Akil, Adam, Bay-Rod, Ronnie, Tony, be ready. We'll be ready to roll here on The Roast.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast
just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, and increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Here is McCaffrey, right side, breaks a tackle, good shifty move, gets that, still going! McCaffrey's gonna score!
It was very special, you know. I go back to just the practices when I first got here and didn't know a lot of people and just observing. And there's a reason why that team has a shot every single year. And I know why now. And the fight that's in the locker room is amazing. It's unfortunate that it happened the way it did today because I feel like all those guys deserve, you know, a real shot. We all do. But this is a tough game and sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast. And we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Kevin Burkhardt on a call for Fox Sports. What up, Larry June? As a red and gold reaction is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Let me get that right. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. YouTube right now humming, Twitch humming, Xfinity Mobile Text Line, 888-957-9570. Christian McCaffrey, that 23-yard touchdown run, breaking 5 tackles on that play, 15 carries, 84 yards, averaged 5.6 yards a pop, another 4 catches for 22. Don't ever tell me that running backs will never matter again.
I know.
That trade to swing Christian McCaffrey from Carolina to San Francisco is massive, and I can't wait to go into next season with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk. Christian McCaffrey is a Hall of Fame talent. He's a stud, maybe one of the best running backs in football today.
We have all offseason to break all of this down. Center, right tackle, third wide receiver. Like, if I'm looking at offense alone, those are what I need. Like, I like Juwan Jennings.
Must have.
I need a legit third wide receiver, especially if Debo's not going to be that kind of a separator. Well, you watch Philly; they got 3 receivers.
Is Denny Gray that guy?
I don't know. Well, whatever. We need another receiver. Would you agree? We need a slot guy.
Absolutely.
We need another slot guy.
You know what though?
They had no one working the slot.
Shasky, we keep talking about the quarterbacks for the last 10 years. How many years have we been screaming for a slot receiver?
Or a 6'3" guy.
Maybe Richie James Jr., maybe Trent Taylor.
Bruce Ellington.
Quentin Patton. I mean, for the life of me, for the last 12 years, the Niners need a slot receiver. Kyle Williams at one point. I mean, Kyle Williams may have been the most productive slot receiver.
You're not long. I don't think you're wrong.
You know what I'm saying?
But again, and we got all offseason to break all of this down. And then I look at D tackle. I need an opposite edge rusher of Bosa and maybe another safety. I don't know. I thought Gibson had a pretty good year. But here's the number one thing. This is the part that drives me nuts. They went in the NFC Championship game into the second half with their 4th quarterback. And then he went down, and they couldn't throw a forward pass. We are going to have to endure an entire offseason of Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, Jimmy G, Trey Lance. There are going to be so many quarterbacks thrown at the wall. That's the part I'm fatigued already. We haven't even started the offseason, and I'm already fatigued on quarterbacks.
It's
already.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at Twitter all like that. I just haven't. Let's go back out to the lines. By the way, the Niners had 11 accepted penalties. More than referee John Hussey's regular season crew had per game for both teams in 2002. The most since 2002. Eagles got 7 first downs via penalty per ESPN Stats Info. That's the most in a playoff game since 2002.
3 or 4 on one drive.
2 on that one drive. 3 on that one drive. 3. Automatic first downs.
Horrible.
The drive that I thought changed the complexion of the football game.
I agree.
It was 7-7. Jimmy Ward gets calls for pass interference.
I know.
To me, it's a bang-bang play. Both players are engaged in contact. It's within the 5-yard box.
AJ engaged him.
Play
he put his hands on his shoulders.
It's the NFC title game. And it's just not us talking about it. It's Rich Eisen.
Yes.
Matt Nayoko is very... How can I put it?
I would say measured in his criticism of anyone, let alone the officials.
He went off at the officials.
Exactly.
Rich Eisen.
Kawakami.
Sherman. Kawakami. Multiple people went after the referee saying, what is this? Even Mike Greenberg, who doesn't say anything, Greedy, says nothing. And he was like, damn, I would be ticked off if I was a Niner fan.
They lost control of that game, but so did the Niners in the trenches. I feel like the Niners in the trenches, like whether Brock was going to stay upright or not, we can have all of these fan fiction novels on what coulda, woulda, shoulda happened. But like early in the game, I could feel that the Eagles had more power on both sides of the line, and they were pushing us around. Now, could we have overcome it? I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. But it felt like they had their way with us. At least, it was 6 plays. So, I mean, who knows?
Right, who knows? But I got to say
6 plays.
Something.
We got 6 plays with Brock Purdy in an NFC Championship game. 6 plays.
That was a big boy football game in the trenches. And one guy who hasn't played like a big boy over the course of his 49ers career is Kugelman Law. Some of the clips that are coming out with him in that football game, just getting railroaded. He was on skates, all right? He was on ice skates yesterday, just getting dominated in the trenches.
Believe it.
He's too damn big, too massive to get bullied like that in the trenches. He's getting blown off the ball for 5, 6, 7 yards. Jason Kelce whipped him. Go look at Baldy's breakdown.
When you watch Fred Warner go out writhing in pain with some sort of a collarbone injury, shoulder injury, and he comes back on that field, and you got a guy in front of you who's getting thrown around like that, that's got to hurt.
It's got to hurt. No wonder Drake Greenlaw looked bad. I mean, their lineman is getting to the second level.
Easily.
Because Kinlaw's showing no resistance, and I like Kinlaw.
I know.
Unbelievable.
I thought our corners held up, too. I thought Travarius Ward
played a phenomenal football game.
Jalen underthrew or overthrew so many receivers. He looked
Yeah.
He looked very
Even the swing routes he was throwing, the little quick hitters. Short, no zip, lofting them. Jalen's not right.
No.
The Eagles did nothing special. Like, that's why Joe DeCamera, who's in the studio next to us, it's laughable that he said this offense would be reminiscent of Bill Walsh's West Coast offense in the next 20 years. That Sirianni and company are going to revolutionize offensive football. Yeah. They did nothing that I haven't seen from Oklahoma in college football.
I agree with that. But to give them credit, they've built a tremendous roster, and I look at their fronts, like whatever it is, their front 4 or 5, whatever they
really
start.
Good.
No, it's outstanding. It's one of the largest group of human beings I've ever seen in my life. And then offensively, their offensive line is very, very, very talented. And I credit Lane Johnson, torn groin. Tremendous respect for that guy. Him and Bosa were going at it.
They were.
And Bosa's not right. And like Lane isn't right. And the two of them were giving their all.
No doubt.
I thought that was a fantastic matchup. But Kelce had his way up the middle.
Oh, he had his way.
To me, he's one of the great centers I've ever seen in my life. And I'm giving him the respect he deserves.
No doubt. Debo was so frustrated yesterday.
I felt for
that
him.
He went out there on kickoff return and said, I just need to get a touch on the ball. I need to get a touch. He went out there on kickoff return.
They're doing reverses and direct snaps and jet sweeps because they literally couldn't throw a forward pass.
In the NFC Championship game, we looked like San Rafael High School running a wing tee. I don't even know if they run the wing tee anymore.
And that's
Coach
why,
Peralta, Reardon High School.
Yeah, they used to.
That's basically what it was.
But that's where all these people losing their mind on Shanahan. What do you expect him to do?
Right.
Okay, yes, I was one of the people saying just put Juszczyk in. If you can't throw, you got to do something. But at the end of the day, I also take a step back. I'm like, come on. What's he supposed to do? He got us this far with a third quarterback.
No doubt.
And we all, who knows if Brock is him or not him or somewhere in between?
We have no idea.
Who freaking knows?
We have no idea.
But the fact that they got this far is an incredible achievement. That being said, they fell short.
They fell short.
They fell short. It sucks.
It's humbling.
We got to wear that L.
31-7. They lose the NFC title game for the second year in a row. You got to wait all offseason. You got to get through training camp. There's no guarantees you get back to this point.
Well, that's why
teams are going to be better.
I felt the sideline, Kittle, Juszczyk, Debo, some of these gladiators, their NFL lifespan is so small, and the margins of victory are so thin. Look, right now, Kansas City, how many Super Bowls have they been to?
This is their third Super Bowl.
Third. Okay, they have the greatest player on the planet. Right. They've only got the one Super Bowl. Now, one more than us. But I'm saying, think of how outstanding they've been for 5 straight years.
Got one Super Bowl.
And everyone's crushing the kid this morning, and they shouldn't.
Right.
But they're crushing the kid on the sideline play, and they got in by the hair of their teeth.
But think about that one Super Bowl. The Niners, if they do win that one Super Bowl.
Everything's changed.
But this is also why you can't blow games early in the season.
I know.
You lose the Denver game. You lose in Chicago.
Atlanta.
Now, I'm going to give them an alibi. 7 defensive starters out in that football game. That's tough.
But
you
looking
lose,
back at the season.
You needed home field advantage.
Yes.
Because what did I tell you in the first quarter? The Niners aren't getting any 50-50 calls today. You're not going to get any 50-50 calls.
And that week 1 bye in the playoffs for Philly, I could see the difference. We looked physically gassed.
They were fresher.
That's the reality. And you know what? Credit to them for getting the number 1 seed and handling business.
They went through 3 I mean, the Seahawks brought it. Remember, that Seahawks game was a game late in the third quarter. And it flipped when Omenihu forced Geno Smith into a fumble. Then the Dallas Cowboy game goes out to the wire.
Yeah.
That was a physical football game. Then you go on a short week like the Cowboys did. Hey, no excuses. Short week, none of that. Flying East Coast, there's no excuses whatsoever. But this is why one of these years you better go get home field advantage.
Right.
It is so much easier, so much less stress. You don't have to get on the flight.
Yeah.
You don't have to get to another team hotel. None of that stuff. Get home field advantage for once. And 2 years in a row, they didn't get home field advantage, and it hurt.
Yeah, and they looked like the team especially in the second half. They looked gassed. They were completely gassed. And again, when you handle business during the regular season, you get the advantage. They had the built-in advantages because they earned it.
Let's go to Bay Rob in the Bay. Bay Rob, what's happening, man? You're on the roast. Bay Rob, you there? Gone. Let's go to Ronnie in Pleasant Hill. Ronnie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Ronnie.
It was a great listening to you guys all season. It was a hell of a run. I mean, the thing that Shanahan did this year, I think you got to give him all the props in the world. Getting down to his third-string quarterback and going off and ripping off 12 wins. I mean, pretty unbelievable. Even yesterday, we were in the game in the first half.
I know.
Game. And one fumble, it switches the whole game plan.
Yep.
I would have been perfectly content down 14-7. But you know what? I tip my hat out to all those players out there. They played their asses off. And
it did. It's a hell of a year, Ronnie. Great call. It was this was a fun, special season. And coming out here to Philadelphia with you, Shasky, was a special experience. It was a lot of fun. I liked the heckling before we got to the parking lot. All right, we walked around Saturday, went to Ishkabibbles, cheesesteak, unbelievable. And people were friendly. Oh, you guys are going down tomorrow. You guys flew all the way out here to lose.
Yeah,
now you had a couple
friendly
SUs
smack
here and there, but friendly smack talk. I expect that.
Which was awesome.
I respected it. There were some really good Eagle fans. And then you had those nerds in the parking lot who knew that if we touched them, we were going to end up on the internet.
Yep.
We couldn't do that.
Canceled.
So it was a wild scene. By the way, the Texans and 49ers defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans could meet as soon as this afternoon as he handles his San Francisco responsibilities. If all goes well, a hire could be finalized Tuesday or Wednesday. He's their top candidate. It appears a homecoming is on its way to happening. That's per Ian Rappaport. If I'm DeMeco, why do you want that job?
I don't know, but B, if they have to go outside of the organization to get a defensive coordinator, that's probably what I would do, as opposed to elevating someone. When they lost Robert Saleh, they brought up DeMeco, and he was kind of like a guy in waiting. I don't know. Unless Chris Kocurek wants to be that guy, I don't know if that guy's internal.
Yeah, I don't know.
And let me just throw another thing at you. Would you be open to a scheme change?
I wouldn't mind a 3-4. But does that mean Bosa has to stand up on the edge?
I'm just asking out loud.
I like a 3-4 defense.
I'm just asking out loud.
Then you got to draft another linebacker. You got to get a linebacker who can come off the edge, like a Bud Dupree did back in the day with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm open as anything.
I'm not married to this. If DeMeco walks, I'm with you.
Listen,
get the best coordinator possible. We'll find the roster.
And let's keep it a buck. You're in your nickel defense like 60-70% of the time anyway.
No doubt. No doubt. You're 100% correct on that. And the other thing, we talk about needs. The Jimmy Ward thing, what he said in the locker room at the end of the game.
Spadoni, let's go to Bay Rob and Spadoni. If you got Jimmy Ward sound, I want to play that on the other side because it did not sit well with your boy. Let's go to Bay Rob first in the Bay Area. Bay Rob, he's back. Bay Rob.
What's up with Bonte and Butcher Boy?
What's up, baby?
I'm hurting.
Man, yeah, we hurting, but you know what? We had a good season and everything, man. I ain't got too many complaints, man. I know things happen and stuff, but my auntie gripe with Shanahan. Shanahan did a great job for what he had. My auntie gripe with him is not throwing that flag, man. Mm-hmm. That flag was big. That changed the whole perception of the game. Like if we get that flag, they gave us their best shot on that first run. They tried to play us on that fourth down. We stop them, get off the field. It's a whole different game, but a lot of stuff we talked about that we was worried about during the season. McGlinchey over there, he got chewed up. I'm with y'all on Kinlaw. Got to get rid of him. We've been stressing about a big receiver that could go down the field.
I know.
That can catch the ball.
I know.
And some things we got to address. I believe we go get back. We go be all right. We good. But the Philadelphia fans, they is trash, bro. I went out there a couple of years ago when we played Philly. Even we thumped them and we won. And we still almost got into a fight. I'm talking about we 20 deep. And we got one dude trying to bring up all this commotion over a game that's at the beginning of the season. They fans is a mess, man. So that's one thing within itself. But we going to be all right, man. But we got to address these problems. I think we going to be back. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's a part of football. But another thing, these referees got to do a whole lot better. I felt like they got a whole lot of calls in their way. And if you look at this whole game, go look at what Philly did. Jalen Hurts only had 120 yards.
I know. It was nothing special.
Well, no, I would say the one thing that Jalen did really well, was buy time.
He did buy time.
I thought that he made a really nice touch pass on one where he was like scrimming. And that this goes back to you don't have a speed guy. And so when things break down, Bosa's not tracking nobody down. Armstead's not tracking nobody down. I thought Charles Ameni, who played a really good game yesterday. But they need one guy coming off that edge with the speed, the closeout speed.
This is where D Ford. This is why they traded for D Ford.
100%.
Exactly why they traded for him. So you need one of those guys.
Miss that guy.
And everybody's looking for that now. Everybody in the league. I thought the Eagles bringing in Hassan Reddick.
It was this genius
and
move.
Baldy brought this up last week, and I never knew this. And you see it up close and personal. When the Eagles go to that 5-man defensive front,
they're humongous.
They eat up so much space, and then all of a sudden they know the weakness is their linebacking core, and you don't even get to their linebackers.
No. They were in the backfield, and McCaffrey would boom, boom, 2 yards. And I'm going, oh, yeah, that's like a nice 5-yard run. No, that's a 1 or 2 yard run because he had to break 3 tackles in the backfield.
Let's go to Akil in Dublin. Akil, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, you guys talked about it. That loss to the Rams and the Chiefs, those losses were devastating, and there was a lot of unanswered questions about whose fault it was. Yesterday's loss, we all know what the problem is, so it's easier to accept. It's been a hell of a season. We all know what the weakness is. It all comes back to the offensive line, especially that right side.
All right. Call us back, man. Your phone connection went out. Let's go to Eric and Hayward real quick.
Up, Eric?
What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Bonte and Butcher Boy, man? I just want to give out a big-ass shout-out. You guys went out there and repped the red and gold. You guys were out there, baby. But what happened to my boy, Butcher Boy, at the end? He was wearing a gray shirt, baby. What's happening with that?
That was a gray 49ers shirt.
Yeah, and B, how much beer did I get? Yeah. I literally changed. We got back to the hotel, and I told B, I got to change all my outfit. And I changed my whole outfit and went up to the room. Everything was just drenched. You have no idea, bro. And I was wearing a Jerry Rice shirt afterwards.
Eric, go ahead, finish up.
You Butcher Boy. Also, I want to say, I just want to see what you guys say. I just want to say, what happened to our bread and butter, the running game? That's it, baby.
There was nowhere to go because they knew the run was coming because you couldn't throw.
Yeah. Well,
you literally couldn't throw.
Yeah, they were going 9 in the box at some point. I mean, literally, they knew the passing game was done.
George Kittle was wide open.
On the flat. Right before, the play before Josh Johnson fumbled, Kittle was wide open in the flat. And he couldn't even, now granted, he was looking left. You just turn around to the right, you dump it off to Kittle. He had somebody in front of him who could turn into a lead blocker. That play's going for at least 40. It's a huge play right out of halftime. You're right back in the game. And we always discuss George Kittle being a tone setter. When he makes a play, it gives that team extra juice. You never got one of those pop plays from George Kittle yesterday.
No.
You couldn't because you had no quarterback. You never got a pop play from Deebo Samuel.
Josh hit him on like a 13-yard out on that one first down.
Drive.
Yes, that was one throw. He had one good throw. I can't believe we're talking about Josh Johnson in the NFC Championship game, B.
Josh Johnson.
B, when I went to training camp, it was like, okay, there's Trey, there's Sudfeld, there's Purdy,
Brock.
there's Jimmy throwing on a small field. Josh Johnson, he was here for like 6 weeks.
Josh Johnson was playing quarterback in his
and I it showed how delusional Niner fans are because I'm one of them, and I'm right there with you. I was screaming at you, B, because I was so desperate. I think you have to go to Kyle Juszczyk
and I was
here.
like, for what?
I said you have to go to Kyle Juszczyk in the NFC Championship game. Bonte, I couldn't believe what I was saying.
No, I was just...
You were looking at me going, Josh Johnson is playing quarterback in the NFC Championship game. And I'm not trying to knock the guy. I'm just saying that's where we were at.
I thought Fred Warner Jr. was going to be out for the game. He was down, kicking his leg. I said, dear God, already? Fred Warner Jr.? Bosa survived that game. He was out, in and out. Spencer Burford was out.
Yeah.
It felt like for half the game.
I know.
Half the game, he was on the sideline.
Everybody was hurt.
Everybody was jumping like flies,
and that's because they're big and physical. Like, I want to give them the appropriate credit. Like, Miles Sanders ran hard at times in this game. Boston Scott had his opportunities. But their offensive line up front and on the edges, they blocked really well on the edges.
All right, 2 things I want to get to before the injury report. We also got Adam, Ryan, and Patrick. We'll get to them in just a second. But I want to get to Jimmy Ward and Trent Williams.
Oh, my God.
First, let's get to Jimmy Ward, who I thought had a very good game. But he's always hinted at, hey, they haven't paid me. I feel like the writing's on the wall. We always talk about Draymond Green saying things.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward has done this all season long. I want you to listen to this clip of what Jimmy Ward said after the game.
Great team player, man. I said that, great team player, because I think that's who I was and that's what I was. That was my role there. And I think I took advantage of that. And I feel like I made plays wherever they put me. And I dealt with injuries all throughout my career, and I bounced back. Resilience, man, at its finest, and proved a lot of doubters wrong. I'm still gonna prove some more doubters wrong. It's just who I am as a person, you know. I was kind of born and, well, raised in adversity through tough times. So going through this, if being in the NFL, getting paid millions of dollars to play football, you know, people all in your DMs telling you suck or you're good, you're awesome, and then come back, oh, you suck, and this and that. If that's tough times, like, that's sweet. That's easy for me. I've been in real hard life situations. So, like I said, I feel like the 49ers are going to have a great team next year and years to come, man. They got some great players in this building and great coaching staff, great GM, great owner, and they know what they're doing. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be in this position next year as well.
Read the room a little. Like, I get it. I know it might be your last opportunity to talk to some of these reporters and all that, but like what you say in the microphone is going to be chopped up and distributed no matter what your intentions were. Like, come on, man, you got to read the room a little. And
then saying they're going to have a good team next season. I believe they have the good structure. They have a good GM, a good coach. They started using they.
Well, and let's take a step back.
Come on, Jimmy.
He don't look it. I from his perspective, he might feel like the Niners owe him something or whatever. I look at it the other way. I'm like, Jimmy, you were a combo safety corner coming out of a small school. The Niners took you. You weren't very good at either position for a long time, and we could blame coaching and scheme and the roster and all those things. And then when this particular front office got in charge, you started to showcase yourself.
Right.
And they paid you. They paid you really well.
Right.
And you know what? They found you a position at free safety, and you balled there. Then they needed you to play slot corner, and you balled there too. In fact, you had your most successful season this year at that in terms of interceptions.
Really well at nickel corner.
Really well, and you're going to get paid at some point. Like, I get it. You're frustrated and angry. Read the room a little in the locker room after you've lost in the NFC Championship game the way you did.
I get you want to keep it real.
I get that too.
But then in that locker room, right after that beatdown in Philadelphia, you lose 31-7. You're talking about they're going to have a good team next year.
And I played well.
And I played well.
Well, I played well.
Oh, that wasn't a catch. Oh, so I did play well. And they called the pass. Oh, yeah, I played well.
Hey, Bonte, when our ratings weren't good. I know our ratings weren't good back in the day, but I did well.
Right.
You'd slap me.
I gave great takes. My takes were good.
It's a bad look for him. And I like Jimmy because I thought Jimmy played his heart out, and I thought he was a good player for this team. And I'd love to have him back. I'm going to make that very clear. I'd love to have him back.
I'd love to have him back, too.
But, man, that's a tough look for him.
It is a tough look. Trent Williams. Trent Williams, man. And we were out the stadium by that point. We had to leave early. And let me tell you something. One of the ladies who works at the gate, we're walking out of the stadium, and the panic on her face saying, guys, get out of here now. You're going to walk straight and make a left. Be safe. Get your Uber. Hurry up and get out of here. It's like, what? I thought the White Walkers were coming?
They were the White Walkers.
I mean,
they were.
I mean, come on, man.
The literal White Walkers.
We'll get to the Uber driver in just a second because we have a great story about that.
That was maybe the most.
So wow. Trent Williams, dipping that Eagle player, look, it's not the best look in the world. But damn it, I rock with Trent Williams.
You never heard the Chris Rock? I don't condone it. But I understand.
I understand it. And he went out there and dipped him, and he was looking for that smoke.
Oh, yeah, he wanted it.
Trent's frustrated.
They're all frustrated.
You know what? And the Eagles are showboating. They were talking a lot. Their players, their fans. That's a cocky bunch. I'm pulling so hard for Mahomes to throw for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Please. Andy Reid, you're our only hope.
Please, Andy, get your revenge against the city of Philadelphia. Please, Andy, please. All right, let's get to the calls again, and then we got an Uber story for the ages. This is how sick it was out here.
Oh, my God.
Let's go to Adam in Philadelphia, right here to 215. Adam, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What up, Philly?
Yo, buddies. How are you? Listen, first off, great game yesterday. Now, are you guys in Philly?
Yeah.
You're saying you're
we're at WIP right
94
now.
WIP.
And I'm wearing my Niner sweatshirt.
2400 Market Street.
There you go. So really quick, Hammer, Richie, Seltzer. We did it, baby. Now, okay, first off, you got to stop disrespecting us. Us fans, we ain't that bad.
No, your fans suck. Your fans suck, Adam. Your fans suck. They stink. They suck. I had 65-year-old old man telling me, F you, you're a little, calling me the F word. Go back to Castro. Da-da-da-da-da. Like 65-year-old old man. Like,
throwing
I
hot
would
dogs
kick
at us.
your ass,
Spitting
you
on
old
me.
man. I mean, come on, man. Like, dude, it's like, have some class.
If that happened at Levi's, you know what the general tone would be around the country.
Like, get out of here. Adam, you're a clown. Let's go to another Philly guy. He's a Niner fan, though.
Okay.
Patrick.
What's up, Patrick?
What's happening? You're on the roast. Patrick, going once, going twice.
He gone.
All right, let's get to the Uber story. Because the lady at Lincoln Financial
Most
Field.
gangster Uber driver of all time.
We're out there. Ryan, Hef, Worldwide Hef. Tyler, who we met from D.C., he's a roaster.
Yes.
He's living in D.C. right now.
And
We're
his
all
white
walking out together.
Fred Warner jersey.
Niner fans walking out together, right?
We had to get out of there.
This lady goes, guys, hurry up. I'm going to tell you where to go right now.
I felt
go
like
straight and left. The White Walkers are coming. You need to just get to the bunker immediately. Like the panic in her face. So the Uber driver waits for us, and she was a real one. A real one. We gave her maximum tip.
Oh, yeah.
Shasky, we get into the Jeep. One's in the trunk. And then she got us as close to the hotel as possible. And when we got a block away from the hotel, Shasky, take it away. Because what happened then was just insane.
Okay, so we're going down these tiny little one-way streets, and we're all packed into this car. Your boy Ryan is in the back of the trunk of the car, and the car stops. We can't go anywhere because they got it barricaded. And she's like, you know what? The hotel's 2 blocks that way. You guys just get out and go. We got out. We took how many steps?
5 steps. And this girl runs to Ryan, throws him the
Chest
double
bumps
bird
him.
in his face. F you. F you. That's all they say out here.
Yeah.
F you.
Double middle fingers in the face.
Double middle fingers. F you. You're an MFer. You're a vagina. All this stuff, right? And so Ryan's like, yo, you better get up off me.
So the girl comes out with her purse and goes, I keep the heater on me, and goes, get back in the car, you guys.
Get back in the car.
I'm going to get you home safe.
The Uber driver gets us back in the car. So we get back in the car. We lock the doors.
She also hates Philly fans, by the way.
Yeah, she does. And then she gets out of the car. She goes, I'm going to talk to the police. We're going to get you at the Doubletree Hotel.
Yes.
So then we drive through the street with a police escort.
Like the zombies are all around us, surrounding us. We were sitting ducks. They're banging on the windows. The cops got to clear us through. We had 40 steps to go.
40 steps to go.
And it was as bad as I've ever seen. They were throwing, yelling, cussing, swearing. Thank God we got into the hotel safely.
Oh, man. Now, I did throw some shots at some people before we got into the hotel. You know, I had to talk my talk. But, like, if you're going to talk trash, be a little creative. Talking trash is not saying F you, you're an MFer. It's not even, they weren't even saying the Niners suck. They were just saying, F you, get out of here. You suck. You're a this, you're a that. Like, that's not trash talk.
Yeah.
Those are fighting words.
It's just,
and none of those dudes can fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm Joe Frazier or something.
We were going to a football game to support our team, and they're throwing things at us. I felt like it was medieval times, the way we were walking in and walking out of that.
It was
thing.
embarrassing.
It really was.
They're shameful. They're a shameful bunch of
and
humans.
honestly, shame on the broadcasters that work here who call themselves classy, who have families, because they lean into it and they're like, oh yeah, that's just passion. That's just passion.
That's not passion.
Yet if a bunch of white, Asian, black, and Latin fans for Niner fans did that to anyone, they would be on the cover of CNN tomorrow.
No doubt.
And we'd be saying, look at these thugs and these gangsters.
No doubt. I mean,
I was proud of Niner fans.
A guy asked me, and I didn't even know this. He goes, what part of Camden are you from?
I didn't even know what that meant.
I didn't even know what it meant.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it meant, but apparently it's like where all the black people live, and it's a hood or whatnot. I don't know.
Monte, that was like 75th on the things that I heard. And I got to say, I love you. They were coming at you so hard, and I felt like I tried to hold you back on numerous occasions, and I'm proud of you that you didn't react, because it would have canceled the both of us. We would have been fired on the spot.
No doubt. And some of these clowns here at 94 WIP, we walk in, that's just how it is here. You guys asked for it. I was like, man, screw you. We checked every single person except for Hugh Douglas and Seth Joyner. They're 2 big-time linebackers. They're buff.
But Hugh Douglas,
even Hugh said, they're insane. You got to just ignore it. Because they just want to say that they enticed you to do something. Like Joey Bosa was like, who are you doing? Snapchat your butt buddies? Like, they're coming at Joey Bosa. Joey Bosa
with the camera
kick your ass.
With the camera out. Because they're looking for the reaction.
They're looking for the reaction.
Say, I got you.
And put you on Barstool and go viral.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you this right now. For the rest of my life,
I will hate Philadelphia.
It's
for the rest
fans.
of my life.
The city's dope. The city is
nice.
I've met some great people. There were a lot of great people, but there are so many bad eggs that ruin it for the entire bunch.
Yep. No, the you know.
And I also get it now.
Right.
I know why Steiny's the way Steiny is now. I get it.
But there are a lot of softies. They're fake tough guys. I'm not calling Steiny a fake tough guy. There's a lot of fake tough guys. Joe Fordball had the bravado. All of a sudden, he's tough. All of a sudden, he's from the Philadelphia Eagles. He never wore Eagles gear. In the time I worked with him in 95-7 the game, I've never seen him in Eagles gear.
So we're sitting in 116. We get down to our seats, row 4, and this guy comes up, like, I don't know, like 10 minutes before the game. He goes, hey, are you two guys, sports radio guys from San Francisco? And Bonte goes, yes, we are. And we're talking, and there are all some cool fans around us, some really cool fans. He goes, I listened to that thing on the crossover that you guys do with them. That was absolutely hilarious.
He goes, I can't believe you told the city of Philadelphia where you're sitting. I was like, why? Why not?
It was
I'm
great.
right here.
Exactly.
I'm not going anywhere.
And we sat there the whole time.
With our gear on.
And we took it.
We took it. We laughed. We took it. But Philly fans are a joke. They're a joke. All these clowns around here at 94 WIP. And trust me, Shasky and I have told everybody in this building how big of a clown they are.
It's low life.
They're low life.
It's very low life.
They're a joke.
And the worst part about it was we met some great people. Some really great people. The young man who was getting into journalism, the young man behind us who was getting into journalism, who's about to finish up his... I mean, him and his father were great people. Great diehard fans. But there's some bad ones.
And there's some people saying that fade and ball is in your heads. No, it's not. We just clapped back. We didn't. He looked for a reaction all weekend. He tweeted at Shasky, folks.
Nonstop.
He tweeted at Shasky, and this is how it started. And we didn't say anything, but he tweeted like Shasky tweeted about the city being nice, like
I loved
the architecture,
Loved it.
the food, everything. And he claps in and said, "Oh, look at Shasky being all nice before he gets beat up tomorrow."
Who says that?
That's what you're coming with. First of all, Shasky's not getting beat up tomorrow. We're not going to let that happen. Not the way we marched yesterday.
No.
But who are you to say that somebody's going to get beat up
at a football game?
That's your bully tactics to scare it. Like, oh, you're going to get beat up. Ha ha ha. You're proud of that? These guys are a joke out here at the 205, and I've told everybody in their face here at WIP that they are a joke. Clowns. Let's get back to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Scott in Hillsborough. Scott, what's happening? You're on the road.
What up, Scotty?
Morning, guys.
Morning.
It's about 8 o'clock here in the West Coast, as you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's surprising that you're not talking much about the way that the defense really lost their class. I mean, it started with Hufanga pushing Hurd out of bounds. That was cold-blooded. And then Greenlaw punching the ball like that. That's like Bush League. And they panned over to the coach.
I agree.
The coach says he's trying to get the ball out. Like he lost control of his defense there. And then it ended with Trent Williams, throwing that guy down. It's just like, come on, man, let's keep it together at least. If you're
I'm with you on that.
But keep your class.
I'm with you on that, and I know that they're frustrated, but, man, you got to – when you're losing, how you act as a loser is very important. You know what I mean? Like, you got to show better sportsmanship in class. Now, I know it's the pros. This ain't CYO. I'm not trying to pretend. But I had a huff time. B, what did I say when Hufanga pushed him late? I said, I'd probably throw him out of this game.
Yeah.
I literally said that. I probably would because you could get that guy hurt along the sideline with all the cameras and everything like that. Like, I thought that was a bad look from the Niners. The Dre Greenlaw thing, I know he's trying to punch the ball, but that's not punching the ball. That's not football play.
Right.
That's not a football play. You're doing like Ken Norton Sr. roundhouses into the Tide Boat body. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
I don't know what was said.
Doing?
I would love to hear from Trent
I didn't
Williams.
like that.
I don't know what dude said.
I'm with
I don't
him.
know what was thrown. I don't know what was grabbed. But obviously, he ticked the hell out of Trent Williams off. He ticked them off. And he got DDT'd. Flags are everywhere. Benches cleared. Trent Williams ejected from the football game. Just a rough day to be a 49er fan. And a rough day to be the 49ers as they lose their second consecutive NFC title game. And we got all offseason to talk about the offseason. Today's not the day. Today's all about reacting to the game. What went wrong? What could they have done better? And there's a lot of things that could have done better. One, keep your quarterback healthy. All right, block Hassan Reddick. All right, let's try that one. Maybe not get your quarterback hurt. All right, it's just
how did we start off? Trey got hurt in week 2. He's still in a walking boot.
Still in a walking boot.
Jimmy got hurt in what, week 13?
Yeah, the Miami game.
Okay,
Miami.
Jimmy got hurt week 13. He's over here.
Or whatever
I don't
week
know.
that was. Week 12,
all
week 13.
these screenshots of him smiling on the sideline. I'm not mad at these guys. Like, you can take anything out of context. Whatever. People want to be outraged. I'm not outraged at Jimmy Garoppolo, but he's still hurt. He's on the sidelines. Brock Purdy goes in, 6 plays in, he gets hurt. 5th play of the third quarter, Josh Johnson goes down. How? And then people are mad at Shanahan. How did you even get this far is the question I have.
How?
Without Shanahan, you don't even get close to this. Name a team in the history of the NFL who's winning multiple games with their third-string quarterback.
We just saw the Philadelphia Eagles play with Gardner Minshew. Jalen Hurts got hurt for 2 weeks, and the Eagles could do nothing.
I know.
Nothing. They got beat up by the Saints at home with Gardner Minshew. And look, that was their second-string quarterback who's got NFL experience.
I know. It's just, and now everyone's coming back. You should address 3. I mean, I guess you should address 3. I don't even know.
I don't.
Like B. I don't even know.
Who's out there? I don't even know who's out there.
I don't even know who's out. Yeah, who would it be? I have no idea.
No idea. No clue. All right, let's go to Ryan in the city. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys?
What's up,
Ryan?
Ryan?
What's up, guys? I just wanted to say I'm kind of mad at our fans that are saying fire Shanahan and all that. Because,
I am too.
Come on, dude. We got a 5th, 6th string quarterback. I mean, I get it. I get CMC throws, juice throws, but what if they get injured? Who are we going to blame? So
yeah, that's idiotic. That's idiotic. That's just dumb.
I'm actually kind of happy about our fans too, about how they treated Cowboy fans a couple weeks ago. And man, these Philly fans, man, you guys, I'm just gonna say it to you guys, Philly fans suck. I was like, you guys beat a 5th string, 6th string quarterback. What are you so proud of? So that's why I'm rooting for Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
I can't believe we're here.
I wanted to just get off my chest.
Yeah,
I can't believe we went full circle from hating the Chiefs to now we're rooting for them.
You know, I told myself yesterday I wasn't going to watch the Super Bowl. I was going to take baby Chaz to the zoo and go do something else. I'm lying to myself. I'm watching the Super Bowl.
I know we are. I said the same thing to you. I'm going to go golfing.
Yeah, right. We're watching the Super Bowl, and we're going to be bitter about it. And I'm praying that the Chiefs' offensive line can contain the Eagles' front and just slice them up. I need to go sign Odell Beckham Jr. for 1 game, please. Go. Is he healthy?
I don't know.
Sign him.
Is Pacheco healthy after watching the end of that game?
Is Juju healthy?
I don't know who's healthy after that game.
Tony healthy? I mean, please.
And Chris Jones,
the Eagles.
Please, dear God, have a game.
Have the game of your life.
Oh, my God. I can't believe we're here.
All right, we're going to get to the rest of the calls, man. 888-957-9570. We appreciate everybody on YouTube watching. We appreciate the Xfinity mobile text line. We appreciate Twitch. I see your calls out there. Just hang tight, Verducci.
We're setting
Patrick,
numbers on YouTube.
Sam, Red, everybody out there, hang tight. We'll get to everybody on the other side, but now it's time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report. All right, the Niners season came to an end yesterday at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, in part due to their starting quarterback suffering an elbow injury. Brock Purdy sustained an injury to his UCL ulnar collateral ligament in the first quarter yesterday. Purdy's expected to get an MRI on his elbow today. The 49ers are hoping that the damage is not too serious. If the ligament is not ruptured, Purdy should be able to get back to throwing the football in 6 to 8 weeks. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Thank you to Boxer and Gerson for this trip of a lifetime. Shasky and I had so much damn fun. We met so many cool Niner fans. The Niner tailgate yesterday, the march to the stadium was, I will never, ever forget it.
And then I hope Josh Johnson's well as well.
Yeah.
Like, I know we've kind of forgotten about his. He got knocked out.
He got knocked out with a concussion. Yeah,
as you're doing the injury report, like B, I said it to you right away. I go, he's done. I knew it right away. He folded.
Yeah.
He got up. He couldn't even. I said, get this guy out of the game for his own safety.
He was done. He was done. Poor Josh Johnson. The Red Gold reaction.
Done.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Again, Ray, Verducci, Patrick, Sam, hang tight. We'll get you on the other side here on the Morning Roast.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Are you ready to boost your game at work, explode with energy at the gym, and really hit one out of the park in the bedroom? Balanced Medical Solutions has your back with the best solutions for ED, PE, weight gain, and chronic fatigue. Join thousands of Bay Area men who have said goodbye to low testosterone, low energy, and low libido who now feel like world champs. Mention this station until the end of the month to get a medical evaluation with labs, including hormone tests, for only $69. Call today and get a win. 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
When your home renovation waste becomes a disgrace, use Yellow Sack. With Yellow Sack Dumpster Bag, it's hassle-free next-day pickup, making haste of your waste stress-free and removing it fast. Call 1-833-YELLOW. That's 1-833-YELLOW. Or visit yellowsack.com. Take control of your projects today.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Marcus, what happened?
I was changing my oil and I spilled some on the floor.
Oh, well, use these $50 bills to wipe it up.
Perfect. Got any more?
Yeah, take a couple hundred.
Stop. Instead of using money, use an old rag. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
One more knee will do it. The Philadelphia Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Final call, Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. Niners lose an NFC Championship 31-7. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We got to live through it. We got a long offseason ahead of us. We have no idea who's going to play quarterback in week 1.
We got a long flight home.
We got a long flight home. I'm not looking forward to that.
I'm fatigued over Philly.
Oh, my gosh. We can't wait to get out of here. By the way, we will stop by Ready Terminal. Why not? Get some food.
Yeah.
Fly straight to the airport. Get straight to the airport and get the hell out of here.
I think the best thing that we had, the Philly cheesesteaks were off the hook.
Right.
That lobster
roll was
I kind of want to go back there.
Unbelievable. And we're like, so how should we eat it? She goes, well, the warm one is okay, but get it cold. And the chowder, how chunky it was. There was a hole-in-the-wall spot. Luke's Lobster Roll.
Yeah.
Luke's Lobster Rittenhouse, something like that.
It was killer.
About 5 minutes away from our hotel. It was amazing.
It was amazing. The only thing amazing left in the trip.
Ishka Bibbles is good.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, by the way, we walked into Ishka Bibbles on South Street in Philadelphia. Shasky and I walked in there. As we were walking up, they had the radio station blaring, WIP, 94 WIP, sports radio.
Which was awesome.
We walk into that cheesesteak spot, and it got quiet.
It was like we walked into church, wearing basketball uniforms. Right. It was crazy. We had our Niner gear on. Everybody was looking at us. Imagine going into a taqueria on the late night, and every single person stops what they're doing.
Unbelievable. It was wild.
Incredible.
And everybody's talking. Then they had somebody out in the car. F San Francisco, F you guys. Like, they were getting, especially on Sunday, the kids were out the car. They were yelling. Like, it's cool.
Yeah,
I like that.
That part was fun.
But we walk out the hotel room, you get these, these little college kids who probably go to UPenn or Villanova, little spoiled brats. You suck it. Yeah. So I walked up to one of them, because one of them was like, yo,
F you. You stopped. You didn't even go up to him. You stopped, and he flew back.
And he goes, it's just a game, man. It's just a game. I was like, I know it's just a game. And Shasky's like, come on, man, come on.
I was like, you got to just keep walking.
Stop, dude.
You got to just keep walking.
Like, come on, man.
That's all you're going to say.
You're not creative. Be creative with your trash talk.
I know.
Anyway.
You know what stinks about the whole thing, man? Another offseason of quarterback talk. Everything's on the table. I hate to be this guy. I just know where this fan base is going. And the other thing is this, like, people saying that Brock Purdy should have went back into the game. Maybe they should have tried to throw. He literally couldn't physically throw. I knew it. I could see him on the sideline. I said to B, I'm watching him try to warm him. Like, the guy cannot throw the ball. No, he can't throw the ball. What are we doing here? Like, I just throw my hands up. Like, you're at Josh Johnson in an NFC championship game, and people are outraged over Shanahan. And yes, I do think he should have challenged that play. That did not make or break their season.
No, it didn't.
The injuries at quarterback ended them. That ended them.
You brought up quarterbacks, and I already have a headache. thinking about it.
Oh, Aaron Rodgers' name, Lamar Jackson's name, Tom Brady's name. There's going to be the Jimmy fanatics. There's going to be the Brock fanatics. There's going to be the Trey Lance hive. Every single quarterback will be mentioned and linked to the 49ers. You just wait and see. You think I'm tripping?
I know you're not tripping. I already have a headache.
Of
thinking
course.
about trading Cap.
The kid Brock Purdy. I started to get excited, and I'm getting warmed up, and now it's like, oh, he might have a UCL pitcher injury. I said to you last night, I go, if it's the elbow and he can't feel the wrist,
he might be done.
That's a baseball injury. I knew right away, didn't I? I said, this is not good. And then the Schefter news came out, and I said, oh my God. Oh my God.
UCL. You called it.
I said this is a pitcher injury.
You called it.
Because when you can't feel your hand in your wrist, that's really bad.
And you're like, yo, Purdy's in a blue tent. I'm like, why?
Yes.
And we saw Josh Johnson warming up with number 17.
When I saw Juszczyk grab the quarterback tablet, I said, oh my God, we have reached an inflection point.
Josh Johnson started warming up. And I looked at you, I said, we must have pissed off the football guy somewhere along our life, somewhere along this trip. The football guy said, nope, you got to watch Josh Johnson lead you to a Super Bowl in an NFC title game in Philadelphia.
It's got a Cleveland Indian feel to it since the Steve Young era, doesn't it? In terms of knocking on the door, like with the way the baseball team was knocking on the door, knocking on the door, and they couldn't get it done. Like it's. Dude, this hurts for Niner fans, man, because we had a great team this year. It was a magical run, and maybe I was delusional enough to think that Brock could go into Philadelphia and at least give them a hellacious game. I'm not saying we would have won the game, because I think that's a tall task. We were the underdogs for a reason.
They didn't get a good whistle yesterday, no doubt.
We didn't even give them 3.5 quarters of our best fight.
I know.
And that's the part that kills me.
No, shout out to everybody on the Xfinity Mobile text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Look, there were some really good Eagle fans out there. There was around our section. Really good Eagle fans.
I respect them.
I respect a lot of them.
Yeah,
I do. Then there were some classless ones, and look, all these little kids. We're not going to touch them. We're not going to fight. That wasn't going to happen.
I don't pay the money I pay to go to a game to fight.
They were like the 65-year-old before we left. I go to the urinal, and this guy was in his 60s.
And you're peeing and you're vulnerable with your pants.
And he literally put his 2 fingers in my face. F you. You're a punk. MFU. Go back to Castro, you little. I can't do anything. First of all, I'm peeing. And then second, I'm like, what the hell?
The anti-gay slurs that were thrown our way. Honestly, it's like, man, I know people, and I know you've got so many racist remarks. I was holding you back on all, but I'm like, wow, we're here.
It's unbelievable.
Wow, we're here, huh?
Yeah, we're here. We're there.
And the throwing of stuff, hot dogs, ketchup, spit on, beers.
It was wild.
I got to wash all my stuff again.
415 Xfinity Mobile text line.
My whole bag smells like beer.
I love you too. Been one hell of a memorable season.
It was.
Bang, bang, Niner game. We had a lot of fun at the Niner tailgate yesterday.
It was a memorable. That's the thing that's going to get lost in the sauce. All the anger, I get it.
The tailgate was so fun.
It was a hell of a fun season.
510. Shout out to you two for being in the trenches yesterday. Winning the bowl next year in Raiders' home stadium will be sweet. Allegiant Stadium, that would be sweet. The 49er tailgate, that was on South Lawrence Street. We go in there, and it's fun, right? There's a lot of roasters in there. Coach Buck was in the building.
He had the play sheet. He should have went in for Josh Johnson. He could have read the play sheet quicker.
He had the play sheet. Another dude, I think his name was Carl. Yeah. He had the headset on. It was wild in there.
Leroy Glover.
Yeah.
Danny Glover's nephew.
So then we walk out. We're like, yo, we're not waiting until 2 o'clock to walk out and march. So we start marching out. Then we saw a dude with a flag. He goes, y'all going right now?
We're going.
He leads the way with the Niner flag.
Thousands of us.
Got 2 guys on the side with bicycles on the side of us.
Where did the bicycles come from?
I don't know. But I looked back, and the entire tailgate started walking.
And
it was like, it gave me chills.
It was.
I was so proud of Niner fans yesterday. Too. And then we entered the parking lot. And for some reason, I start going psycho. I start jumping up and down.
For those that haven't seen Game of Thrones, the walk of shame, I swear to God, it was the exact same thing.
That was the same
Am I wrong?
Because we go into the parking lot. Now, you see the video on Twitter. So on our 9570 game page, pinned on Twitter. We're walking in, and then everybody's talking. They're talking their trash. Go home, you losers, blah, blah, blah. Then we make a right. And the walkway becomes thinner. It was so narrow. And I'm like, wait. And then we make another right. And then you got to go into this gate. It was like,
only 2 people could fit through the gate. It was such a bottleneck. I was like, this is dangerous, man.
And then we walk through there, and there's another barbed wire fence, and Eagle fans are running up to talk trash.
Cops are doing nothing.
Nothing. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't even think we went through metal detectors.
No,
I had to
they don't
Fiji
even
water.
pat you down.
Like, if this was Levi Stadium and I had this water, hey, could you please dump that out, sir?
Yes, 100%.
You can't take that in with you. It was in my pocket the whole time I walked to the stadium with
They didn't know. They had no metal detectors, no nothing.
It was wild.
Nothing.
Wild. Shame. Oh, next time we go out here, we have to be about 50,000 deep.
I'll tell you. I need those Orange Park boys from South City. Mike Dackaday, I know you're out there listening. We're mobbing deep. Well, I need you next time.
Well, it was, but you know what?
I need the goons
Actually,
squad.
We may not need the goons. Because if you mess with the wrong people and the brawl breaks out, it's not pretty,
We're
man.
all done.
We're all done. I'm so proud of Worldwide Hef. A guy, he was throwing his beer around, right? And he taps Hef's brim on his hat. Slaps it.
Oh, the touching of us was unreal. I was like, come on, stop touching us.
A guy behind us, he started screaming my eardrum. I said, hey. I turned around and said, hey, you want to scream? Don't scream on my eardrum. He said, okay, I got it, pal.
Bro, they were testing Joey Bosa with the phone out. They want you to do something with the phone out.
It was wild. I'm proud
Joey
of Worldwide
Bosa!
Hef. Joey Bosa was ready to snap on him.
By the way, Joey Bosa wearing Niner gear. Bring that man home.
Dude, what he said, the kid said, he goes, you got to pay all those fines. He goes, well, I can afford it. I'm rich. You broke. That was so great.
I love Joey Bosa.
I watched that clip 1,500 times.
Me too. I kept laughing.
Dude, he goes, what are you doing, Snapchatting your butt buddies? Oh, my gosh.
They were trying Joey Bosa.
Oh, man. Unbelievable. Let's go to Verducci. Verducci, El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? First off, I'm glad that you two are alive. Thank you for doing that. I love seeing all the tweets and all the videos that you took. Showing us the beauty of Philadelphia. But as soon as the game started happening, I was starting to see the tweets of what was happening in the tailgate area and just seeing the classless Philadelphia fans. It's so disappointing, man. And I'm so proud of the Niner faithful because I've been going to games since I've been a little guy, and I've never seen anything like that. Even when the Cowboys used to come into town, it was still keeping it classy, which I always respected about Niners fans. But to the game, it was tough, man. First off, I got to give Shanahan props. We were on our final quarterback.
Exactly.
And the way that he was able to get here to this point, and B, and Shasky, I ride sometimes Shanahan with sometimes his play calling. But you know what? What else were you supposed to do? It wasn't his fault that he had Josh Johnson. That is a management thing. They should have either got after Mayfield.
Ducci, it was so late.
Kaepernick at this point.
Yeah, but Mayfield was put on waivers.
Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, and the Rams claimed him.
Yeah, Mayfield was put on waivers, and the Rams have a lower seed, so they would have got him. Like, I hear you. Like, we were. I even asked B. I don't even know who the hell would have been out there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Once you're that low on the depth, like I know people are losing their mind. Maybe I'm a third string quarterback.
Right.
Like who? I'm legit.
Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the call, Verducci.
Josh Johnson.
I kept saying this, Shasky, over and over.
Bad for him.
I was just like, Josh Johnson. And you know what?
He
was
got
trying
hit
to sling
so
it.
hard.
He got hit. He got hit a couple times.
He was
hard.
trying to throw it.
Well, Hassan Reddick sacked him, which I don't know why Shanahan. Josh Johnson comes into the game, and Shanahan is running into backfield in shotguns with Josh Johnson.
And he was shaking.
And I'm just thinking,
that place was rocking.
Just run the ball.
But you know what? He's trying.
You know what? He's trying.
I know everybody's mad about play calling.
I'm not knocking Josh Johnson. I'm not knocking Shanahan. But he got sacked by Hassan Reddick, and he fumbled that ball.
Oh, no. Hassan Reddick clearly took the ball from him before he hit the ground. He didn't even get to his back foot on the play action, and he was in the dirt.
Cam Newton would have been nice yesterday, huh?
Hey, you know what's crazy? What's crazy is from here on out, this is the man. Like, if there's one thing, and it's a minor criticism,
right?
From here on out, any 50-50 play where you see a receiver, a tight end, or a running back from the opposing team say, "Let's hurry it up,"
throw the
flag.
Throw the flag.
I don't even care if you burn it. From here on out, as a Niner fan, just throw the flag.
888-957-9570 is the Xfinity mobile text line, and that is the hotline. What's the most frustrating part about yesterday? If you could take one thing, what was the most frustrating aspect of that football game?
Brock getting hurt.
Was Brock getting hurt?
On the sixth play.
Was it the defense?
Of the offense.
Becoming unhinged yesterday in the second half?
I mean, what do you expect? I mean, I'm not trying to condone negative. Like, there are a lot of unsportsmanlike, unclassy actions, and I'm not trying to condone. I get the frustration, though.
Dude,
I get it. The team's rubbing it in your face. You're in a hostile environment. You're down to your fourth quarterback, fifth at that point because he got hurt. Brock comes back, you can't even throw a forward pass.
I can't believe Javon Kinlaw played that poorly. The clips of him just getting...
and Bosa's out there with basically a torn groin.
Fred Warner's got a pinched nerve in his neck.
It was so bad on special teams. I said to you after it happened, I go, I think Bosa got wiped out on that play. He was standing on the sidelines.
You sure did.
I saw it from a mile away.
Sure did.
I couldn't believe it. And then he comes back in the game, and he's like grabbing his thigh. Goes, something happened. And then come to find out, he got like depleted into the thigh. On the sidelines.
Hey, Spadoni, man, play that clip of Bosa getting hurt when standing on the sideline.
I couldn't believe
pull that up. Let me know when you have it. Bosa spoke about it. All right, let's go ahead and play that, Spadoni.
That was kind of a sign of a rough day when you get hurt on the sideline. I got a cleat an inch or two into my leg, so that hurt. I was fighting through, though. I don't think it affected me too much. You're going through a lot at this time of the year, so you just have to keep on going.
Play it again.
One more time.
Play it again.
One more time.
It was kind of a sign of a rough day when you get hurt on the sideline.
I mean, my God.
He
was standing there next to Shanahan, and the gunner is coming down the sideline, and he's getting thrown. He's grabbing face masks, and a cleat goes into his thigh. I said to him, I think he broke his leg. He got wiped out.
That's not funny, but it's funny.
I don't even know what to say. That's how bad the day was.
I love Dacre.
Heads are falling off.
Dacre, I love Dacre, right? We all love Dacre here. And sometimes I just think he's absolutely out of his mind. But he's been saying for 3 years, you got to get the Bosa Bros together.
He's right.
I'm telling you, get the Bosa Bros together. And then you watched the video yesterday, and you tweeted out, I want the Bosa Bros together. You know what? I'm here for it.
Heads are falling. 100%.
So he was wearing a Niner gear like he was a Niner.
Trade everything
You
for
know
him.
he don't want to be in L.A.
No,
with the
come
Chargers.
to us. He's wearing all Niner gear.
Dude, he told him, I can afford it. I'm rich, and you're broke.
It's the only fun thing to happen out of that game was Joey Bosa going into the stadium.
Can you play? It kind of was a sign of things to come, Nick Bosa. Oh, my God. He's so funny. Spadoni, you got the clip again. Play the Bosa clip one more time before we go back out to the lines, man. One more time.
I'm hurting.
It was kind of a sign of a rough day when you get hurt on the sideline.
Save that for the board for the rest of our life.
Oh, my God.
Do you have the George Kittle sound where George Kittle's asked a question about the fourth quarterback, and he's like looking at whoever. I don't even know who asked the question.
I don't even.
But like he looked at him like, "Are you kidding me?"
BJ39 is the
Play
cut.
that one.
How's that feel to lose in the NFC Championship game because I don't have a quarterback? Pretty shitty, to be honest. Yeah, that's about it.
That is exactly how I feel.
Yeah,
that's exactly that is exactly how I feel, Kittle. I love Kittle.
Dude, Joshua fumbled the snap. Shasky, it was the only time I sat down in the game, and I just looked at the ground.
I know.
And Shasky's trying to hype me up at halftime.
I was trying.
It's not over. I'm like, dude, in my head, I'm like, Josh is really going to lead us back from a 2. And it's not his fault. It really isn't.
And they got stops.
That's
the crazy thing. They got stops.
Over. Philly did nothing special. They had 269 total yards. Jalen Hurts, 15 to 25, 121 yards, had no zip on the ball. Right? No zip on the ball. They did nothing special offensively. The whole thing that their offense is going to be reminiscent of the Bill Walsh West Coast offense couldn't be farther from the truth.
Well, they didn't have to do anything special yesterday.
They didn't.
I mean, the reality is they didn't have to. They didn't need to. Now, I will say this. Sirianni running Jalen Hurts late in that game, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Gibson came in looking for all the smoke, popped him right in the forearm in the shoulder. I said, woo, and then he ran it again.
Dude, Sirianni needs to be humbled bad. I hope Andy Reid cooks his ass in the Super Bowl. Let's go to Matt in Walnut Creek.
What's
Walnut Creek, what's happening?
I'm hurting.
Hey, what's up, guys? I was sitting next to you guys at the game.
Oh, yeah, Matt, right, row 3. Yeah, right below us.
Yeah.
Did you get home?
Did you get home safely?
Yeah. Nah, I'm sitting outside the hotel right now, about to go to the airport, but I didn't get a chance to tell you guys after the game because I was so distraught, but walking through that Lions Den with you guys was something unreal that I'll never forget, and it was a great season, and I'm glad I did it.
Hey, man, that was the most insane walk-in of all time. Would you agree?
Yeah, hell yeah. Nothing I've ever experienced. I'd do it all over again.
I would too.
I would too.
I loved it. I'm so proud of Niner fans for the way they repped yesterday.
Yeah.
They wore their gear. We weren't taking off our gear. We weren't going to wear jackets over our jersey. The hell?
I know.
Who do you think we're punks? Like, they basically did think we're punks. That's what they called us all week long. Unbelievable. Let's go to Coach at SF.
I can't believe we lost that way.
Coach, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, morning, fellas. Just wanted to touch on something real quick.
Yeah.
As a Niners fan, I didn't come away completely discouraged after yesterday's loss. It was heartbreaking, don't get me wrong. But as you guys mentioned, they didn't need to do anything special. The blown call on Devontae Smith's drop on 4th down led to 7. Purdy getting hurt. Eagles made a play. Hassan Reddick made a play. Kudos to them. But that did give them a short field that they got 7 on. The Josh Johnson drop snap, that was another 7. And the 4th down roughing the punter call.
Oh, dude, that one killed me.
We literally gave them 28.
I know.
We literally assisted them in that win.
Right.
So as a Niners fan, I'm not discouraged. I don't feel like the Eagles got the hand over us, and I'd love to see them again.
I would
love to see them. They're public enemy number 1 from here on out.
Yeah, I agree
at least
with
for the next 5 years, they're public enemy number 1.
Well, and quite frankly, we've got to find an answer for Gainwell. I thought Gainwell was the X factor of the game yesterday.
He changed the game.
AJ Brown made a couple of plays, but nothing serious. I thought Gainwell was the difference in the game.
He changed the game. Lane Johnson false starting on almost every snap.
I saw a lot of linemen tweeting out well, that's how you play the game. You get like a fraction of a second ahead of time. I don't know, man. It felt a little off to me.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild.
And on the Josh Johnson fumble, both McGlinchey and Trent Williams jumped early.
Yep.
That play should have been blown dead.
Should have been blown dead. And boy, did we need a penalty on that play. Out of all the times to not call a penalty, you don't call a penalty on that play. That game flipped right then and there. They're roughing it to the punter. I knew they were going to call roughing with the way that game was being officiated.
He was getting pushed from behind. He beat his man.
It was running, and the punter flopped.
I know.
We just saw the same thing from Wisnowski last week against the Cowboys. Get no call.
I know.
So it's not why they lost the game, but we talked about it in the first quarter, Shasky. 50-50 calls, and that's why you got to get home field advantage. And forget playing these NFC title games on the road.
Well, and they're early in the game. Jalen fumbled the ball. What's his face? Like in terms of a snap,
right?
And then what's the running back's name? Come on,
Miles Sanders.
Miles Sanders also had a little wobbly play.
Right.
Like there were moments in the game where there were opportunities early for the Niners to seize that 4th down opportunity, and they didn't take advantage of it.
No doubt. Let's go to Rob in the Bay Area. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I heard you guys on 94.1 WIP in Philadelphia last week, and I heard you guys commenting about taking over the link. I was there, and I just wanted to say I hardly saw any red jerseys.
Hey, that was a slam dunk, dog.
Yeah.
Hope you feel good waiting for 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's Eagle fans in a nutshell. They got little peanut brains. You know what I'm saying? Their brains operate like this. It's like the little hamster right in the wheel. The hamster sleeps sometimes. They sleep in the middle of the night, and all of a sudden the hamster starts rolling. I'm like, oh, I got something here. EAGLELS. You didn't take over. Ha ha. You're a punk. Clowns, man. This is the most classless fan base I've ever met in my life.
I'll give that guy props, though. Like, he disguised himself really well. He said, I'm Rob from the Bay Area. I was at the game. It's like, oh, were the fans nice to you? It's like, nah, they weren't. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, you sound like a Niner fan, so give him props.
Hey, whatever.
Hey, Loveman, it's all good.
It's all good.
I'm hurting so bad, nobody can, drag me any lower. Once you're in the bottom of the bottom, there's nowhere to go
we
but
were
up.
in it.
Well, no,
we were in the mix.
If you're going to be a lousy fan like that, can you at least be, creative or something? Like, if you're going to be lousy, I want to be at least loud. Like, that guy was good. Like, that guy was creative. I give that guy.
Here's the funny part, though,
in a world of ones and zeros, that guy was a 4.
And they're proving everything that we've been saying.
Yeah, everything.
And this is on a scale of 1 to 10, by the way.
Let's go to Rich in San Jose. Rich in San Jose before we hit the break. Rich, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen, good morning. I'm hurting this morning, too. I'm glad you guys made it out of there all right. To answer your question from a few minutes ago about what irks me the most about yesterday, I mean, things happened. Brock got hurt, and then
exactly.
Jersey number 17. That happens. But what bothered me the most about the end of that game were all the liberties that the Eagles were taking on the field. That whole fight started because dudes were blocking well past the whistle.
Goddard in particular.
And they finally got the smoke. They finally pissed off Trent Williams enough to where Trent's like, nah, I'm done. Here we go. Chokeslam. We're out. But what I really called in about was about 20 minutes ago on Old and Busted, Tim Ryan said something about a platoon quarterback system, and I called in maybe a week and a half ago to Will and Dibby and said that's exactly what the Niners need to do with the talent that they have with Trey Lance. They can't just let him stand there and hold a clipboard. He's got to get in there and do something. And what New Orleans does with Taysom Hill with far less talent and far less of a offensive coordinator, as in Kyle Shanahan, that you can't just let this man stand on the side. And I want to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Well, here's what I would say. It's so difficult because they got this far with what felt like above average. I think Brock was really good. Was he elite? Great. I know there's a lot of metrics and numbers.
He's really good.
Yeah, but you watch Burrow and Mahomes. Come on.
It's a whole different
And I'm not trying to, you don't have to face those guys.
Right.
But I'm saying, watching what I saw with Burrow, and Burrow threw 2 picks in that game. everyone in the league outside of the Chiefs is trading their quarterback for Burrow.
Yep.
Maybe a couple others.
Maybe Buffalo.
Maybe
Buffalo.
Okay, but like I'm looking at that, I'm like, God damn, I'm watching Mahomes on one leg, Bonte, with the arm talent that he has and the field vision and what he's doing. And it's like, we feel so remedial in comparison.
Right.
And Brock was awesome. I'm not here to bash Brock at all.
But it's light years away.
It's just hard to watch.
So Shanahan's coached 9 playoff games in his career.
Yes.
He's 6-3. Again, you can make the argument that he's had the inferior quarterback in all 9 of those games.
I think that's fair.
How crazy is that?
It is. And
he's 6-3, and he's had the inferior quarterback possibly in all 9 of those playoff games.
And this is why I am not criticizing Shanahan at all.
No,
now, the challenge play, yes, I wanted him to challenge it. But, like, that didn't make or break this game.
No doubt.
All right? And stop calling in trying to rip Shanahan.
Clock. All right, more phone calls coming up as we wrap up the show. That's what's coming up on a game sponsored by CalHope.org and the Department of Health Care Services. The Red and Go Reaction is also brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We've got you covered in a Toyota certified used vehicle.
Let's go!
Toyota's factory seal of approval ensures you get the best pre-owned Toyota. All certified Toyotas pass a rigorous inspection, come with exceptional warranties and roadside assistance. Shop your Toyota dealer's great selection today.
Grab the keys, come on, let's go!
Toyota certified used vehicles. The best new cars make the best used cars. See your local Toyota dealer for certified warranty and program details.
Luke Bryan's Country On Tour. With special guests Chase Beckham, Connor Smith, Alana Springsteen, and DJ Rock. Saturday, July 22nd, Shoreline Amphitheater. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at 10 a.m. through Thursday at 10 p.m. Before the general public, Friday at 10 a.m. Get tickets at livenation.com. Luke Bryan's Country On Tour.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
you'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails, and we're on our way to restoring even more because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Sunny and cool in Oakland today, highs near 52.
Weather brought to you by Auto Trader. Shop millions of new cars, used cars, and electric cars on Auto Trader and find your 1 in a million car. Finally, it's easy. Auto Trader.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, man, we're going to get to these calls here in a second. Uncle Gene, that guy, and we got a special call we'll get to right off the rip here to set the tone for the last segment, the Red and Gold Reaction, brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Are you ready for this call, Shasky?
Who is it?
It's Juice and Fremont.
Oh, let's hear it.
Juice and Fremont. What's up?
I was like, where are we going?
My brothers, let me tell you something. There's a saying that goes, "It's better to be pissed off than to be pissed on." I'm not going to come on your beautiful show and act like a Browns fan and just say I was just happy just to get to the championship. I'm going to say something. There's this one thing that bothered me yesterday. The one play that I think that changed the whole game and was probably the future of the franchise. Why was Tyler Kroft blocking a Pro Bowler in Hassan Reddick? I mean, I would have rather had Stephen Kroft, the former 60-minute producer, block Reddick, or Laura Croft, the Tomb Raider character, block Hassan freaking Reddick. I mean, right now, they're talking about quarterbacks in the future. It don't matter if you bring freaking Jesus was available. The fact is, we need to address the line to protect whoever is the quarterback of the future. And yesterday, let me say something. I was not impressed by this so-called Eagles RP crap offense. I mean, they did nothing to impress me, to show me that they were the freaking better team or the future of this league. But I do want to say this to you two, my brothers. Thank you for repping for all of us out on the Bay. You guys looking lovely with your SF shirts, even though it says San Francisco. But to me, you two are sucker free. God bless and have a beautiful day. Love you,
Juice.
Thank you, Juice. Love you, man.
I needed
Love
that.
you.
I needed that.
Needed that uplifting right there, Juice.
Hey, the old line, he's right. B, you went through 4 quarterbacks this year. You could say, blah, blah, blah. Each guy did something to get themselves hurt. I hate that narrative. Got themselves hurt. Bro, you got to keep the quarterback upright. Every single year. Think about it. 2017, Hoyer didn't stay healthy. Beathard didn't stay healthy. Jimmy got lucky at the last 5 games.
Right.
He stayed healthy. 2018, Jimmy went down. All right.
Beathard went down again, I think. And then Mullins got the snaps.
Exactly. And then 2019, Jimmy stayed healthy. I don't know how. He stayed healthy. All right, they did a great job. 2020, injuries again at the quarterback position. 2021, injuries again at the quarterback position. 2022,
Injuries galore.
I mean, like, there is something to be said there. They're going to have to reimagine this offensive line. I love the two young guys, Burford and Banks. I love Trent Williams, right tackle and center.
Quietly, Burford being hurt, and I don't even have the official Lubman. If you could give me the official injury report on Spencer Burford, why was he in? Why was he out? Burford was out for a long time. They missed him.
Yeah.
They missed him.
They needed size. Yes. When you watch the Eagles warm up, you realize how massive they are.
They are massive. They're huge. They warmed up right in front of us, Shasky.
Humongous.
Fletcher Cox. The rookie, what was his name? Davis.
Is it Jalen or Jared Davis?
Something like
I think
that.
It's Jared Davis.
Dominican Sue.
He's humongous.
Linval Joseph. Hargraves.
Yeah. Linval Joseph.
They were back. Brandon Graham was the smallest dude.
I know.
The smallest.
Montez Sweat. I mean, they have so many guys.
Oh, my gosh. They're so big. And this was a concern before the season, the offensive line. Now, they got better. They worked well as a unit, but it reared its ugly head the last 2 weeks against some top-notch defenses in the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles. Mike McGlinchey probably played his last game as a 49er.
It's hard to find right tackles. I can't. He's a liability in the pass game. That's just what he is.
It's a passing lead.
I know.
Look, the Niners can get all these leads, but when you fall behind, do they have the type of offense that can come back and rally?
No.
They don't.
No. I mean,
and you need passing offensive linemen too. You need a guy who can combo.
I know.
A combo offensive lineman.
I know.
And you got to get the passing game. So you need a third down receiver.
Yes.
You need some speed down the field. They took not one shot down the field. The one shot they're going to take down the field, Brock Purdy gets hurt.
I know.
And Brandon Ayuk, and he was wide open.
He had him. And they're not attacking downfield enough. I mean, even Jalen just stepped back and threw up a couple lobs.
They threw like 7 passes downfield just to do it. Just to stretch the defense out and make them concerned that, hey, we're going to take the top off the defense.
I know.
The Niners need to start taking the top off the defense.
And that's not a snap judgment on this singular game, more what's been going on over the last couple of weeks. And it just, damn, man. 6 plays. I mean, we got 6 plays.
Of Brock Purdy.
6 plays.
6 plays. Let's go to Uncle Gene out there in Oakland. Uncle Gene. Then we're going to get to everybody on here. We got Xfinity Fast 5 coming up.
Josh, I keep saying Montez.
Yeah, Montez
Josh
Sweat.
Josh
Sweat
Apologies.
we're thinking about the guy from Washington.
I'm
right?
confusing
In Washington.
But Sweat's nice too.
He's nice. And the NFC East is coming. That division is coming.
Oh.
We're about to have old school rivals again like the late 80s, early 90s with the Niners and the Cowboys, Eagles, and Commanders, and the Giants.
I mean, the Giants have draft picks and they have money.
Yep, and so do Seattle. They got 2 top 20 picks.
I know.
So Seattle's like NFC is going to be, oh my gosh. Uncle Gene in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. First of all, I'm really relieved that you guys came back in one piece. I was really worried, like a lot of the roasters, about what might happen once you hit once you left the stadium. So, congrats to you guys for showing restraint and for repping us Niner fans as well as you did.
We tried, Gene. It was so difficult.
Anyways, as far as the game goes, you asked what was most frustrating. What was most frustrating is that we never had a chance to show what we could do.
Yeah.
I mean, we lost our quarterback after 6 plays. They beat us in the trenches. That's a concern, obviously, is, we need some serious help on the O-line, some on the D-line. But, as far as the quarterback, you mentioned that maybe we've had the inferior quarterback in all of these games that we've lost in the playoffs. I don't think you can say that about yesterday. Excuse me. Once again, we didn't have a chance to show what Purdy could do, and I wasn't all that impressed with Jalen Hurts.
No.
He didn't look like any MVP candidate to me. I mean, he was missing his receivers all over the place, and he finally started to run in garbage time. So, I don't think this team is miles ahead of us. I think we tweak a few things, strengthen the lines. Next year, get the number 1, win the division, get the number 1 seed, and play those bums here. And see what happens.
Well, I think the other big takeaway for me, just as I take a step back and look at the league as a whole, and it's great that you got running quarterbacks and mobile quarterbacks. You have to win from the pocket.
You do.
You have to be able to step up, climb up into the pocket, and deliver that. That's still tried and true in these physical, outdoor, cold weather games. And Jalen was awesome this year. He might be the MVP. I don't know. And he's awesome. But he's going to have to be able to throw from the pocket. And if he wants to stay healthy throughout the entirety of an entire year, being a running quarterback has its limitations. Lamar got hurt. Mahomes running around. Now, he's a pocket guy. He's banged up. We see Jalen. He took a shot in that game. Trey Lance.
But you know what else?
You got to throw from the pocket.
My other big takeaway, and it rings true every single season.
Point of attack?
Line of scrimmage.
I know.
Who's going to win the line of scrimmage? Eagles won the line of scrimmage yesterday on both sides of the football.
Yes.
They started running the football and getting chunk plays. Gainwell was good. Miles Sanders got into the end zone twice. Boston Scott. They won the trenches both sides of the football. You think about the Chiefs and Bengals game. Chris Jones had a monster day.
Especially in the end of that game.
Burrow got sacked 4 times in the first quarter and a half. They couldn't get going.
I know.
You have to win in the trenches and playoff football. That's what it comes down to. You control the line of scrimmage, you're going to win a lot of football games. The Niners got punked on the line of scrimmage yesterday. Well, I can't unsee McGlinchey. I can't unsee Brunskill. I can't unsee Javon Kinlaw.
Rendell.
The Javon Kinlaw pick may be one of the more disappointing picks in the last 10 years.
I mean,
it's up there.
He's hurt, and then when he's out there, he's not very good.
Mike McGlinchey, Solomon Thomas.
I mean, these are all
Reuben
first-round picks.
These are all first-round picks.
Everyone's losing their mind about Trey Lance. Think about these three picks, okay? Reuben Foster, who's trying to make a comeback at some point. All right, Solomon Thomas, actually 4 of them, and then McGlinchey and Javon Kinlaw. That's 4 bad first-round picks.
Trey Lance has already done more than those 4 players combined in a Niner uniform.
He won a big game for them last year. Now, McGlinchey's had moments, but let's call it what it is. Like him making $10 million this year, I told you when they picked up his 5th year, I said, you can sign up for 2 years for $10 million.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's bad money.
Xfinity Fast 5 coming up at 8:50. Xfinity Fast 5 coming up here on the Morning Roast. Let's go to Jim. He's at the airport right now in Philadelphia. Jim, what's happening?
How you doing? Excuse me. Yeah, I'm on my way back to San Francisco. Couple observations on yesterday's game. I was at the game. It's a shame the way it actually turned out, but a couple quick things. Number one, going into the game, everybody thought the San Francisco weakness was going to be going against their 2 wideouts, and really they kind of held Smith and Brown, I thought, pretty much in check.
I agree.
Charvarius Ward, his best game in the playoffs and his best game in a long time.
Lenore was doing a good job, I thought.
They didn't even test Lenore.
And they were on an island.
Yep.
And yet, if you would have told me that the Eagles were going to score 4 rushing touchdowns against us, I would have said no way. And look, it happened.
I know. And to be honest, they could have ran for a lot more had they stuck their to the guns. I thought they threw in times. They were 2 touchdowns and they were throwing. I was like, why?
Well, Sirianni, he's going to get beat like that. He gets a little arrogant. Their bread and butter is the running game.
Yes.
They had Jalen Hurts out there dropping back, throwing bombs and throwing it. Jalen was not right.
No.
That was a good performance by the Niners defense. Now, it became unhinged in the second half. Penalties galore. I mean, it broke down, man. There were some tough calls against them. You challenge that play on 4th and 3 early in the game. Maybe the outcome is a little bit different. I have no idea. Maybe you're in the game a lot longer. I don't know. But it just, that play, Devontae Smith, the non-challenge, the Jimmy Ward pass interference, to me, changed the tenor of the football game.
Even on the Brock, so we haven't even talked about this, the Brock play where he gets hurt.
Right.
Okay, to me, you called it on the field as an incomplete pass. Now this is just me, I didn't hear any of the broadcasts and them talking, but they showed the replay over and over. It looked so 50-50. Whatever the call was on the field should have stood in my estimation. Now, I'd love to hear somebody else who was watching at home and got to hear all of whoever, Pereira, whoever the heck the official guy was that was in the booth. To me, whatever the call was on the field should have stuck. So had they said fumble, I would have been fine with that.
Right.
But the fact that they said they overturned it, I didn't see the evidence in it.
But you know what? The Niners were able to make a stop right there.
I know. But that was a huge play.
And it was a huge defensive stand by that defense to keep the game at 7-0. The Niners were lucky to enter the second quarter down 7-0.
I was saying, can we just get 14-7 at halftime? We'll get the ball back. Let's just run some clock here. I will take 14-7. Yeah. And when it got to 21-7, and they were going to go for 2, I don't know what he was doing there.
He was trying to run it up. He was trying to run it up.
That made no sense. But oh, God, that second quarter sequence was just a nightmare. After the CMC touchdown where he broke 1 million tackles.
And the Eagles basically had the ball for the rest of the half.
Yeah.
They basically had the football for the rest of the half.
Penalty extended drive.
Think about that. They ran 7 minutes off the clock to make it 14-7, got the ball right back, and ran the rest of the minute and a half, whatever they had on that final possession to score a touchdown.
The defense was gassed.
They were done at that point.
They were gassed.
They were done. Let's go to Mondo and Fremont. Mondo, then we'll get to that guy, Joe and Marcus. Mondo, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing, man? Good morning.
Good.
Hey, I just want to touch on the experience being out there in Philadelphia, man. Great experience, man. I was out there. I was doing that march. Now, I was at a different tailgate. I was at this tailgate that it was a few blocks down the way at this warehouse. And then we marched over into the field as well. We took over this whole intersection and went right into the field. And
you were with us with the flag, right?
Experience.
Was there a guy leading the way with the flag? We were in that same march.
Okay. So it was the same one because I don't remember crossing through barbed wire or something.
No. We didn't cross any
we didn't cross no barbed wire. No, we didn't do that.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, that was a great experience. So, crossing the whole intersection when we just took over that thing, that was amazing, man. And then, like you said, touching back on these fans, man, we got so much crap ourselves. I went out there by myself, man, and met good people out there, man, and, hung out. And, anyways, I took off on Saturday night, took the red eye, and then got back early this morning. And now I'm back to work. So I did one of those all-nighters.
Wow.
You're a savage.
Respect.
Work, man. But it was a great experience, man. I'll do it again. And, it's just the experience, man, that to me, it's what I'm going to take forever.
Hey, on the real, I mean this with all my heart. Niners got one of the most loyal fan bases in sports. That's one thing that was cemented to me. Seeing the passion from people showing up and repping their colors, I love this fan base. It can be crazy. It can be delusional.
Right. But it ain't Philadelphia. I'll tell you that much. They ain't scumbags. This fan base is loyal to the soil. Niner fans represent hard, and they keep it classy for the most part. Yeah, we'll talk some trash, but we're not going to tell people and flip you the double birds because you're wearing an opposing jersey.
Throwing hot dogs at them, throwing beers on us.
Hot dogs, confetti.
You and I have walked through that stadium parking lot at Levi's how many times?
Millions of times.
Okay. Now, if you're
Candlestick Park, too.
Yeah, we don't throw beers on people as they're walking through. We might give them some, BS, talk a little smack, but, throwing stuff, running up to people and getting right in their face, grabbing them, man.
I mean, boy.
And then their on-air host going on and bragging about it when they ain't even nowhere near that parking lot.
No doubt. Oh, man, let's go back. We got Xfinity Fast 5 coming up in 2 minutes, and we're going to have a short crosstalk. We got a flight to catch to get back to the Bay Area.
A long day.
Man, it's going to be a long flight and a long day after the Niners get beat in the NFC title game 31-7. Again, to me, that sequence there, the Eagles go 14 plays, 75 yards, 3 first-down penalties. They take up 6 minutes. 53 seconds off the clock. In real time, it was 13 minutes and 24 seconds. It's a lot of time to be on that field playing defense. Bosa was in and out. Armstead was in and out.
Yeah.
Then the Niners get the ball back. They run 25 seconds off the clock. Eagles get the ball right back. Defense is on the field way too long in that stretch, and that was a football game.
That Jimmy Ward PI.
It changed the tenors of the game.
AJ looks like he's the one who engages contact with 2 hands on the shoulder. I thought it was within 5 yards. You thought it was within 5 yards. That's just a rough penalty because they got to stop.
Because not only did they get to stop, the crowd had lemon booty.
Yes.
Trust me on that. I know Eagle fans. They freak out very early in games. And they were calling out Nick. They were getting ticked off. They were not happy. And they were getting uneasy. And even if you don't score on that possession, it's a 7-7 game.
It's a tighter game.
You punt it back. I thought Wisnowski did a really good job with the punting game. Pinning the Eagles deep a couple times.
He did.
You punt. All of a sudden, the Eagles get the ball back. Maybe it's 3 minutes. Maybe it's 2 minutes to change. All of a sudden, they got to go the length of the field to get some points. But, hey, you're down 1 possession. Instead, the worst case scenario happened. Josh Johnson fumbles the snap. Eagles get the ball back. It's 21-7. And we're sitting there at halftime thinking, as DJ Jazzy Jeff was on the performing at halftime.
I love DJ Jazzy Jeff.
It was not a good performance. No. We're thinking to ourselves, is Josh Johnson going to rally us from a 14-point deficit?
I said to you, if Shanahan finds a way to win this game, you're like lifetime contract.
Yeah, give him a 5-year deal right now. 5 years on top of whatever he's got left.
The Josh Johnson fumble. Okay, so they're scrambling. They're right near. We see it at an angle that the television doesn't even see it. We're looking at him, and they can't even get the play in, and he's not even looking at the snap as it comes in, poor guy. Then the ball falls. It was slow motion. And I'm like, jump on it. And he tried to pick it back up, and I'm like, no. And I saw the season going away right then and there, and you just dropped to the seat.
Yeah, I didn't watch the finality of the play. Once they started serving for the ball, I sat down and said, oh, my God, I can't believe that just happened. Maybe I manifested it. I don't know. But it happened.
You know what that was? That was the moment in Saving Private Ryan in slow motion where the knife's going through his heart.
Oh, man. That was a rough sequence. That was rough. All right, let's get to it, man. It's 8:50, 11:50 on the West Coast. Actually, 11:51 on the East Coast, 8:51 on the West Coast. It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5.
Oh, my God.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. That guy, SF, start us off. Xfinity Fast 5, what you got?
Hey, fellas, I just want to thanks for repping the Bay, and don't listen to those haters out there. They say that you guys are 0-2. You know what? Third time's the charm. Make sure you get out there next year. And listen to this. We're going back there to Lincoln next year, to the Link. The Niners are playing the Eagles, and I already got my PNC. My cousin works there. I'm going to the game. We're 8 deep, and if they lose, the Eagles lose, we're wearing Got Andy T-shirts. So come at 108. We want that smoke. Let's go. Bang, bang, let it get.
All right, that guy. Let's go to John in Oakland. John, what's happening?
Oh, we lost.
John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say good game. Sorry about what happened to y'all. I live in Oakland, but I'm from north of Philadelphia, so I'm an Eagles fan. But, tough game on you guys. I literally thought it was real close that first quarter, and then after that, I was just like, the game just went away, and it just never came back for you guys.
I know.
Yeah, no, it got away. It got away in a hurry. And some of those Eagle fans who called 94 WIP last week said the game was going to be over at halftime. Well, you know what? They were right.
The game was over at halftime. We got to kind of wear that one.
The game was over at halftime.
Put that crimson red L.
But not because they were getting blown out. Because the guy behind us, what did he say? He goes, this has a 45-7 feel to it before kickoff. I was like, stop, dude.
Well, it almost was.
It almost was for all the wrong reasons. For all the wrong reasons.
You got to laugh, man. You got to laugh at this point.
Joe in San Jose, Xfinity Fast 5. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, baby?
First off, I want to give you guys props, man. All you guys from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. You guys,
Thank you.
You guys represent the Bay in any sport there is. But now let's get to the facts. I'm not a Niner fan, but I got robbed yesterday. I got robbed because all week, you guys whooped my team last week. I told everybody at work there's going to be two bulls locking heads, and they're going to bang each other to death. And when the quarterback went out, I just felt like, I don't like the Niners, but I'm like, man, they're getting robbed in this game. You can't win the Kentucky Derby when your horse has 3 legs. It's impossible. But I wanted you guys to get in there and get your mix. And I got love for Purdy, man. That little dude, he's just intelligent, and he does what he needs to do.
That's let me just say this. I kept telling Bonte off to the side, off air, he's so small. He's so small. What's it going to be like if he gets rocked? I worry about it. He didn't even get rocked. It's the way his arm was coming. That could have happened to anybody. But I feared that this something happening, and I just feel so bad for him that it happened that way in that game, in that moment. And now we got to pray that this is like a week's injury, not a months to a year injury. I worry because the fact that he can't grip and he can't feel his wrist, that's baseball. Right away I go, damn it, this could be Tommy John.
So next year will be year 7 of the Shanahan era,
and
correct?
We still might not have a QB.
You still don't know who the QB is. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
It's wild.
It's crazy.
Let's go to Marcus out here in Philly. Marcus, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What up, though? What up?
What's up, Marcus? Bosworth?
Yes, sir.
What's up, baby? Way to represent
yeah,
yesterday.
You were repping hard. Hey, how wild was that walk-in?
Man, that was wild, man. Never seen nothing like it, man. Crazy,
Feel
man. Philly fans, man. Man, trash.
It's a tough one, Marcus.
I know. I'm
Save
hurting,
travels out. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say at this point, man. That's a tough one.
He was repping hard yesterday.
Marcus reps hard. Him and his whole crew.
Yeah, they
repped hard. Marcus is a good dude, man.
Really
we love
good
him.
guy.
A real roaster.
Thanks for calling,
He was out there in
man.
that intersection jumping up and down with me. He was hyped. That walk to Lincoln Financial Field
was insane.
It was legendary. And we went into the belly of the beast. And boy, it was a beast, man. That fan beast is something else, man.
I will give them this. They did say they ain't never seen a fan base do what we did with the March walk-in.
They did say.
They said they'd never seen that.
Yeah, no doubt. And by the way, Mitchell and Ness also said no gear sells like the Niner gear outside of Eagle gear.
Yeah, and they said even the Cowboys don't sell like the Niners.
Which is crazy.
That's what Mitchell and Ness said.
That's what Mitchell
and
Ness
By the way,
said.
Mitchell and Ness, when are you going to sponsor the show?
Yeah, shout out to
I'm
Josh.
I'm going to hit them up.
Shout out to Josh and Jason Dumas.
Yes.
Putting us in touch with a guy named Josh, and Dumas hooked it up. Well, Dumas is an Eagles fan. I know.
Today's not the day to give Dumas love, but eventually I will because he knows I love him, and thank you. But damn you.
That was a Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Tough one as the Niners lose an NFC title game for the second year in a row, 31-7 in Philadelphia. They lost their quarterback. They lost their fourth straight quarterback. They had to go back to Purdy. He couldn't throw a pass. It was a rough one as we got Dan Dibley in the building.
Dan Dibley here.
Squirt.
Thank you, boys. Thank you. Let me just say, as Mark is unfurling his headphones, thank you, congratulations, and man, on behalf of all of the fans out here, all the faithful to the Bay who couldn't make it out there, you guys did the damn thing. You represented. Your video of your walk-in with all of those jabroni Philly fans,
Dibs.
Double bird, throwing beer, all the rest of it, and the fact that you guys never flinched, you never winced. I'm very proud. You know, Butcher, you know me. You know me. I've been a little bit tough on both of you individually and collectively, but when I saw yesterday, and really all weekend, but yesterday, when I saw you two doing the damn thing, representing Boxer and Gerson, 95-7 the game, and everybody in the Bay Area, I was like, you know what? Thank you. Thank you, boys, for going out there and doing the damn thing.
Dibs.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, Dibs, on that same note, like, I was taught long time ago. You know, I've told you about my past. I've done some bad things that I truly regret, and like
you fought more than I have.
It's why I'm the way I am now. You know what I'm saying? And
Knuckles Shasky, they call him.
I said it takes more power and strength to not engage and do something stupid, because that's our careers. And not only that, don't be a lowlife. You know what I mean? Like, conduct yourself the right way. And it was so difficult watching B take on, because they were coming at him with some stuff that is like, it was disgusting. Right. And like, I just kept pushing him forward. I was like, bro, you got to just show strength and get out of here. And it was great to see Niner fans not.
It's something I've never experienced.
I swear to God, I mean
like
this
that.
sincerely.
Right.
Had Niner fans, and you know how flavorful our parking lot can be.
Yes.
If we did that, what you saw there, the way CNN would cover that is totally different than the way like we're covering this.
And I don't want to like make this about race, but it comes down to being a bit of a racial thing, because all the faces that you were showing on your video,
God,
I mean, mostly, and I say this affectionately, a lot more Butcher Boys than there were Bontes.
Yes.
And so in terms of the coverage therein, I get it. And you know what? This is why Bonte's the king, because when you're the king, when you have that regal nature, don't you shake your head at me, Bonte Hill.
No, I'm not the king.
Dude, I got love for you, Bonte. Both you boys, and you know, and Mark will weigh in on this.
Hey, Mark.
Watching it on TV, the pain that we felt as TV viewers, it's like, man, I'm watching with my girl supper, and she's like, "This isn't good, is it?" And I'm like, "No, sweetheart, this is actually really bad."
Is this what it's supposed to look like? No, it's not what it's supposed to look like.
Where's that
I got a text from my sister Brittany during the game saying, "Who's this Josh Johnson guy? I don't like him." I'm like, "Brittany, he's the fourth-string quarterback."
Oh man,
it's just like, what are we supposed to do here?
Did everybody else have that push-pull where you're like, I really want to get really ticked right now at Josh Johnson, but we're not allowed to get that? It's totally unfair to get mad at Josh. I will say one thing. My man, you're an adult, and you got 4 chances to pick up a ball. Just pick up the ball, right? So there was outside of that though. Come on, man. Like, how many quarterbacks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? Like, for crying out loud. And it finally got to the center of the Tootsie Pop, and the thing got eaten, you know?
Mark. That's a 4. He comes in. We're watching. We're right near the blue tent, okay? We're in the 4th row. We had great seats. It was amazing.
It's a busy blue tent.
We were so close to the blue tent.
Very busy. It was up the entire first half.
Dibs, I swear to God, they put a cement foundation in it by the second quarter, because this thing was permanent. And I watched Purdy, and I go to Bonte, I think it might be Josh Johnson time. I can't believe this.
He started warming up.
And Bonte goes, no way Josh Johnson is coming into this game.
Dude, I kept looking up Dibs and Willard, and I was just like,
drive.
Josh Johnson.
He kept saying
NFC title game to go to the Super Bowl. Josh Johnson. Okay. What did we do to piss off the football gods?
Raise your hand.
Guru here.
Raise your hand if this thought, momentarily, when they tied the game 7-7, does the thought
I did.
cross your mind?
Yes.
we're going to go for 2 weeks into will Jimmy be healthy in time to face the Kansas City Chiefs again?
Shasky said,
did it cross your mind?
No, absolutely.
For 1
The
minute.
CMC touchdown. I turned to Bonte and go, who do you start next week? Jimmy, Brock, or Josh Johnson?
I go Shanahan. If they win this game, give Shanahan a 10-year extension.
Lifetime
deal. I mean, for a second. And you know what? They got to stop. Then the flag. And look, I'm not saying the referees blew this game, but the pass interference on Jimmy Ward changed the tenor of this game. Everything. The crowd was quiet. They were starting to get lemon booty in the second quarter, like, what are we doing? And they got to stop. And the flag came out. And from there, it was all Philadelphia.
Yeah, I actually thought the defense had a really interesting game plan, which got totally messed up by a number of circumstances. You can talk about some of the red zone runs for Miles Sanders, but the one thing I was watching, and D'Amico Ryans, it sounds like in a matter of hours, is not going to be on to this football team anymore.
Sucks.
I know, but I thought his game plan was smart in that you could watch. The pass rush was purposefully being not over-aggressive because they wanted to keep their lanes to prevent Jalen Hurts from improvising with runs, and they were doing a good job of it. If they had challenged the damn Devontae Smith catch, if Josh Johnson doesn't drop the ball in plus territory, you're looking at, and granted, I don't think it would have mattered in the second half because Brock couldn't come back. But the game plan that defense had, if Brock Purdy had played a whole game, that's the bummer part of this. And I know this will sound like all whiny, and I don't care. No. We're walking at it. We didn't get the answer. I still want the answer of what it would look like if these two teams played at full strength. That's all. That's the answer I wanted. We didn't get it.
I'm with you on that, and that's the most deflating part of this. It's like we didn't have our best foot forward, and maybe we would have fell short because it felt like their trench was their guys in the trenches were dominating us. Right on the play, he got hurt. Ayuk is coming toward us, and it looks like he's got multiple steps. Open. And I go, B, he's got him. Before he could even get rid of it, I said, oh, my God. McGlinchey had a bad game. He wasn't on that play. He had their O-line just looks so bad.
Well, and the defensive line got pushed around. Javon Kinlaw, the clips are coming out about him.
No
Embarrassing. That was an embarrassing performance by Javon Kinlaw.
Trenches, both sides of the ball, in the trenches went Philadelphia's way. And that's why, if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt in that play, I think about the way it felt like offensively that thing was going. The offensive line was getting absolutely demolished by the Philadelphia front.
I'll say this, and I'm not going to ever blame a head coach for injuries. Ephraim's point last night, years as an offensive lineman and a huge Kyle Shanahan fan, was that Kyle got too cute with his blocking schemes. Look, if you end up with Tyler Kroft trying to block Hassan Reddick, that's a problem. That's a problem, and that is a schematic problem. So it doesn't – I'm not going A to B, he got Brock hurt, but there were two issues for me for Kyle Shanahan, and one was that schematically you ended up with bad matchups on your offensive line against a good pass rush, and B, Joe, I said this last night, I heard you say it this morning, new rule in the NFL. If you watch the other team freak out and run to the line to snap a ball in an odd situation, huck your damn hanky. I don't care if you lost the timeout. Well, huck the hanky and see what happened because that changed the whole game.
He went to that. He went to halftime with all three timeouts.
Yeah, that's wild.
And how many points did we get for that?
No quarterbacks.
No quarterbacks. Hey, you know what was wild when the Devontae play happened? They didn't show a replay on the video board in Lincoln Financial Field. They just show it. And so I'm looking at Shasky.
Devontae was yelling.
I was yelling. I was like, yo, just throw it. Yes. Just throw it. Because Devontae was doing this. You could see it clear as day.
Hurry up.
Hurry. I'm like, dude, just throw the flag.
Yeah.
You hold him right there. You get the ball at the 35-yard line. It's a 0-0 game.
And it was fourth down, not first.
It was fourth down.
It's
neither ball if they review that play. Hufanga's on the field. Look, all you got to do is watch the players. Watch the players. They're on the field. They know. Hufanga, he immediately is like, it's incomplete. It's incomplete. You got to, how on earth in this age of technology can Kyle Shanahan be relying on a road team's big board?
Well,
and be like, I didn't see it.
And also, and this is, gentlemen, this is where all of you who love instant replay, you need to step back and take a hard look at the process because it's badly broken. The NFL, they have their own expedited review. So in the NFL offices, they can already see that it's incomplete. But Kyle Shanahan on the sideline with a headset and a laminated play sheet is relying on somebody in the booth to either be watching TV or watching the Jumbotron in real time. You have to try to get that message to him so he can reach into his pocket and pull out a red piece of cloth to throw on the field, all in the span of 28 seconds.
Not even.
It's BS the way the process works. It's such a big game.
Can I add to this, Dibs? Because I think, and I was telling Bonte, from now on, you need a guy with binoculars just looking at the players on the field. Forget the video boards and the monitors. Watch how the players react. You know what I'm saying? To your point, Mark. Like, that's what I'd be monitoring. Last thing, too. They, fair or not, I think Kyle had a great year. What he did was remarkable.
Sure.
I'm so proud of the team in a variety of ways. But at some point, they have to realize these guys are going down. These quarterbacks, they have got to protect their quarterback. We could call it freak injury, but now we have so many injuries. Maybe it's the players they're picking are quote-unquote injury-prone. Maybe these are individual outlier plays. If it's O-line, pocket protection, schematics, I don't know what it is. But that's the one area as we head into, and I know we're going to talk ad nauseum quarterback. Yeah. They have got to keep the quarterback healthy.
Yeah. One year, 2019, where they didn't keep the quarterback. Where the quarterback played the entire season.
Yeah. It's weird, but I also, they broke a record this year in the NFL for the number of quarterbacks who played. I don't know. I don't know what's in the water, especially because we're going into an age where they let you touch the quarterback even less.
I know.
But guys, I don't see how. Sure, you could. Again, to me, it's not A to B. You got a bad blocking scheme. That doesn't mean I'm going to blame the coach for an injury.
No, I'm not blaming the coach.
I don't know
what that is.
But it is a problem, though. Going into year 7 of the Shanahan era, we're still trying to figure out who the quarterback's going to be.
At least 5 seasons have been derailed by injuries at quarterback.
We got months for this, but Purdy's a quarterback.
I don't know.
I hope he's okay.
I wouldn't sell the Trey Lance stock.
I hope he's okay.
I wouldn't sell the Trey Lance
stock.
Well,
if he needs Tommy John, if he's out for 6 months, then all of a sudden we've got a whole different conversation, because if he needs surgery and he gets it in early February, he's out till early August, and that's when camp gets underway. So now we've got a whole nother conversation. And what we've learned about this organization is you need more than 2 quarterbacks. You probably need 3, and you might need 4. And by the way, I'm not here for the Josh Johnson slander.
No,
because if he doesn't fumble there, if he just holds on to the football and they go into the locker room down 14-7, maybe he comes out and he starts to settle down. But that fumble changed everything about this game.
Totally. And by the way, speaking of 3 quarterbacks, I've seen a lot of people, now Dibs, I think you brought this up this morning. A lot of people are talking about that 3 quarterback rule where you used to, they got rid of this about 10 years ago, where there was a designation where a guy could be the 3rd QB. He's not on your active roster, but he was an emergency QB that you could bring in for just this situation. And I'm hearing a lot of people come down the NFL's road for getting rid of this rule.
Really?
The thing that's important to remember, though, is when the NFL got rid of that rule, they added another roster spot.
Yeah.
So it went from 45 game day active to 46. Literally, no NFL team took that extra roster spot and used it for what it was intended, another quarterback. Instead, they're using it for other players. So it goes back to the teams. You were given an extra roster spot to be ready for these situations, and teams have decided not to use it. I mean, so, and you can, it's rare, you can get burned. And Niners got burned.
Yeah.
They got burned.
I don't know that they would have won with QB8 or whoever the hell was going to show up.
But if you
some guy named Bob, but I mean, whatever.
If you had your own personal Taysom Hill, and maybe this is where we go now in terms of like drafting utility players, a guy who can come in this spot and be a utility player. Just real quick, guys, and I know that you're all, champing at the bit to get out of that godforsaken city, but Mike McGlinchey, undrafted free agent. So are we at a spot now where we maybe try to draft the tackle of the future? Because it wasn't just yesterday, Joe, and I know that you've been very critical of Mike McGlinchey, but as we look at how you make this team more Philly-proof, because what I saw yesterday was a superior defensive line owning an offensive line.
Yes.
Forget the Brock Purdy injury and the Josh Johnson concussion. They own the line of scrimmage on that side of the ball.
Yep, no doubt. You got to invest in offensive linemen. Mike McGlinchey, another first round pick that doesn't go right for the 49ers.
You know what he is?
What is he?
He's the traditional power forward where the whole NBA has gone stretch, right? Because he's a run block right tackle in a league where
he's Obi Toppin.
Like he just doesn't fit.
I love Obi
Like,
Toppin
he doesn't
coming
fit
out.
this era of football.
It is delicious.
I love Obi Toppin and crackers. It's a great way to try that for the Super Bowl. That'll make it better.
I'm not watching that damn game.
Oh my gosh!
I said this morning
on shout out to Boxer Gerson for sitting out here. Great job. It was a great weekend.
And shout out to you guys for actually feeling that way. Like let me tell you something that put a smile on my face driving in today was listening to the two of you sort of not have the whole trip get ruined. Right. And still sort of point to some of the things that happened, even though the game itself, we all know how we feel. We got robbed.
Right.
I don't mean we got jobbed. We got robbed. We got robbed of a matchup that we wanted to see,
That's
and we didn't get to see it.
Mm-hmm.
I know Eagles fans don't feel like they got robbed, but I like football fans should feel like that second game, whoever you were rooting for, you right? Heavyweight fight.
Right.
That's what yesterday was about.
Equal.
And that second and 6 when Purdy got hurt, Mark, when he got hurt on that play, 2nd and 6, Ayuk's breaking open against Bradbury. I'm like, the Niners are going to respond right back to the Eagles touchdown. We've got a game.
When you factor in the non-review, which is on the 49ers, even the way that those first few plays looked, the Niners have gone down 7-0 how many times? Like a bunch of them.
Exactly.
I was not like I dug the way it looked, and you're all not wrong that the defensive line for the Eagles dominated. However, the second your starting QB goes out and you know you can crowd the line of scrimmage, that changes the way that defensive line is going to look. Mm-hmm. So 100%. Don't forget that either. I think the 49ers, that would have obviously. Brock plays, we got a very different piece of content yesterday, for sure.
No doubt. You guys have a good show. We're going to get out of here. We'll see you live in the studio. Thanks for all the roasters, YouTube, Twitch,
flight.
and the Xfinity mobile text line. Have a good day, everybody.
Boys.
Well, their dance coming up next.
See you tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7.
Hey, buddy. How we doing?
We're doing all right, Mark. I mean, what can you say about yesterday? I think you put it so well in the email thread that I checked at 3:07 as my baby woke up for the third time.
I saw when you responded. I was like, oh, hell.
Yeah, it's a rough
up in
one.
the middle of the night again.
It feels like we got robbed, and I'm not saying that the Niners got robbed by the refs or we got robbed by anything other than the fact that it was an unfulfilling way to end a season. You want your team to go out and lose. If they're going to lose, you want them to lose with their best foot forward. The fact that Brock got hurt, fine. Quarterbacks get hurt. But then the backup got hurt too.
I mean,
that's the part to me that felt like we got robbed of a true championship game because the final 25 minutes of that game were meaningless.
Even if Josh Johnson had played the rest of the game, I still would have felt like this to a degree. I understand that injuries happen. They're part of football. Injuries to a quarterback. Believe me, last week there was a moment in time where it felt like the Chiefs' postseason was going to fall on Chad Henne. And I can promise you what a Chiefs fan is feeling. Like, come on. Not like if you're going to beat us, that's not us. And that's exactly how a 49er fan is going to feel after watching yesterday. And it's like I went in, I think we all did. If you're a sane mind, you went into yesterday knowing the 49ers might lose. They might not be the better team. I don't know. They had won 12 in a row. I sat down for all 12 of those going, I know they're the better team. I know if they play well, they can win this game. And they won all of them. Yesterday, I sat down going, I don't know today. I don't know. My respect for the Eagles and what they do is plenty high. There's no peacocking around being like 49ers are the better team, but I knew damn well this was the matchup we waited for, we deserved, and I went back and forth yesterday in terms of feeling bad for us and feeling bad for them. Can you imagine the physical toll that those 49er players take on and what they go through to get to that moment and then have it go that way? I know it's sports. I know people like to point and laugh. Ha, ha, 40 whiners. It really, it's disappointing, not because of the outcome, but because of the way we arrived at that outcome. And I will forever feel like a whole week of excitement went into a moment that never happened. You know, if you've been around for a minute and you've seen Chevy Chase and all the vacation movies, we got to Wally World yesterday.
Yeah.
We drove for hours, and you arrived at Wally World, and the damn thing was closed. And it stinks.
It's a bummer, yeah. But to me, the fact that the backup quarterback got hurt is what made it feel that way, because you lose your quarterback, it happens. And I think about the Dallas game the previous week where Dallas lost their starting running back, their real game changer, and they lost the game. Now, they didn't lose because they lost their running back. The running back is not the quarterback, but Dallas Cowboy fan can look at that game and go, what if we would have had Tony Pollard the whole game? Maybe things go differently. Maybe we have a chance to win. Fine. But you had a backup running back who, by the way, has been a Pro Bowler. He's been an All-Pro. He's a legitimate first-round running back. In this case, you lose your quarterback and you go to Josh Johnson. Okay, Josh Johnson's a veteran. He's been around the league. He knows enough to make plays. He's been in this system before. He can do the things you need to do. But when he gets hurt, and put aside the fumble, because fumbles happen, backup quarterbacks make mistakes.
Four of them on one play.
Well, he only fumbled once, and he never picked it up.
Dropped the ball, bent down, put two hands on the ball, dropped it again,
went
bent
to go
down,
get it,
decided to pick it up, and then dove on the ground and had it right in front of him, squirted it forward.
You're talking about a guy who, if you look at how many plays he's played in his 15-year career, Brock Purdy's already played more than Josh Johnson's ever played in 15 years. So for me, when you go to a backup quarterback and you lose the game, fine. That's what happens in football. But when your backup goes out and you have to go to a guy to come back in, knowing full well, and you read his lips on the sidelines when he told his coach, I can't throw.
Yeah, so with all due respect, and I see where you're coming from, and you're right, there's never been a football game ever where somebody didn't have an injury and a fan didn't go, what if? That's true. But this underscores the point that you and I have been talked about a number of times this year as far as when we talked about who's the most important 49er. I get that Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Fred Warner are all pros and Brock Purdy's not. Nothing's more important than a quarterback. And this isn't just a football game. It's the NFC title game on the road in Philadelphia. To think that Josh Johnson is ready for that moment in his NFL career, he's not. He's not. Teams get to this point solely because they've got their best punch. And so I would have felt this way. Obviously, I'm a 49er fan, but I would have felt this way for any of the teams. If this had ended up being Gardner Minshew versus Brock Purdy, then an Eagle fan could be like, nah, that's not it. There's nothing like losing the quarterback. And as it turned out, when you look back on it, for me, this game ended the second that Brock Purdy left and could not throw a football. And that will forever, to me, feel like we as an NFL world, we got robbed of a massive moment that we've been waiting for. And that's the way it goes. And, you know, I saw Eric Armstead tweet this after the game. That's life. And that's life is a bumper sticker that I don't want to use after a game like that.
It's a Frank Sinatra song is what it is.
I'd love to see we got outplayed. I'd love to see, you know, we gave it our best punch. I don't want to hear that's life. I'm sorry. That, to me, that stinks. I'm disappointed. That feeling is not going away. We got robbed of the game that we've been waiting for all year.
I think it's unfair to say the game ended when Brock Purdy got hurt because Josh Johnson led them on a touchdown drive that Brock Purdy's never done in the NFC Championship game. Brock Purdy has never been on the field for a touchdown on offense. So for you to say that...
It's a quirky point.
Quirky schmirky.
What do you have? 4 plays? 6 plays?
And he was unable to get it done, Mark.
I got it.
And whether or not you want to admit that, that's a you problem. Josh Johnson came on the field and didn't muck it up until he mucked it up. He led them on a touchdown drive. And by the way, Christian McCaffrey's touchdown run is one for the ages.
Unbelievable.
Shook a tackle.
Unbelievable.
Jumped a tackle. And then busted up 2 Eagles on his way to the end zone. At that point, with Josh Johnson at the helm, it's a tie football game.
Yes, it is.
So it's not like Brock Purdy went out and you got absolutely motorboated from there. The game turned when Josh Johnson was unable to catch a snap that was put right in his hands. You're down 14-7. If you go to the locker room down 14-7, you get the ball to start the third quarter with Josh Johnson. Maybe you're able to keep that going, stay in the game, but you go down 21-7 in that moment. That's where the game turned. It wasn't when Brock Purdy got hurt.
I disagree, and that's fine. I get what you're saying, but I also think we saw enough of Josh Johnson to realize the longer he was out there, the worse it was going to get.
He
not
was
the
actually
other way
getting
around.
more comfortable.
I disagree. I thought he had one good throw the entire game. He hit George Kittle over there on the left sideline. Outside of that, things were getting thrown at people's shins. He had no pocket presence. He couldn't get away from.
Why did he have no pocket presence?
Because
Philadelphia was all over the Niner offensive line.
Why were they all over the offensive line? Because you can crowd the line of scrimmage when you know that a team can't throw the ball. So, listen, we can go round and round on this. I get where you're coming from. You're never going to change my mind. I think it stinks.
I'm not trying to change your mind.
It stinks that we got to this moment and didn't get to see the best versus the best. That's what we all want. That's what we always want. And you know, the Eagles are a phenomenal team, and they may have won anyway. We'll never know. It's not like we don't have a worthy Super Bowl. You got 1 versus 1, and the spread is 2. So this is a massive matchup.
Yeah.
But that's what we were talking about. We went into the weekend with a thing of beauty. It was heavyweight versus heavyweight and heavyweight versus heavyweight, which was going to lead to heavyweight versus heavyweight. And what we ended up getting was a heavyweight versus heavyweight Super Bowl as a result of 1 heavyweight versus heavyweight title game and 1 heavyweight versus somebody with 1 arm.
Well, it's what...
And it stinks.
Yeah. And you've watched enough boxing to know where you watch a bout and it's heavyweight versus heavyweight or whatever weight class you want to pick, and the one boxer seems to be not right, and come to find out he broke his hand.
He's compromised.
Broke his hand in the 3rd round. So, you know, that left jab that he's known for throwing, well, you can't really throw that left jab because I broke my hand. So that's what you saw in this boxing match. So now you had a one-handed boxer against another true champion, and you can't go toe-to-toe because you can't throw your best punch. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what that felt like, and I put this out on Twitter. It's like watching a baseball game in Game 7 of the World Series or the NLCS or whatever, where, we don't have a pitcher. We got to throw our shortstop out there for 7 innings.
Right.
What?
Right. Pablo Sandoval comes in. And and that's the other thing that I know is really hard for 49er fans to watch. I get it. No one's going to ask the Eagles or their fans to not be excited yesterday. But it's also hard as a 49er fan when you're watching defensive players in the 4th quarter break through the line and stuff Christian McCaffrey for a 1-yard loss and then get up and celebrate. It's like, you know, they're running the ball. Of course you're able to stop them. So there were a number of times in the 4th quarter where I'm like, the 4th graders are playing the kindergartners in dodgeball, and they're standing over them and laughing and trash talking after they beat them. It's like, that's what got frustrating with all of the antics in the end. Both sides totally got out of hand, but I get the frustration because it's like, guys, the game's over. Like, we've lost the ability of the forward pass. So this is not right? Like, call the fight. Call the fight. It was almost like just literally.
You can't win.
And I know you're not allowed to do this, but raise your hand. When there were 7 minutes left in the game, go in the game, I'm like,
earlier than that,
yeah,
Coach.
just turn it off. Turn it off. Go for a walk. Watch the Chiefs and Bengals later. Like, this isn't even a game anymore.
This is not a criticism of Kyle Shanahan, but I do think that when they were down 24-7 and Brock Purdy's back on the field and it's clear that he can't throw, why not try something else? Like maybe
like what?
Like what you did with Christian McCaffrey the one time,
which was a great play, wasn't it?
Well, at least it was something.
I don't know,
Mark.
Like,
it was something more than
you're dead by then.
Run, 4th down. Let's run it again. You're dead either way. Why not try a little something, a little razzle dazzle, a little use check, pitch to McCaffrey, throw it here, pitch it there, do something other than oh boy, we can't win. Let's just pound the rock.
I don't know what the options are there. And that's, again...
I just told you what the options were.
But they're not going to work either.
Throw the ball with somebody else.
Not going to work. Not going to work. This is an NFL team.
Well, what you did didn't work.
Right. So again, because you're, in my opinion, you're optionless at that point. Listen, as far as the difficulties for 49er fans, there are so many of you. Gosh, Twitch, YouTube, the numbers through the roof today, and we thank you so much. And there's going to be a huge offseason ahead with all kinds of questions to answer. It's been just what an incredible season, not just from the perspective of the 49ers, but from all of you and the interaction and the communication we have had, and we expect today to be absolutely no different. As you would expect, the guest today is you. We are here for all of you. We want to get to each of you. 888-957-9570. We are reading along Twitch, YouTube comments, and the Xfinity mobile text line as well. And we will go straight to your phone calls coming up next. It is Willard and Dibs. The day after the Super Bowl is set, the 49ers aren't in it. It's all sponsored by Bud Light. And don't forget, the Warriors are back in action tonight in Oklahoma City. So we got Warriors Live coming up, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. Your calls next and all day long right here on Willard and Dibs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Bud Light is brewed to be a delicious, easy-to-drink beer. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local retailer today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season. Duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get savings on even more items across the store, like up to 40% off select bathroom products. Hurry and head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Valid 1/26 through 2/8.
69% on the year on 4th down, 4th best in the NFL. They need 3. Hurts runs out of the pocket, looking for a deep Devontae Smith. One-hander. Is he in? He's got it. 1st and goal, Philadelphia.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard that didn't have all the angles you guys saw, and that looked like a catch. So we don't want to waste the timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
God, that is such a... It's a tough pill to swallow because, especially it being in the first half on the first drive.
4th down play, man.
It's a 4th down play. Like, to me, if you're Kyle Shanahan, and I know this is all happening fast, you got about 20 seconds for them to get to the line of scrimmage. They're running down the field, maybe even less. But I'm sitting there going, what is the risk reward? And to me, you're risking very little.
A timeout.
In the first half.
That you took 3 to the half anyway.
And the likelihood is if you, and maybe you throw the hanky and it's a catch, and then you've lost a timeout.
Wow.
But think about what's the reward on the other end.
You get the ball.
But Jalen Hurts' 1st and goal at the 3 is like so likely a touchdown.
Yeah.
And it was.
Yes.
And if you throw the hanky and get it, it's the ball. It's not like
the ball.
It's not like, oh, okay, go back to the 30 and try again. It's your ball.
You get the rock.
With good field position.
Your own 35, basically.
That's good field position. Not great, but it's solid starting ground.
No, it's great.
For your opening drive.
Risk reward.
0-0. Like, oh my gosh, this is such little risk for very high reward. Throw the damn hanky.
This is where people have issue with Kyle Shanahan. And again, I'm not going to criticize Kyle Shanahan to the point of fire Kyle right now, which is one of my famous drops. I was talking about our Kyle, not their Kyle, by the way. When you hear the fire Kyle right now. Fire Kyle right now. That's the drop. I think it's about our Kyle, with whom I share a birthday.
In Kyle, I trust.
Well, I do trust in Kyle, both Kyles. But, Mark, you're right. Risk reward on a 4th down play, even if you think that it looked like a catch, and I thought it was a catch in real time, and I was saying to my beloved wife, Supper, I said, wow, what a catch, what a catch. And she looked up from, I think maybe Instagram at the time, and she's like, wow, good catch.
Yeah.
But
I thought so too.
In that moment,
I'm like, oh my God.
Risk reward, throw the hanky, and let's take a second look.
Especially when I see Hufanga going, this incomplete, and then you see the Eagles, like, get your butt to the
fist. Hurry.
Go, snap it. I'm like, there's too much evidence there. In a small risk, high reward, you got to throw the darn hanky. All right, we're sort of tick-tocking right now before we get to the lines toward what feels like is going to be announced any minute that DeMeco Ryans is the head coach of the Houston Texans. We'll see.
I think tomorrow morning is what I've heard in terms of reports. He has one more interview today, according to Rap Sheet, Ian Rappaport.
Yeah.
And then the announcement will be tomorrow, but he's going to be the new head coach of the Texans.
It seems that way. And so a couple of things to throw at you on that front. Mike Silver, who joins this show every week, San Francisco Chronicle, tweeted just over a half hour ago, for what it's worth, Vic Fangio, who was announced yesterday, or reported, I should say, was reported as the new Dolphins defensive coordinator under Mike McDaniel. Silver says Fangio told him late last night, quote, nothing has been decided yet. So, A, that's interesting. B, I threw this out last night on Fox to Ephraim Salaam, who I found out was a teammate of DeMeco Ryans with the Houston Texans years ago. I said, all right, you're sitting down with DeMeco for a beer. What would you tell him right now? And he goes, don't do it. Don't do it. And I say that with the full understanding of there are only 32 of these jobs. You got to take them when they're offered, especially as a black man. You have got to take those opportunities when they're given to you. But, God, I want you to stop and think long and hard as to whether or not you want to go to this organization with no quarterback who has fired black coaches in back-to-back seasons after 1 year and is just collectively, especially when it comes to this issue, a house of cards. So, I like, if this works out for DeMeco, great. I think he's a phenomenal young coach. And, man, everything about him on the sidelines I love. And because of all that, I really want him to succeed in his next job. And so, I don't know. This is a tough one because you got to take those opportunities when they come. But this one does not feel like the best opportunity it could be.
Normally, I would agree with you, but in terms of a number of different factors, I would say go ahead and take it. Number one would be you played there, so you know the organization better than you, me, or even Ephraim Salaam knows the organization. I mean,
we played there together.
Yes, so DeMeco, having played there, has a good sense for what he's going to face when he goes there. The second piece, they've got $75 million in cap room and the number 2 overall pick. So in terms of like a mound of clay, he has a chance to go in there and make out of this situation whatever he wants to make out of it.
Yep.
And the third piece would be, and I don't know what he makes as a coordinator, but he's probably set to make 8 times what he made this year.
Sure.
And I know he made a pretty penny as a player. I think he made about $40 million as a player, so maybe money's not the object, but this is a golden opportunity to go to a place where you've been, huge number of cap space, and the number 2 overall pick. It's a great chance in terms of just that.
Caserio as the GM, DeMeco as the defensive coordinator. How many days till Garoppolo signs there?
Probably 40.
I don't know if that's what they'd actually do. Number 2 pick in the draft, you can get one of the young guys if you want.
I mean, if you're really not sold on Davis in terms of quarterbacking your team, maybe you bring in Jimmy G and draft a QB.
Yeah.
Jimmy's a great placeholder. We know that.
Trade that number 2 overall pick for Aaron Rodgers. There's a lot. There's a lot of movement that's coming.
You don't want Aaron on a rebuilding team.
Yeah, I agree with you. On that. Abe in Fremont. Let's get out to the calls here. Let's talk to you. Abe, lead us off today. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibs. What are you doing? Abe, you there? Abe is gone. All right. How about Jonathan in San Francisco? Hello, Jonathan. What are you doing?
Just still feeling sad, man. Another scar tissue in the collection of no happy ending. That 6 Lombardi remains to be elusive. I don't know what we do, man. We got top-ranked defense, top-ranked offense, and it still fell short. They need to fix the trenches, man. We're pretty weak in the trenches. I thought I was watching an episode of, Twilight Zone. I mean, they actually tried to block one of the Eagles' best pass rusher with a backup tight end. You know, like what am I watching here? And then the old offensive line was so poor of a performance they displayed yesterday. They got not one but two quarterbacks injured on eerily very similar plays. You know, like a defensive end crushing right in front of their face and just whacking our quarterback. I mean, this is a reoccurring theme. They need to address, you know, the center guard-to-guard position. And we on defense, we need to stop letting go of guys like, you know, B.D. Jones and Brenton Buckner. We need to be stout and tough in the middle, in the point of attack, because it doesn't matter how many weapons you have. It doesn't matter if you got a boy genius, a play caller. If you're weak and you're getting out physical, and the point of attack as a football team is all for naught. So we got to get better at the point of attack moving forward.
Jonathan, thanks. You're in the middle of the Red and Gold Reaction, which is brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. I just think, to me, there are two different football games, and one of them only lasted like 3 minutes. And so
fine, yeah.
I'll ask it this way. Yes, Brock Purdy got sacked on what I find to be a schematic error, right? Like, we can say the defensive line for the Eagles was dominant. I'm going to say Hassan Reddick's going to beat Tyler Kroft 100% of the time. That's a schematic error.
You're putting this on Kyle then?
Well, that play, yes. I'm absolutely putting that play on Kyle.
Dante Whitner said the same thing in the postgame.
I'm not putting an injury on Kyle. I'm putting a poor schematic play on Kyle Shanahan on that one.
And Hassan Reddick, by the way, had already made one, if not two plays in the game, 6 plays in.
Right, but
he's a game wrecker.
But yes, he is. But while Brock was in there, in that very short period of time, did it feel like the 49er offense was overwhelmed and not going to move the ball?
Yes.
I saw 2 first downs. I don't, in other words, the overwhelming defensive line play for the Eagles, to me, got built up later and throughout the game, which to me is totally different, because at that point, a defensive coordinator can send the house knowing that you have no downfield options and threat with Josh Johnson or ... no one in the game at quarterback. Brock Purdy, he got hit. He got hit and sacked that one time. It turned into a fumble. It's a huge play. Prior to that, he didn't look overwhelmed to me, but we got to see it only for 10 seconds.
Exactly. 6 plays, and that was it. It looked like Philadelphia was stacking up to stop the run, which they did before Brock Purdy got hurt. Couple of plays that helped move the chains in the pass game, quick throws out, and the Niners were able to beat Hassan Reddick in the pass rush there. But what I saw from the moment Brock Purdy got hurt, from before and even beyond that, the Niner offensive line overwhelmed. And you look at Mike McGlinchey, a tackle who's been going backward a lot more than he's been going forward in terms of his ability this year. And he's a guy who's a unrestricted free agent. So when you look at the future of this 49er offensive line, and I talked about it last Friday, which is why I picked Philadelphia in terms of the Eagles D-line against the Niners offensive line, the D-line had the day. And if you want to assign that to the fact that, Josh Johnson came on, and you figure that at that point they don't have to respect Josh Johnson as a quarterback, and so you can sell out to try to stop him. Well, we'll see. I mean, we'll see how Philadelphia does against Kansas City in 13 days.
Yeah. That one's going to be interesting. I'm fascinated by the fact that Philadelphia was established as the favorite, and then the line went up. They opened as a 1-point favorite. It's up to 2 for Philadelphia, which is interesting. I get that maybe that comes off of what looks like a very dominant performance, and maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
And Mahomes' possible re-injury. You saw him late in that game. I know you were doing your radio show.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean,
I know how
he's
you do
limping
these
and
things,
gimping. Yeah, no,
he's limping and gimping. So if you're a Philly bettor, and I personally think that Philly is a better team across the board than Kansas City. If you're a Philly bettor, wait, because Patrick Mahomes, once he gets to the Super Bowl, he's going to practice, he's going to look better, and all the money's going to come in on Kansas City. So if you like Philadelphia, wait for that thing to come down to being a pick'em again.
David in San Francisco is next up on Willard and Dibs. David, hello, and what are you doing?
Yes, I'm sitting here in the parking lot. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for making it.
Hey, I have a question. I didn't see a lot of people pose this question. And I feel like the spotlight should be like just purely on Brock Purdy. Just because I feel like he wasn't grimacing or frowning or wincing when he was in pain. Right after the play when he got hurt, he was actually going to continue playing until they called it a fumble. And I just want to question his toughness and his mental toughness. I mean, I'm not a conspiracy theorist or nothing like that, but a lot of people on social media are saying, did he throw the game? Are we seeing something before?
All right, David, let's let tap your brakes because I hated.
Thanks for the call, David.
I didn't like your first point, and then I hated your second point.
And I told you guys this morning, and it might have been 4 a.m. when I was up with the baby. I said, let's all brace ourselves for that call that's coming in. And I had a discussion with somebody yesterday after the game. The one thing that I really hesitate to do in this job is to question another person's toughness. Like, if we find out today that he doesn't have a ruptured UCL in his elbow, maybe he has just a sprain, we don't know what that sprain means to that individual, a 23-year-old Brock Purdy. Different people have more of an ability or less of an ability to overcome injury than others. We can't, when we're not in his body, in my opinion, it's unfair to say what a player should, quote, play through or not play through.
It's not only unfair, let me take it a step further.
Take it, Mark.
It is unequivocally unthoughtful
insensitive
to have this question about someone who has already, you want to talk about mental toughness? How about being the last pick in the draft and being told you're barely good enough for this league, and then you beat somebody out for a job, and then injuries land your way, and you're thrown into a high-level 8-3 versus 8-3 football game and a 4-point deficit, and you go out there and put 30 more points on the board and win the game. And then you're asked to start, and the greatest quarterback of all time is your counterpoint in that game, and you go out and blow the doors off of that game, and then you injure your oblique in that game, and you are asked 4 days later, when you could not even throw a football until a ballroom in the hotel a few hours before the game against a divisional rival on a Thursday night primetime game with the division on the line, and the team planning for you to only be able to play a half. You go out there and win that football game, get all the way to this point, and you're going to ask questions about toughness and whether or not he threw the game. The guy's got a UCL injury, and he couldn't throw the ball. And if you watched him warm up on the sideline, he was throwing the ball to a teammate the same way you throw the ball to your little 3 or 4-year-old when they're learning how to catch a Nerf.
Here it comes.
That's all he had.
Right.
That's all he had. And so
people will, though, call in and say, Josh Allen played through a sprained UCL. Why couldn't Brock Purdy? And that's out there in terms of, a comparative injury.
We don't know that this is a sprained UCL.
We don't know that.
This could be a torn UCL.
It could be a rupture. It could be a torn. Exactly.
Right. And Josh had time. That injury happened on the last play of a game, and he was given a week to get ready for the next game. So
no doubt.
Yeah, very, very, very
I'm just
different.
saying what people have said and what people will say. I'm not saying it because one thing that I've always tried to do, especially when it comes to football, it's like you can't look at a football player and say, oh, you should be able to play through this. By the way, I'm calling in sick today because I got an ingrown toenail.
Did you watch, what's his name, Osai, the linebacker for the Bengals?
Heartbreaking.
Do you want to know what it feels like to one of those guys to watch the physical toll that it takes for an NFL team to get to this moment and then feel like you're the reason that it all stopped? It's a grown-ass man sobbing on the sideline. And you're going to think that Brock Purdy was just like,
I'm good.
I mean, his entire press conference was about sadness for the veterans. His whole press conference.
Dude, the Osai play, I mean, I know we're not doing a whole slate of what are you doing, and you hate to single out a guy for what are you doing, but he was a good 2 steps out of bounds on that play.
It's a bad play. It's a bad play. And he had played a good game, too.
He played a great game.
He played a really good game.
And it sucks that the game had to... I was hoping for overtime. That game deserved overtime.
Yep.
Especially after what we had in the morning game. We all deserved overtime. And I was telling Supper, the new overtime rules, and I was looking forward to it.
Yep.
And cracking my knuckles,
with
and here
Burrow
we go.
And Mahomes, for a trip to the bowl?
I've already fed the baby her pears and her sweet potato. We were good, Coach.
See, and again, gosh, I'm watching that game in the fourth quarter going, this should be the second time that this happens today.
Football porn.
But instead, we're running the wing tee at 2:30 in the afternoon. For crying out loud.
God.
David in Denver, you're next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, David. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. I'm just over here trying to lick my wounds, and that last call was definitely hogwash. That's unfortunate, but I guess the world that we live in these days. But my point is...
Oh, your point is that your phone just clicked
Shout
off.
out Harry Potter
That stinks.
and hogwash.
Yeah, call back because you had some wounds to lick, and we're here for that. Did you just drop a Harry Potter on me?
Yeah, it's Hogwarts. It's not hogwash.
I got it.
That was more for Kyle, but he tuned me out.
I've never read any of the Harry.
Me either.
You've never read any of them?
No,
The only Harry Potter experience I had is that I took years ago. I took a trip to Scotland. You ever been to Scotland?
Many times.
Gosh, it's beautiful, isn't
Yeah.
it? And we went on this trip, like we drove around, circled the entire island.
Oh.
And there was some bridge. We hiked out to a bridge, and the younger, there were some kids in the group, and they're freaking out because they're like, that's the Harry Potter bridge. And I'm like, I don't know what's the Harry Potter bridge?
Right.
It's beautiful, but I had no reference point for it. Do you know what Kyle, do you know what the Harry Potter bridge is?
I'm assuming it's the one. This is Spadoni, not Kyle.
Okay, hi Spadoni.
I'm assuming it's the one that's leading into Hogwarts, the bridge where Harry Potter and Voldemort finally have their final clash.
Yeah,
Kyle, can you confirm?
I remember it well.
No, I
Okay,
can't.
good.
I thought you were a Potter guy, Kyle.
There's a lot of
Kyle's
bridges.
looking at it like, what are you?
No, there's a lot of bridges.
It's a bridge too far.
All
Sorry.
right, there it is.
Thank you. Shout out the River Kwai.
It's a 2. It was a little too easy. Abe in Fremont is back. Let's try Abe again. Hi, Abe. What are you doing?
Hey there. Just around. I just wanted to address something that's going to probably come out because this is a quote-unquote Niner Nation. What they like to do is they're going to listen to the media's narrative that Shanahan can just plug and play any quarterback. But if you obviously looked and watched the game yesterday, the first half, then that's your answer of those folks who like to drive that narrative. And I didn't jump on the bandwagons of these quarterbacks that perform 5, 7, 8, 10 games. When Jimmy first did it, I wasn't sold. I just knew that he was missing something. Purdy, this is the first time where I'm like, damn, I'm sold. This guy's legit. And he is the future, so I don't want to hear about Brady. I don't want to hear about Tua and whoever they're going to trade for, Rodgers and Lance. He's a backup.
Oh.
He's not ready. This roster's too legit for a Lance.
Abe, listen, I'm with you. I think Brock Purdy's the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, unless he needs a complete reconstruction of his elbow, which would be very, very surprising and rare. I think Purdy is the future, and you're right. There was only one way for the 49ers to lose this game and have Brock Purdy come out looking like a good thing, and this was it. This was exactly it. Like anyone who thought, well, you just stick any quarterback worth of salt back there, and this offense will still work. Nope. Nope. That's not the case. How about, is it Yag? Yag in San Jose with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Yag, what are you doing?
How's it going, guys? I'm working. I'm also licking my wounds, and it's a familiar feeling, unfortunately, but what can we do? I just wanted to point out the notion that when people say Shanahan can't win the big game, like, to me, what does that even mean, right? Like, that's just, like, shallow analysis. There's no substance behind it. Like, this is football. The game could be won in so many different ways, and unfortunately, people don't like to admit it, but there's a lot of luck involved. I don't know. I mean, I don't think anything about yesterday's loss is on Shanahan. Maybe you could point to that not throwing the flag, but that's just super spontaneous. You have 10 seconds to make that decision. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think that
I'd like to see him make an aggressive mistake. And this is a criticism that many have of Kyle Shanahan, and that's a microcosm of the criticism is in that moment, unless you're 100% feeling like you're going to be right, Kyle Shanahan doesn't pull the trigger. And that is a time where I would love to see him be aggressively wrong, where We didn't know, right? Watching it on TV, looked like a catch.
Until it was too late.
Oh, what a beautiful one-handed grab.
Totally.
None of us saw the angle that we saw. But when you're the guy with the red hanky, go ahead and throw it and be wrong one time, make an aggressive mistake.
I agree with the red hanky point. I think schematically there were some things that got messed up there on the offensive line, put some guys in bad positions. And so in a vacuum, in a moment, there's some things that we can say yesterday about Kyle Shanahan for sure. The larger point, though, I think that Yag makes is a really good one. More on that, plus more of your phone calls coming up in just a second. The Red and Gold Reaction, which is all day long, is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This is Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 again.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Luke Bryan's Country On Tour. With special guests Chase Beckham, Connor Smith, Alana Springsteen, and DJ Rock. Saturday, July 22nd, Shoreline Amphitheater. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at 10 a.m. through Thursday at 10 p.m. Before the general public Friday at 10 a.m. Get tickets at livenation.com. Luke Bryan's Country On Tour.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's a bad beat.
There's McCaffrey, right side, breaks the tackle, good shifty move, gets that, still going! McCaffrey's gonna score!
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Spadone, do you take requests?
Sure.
I don't want to hear anymore. I don't like.
I was positive though.
But it wasn't. That is not, to me, that wasn't even a football game. It was just an odd out-of-body experience. Listen, everybody's going to remember, I loved listening to Bonte and Joe talk about their build-up and then their build-out of the game experience. We had a funny experience, too. You know this. And next-level flag football is like half of what's going on in our house every weekend.
Sure.
Love it.
How'd you guys do? Did you get a win?
Got a dub. 20-7.
How many tugs for your boy?
No tugs yesterday.
Whoa,
no tugs.
Did they bracket him?
Spread it around a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
Because if I'm scheming against your team, I'm shutting Abe. I'm shutting Jude down.
Well,
sorry, Abe would probably unstoppable 116.
Him and his quarterback were not always on the same page yesterday. And
did he throw some Iguodala at his quarterback?
No. They were on the same page conceptually.
Okay.
They weren't physically on the same page.
Gotcha.
Right? Just little throws, a little behind, a little ahead, run the long route, whatever. All that stuff was going on. But they did fine. They won the game. He had a blast. All good. So we're at the age bracket where his game ended at noon. It was 11 to noon. And the dads and moms, quite frankly, everybody's out there kind of almost like joking around with the league officials and the refs, like, we don't need halftime today. Let's go. They're 8 years old. They don't need oranges. Let's go. Get out of here at 11:40. We got somewhere to be, right? So here's the other thing. One of the dads who's coaching his team grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, boy.
This
I
man,
hate that guy.
He's draped from head to toe in green. And everybody, we're friends. It's all good, right? It's before the game, so it's smiles, it's handshakes, and it's have a good time. And he literally gathers the team after their victory and hands in, guys, I'm so proud of you today. You did a great job, great effort out there. And there's only one thing left to say, and I knew exactly what he was going to do when he did it. He just bellows out, "Go Eagles!" And he starts screaming, and everybody, everyone's having fun with each other. And that's kind of my point. We all ran for our cars because we were all so excited for this experience that we've been waiting for and an answer. Who's better? ¿Quién es más macho? 15 minutes later, the experience was over.
Yeah.
It was over. And so to me, it was just an odd sort of processing of what was unfolding, not just the end of the 49ers season, but the robbing of the 3 hours that we had set aside all week for something that we thought was going to be epic.
I think for you to say that it was over after 15 minutes is disrespectful to Josh Johnson and the job he did up until the point where he was unable to catch a snap that was hurled directly into his hands, because he led the team on a touchdown drive. Christian McCaffrey played a huge part of it. It was 7-7 with your backup quarterback. So at that moment, when Christian McCaffrey evaded one, jumped over a second, and trucked 2 others to tie the game, there was no thought in anyone's mind of, oh, this game's over. They can't win. It was an uphill battle.
I still felt
it was a tie game.
I know.
That's a defeatist mentality.
He got a short field, Dibs, and they ran the ball in the end zone.
And they
on
scored
an
a touchdown.
Run. Right, so I'm not giving Johnson.
They had a nasty defense.
I'm giving Johnson zero credit for that.
And that's on you. If you want to give him no credit, opinion. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to it. But when they tied the game in the second quarter in Philadelphia, I myself was thinking, okay, if you did it with Brock Purdy, a third stringer, maybe you could do it with Josh Johnson, a fourth stringer. And even when he got the ball back, down 14-7 with 1:40 to go and all 3 timeouts, and they immediately pick up a first down on the first play, I was thinking, okay, maybe you can get another 20 or 30 yards, get a field goal, you get the ball to start the third quarter. This game is not over here.
I'm cheering when Christian McCaffrey goes in. Don't get me wrong. But in my heart of hearts, are you asking me if I thought the 49ers had a good chance to win the game? No.
But you didn't turn the game off.
Well, of course I didn't turn it off. I didn't turn it off even when it was 31-7.
Yeah.
What else am I going to go do?
You wanted to.
I did.
We all did.
I'm like, it's time to go walk the dog.
I did actually rack up the dishes with about 7 minutes to go, because I'm watching every snap, as we all are, and it gets to 31-7, and there's 8 minutes to go, and it's 1st and 10, run. 2nd and 8, run. 3rd and 7, run. I went and started doing the dishes, and I looked up. I'm like, why is Trent Williams so angry? Why is Drake Greenlaw punching Philadelphia Eagles?
There was a lot of anger out there.
There was. You know what it felt like to me, Mark, and I heard the roast talk about it this morning. Golden State Warriors 2019 NBA Finals against Toronto, where you lose KD in Game 5. KD hasn't played in 9 games. KD comes back, and boop, the Achilles goes, and then Game 6, Klay Thompson goes out with the ACL. That's what this kind of felt like, because, the Warriors-Raptors, that was a good series. And it ended not because of the injuries, but it left you wondering, what if?
Right.
What if KD and Klay were both still healthy?
Right.
Might that have gone a different way?
Except for in that moment, even though you're totally compromised, you still, for instance, have a Steph Curry on the field. A football team without a quarterback is a car without an engine. So I don't even know. I don't know what anybody is supposed to do in that moment. And I think that's why the anger sort of got turned up. I'm not excusing anything that anybody on either side of the ball did at the end of the game, but I can tell you as a fan, it was annoying to watch late in the fourth quarter. You're up 24 points on a team that does not have the power of the forward pass. And when an Eagle defender would stop McCaffrey at the line of scrimmage and then celebrate, it's like, dog, they're running. Of course you're going to tackle them at the line of scrimmage. And you're celebrating? Come on, man. Again, it felt like a fourth grader kicking a kindergartner.
That's the nature of the sport, and it's the nature of the business.
It's the nature of being a fan to be annoyed by that.
No doubt.
Yeah,
no doubt. I'm not mad at fans for being annoyed by it, but at the same time, I'm not going to look at any professional football player in an era where we gain 2 yards on 3rd and 1, and we stand up and we point, and it's a first down. It's like, dude, you ran 2 yards and caught a ball thrown directly to you, and you got chopped down, and you're going to stand up and pimp and finger roll and point.
I get it. I get it.
It's the nature of the
gig.
And
they're going to the Super Bowl. They're all fired up. I get it. I'm not trying to take that from them. The guest today is you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It's all you and your thoughts on the 49ers loss at 888-957-9570 And we're coming to you right now after I read this to you. This is from Joe Thomas, Hall of Fame left tackle.
Is he in the fame yet?
Maybe he hadn't been gone long
He'll get
enough.
there.
Yeah, no.
He's gold-jacketed.
First ballot for sure. All right. This is a 4-tweet rant broken off by Joe Thomas. All the people criticizing Kyle Shanahan for blocking Hassan Reddick with their tight end need to be criticizing any team that runs effective play-action passing all season long. You can't have it both ways. You either always put your O-line on the best pass rushers, and then your play action never looks like the run, and you never get that advantage. Or you pick and choose your opportunities to run play action for huge chunk plays, and you remain one of the best offenses in the NFL. There's a reason that Shanahan disciples running his offenses are taking over the league. It's because it works. Not every time, but that's the basics of running outside zone and play action pass. You have to count on your tight ends and running backs to occasionally block good pass rushers. And your QB just understands where the strengths and weaknesses in the protection are and where he can slide and move in the pocket to buy time for downfield throws. That from Joe Thomas.
And he's absolutely right. Now, whether or not you thought that it was a good play call is a separate issue. But when you run play action, you have to run it, like Joe was saying, with the threat of the tight end being live in the pass game. And so you run that play action fake, and then Brock Purdy comes out of it, and oh snap, I've got somebody in my face. Brock Purdy maybe should have swallowed it or gotten rid of it sooner. This is a rookie quarterback, inexperienced quarterback, facing the most daunting pass rush he's faced all year. But the play call, in and of itself, that's the nature of play action. You're trusting Tyler Kroft to be able to block a guy, or at least maybe slow
him down, just for a second.
You get a piece of him,
right?
And he didn't. He whiffed on it, and Hassan Reddick went by and blew up your quarterback, and that's just the way that goes.
Yep, and so goes the season. Peter in Millbrae on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Peter, what are you doing?
Thinking about how crazy people are. First off, to the person who called and said that Brock Purdy, I've just been reading it all over the place, that Brock Purdy's soft. Are you kidding me? Just stop. Just stop right away. This guy has done a lot more than anybody else has this whole season at the quarterback position. So we need to, not turncoat on this kid because he got hurt. Okay? Second, there's just so much to go on. Oh my God, I had it and I can't think of it anymore. What?
Yeah.
How can someone come out and say now that, anybody can run this offense? Just play the first 2 quarters of the last game. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's all I got to say, really. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot more, but it's just going through my head.
Thank you, Peter.
Peter, I think, the
emotion.
The
he's
emotion
on
is
his sleeve.
The emotion is obvious, and yet also rational in what you're saying. And this is what we do. And believe me, you know what I had more than bad 49er takes? I had text messages yesterday of, get ready for this tomorrow. Get ready for that tomorrow. Yeah. And you and I have been doing it.
I sent you one on email. Just get ready for it.
Get ready for Brock Purdy is soft. Get ready for Tom Brady. Get ready for Aaron Rodgers. Some of my best friends on the planet within the last 24 hours have texted me some of the stupidest stuff that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Man.
Love y'all. I'm not going to text you back on some of this. Okay? But this is what we do. Because as a group, whether you want to call it society or just being humans, when things are emotionally frustrating for us, we go for blame. It's where our brains go. We go for blame.
It's human nature.
And that's understandable. And it's not to say that blame never exists, but it's rarely healthy, number one. And it eliminates situations like this where, as Eric Armstead said, that's life. Yesterday sucked on every level.
That's life.
That it possibly could. And in little spots, you can say, throw the red hanky. Or I didn't like this play call. The larger picture of yesterday is that it stunk out loud We got robbed of the game we wanted to see. That's life. It's no one's fault. The 49ers aren't a bad organization. How many free agents yesterday sat in the locker room with tears in their eyes because they don't want to leave this organization? Some of the new guys talking about how we've never been treated this classy in our lives. It's not a bad organization. It's not a bad coach. It's not a bad GM. It's not a bad quarterback. You don't blow stuff up. This was an unbelievable season that ended in an awful, awful way. And that's life.
That is life. It's football is what it is. And, you can blame whoever you want to blame. Kyle Shanahan, if he challenges that and they don't get the first down and the 49ers get the ball back, but Brock Purdy still gets hurt and Josh Johnson still gets hurt, you still lose the
Probably
football game.
Probably going to go the same way.
So if we want to talk about what happened, the things that happened that went against you in order of importance, Brock Purdy is unable to throw the football because he gets hurt. The single most important. Number 2, Josh Johnson fumbling down 14-7, giving Philadelphia a short field and scoring a touchdown to make it 21-7. The third most important thing that happened against you was Josh Johnson getting concussed, because then you had no quarterback. Because I firmly believe that if Josh Johnson wouldn't have fumbled, and if he wouldn't have gotten hurt, and you go to the locker room down 14-7, you get the ball to start the third quarter, maybe, just maybe, you can stay in that football game. Maybe you go down and get a field goal with Josh Johnson. Maybe you end up punting it, but you're only down 14-7, and you still have a healthy
turnover,
quarterback.
Right, yeah.
The fourth most important thing that happened against you was Kyle Shanahan not challenging that fourth down pass in the first quarter. The fifth most important thing that happened against you was the slew of penalties that were dubious at best. 3 of them, 2 of them probably were bad calls. 3 of them might have been bad calls. However you want to look at it, the flags went against you. That was the 5th worst thing that happened against you. So if you add up all those things that went against you...
That's amazing. They only lost by 24.
Exactly, Mark. You lose that game.
That's a good list.
You lose 2 quarterbacks. You blow a challenge. You fumble inside your own half at the end of a half, and you get a ton of flags that go against you. You lose the game.
Yeah,
I don't care who you're playing.
No.
And that's not excuses. These are facts.
Jennifer Lee Chan had an interesting observation. JLC was down in the tunnel watching the players come off the field and noticed a different emotion in them walking off the field from last year's NFC Championship loss. And again, these are just through her eyes, but her observation was obviously both teams walking off the field are incredibly disappointed, but it appeared that last year's team felt collectively much more like we just blew an opportunity. This year's group looked like we never had the opportunity. They know what it means when you lose your guy. You lose your guy and the rest of the things that you just pointed out. They never had a chance.
Right.
Big Dave in San Leandro next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
Just taking a break from work, walking the dog. Nice day outside. And I'll tell you what, for me, I was thinking the same thing. I didn't hear it on the roast, but the closest thing for me, it would be the Warriors against the Raptors. I know we had Steph Curry, but losing Clay after losing KD, that kind of took the wind out of the sails, so very similar to that. And then, we could play the what-if game all day. I'd add number 6 to your list, Dibbs. No forced turnovers. The Niners usually pretty big on that. So, disappointing. But I wanted to throw this out. I've read different reports online. I'm a big fan of the art of war. Expect the best, prepare for the worst. I really do hope that Purdy's not too serious, and he's our number 1 quarterback going to next year. Lance backing him up. But let's just say, playing devil's advocate, if Purdy is out, worst case scenario, for a year, what are we going to do at QB? Because I don't think running with Trey Lance and Johnson backing him up is going to do it. And I heard your boys, you're texting me and whatnot. But seriously, we should think about bringing Tom Brady on for 1 year, and it'd be like a storybook ending for him. If he could win one more Super Bowl with the Niners, and then retire, and then we get Purdy back, that's going to be awesome.
Okay, so Dave, let me answer it with a text message exchange that I had with someone named Dr. Nirav Pandya last night at 9:45 p.m.
Don't be texting my doc behind my back.
I did.
You need to conference me into that.
I did. I texted him. He texted back. right?
He's a good dude.
I didn't slide into his DMs. I thought that was a little bit too intimate.
Way too intimate. And you might get hit with a copay. That'd be so funny if you hit you with a copay.
So I think this is important for everybody to know because that would be great.
$20.
Venmo receipt.
Totally.
All right, request.
Exactly.
So here's what he said, because I know a lot of people are wondering, and the first response is, look, before you get to your Tom Brady take already, can we find out what the injury is?
MRI today. We
MRI
should know
today.
by close of business today.
All
Although with HIPAA laws, we may never know. But
exactly.
P.S. we will know.
Shanahan will be like, I don't even know if he's going to be alive next year.
Exactly.
So here's what Doc Pandia said. It depends on how bad the tear is on the MRI. Now, by the way, that was an assumption by me on my text, if it's a tear.
Right.
So he's not saying it's torn. If it's a tear, I said, what are we looking at in terms of a timeline? Depends on how bad the tear is, if it's a tear. It is pretty rare for quarterbacks to need surgery in general. Example, Josh Allen. If they go the non-surgery route, 6 to 12 weeks, this is a non-issue, okay? If it's bad, then there are two surgical options. A repair a la Nick Mullins, 5 to 6 months. Yes, that's pushing the timeline of training camp, but in theory does get you back for early August. It would be, back to his text, super rare to go down the full Tommy John reconstruction route. The only recent quarterback who has done this was Jake Delhomme, and that's not even that recent. And that would be 9 months. And obviously that would run into the start of the season. But he's calling that super rare. So if you're polishing your Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers take right now, understand two things. A, you are already going down a route that is, quote, super rare. And B, as free agents sit there with tears in their eyes in the locker room yesterday, you are immediately giving up the number one advantage that the 49ers have on the league right now, which is two quarterbacks for less than $10 million. I don't want the 49ers to go spend $40 million on yet another quarterback. The quarterback is Brock Purdy, and the only way you even think about something like that is if this is super rare and needs a full overhaul reconstruction.
But short of that, and let's just say it's the middle,
6 month?
the middle of the 6 months, then you're talking about he's out until August, or even beyond that. Let's say it's the 6 to 12 week variety where you don't need surgery and you just need it to calm down. There are people out there who believe that Brock Purdy and certainly Trey Lance aren't good enough to get you over the hump. So there is that idea out there that these quarterbacks aren't good enough to lead you to where you want to be. And if Tom Brady is available for 1 year, and I know cap-wise, the salary cap is going up by about $15 million. I just saw the report this morning, so the salary cap is going up. So everybody's got more cap room than they thought. And as you take a look at the autopsy of this year, and you look at Brock Purdy, Purdy's great. Tom Brady, 1 year of Tom Brady, it's very tempting.
Is it?
It's tempting for some.
I don't know what evidence we have from just this year alone that Tom Brady's got a better chance of getting you over the top than Brock Purdy.
Well, Tom Brady is. Tom Brady has had a better career than Brock Purdy's had.
Career.
We can certainly say that.
Didn't have a better year, not even close.
Well, he threw for more yards. He threw more passes.
Played twice as many games.
I mean, if we want to talk about comparative values,
he didn't have. If you run Brock Purdy, if you double those numbers out for a full year, he didn't have a better year. Not even close. So
I'm just saying in terms of what you might look at as an organization. I myself, if Brock Purdy's not out for 6 months, you come back with Brock and you put Trey in as the number 2 and you find a veteran quarterback to be the number 3 and you get quarterback number 4 on speed dial and you make sure that quarterback number 5 is available for when you need him.
Right.
And the other thing I think you have to look at now is maybe in these big games having 3 quarterbacks active. As much as it seems a little bit of a throwback ideology, use that 46th roster spot on a quarterback.
I
because
totally agree.
Of their 46 guys yesterday, is there 1 or 2 players that you had active that you could have done without in order to have another quarterback?
It's just
interesting. And by the way, who would
that
quarterback have been? Do we know who their third quarterback is on the roster, not counting Jimmy
squad?
Or Trey?
Who was that dude? No, there was that dude. There was that dude earlier this year.
Who's that dude?
He either came from the Packers or he went to the Packers. Kyle, you'll know who I'm talking about. He had kind of a funny name. Quarterback who went to the Niner practice squad for about 4 weeks in the middle of the year. And then they let him go. Benkert. Thank you. There you go. That dude. There you go. That guy could have been ready. Oh, Benkert versus Mahomes. Could have happened. Xavier in San Jose real quick. Hey, Xavier, what are you doing?
Man, I was driving home. I just dropped off my daughter at daycare. And you pretty much made my point already with Joe Thomas, but I want to add another point with everybody's trying to give Josh Johnson a pass, talking about he was playing an impossible spot. Man, Brock Purdy was playing an impossible spot when he came off the bench. I remember reading last week his tight end from college was like, yeah, Brock wasn't disappointed to be drafted last, but he always told him, he's like, when my number's called, I'll be ready. I played fullback in high school. I remember sophomore year, I was the only sophomore on my team. I got to start at running back because our starting running back was out. I fumbled the first sweep. I never saw the football again.
That's right.
That was the standard at the high school level. Man, we're talking about a 15-year NFL pro. This dude can't handle a snap. That's all I got to say, man. I'm not giving that dude a pass for nothing.
Yeah, Xavier,
thanks, Xavier.
I'm going to split the difference on
Your
that.
Your high school fullback career is just like a 15-year veteran coming out of mothballs and facing the most daunting pass rush in pro football and making a simple mistake.
Take it easy on him.
I will not take it easy on him.
How many times are we talking about Scott Foster and you bring up CYO? Take it easy on my man Xavier.
I never compare my judgment to that of Scott Foster.
Take it easy on my man Xavier because he has a point.
You cannot criticize a pro quarterback who hasn't played at all outside of garbage time, and he makes a physical mistake.
You're both right. No,
he's wrong.
Josh Johnson is not ready for that moment, wasn't built to be ready for that moment, but he's an adult. You got 4 chances to pick up a ball. Pick up the ball.
Because it's that easy, Mark.
Well, I mean, yeah. Like, they threw the ball right to his chest.
And he dropped it.
Right, and then he tried to pick it up, and he dropped it. And then he tried to pick it up,
and he
dropped
kicked it.
And then he tried to dive on it.
By the way, go back and watch that film, and you tell me what his offensive line were doing on that play.
Yeah, they didn't
You know
know
how many of them dove into the pile?
Because they didn't know the ball was on the ground because he dropped the ball that was thrown at his chest.
0 is the answer, Mark.
Sponsored by Pfizer, and more of your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everyone knows time is money. So don't wait weeks for the IRS to send out your tax refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt instead for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee tax refund advance loan. With up to $3,500, you could bring home the bacon and bring it home today. Money now instead of later? That's worth its weight in gold. Don't wait weeks for your refund. Go to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain X Quantum wiper blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster.
Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't-catch-me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts.
Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Oh, my God.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph, you take it away. It's your town now, right? No 49er football, no Giants baseball. Steph, take it away.
It's time for Tupac.
You take it away.
All eyes on me.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a 3. I just saw Guru in the hall.
Can't give yourself the numbers.
It was an honor of Guru.
Okay. Got mad at you.
I knew you wouldn't get the reference.
Guru's coming in hot.
All eyes on me.
I got you.
We got into it was a positive shouting match over our pride.
Those are my favorite.
Our pride of the morning roast, Butcher and Bonte, and the absolute onslaught that they faced walking in the stadium.
Yep.
And I said this to them in the changeover. I've been critical of both collectively, individually. It's what I do, Mark. I keep it real.
You keep it real.
You know
Dibbs.
that.
Yes.
I keep it a buck. However, and I texted them both this, right? Maybe it was Instagram or Twitter. I can't remember anymore, but very proud of both of them for representing and just taking the high road, because I don't know if you've seen the video. I'm sure you have. But for all of you out there, go to our Twitter page. It's our pinned tweet, 957 The Game, and the gauntlet that they walked through to get into the stadium. Philly fan, shame on you. And Mark, shame on you for trying to sell them short. Philly fans came hard. Wow. They kept it real.
Oh yeah, there you go.
They brought
my
the heat.
new least favorite phrase in the English language. Basically, keep it real.
Keep it real.
Keep it real has turned into one of two things. You're either just being a negative Nelly or you're being a moron. That's what keeping it real now means.
You calling me a moron?
No, I'm calling Philly fans morons.
They kept it real, Mark.
I love it. Bonte and Joe went through a gauntlet. No, they went through a gauntlet of mentally ill humans is what they went through. I love that we prop this up in sports.
Shout out mental illness.
Oh, they come hard. No, you're idiots. You're idiots. Bonte even told the story of when he turned, and this wasn't on the way into the stadium, but earlier in the week, some little rat-a-tat teenager came up and yappity yap, yap, yap. Bonte is 6'5" and not small anywhere.
Oh.
Turned and took one step toward the guy, and the guy goes, it's just a game. It's just a game. It's just a game. Oh, Philly fan.
Oh, now it's just a game.
Now it's just a game. Okay.
Bonte's a stretch 4.
Get the hell out of
in
here.
any league.
You know what? Great. Good for you, Philly. You can wake up this morning and tell yourselves that you did that is because you are hard and you created a very intimidating environment. I don't even know how anybody was able to function in there.
How many delay games? How many false starts?
With quarterback 8?
Whatever.
Yeah.
It wasn't because...
There weren't any with Brock Purdy.
Well,
none.
Because he was in there for 6 snaps.
Well...
Josh Johnson, he had hands over ears. The plays were late coming in.
Yeah, that's
the crowd noise was a factor.
That's on Kyle as well. The crowd noise was not a factor.
You're ripping Kyle. I like to see it. It's about time. Because you know what?
So ridiculous.
Kyle can't win the big one.
Listen. Nobody.
Fire Kyle right now.
You are not.
Maybe later.
You're not going to get me to be against the idea of like hard fandom. Like go crazy, right? Joe walking down the street. Embarcadero with the flag, getting ready for Giants-Dodgers. Like, be a crazy person.
God, I hate that guy.
But deciding that you are like an intimidating force to other people, okay. All right, you threw ketchup. You threw ketchup and it got on Joe's shirt. You know what he's going to do? This is crazy now. He's going to wash it. And then
he got hit with ketchup?
He's going to move on with his life. Like you didn't do.
I know
anything.
He got hit with beer, and I saw in the video there was water.
Just a weirdo who threw ketchup at someone. That's all you are. You're not an intimidation sensation.
That's a buck.
You're somebody who needs therapy. All right,
ketchup can be pretty intimidating. And by the way, I've always gone with catsup.
If you think it's blood, now why do you do that to the letter H?
It was always catsup growing up. It was never ketchup.
Well, some spell
ketchup is what you do when you're down 31-7 and you're unable to throw the football.
Now that is a 3.
I'll take it.
It might even be a 4.
I'll give myself a 2.
Is it T or is it TC? I got a lot of letters going on here.
It's TC.
It's TC in Sacramento. Hey, TC. Well, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Willard and Dibbs, what's up, bros? How you guys doing, man?
What's good,
I'm
TC?
sick, man, right now, but can you guys hear me?
We got you, buddy.
Hello?
We got you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had a few points. It's TC. But just to get on the airwaves, like what was Josh Johnson doing before he got the concussion and fumbled the ball? He was doing okay. I'm just not going to get on the airwaves and rip Josh Johnson. You hear what I'm saying? He did what he could do. And also, not to jump ahead, we got all off season to talk about this. Well, why in the heck Trey Lance doesn't have a shot? He's not going to come in as QB2. It's going to be an open competition, or we just have to draft a third-string quarterback. The Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers talk, let's put that to bed, everybody. We have a nice quarterback room. We need to be focused on who are we bringing in as a third, maybe even a fourth-string quarterback. Who can we bring in as a right tackle? What is Trent Williams doing? You get what I'm saying? We have a lot of questions, and you know what I'm saying, and putting together with this team. But as far as the loss, we lost Purdy, yeah, but Josh Johnson was doing okay. I'm with you, Dibbs. We don't know what Josh Johnson could have did if he would have stayed healthy. We could have maybe won the game. It wasn't like he came in and stunk up the place. He hit a few passes.
I mean, again,
that was legit.
No, TC.
I'm with you, TC.
I'm not coming down his road, but stop with he came in and looked okay. No, he didn't. He looked completely flustered. He dropped the ball. He threw the ball at people's shins. He had no sense of the pass rush. Was it in his face in a very difficult pass rush? Yes.
Brock Purdy had no sense of the pass rush.
Oh, no, stop. That's not true. I mean,
Brock Purdy fumbled. Josh Johnson fumbled.
The only time he got touched, and they're completely different fumbles, and you know that. Don't say that.
No.
Don't
but
say
for
that.
you to disparage Josh Johnson,
I'm not disparaging him.
It sounds like you're disparaging him.
I'm not disparaging him. I am refuting the idea that he, quote unquote, looked okay.
He looked okay.
No, he didn't. He looked completely overwhelmed the whole time.
Scored more points than Brock Purdy.
Thanks, Dan.
And I hate to throw facts at you.
Your quirky analysis is always welcome.
I mean, they both fumbled, and Josh Johnson's fumble was worse because he never actually had the football. But as far as awareness, Brock Purdy on the fumble.
Okay.
I mean, did he not show a lack of awareness that he was about to get pulverized?
He did not. He underestimated how quickly Reddick was going to get there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Boy,
Yep.
sure did. Sure he did.
That's pretty understandable if you ask me. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. His first point is worth discussion, though, okay? He's right on one. He's wrong on the other when it comes to Trey Lance. He said Trey Lance is going to get a chance. Yeah, Trey Lance has a chance. You got to go win the job. However, you are going to have to win the job out of the QB2 slot. You are not coming in even Steven, equal competition. Sorry. I mean,
surgery pending. If Brock Purdy's out for 6 months,
then maybe he is.
Then he comes in as QB1.
Brock Purdy, a healthy Brock Purdy is QB1. Facts.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
And that's just where we are. If you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to love it.
Well, Kyle Shanahan already said as much, if I'm not mistaken, according to the Mike Silver article.
It's a sourced report. Yes.
Right.
Yes. He has not said so publicly, not out of his mouth at a podium or anything like that.
But if Brock Purdy needs surgery on his ulnar collateral ligament, which we won't know until maybe later today or maybe tomorrow or the next day, if he's out for 6 months, this throws that question into wild speculation, because if you don't have faith in Trey Lance and Brock Purdy is out until August 1st, then as an organization, what do you do?
That will be interesting. That will be interesting.
Hopefully we don't have to face it.
Hopefully we don't. So we'll get that news soon. We'll be all over it at that time. We'll keep going with your calls at 888-957-9570. Keep it coming on YouTube and Twitch and the Xfinity mobile text line as well. Old man Steve is in the city next up on this one. Hey, Steve, what are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, good talking to you guys again. I talked to you last week about my start of my Little League career at the Jackson Playground.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm really ticked right now, man, with Ward and Garoppolo and how they were acting yesterday. I don't know. Maybe it's nothing, but it just rubbed me the wrong way. The way Garoppolo was smiling on the sideline, and then Ward's comments after the game, just, I don't know. It just ticked me off something fierce.
What was it that Ward said specifically, Steve, that you didn't like? We'll get to the Garoppolo smile in a second, because color me not shocked that this came up today, but what was the Ward thing that bothered you?
So they're interviewing him after the game, and they're talking to him about, we don't think that was interference, and we didn't think that we thought this was a drop ball. He goes, oh, that's it? I played really well today. And he's smiling and talking about the friends he's made, and I don't know. It just rubbed me the wrong way, because McCaffrey came up to the podium and he was close to crying.
Yeah.
So why is this guy in the locker room? I
don't know, Steve. You ever been to a funeral before? Is everybody crying the same way? Like I don't like that we do this to people. We ask them to all process emotion the exact same way. There's two different things going on here. I don't know how Jimmy Ward and Christian McCaffrey are going to differ in the way they process things. And B, they're in very different spots. McCaffrey's on this team next year, and Ward may not be. And so his mind went to a reflective place, and this is true for Garoppolo as well. And I love that the cameras caught him one time, and he happened to have a smile on his face, and that means that Jimmy Garoppolo now is rooting against the 49ers, laughing and having fun, and thinking that this is all wonderful. Like
Jimmy Ward, I think what offends people is he referred to it as they immediately.
Because
and he just, from what I heard from the sound, and I think you have it on your board there if you're interested in playing it. I don't know if it's up there or not, but the Morning Roast played it. He's talking a lot about they, and there was a sense of like the team kind of misused me and I'm out of here anyway, kind of a vibe which rubs people the wrong way.
He's been doing that all year.
Exactly.
He's been doing it all year.
But to hear it in the post game might be a little bit annoying. As for Jimmy Garoppolo, what about the fact that when Brock Purdy came back onto the field, clearly hurt and limited, he and George Kittle were laughing in the huddle. And they weren't laughing about, oh, isn't this great? We're getting our butts kicked. They were laughing over the fact that we're in this situation. Let's make the most of it.
Right.
So for Jimmy Garoppolo, for fans to look at Jimmy Garoppolo smiling on the sideline and think some kind of way about how Jimmy was feeling, that I'm not here for any of that.
It's like we want, even in tiny little snippets, 2-second moments, we want all of these people to look like they're going through massive manic depression because of what's happening on the field. They're experiencing this. Didn't you get to a point in the fourth quarter yesterday where you're like, geez, you just got to laugh. This is ridiculous. You just got to laugh at this.
It was even before that.
Yeah, and that's where Purdy and Kittle were.
When
it's
it became clear that...
we're playing a football game without the use of a forward pass.
Exactly. When it was clear that Brock Purdy couldn't throw it any longer and Kyle Shanahan showed no interest in a desperation. Granted, it's a desperation move, but the desperation of razzle-dazzle, except for the one time where it was snap to McCaffrey, pitch, back to McCaffrey. I mean, that's something that I would have liked to see earlier and maybe a little bit more often. And granted, it's probably not going to work. But what also we knew wasn't going to work was hand it off every single time. Everybody in the link knew that Brock Purdy couldn't throw the football further than 5 yards. So why not try something else?
David in San Francisco is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, David, what are you doing?
Just listening to the morning shows and all, listening, and I just you're talking about the fans and everybody else in Philly, and you guys are all making excuses on it, and the fact of the matter is the best team won.
David, recite the excuse. Right, recite the excuse, David. I'm not going to let you use a big generalization there. Recite it.
Let me finish what I had to say, because Mahomes and Hurt are both. Hurt has a torn rotator cuff, and Mahomes has a high ankle sprain. Got two quarterbacks that are hurt. Went out and played. It happened. You're talking about you specifically throwing out Purdy like he's Joe Montana. Joe Montana got killed with the Giants and still played with the broken back. So what you're saying, stop making excuses. They gave up. They ran on them. They out-muscled them. They out-physicaled them. They were the better team the whole year. And that's what happened. So quit making excuses.
David, you still haven't recited the excuse, David. Recite it. What's the excuse?
The game. You're making excuses. I know, because you're not you haven't played or anything. So
neither of you, David. You're a caller on a radio show, and you got one more chance to answer my question, or then we're going to move on with our show. Recite the excuse, please.
What's your question?
Yeah, I've already asked it 3 times. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. I'm not talking about Brock Purdy like he's Joe Montana, but going into yesterday, the man had never lost a football game. I think, actually, with what happened in the football game after Brock Purdy left, shows damn well what that man can do in a football game. He is pretty damn good. And I find it, or actually I should better say it, because Dibs, you said this already earlier today, it is downright offensive what gets done to athletes in media by fans when we do this to their physicality. To question Brock Purdy's toughness because Jalen Hurts is, quote, playing through a torn rotator cuff, which you just made up, by the way.
Not.
That's not a fact. That is a lie.
It's a capsule injury. And he was playing limited. Patrick Mahomes with a high ankle sprain.
Absolutely.
Which we don't know how high and we don't know how sprained.
No, we don't.
And at the same time, we don't know about Brock Purdy.
We don't. But if this is a torn UCL and you're telling him that he should be able to play through that when this man literally told you, and you could see it on the sideline, how insanely painful it was for him to throw a ball 5 yards. And for you to question that toughness and compare that to 2 different people with 2 totally different injuries, one of which happened 7 weeks ago. Come on, man. That has nothing to do with excuses. That has to do with you being unfair to another human being.
I just don't. One thing that I've always tried to do in this job is default to the pro athlete when it comes to injuries, because you don't know what each individual injury affects each individual person. Let's just say it's a sprained UCL and nothing's torn, and he has a sprained ligament in his elbow, but he felt pain to where it was from his elbow to his hand on the inside and the outside of his arm, and he felt, Brock Purdy, the man who's experiencing the pain in his arm, he felt like he was unable to go out there and throw the football. So for me, sitting on my couch, by the way, under a blanket, because the baby was asleep in the garage, and so we keep the door open and we turn the heat off. It was 61 degrees in my house. I'm under a blanket.
You watch this game under a blankie?
With my slippers on.
Oh, my gosh.
And I'm going to sit there under a blankie and look at Brock Purdy and say, oh, you 5-letter word.
Exactly.
How can you not play through that? P.S. Can I get my earmuffs on because I'm a little bit chilly?
Yeah,
so
you're all cozy, man.
One thing, Mark, that I try to never do in this job,
Good
even though as I'm watching it and you see him on the sideline with his jacket on, his helmet on, he looks fine. Get out there and play. But at the same time, none of us knows the level of pain that he was in and the level of ineffectiveness with which he was going to be able to play.
It's very well said. And I just think,
warm blankie,
do you know how many people there are in this world who can't even see their own belt, who look at television sets and question other people's toughness?
Oh, he's fat.
Who have helmets and pads on and who are getting hit by Hassan Reddick. I would barf if Reddick even tried to approach me with that kind of look in his eye. And now Brock's a weenie.
Many of these people
just so ridiculous.
Are the same people
it's so ridiculous.
Who call in sick when their thermometer reads 99.1.
Thank you.
Or if I have a little bit of a sniffle, or if I have an ingrown toenail, I'm going to call in sick. So
have another beer.
It's just, I'm all for ripping people, Mark. You know that. I'm very critical, but when it comes to questioning the toughness of some of the toughest people in all of sports, even there, I pump the brakes.
Raheem and Vallejo next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Raheem, what you doing?
Hey, what's going on, my guy? How you doing?
What's up, Raheem?
Good.
What I want to talk about today, man, just give me a couple seconds. I know y'all busy. I listen to y'all show every day. Okay, man, and I think y'all doing great work also. But the reason I'm calling today, man, I think Kyle Shanahan may be cursed, man. I think this goes all the way back to the Falcons when they blew the Super Bowl years ago. And I think it's just following him, man. Something strange going on, man. You go through 4 quarterbacks, and that's a whole lot. I never seen it before. I know y'all saying the same thing. I never seen that before. I think he may just be cursed, man. So I don't know. Y'all tell me what y'all think.
Well, listen. I don't personally really believe in curses, and I don't know if you mean that legitimately or if you mean that sort of just as tongue in cheek. I get the sentiment, though. I still, and you and I have gone over this a bunch of times, I don't put what happened between Atlanta and New England in the Super Bowl on Kyle Shanahan's head coaching resume because he was not the head coach. He also was not the defensive coordinator that watched a 25-point lead evaporate. So to pin it on him, I think is silly. We've gone over that a number of times, but
he gets the same credit that the defensive coordinator and the quality control coach and all the rest of them get.
The idea that the 49ers have now gone a decade and have one season where the quarterback has played from the beginning to the end is freaking wild. It's wild.
Oh, it's something to be looked at from a more macro standpoint. And I look at yesterday, Mark, and I just put this on the YouTube feed, and I encourage you all to follow us on YouTube and also on Twitch. To me, if you boil this all down to the bottom line, the better team won. And the better team won because their defense was able to take not one, but 2 quarterbacks out with their physicality. Both legal hits on both plays. The offensive line of the 49ers was not as good as the defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles. And on those 2 individual plays that turned the game, Philadelphia was better. They were the better team. They were the more physical team. And I look at this organization, and you're right. 1 year, they had their quarterback throughout the whole season. Why? I'm a big why guy. I think the 49ers need to look at a macro standpoint and say, why do we keep getting quarterbacks hurt? Is it because the quarterbacks are more prone to injury? Is it because our scheme? Is it our offensive line? Is it a little bit of all of it? Is it because we're cursed? What's the reason that we can't get a QB through a season?
I don't share that opinion. I get it, but I don't share. To me, that it's quirky. It's bad luck, and I also don't think that we found out yesterday who the better team was. I think we found out that the Eagles won, and they're a great team, and they deserve to be in the Super Bowl. But to me, we didn't get an answer. We get an answer when you see best versus best, and we won't know that. We don't get to know that always.
But part of being better is being able to limit the other team's ability to perform, and you doing it through a physical play.
But that's making it sound like he was purposefully injured. Like he wasn't. They got a sack on that play. That does not make you the better team.
They put the hit the better team on the quarterback.
Right. So you're the better team on that play.
And that play turned out to be the most important play of the game.
Yes, it did. And it robbed us of 4 quarters of football with both teams with their quarterback.
And the previous biggest play of the game, they also were better than you because your coach turtled up and chose not to throw the red hanky.
Very fair. Very fair.
If you want to look at the biggest plays of the game,
I don't know if that makes you the better team. I think
it does.
How?
Because your coach, Kyle Shanahan, locked up in a moment where he could have challenged a play. He made the choice not to.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I don't go macro now from 10,000 feet. That makes the other team the better team. But that's just me. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Jay and Concord next up on Willard and Dibbs. Oh, actually, hold on, Jay. Can I Spadone, put Jay back on hold. I lost track of the time there just for a second. Jay, hang right there. Rest of you, hang right there. Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And do not forget, thank God, by the way, this is therapeutic. We got a Dubs game tonight. Back in action in Oklahoma City. Warriors Live, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. More of your calls on Willard and Dibbs next.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's Gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon with hip-hop made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hiphopmade to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-hop made.
Are you ready? Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Granger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The best part about taking ZQuil Pure Z's Sleep Plus Next Day Energy at night is actually the next morning. I wake up alert with none of the grogginess from taking too much melatonin. Pure Z Sleep Plus Next Day Energy is a bilayer tablet with immediate release melatonin and extended release B vitamins to help me fall asleep naturally and wake refreshed. It's my secret weapon for a great night's sleep and a great morning.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom.
Can't beat that.
ZQuil Pure Z's gummies. Sleep better, wake your best.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of fake pressure coming. Purdy, Dak, floating in the air. It is. Is it picked? No, hit the ground.
He didn't lobby much because he went and kept throwing and realized he couldn't. So there was no really discussion after that. He couldn't throw, and then when he came in, we had to decide what he could throw, and there weren't too many options at that.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Okay, JP, and again, you are the guest today on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It's all you and your thoughts and your recovery if you're a 49er fan on the 49er loss. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. We'll get back to your calls in just a second. I'll just ask this. Look, these are separate situations, and so you can look at them differently if you want. But for those of you who want to say, and my perspective is different, that yesterday we saw who the better team was, I will simply ask you to go back to the Raptors, Golden State Warriors, NBA Finals, and ask if you think we saw if the better team won. Did that prove who the better team was? Raptors and Warriors.
Yeah, it did to the extent that KD was out for the entire series. So if you want to say if KD was healthy for game 1 of the NBA Finals, it's a different conversation. But KD was unable to play until game 5, at which point the Warriors were already down 3-1. Kevin Durant gets hurt in game 5. The Warriors won that game anyway. Then you play game 6 without KD, you play with Klay Thompson for the majority of the game, then Klay Thompson gets hurt, and you lose that game, and you lose the NBA Finals. So in terms of the way that series was from the start of it, yeah, the better team won because you didn't have Kevin Durant.
I just think it's funny. To me, it's black and white thinking, and I don't look at stuff that way. And we do stuff in sports where sometimes we say, hey, the best team doesn't always win. But then if your team loses and you try to make the point, and I'm not even trying to make the point that the Niners are better. I'm trying to make the point that we don't know. We did not get the game.
Right.
That's the only point that I'm trying to make. And boy, people loved it. Oh, we're just here to rub your face in it, and you can't accept it, and all that. It's ridiculous. The best team doesn't always win in sports, unless you want to go to black and white thinking, which is, well, if they won, then that automatically means they're the best team, which totally removes context from life, which for me is odd. If you want to look at it that way, knock yourself out.
Well, I think the whole
knock yourself out.
The whole discussion to me is pointless anyway. Because life. And if you're driving home today and you get into a car accident, God forbid you don't make it through the accident, but it wasn't your fault.
It's got dark.
Okay? You get killed in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you're dead. And so we look at it, the accident, man,
but boy,
that's a bad break.
My family going to get a whole lot of extra money.
Unless it's a hit and run and they never catch the other person.
Yeah.
The greater point is, who cares who the better team was yesterday? Because the 49ers lost the game. But it doesn't matter if the better team won.
You're taking it the wrong way.
The team that won was the better team because they won the football game.
Right.
So why do we even care who the better team was? I don't understand this argument.
Because that's not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making is that we got robbed of knowing.
I'm with you.
We wanted to see this versus that, and we didn't.
But we very rarely get to see this versus that.
No,
yesterday, the second game is a great example because Patrick Mahomes was limited.
Yeah, but he's still
the referees, the referees enforced certain flags against Cincinnati that changed the course of that fourth quarter.
But you know that's different. A limited Mahomes is not Chad Henne.
Because we never get to see A versus B in a complete vacuum, whether it's a horse race where one horse maybe is fresher than the other, or an NBA series where one star gets hurt and another one doesn't, or if it's an NFL game where two quarterbacks get knocked out, you almost never get to see best team at its best against best team at its best.
I understand that, but there are some of these happenings that are bigger than others, and I know you understand that.
And there are some of these happenings where it plays out in a much more equitable fashion. And when you lose two quarterbacks and you can't throw a forward pass, I'm totally with you.
Thank you.
We as a fan base, and forget us, and just take a fan in North Dakota, a diehard football fan who put on the game thinking, man, these are two great teams. I'm going to see a great game. And you didn't get because one team lost both quarterbacks.
Don't compare. Nobody should compare, well, the Niners lost Brock Purdy, but Patrick Mahomes was hobbled. The comp to the Chiefs would be Mahomes got knocked out, and then so did Henne. And we don't even know what the hell would have happened next.
Eric Bieniemy.
And then, I just think if you take the emotion out of it, it helps. Go to a different game, and let's play this. Mahomes gets knocked out. Then Henne comes in.
Yeah.
He gets concussed.
Game over.
Like Isaiah Pacheco is playing quarterback.
I think you go to Valdez-Scantling.
And you show up that night to be like, well, Bengals are better than the Chiefs. Get out of here with that take, people.
It just depends on how it goes.
Just get out of here with that.
To me,
we didn't get to see it.
The way that the 49ers got neutralized, the way that they lost both of their players underscores why on Friday, and you can hate me again on YouTube if you want, but I got both of these games right. This is why I took Philadelphia, because they were more physical on both sides of the ball, and that got proven out, at the very least, in the two injuries to the 49ers quarterbacks.
Montana and East Oakland here next up on Willard and Dibbs. Hello, Montana. What are you doing?
Oh, shoot, at Stanford right now. About to get an angiogram on this artery, get it unclogged.
Hey, man, good luck. That's big. That's bigger than anything happened yesterday, that's for sure.
Yeah, I want to send a shout-out to Josh Johnson, Bulldog Pride. I went to Tech, too. And he had longevity in the career. He didn't do good for himself, but it's probably his last year on anybody's roster. I want to talk about the a slot receiver. Morning Roast was kind of dogging, saying we need a slot receiver. Juwan Jennings played good all season long. I don't remember too many drop passes from him. And I think they should have had a third on there. We just had Jimmy, Lance, and Elijah. There was 3 roster spots right there. It wouldn't have hurt to put a third on there. And I want to talk about how bad the Eagle fans was nothing compared to how the Raiders fans was out here and the Cowboy fans. They was horrible all game long, like last year and when we was in the Super Bowl. So nobody tops the Raider fans when it comes to hating.
Well, Montana, again,
Thank you, Montana.
First and foremost, good luck with everything with your health, and that's the most important thing.
And thank you for the shout-out for the pride of Oakland Tech, Josh Johnson, because, Mark, when you get put in that situation, it's easy to rip a guy for being unable to recover a fumble 4 times and for playing not great. And, I thought he played okay, and if he would have played longer, maybe he gets more comfortable, but imagine being put in that spot.
It's totally unfair.
A guy who hasn't played.
Listen.
The guy's played just a small handful of games in his whole career.
I certainly hope it doesn't sound like I'm ripping him. I'm ripping that play. Everything else, what else would you expect from this guy?
Shout out Oakland, California.
I mean, by the way, this is what we expected Brock Purdy to look like when he got thrown in.
Right.
And then we were like, holy hell, guy won 8 football games.
How many games has Brock Purdy started, regular season and postseason?
I think it's 8 now because he doesn't get the Dolphins one, but he does get the one yesterday, so he's technically 7-1 as a starter.
Do you know how many games Josh Johnson has started in his 15-year career? Yes.
I'll take the under. I'll take the under from Brock Purdy.
Well,
4.
The answer is actually 9.
Okay. All right.
4 games in 2009.
Listen to this.
1 game in 2011.
This is
3
amazing.
games in 2018, 1 game in 2021.
From 2008,
his rookie year,
until now. Watch this. Tampa Bay Bucks, 3 years. San Francisco 49ers, half a year. Sacramento Mountain Lions, half a year. Cleveland Browns, half a year. Cincinnati Bengals, 1 year. 49ers, 1 year. Bengals, half a year. Jets, half a year. Colts, half a year. Bills, half a year. Baltimore Ravens, half a year. Giants, half a year. Houston Texans, full year. Oakland Raiders, half a year. Washington Redskins at the time, half a year. San Diego Fleet, AAF. Detroit Lions, half a year. Los Angeles Wildcats, half a year. Back to the 49ers, half a year.
Back to the Niners.
Then New York Jets, half a year. Baltimore Ravens, half a year. Denver Broncos, half a year. And back to the San Francisco 49ers for half a year. That's a
and there you have it.
Career. Oh, my gosh.
Brock Purdy was 8 years old when Josh Johnson was a Tampa Bay Buck. So, I mean, if you want to, really get in the weeds and go back to when they signed Josh Johnson, was there a better quarterback out there that could have been thrust? I mean is this what we're coming to?
No.
Honestly?
No, there's nothing to be said about this. Again, we made the point 100 times this year. The fact that the 49ers were where they were on QB3 was already the most insane thing that we've ever seen in the NFL.
Exactly.
So to ask QB4 to come in and just pick it up and go is come on. You got to get we were already on borrowed time.
No doubt.
It felt.
And yet, even though QB4 was in there, I still can't get past the fumble when you're down 14-7.
Yeah.
And if that wouldn't have happened. And I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan should have just gone to the locker room down 14-7, but if they had, you get the ball to start the third quarter, and who knows, maybe things are different. But the fact that you lost Josh Johnson, and yes, he didn't look terrific. He looked all right to me, and I still think that if he would have stayed healthy, maybe he gets more comfortable as the game goes on as a veteran, but we'll never know. And the one thing you've said, and I agree with you, we did get robbed of the game that we all waited for. If they would have had Brock Purdy the whole game and they would have lost 31-7 with Brock Purdy, I mean, at least we could say, hey, wow, the Eagles really
you lost to a better team.
Yes.
You lost to a better team. Bob, yesterday I come away with they lost to a team that had the quarterback. That's my statement on the game.
Hey, Bob.
Bob in San Francisco on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Bob. What are you doing?
Bob.
Hey, just love listening to you guys. And I think I got some valid points or criticisms, however you want to take it.
Let's hear them.
I think that Shanahan just is not aggressive. He should have seen that through his experience with the the team running up to the line after that long catch, he should have at least thrown a timeout to let his team assess if the guy caught it or not. But, if that was on the Eagles' 30-yard line, I understand letting that go. But it's on the goal line. So I felt that was just not an aggressive move, and he should have. And I agree with Dibbs that, he just held on to at least at the very least, throw a timeout.
I think we all agree with that, but can I say, Bob, and we'll go back to you. The one thing I keep hearing people say is call timeout. Understand that if you call timeout and then you decide to challenge it, you're risking 2 timeouts because then you're throwing the challenge flag, and if you're wrong, you lose a challenge, you lose another timeout. I'm saying just huck the flag. The risk-reward was in your favor. The risk is we lose a timeout on the first drive of the first quarter. We've still got 2 left, and it's only the first half. But the reward is the ball. The ball at the 35-yard line. It was 4th down. I think we're all in agreement on that, Bob.
Okay. My second criticism is the scheme itself. You're using a third-string tight end to block what is equivalently an all-pro end. And that's how Purdy got hurt, because he just blew him out of the way. It wasn't even George Kittle blocking him. So, that right there is like, I think the scheme is, and I've seen this all season, is that they'll leave a free lineman to get to the quarterback, and thank God that Purdy was mobile enough to get out of many situations. But for a less mobile guy, I think the quarterback would have been creamed, probably more often. So,
well, Jimmy does get creamed more often. But Bob, Thanks. I wonder if you were with us when we read what Joe Thomas said on Twitter. I think
it's just the nature of the scheme is what Joe Thomas, to summarize, it's just when you run play action, you're going to be in spots where your tight end has to block
and your running
pass rusher.
And your running backs.
Yes.
I think there are fair points on both sides here. Yes, you do not want to end up with Tyler Kroft on Hassan Reddick. But if you're going to run play action, and the whole league is, the good offenses are doing this, you do have to trust your running back and your tight ends to be able to chip a guy or at least slow him down. And, by the way, it's also on the quarterback. The quarterback is supposed to know where's the weak spot, where is my timing likely going to be short, where can I move to a spot where I'm going to stay away from that guy. And that, Brock didn't do that very well on that play. He didn't move, and then he assessed, obviously this has happened real fast, but he assessed that he could get the throw off before Reddick got there, and he was wrong.
So, he almost got the throw off.
Almost.
And did you also think in real time, like I did, that it was an incomplete pass?
Totally.
Because you don't often see the ball comes out of the hand, and usually the ball comes out
with the hand.
He batted it with his wrist, but he was able to throw it about 15 yards down the field.
Well, when do you see the ball go forward and think that the arm wasn't coming forward?
Exactly.
But
the arm was coming forward, but the empty hand means that it's a fumble. I thought the last couple of weeks, the speed of the defenses was something that caught Brock Purdy a little bit off guard.
Maybe.
And again, he's a rookie. It's to be expected because we hadn't seen this level of speed in defenses up to this point.
I think important to remember, though, when we talk about that turnover, the Eagles did not turn it into points. Defense held. The defense held. So they got the ball back, and that turnover didn't kill them. The Josh Johnson fumble obviously did.
Can we say this? For the first time ever, a defense that gives up 31 points, and you can actually say the defense played pretty well?
Oh, I thought they played great.
And they gave up 31.
Well, right, but in my mind, I'm going, okay, you throw the red hanky, that takes that 7 off the board.
Maybe it turns into 3 because they're 5. Oh, no, because it's 4th down. You're right. My fault.
That 7 comes off the board.
Yeah.
The Josh Johnson fumble, obviously, now it doesn't mean you had to give up a touchdown. The defense was not perfect. Miles Sanders had some untouched runs and all of that. But I also loved schematically what DeMeco Ryans was doing to keep Jalen Hurts in the pocket. And I bet if you asked anyone right now to name how many yards, like give an over-under on yards passing for Jalen Hurts yesterday.
280.
You'd be shocked at how low his number is. What was it, $120?
Something.
They could not throw the ball.
Yeah.
They could not. They were not moving the ball through the air whatsoever. If you had played that a different way, if you're Shanahan and Purdy doesn't get hurt, I still believe today that you get the low-scoring game I thought we were going to get. I really believe both teams would have ended up in the neighborhood of 20 points and a close finish. That's the way that defense looked to me.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. 31 points is not reflective of what they did.
And I just want to remind myself in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years when we're doing this, when we look back at this game and we look at 31-7, that we all can remember how this 31-7 went, because, sometimes when we look back at games, it's like, oh yeah, they got crushed by Philadelphia. Well, they did, but it was because of about 4 different individual things that went against them. I still think that Philly was the better team. I thought Philly was going to win.
They might have been.
I didn't think that this was a 24-point difference between the two.
No, and even the points in the second half. It's like you're going for it on fourth down, you're getting a short field, all of this stuff. I think the Eagles, I think both teams end up somewhere in the neighborhood of 17 to 20 points.
Yep.
If this game gets played out the way we were hoping it gets played out, not sure which team would have ended up on top. Keep going with you. You are our guest today on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It's all you and your thoughts on the 49er loss at 888-957-9570. Robin in San Francisco is next on Willie and Dibby. Hey, Robin, what are you doing?
I'm sitting here in front of the Starbucks wishing I had a longer pair of socks because it's cold as hell.
Yeah.
Get your damn socks.
Your little ankle socks, oh my God, they just don't cut it, you guys. So listen, I just got in the car because I was kind of avoiding the media. And so that I'm not going over things, so I apologize if I do. First, I would like to say that we just got our ass kicked in the trenches, okay? And then we need to, among obvious things, okay? I think the Niners moving forward need to invest in an offensive right tackle and a center for sure. I mean, we just simply got overpowered. The defense overpowered the offense, and that was obvious. I mean, that was just, even if Brock Purdy had stayed in. And then I think that our fans, I've been reading on social media, guys, I'm tired of people kind of, I'd be critical of Kyle, but stop blaming Kyle, because except for that first play, I don't know, someone said upstairs also blew it too, not just Kyle. But, it's like, it's so easy to just point the finger at Kyle and for everybody else, fans, to play coach. And that someone said he gave up. You don't give up. You can do wild card with McCaffrey. I'm like, gee, great. Now we're going to resort to gadget plays. I mean, it was just like a nightmare. It's just like getting into a relationship, and it's like, who is this person? It was just a bad nightmare, you guys. And the last thing that I want to say is that moving forward, how do you think that, hey, you guys, I do want to ask you this. Instead of Kyle having Josh, how come he didn't have him just do 1, 2, 3 quick steps and pass instead of trying to pass straight down the field on that pass rush?
I will. Yeah, Robin, you know what?
Thanks, Robin.
It's interesting from the perspective, and this is what we'll never know. I don't know if this was, because we always do this, the play call. Well, but was the play that was called run, or was that the play call? The very little that we saw of Brock Purdy, the complete passes when he was still healthy, boom, 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 out. And we said that all week. I'm like, you neutralize the pass rush by getting the ball out of the hands quick, and the linebackers is the area where I thought the Niners could win, and that's what they did on those few plays. Johnson either felt like he was sitting back there longer, or his pocket presence was worse, or it was collapsing faster. I don't know if that's what was called. Maybe it was also because they were down by double digits, so they were looking further down the field. There's no way to know, but it did feel like Johnson's plays were developing slower than Purdy's plays, which is the opposite of what you would think they would want to do.
Well, when he got sacked, almost immediately when he came on the field, there was that play where Hassan Reddick sacked him and came up with the football, but they didn't give it to Philadelphia because they both had it when he got sacked.
His butt was down. His butt was down, and the ball was still in process.
That play was almost identical to the play where Brock Purdy got hurt. It was play action, but in this case, it was Jawan Jennings in the slot who completely whiffed on Hassan Reddick. So, I mean, to the question about play calling, they were still trying to run play action, and Josh Johnson, I had the same feeling, like Mark, like these plays are developing very slowly.
It's taking way too long.
And then, we don't know how the third quarter would have gone because Josh Johnson comes out in the end of the second and fumbles, and it's 21-7, and then he got hurt early in the third. So we don't know what adjustment Kyle Shanahan would have made in that second half.
Okay, real quick, Trevor in the city. Hey, Trevor, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Trevor, what are you doing? What are you about to say, Trevor?
Hey, let me preface my comments by saying yesterday's loss is it's another night from the 49ers fans' backs, okay? It's starting to become torture at this point. Kyle Shanahan's got to go, guys. I don't think he's a fantastic head coach. I think he's a great offensive coordinator. Sometimes you got the right team, but you got the wrong man at the helm. You go back to our last few successful seasons, and they all end in heartbreak. We got to ask, when is it the head coach's fault? You go back to the first Super Bowl we were in against Kansas City, and Kyle, he terribly managed the clock in the first half. He's terrible with maintaining leads. He's given up multiple leads in the Super Bowl or in clutch games in general. You go back to the Rams game, we got outscored 13-0. The Chiefs, come on, it was 21-0. We got outscored. Even the Patriots, you could go all the way back then. They got outscored 19-0. It's almost as if sometimes Kyle is waiting for somebody else to call a timeout. It's like fans are waiting for somebody to change the strategy or for somebody to call for a play to be reviewed.
Hey, Trevor, can I ask you a question about can't win the big game? When do playoff games become big versus the ones that aren't big?
Well, I think they're all big, but I would say really when it comes to the championship, that's when it gets really serious.
Got it.
Thanks, Trevor. I had the same question for myself because the can't win the big game, and I looked at his playoff record. So when you win in the wild card round, that's an elimination game. That's a big game. You win in the divisional round. How about when you win the last game of the regular season in order to make the playoffs? Is that a big game?
How about if you win the NFC Championship by 140 points?
So
is that a big
when
game?
we talk about can't win the big game, to me, that's an umbrella, Ella, as we get ready for Rihanna. That is an unfair way to look at it. Now, he can't win the biggest game. Well, he gets there.
Yeah, yes, he can.
Well, he hasn't yet.
He hasn't yet. That's right. Actually, there's a great comp on that, which we'll go to next. Your phone calls also. Steiny and Goo getting ready to come in here. I know they got a lot to say, so keep them coming. YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity Mobile text line, and 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibbs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids than ride in an ambulance.
I'd rather have a catch with my dog Curtis than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease, asthma, or diabetes, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Learn more at Prevnar20.com. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV, one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
No, not there. It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Ertz gonna give it to Scott. Racing around the edge. Scott is in. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Now back to my two guys. I actually feel like I do a show with them on the changeover. Willard and Dibbs, right here on 95.7 The Game.
You do a show with us. It's called The Changeover. It's coming in 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Until then, it's the Red and Gold Reaction. It's brought to you by San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. You and I just had a fun conversation during the breaks.
Really fun.
Yeah, this is how it goes, okay? Any sport. Doesn't matter if you're a coach. You could be the golfer, right? The best player to have never won a major. You can't win the big game until you win the big game.
Yeah.
That's how it works. Peyton Manning couldn't win the big game. And Barry Bonds couldn't make a World Series. And who else did we throw, right? Phil Mickelson could never win a major. Oh, I remember. Andy Reid can't win the big game.
No.
This is going to happen, I would imagine, to Zach Taylor in Cincinnati as well. That's 2 straight years where Zach Taylor has kind of Shanahan'd his way out of the playoffs. Super Bowl loss and an AFC championship loss in back-to-back years. Oh, my gosh. Maybe the Bengals should think about a new coach. Understand that these are young coaches who are doing an awesome job. And they are all, as Steiny has said a number of times this year, Andy Reid. They're all Andy Reid. And the second they win that last game, and both of them will someday, all of a sudden, everybody's going to flip and go, oh my gosh, this is a Hall of Fame career. Do you realize how stupid that sounds? You're going to go from he can't coach to he's a Hall of Famer because of one game?
Exactly.
That he went and won?
When he wins the big one, Mark, because he can't win the big one.
I bet anybody who wants to right now that Kyle Shanahan ends up in the Hall of Fame. Anybody want the bet? Let's go.
Over under Super Bowls won by Kyle Shanahan at 0.5.
Over.
At 1.5.
I mean, I'll take the over, but it gets tough. Winning the damn Super Bowl is really, really hard. How many coaches in the history of the game have won 2?
Spinoni, if you would, please. And I know we got full phones and we want to get to everybody. We want to make sure we get all the calls in.
How many are there?
At 888-957-9570. 2 or more Super Bowls won. 2 or 6, 8, 10, 12. 13 head coaches have won 2 or more.
Right, so 13 people in the history of life and creation. And oh, by the way, Andy Reid made man, not one of them. He's
3 of those coaches are not in the Hall of Fame.
So Andy Reid,
including his father.
Andy Reid, who lost with a massive lead in the AFC title game last year. The year before that, lost the Super Bowl as a huge favorite.
Joke artist.
And nobody says a damn word because one time
he's got it.
With the best player.
He won the big game.
He won the big game.
Mike Shanahan won 2 Super Bowls back-to-back with Denver, not in the Hall of Fame. Tom Coughlin, underrated in terms of what he did. He won 2 with the Giants. George Seifert of the 49ers has 2, and he's not in the Hall of Fame. Then you've got your usual names. Tom Flores, by the way, finally in the Hall of Fame. Jimmy Johnson, Vince Lombardi.
Sure.
Joe Gibbs, Bill Walsh, Chuck Noll with the 4, and Bill Belichick won a couple. Landry Parcells and Shula. Andy Reid can join that group in 13 days. But you're going over 1.5 for Kyle Shanahan.
I mean,
begrudgingly.
But I think he's a phenomenal coach, and I think he's got so many years left. And I do. Would you still bet on him this era of 49er football? Do you think he'll get one?
Yes, I do.
I do too.
I do too.
Like,
and by this era, you mean in the next 3 to 5 years?
Well, no, I guess I mean as the 49er head coach. I mean, if he doesn't win one in the next 5 to 7 years, he probably wouldn't be the Niner coach anymore. I don't know.
If he makes 5 straight playoffs after this year and doesn't win the Super Bowl, I don't think that they run him.
Maybe not. Who knows how this would play out. The bottom line is the dude dances a lot. Like these same 5 or 6 coaches
can't close though.
They keep
put down that coffee.
Right? They keep getting to late January.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And the funny thing is we don't even really talk about them or watch them during the game. We're talking about Mahomes. Mahomes is the best player in the NFL, and then Mahomes wins, and we go, Andy Reid, he's got Mahomes. So it's kind of a built-in advantage a little bit.
It's helpful.
So, I don't know. Listen.
Shanahan had Josh Johnson. Shanahan was down to his 4th quarterback, which is
thank you.
It's crazy to think about it.
Aaron in San Jose. Hey, you're up with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Aaron?
Hey, what up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
I just want to say it was hard to going to work this morning. I just feel super lost right now. Like, I'm gonna put like an analogy out there. I feel like my girl broke up with me, but like didn't give me a reason. Like, there was no closure to the game. Like what I'm trying to say is that I wanted to take last year's loss against the Rams because at least both quarterbacks were healthy. But yesterday, when Brock went out, I think we talked about it earlier. I felt like we didn't have a chance after, so I was just like super disappointed. Feel like we didn't get the closure as football fans that we wanted.
Aaron, I think that's a great sort of analogy, if you will.
You get a 4 for your analogy.
Yeah, that's really good. Like, yeah, it doesn't, and I guess that's the emotion.
I think we should break up.
It's
Why? Never mind.
Too late. Already gone.
Exactly. Hello?
Like, wait a minute. Yeah, that's how I felt in the
Very
second quarter
empty.
yesterday. It's like, wait a minute. Like, and I know all of you felt this. No one will disagree with me here. Second quarter.
I disagree. Sorry, go ahead.
Second quarter. At some point you went, this is how the story's going to go? Really?
When Josh Johnson fumbled the snap.
You're like, wait a minute. This whole story that we've been following, this is the last chapter.
In that moment, because down 14-7, first play, Deebo Samuel first down. Okay, we got action. Maybe we get 30 more yards and a Robbie Gould field goal, 14-10. You get the ball to start the third quarter. We still have action in this game.
Yep.
He fumbles the snap and languidly goes to retrieve, doesn't retrieve it. Philly's got the ball on a short field. In that moment, I thought, oh boy, this is the way this is going to end.
This is the way it's going to go. I
it got worse, by the way.
When Brock got hurt, I feel like I said this a couple times last week. When Brock got hurt and then McCaffrey scored, I'm like, watch these little dudes end up in the Super Bowl, and we're going to spend 2 weeks watching. We're going to be on Jimmy Watch. We're going to be on Jimmy Watch for 2 weeks to see if he can go play the Chiefs again.
Oh, God.
I'm like, that's the way the book would end. And he probably would have gotten housed, but
I mean,
he could have gotten housed this time. Hasn't played for 2 months.
So they win yesterday. Brock is out, and it's we start
Watch.
Johnson or Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy's looking
Jimmy
pretty
Johnson.
good. Jimmy's out of the boot.
God.
Oh, God.
Nauseating, but believable.
Exactly.
But believable. That's what I couldn't. I can't believe that this is how this is going to go down.
Back to Jimmy.
And then it did. It's sponsored by CalHope.org. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Steiny and Goo around the corner, but there are a lot of you on the phones, and we're coming to you next, so stay right there. We're going to get through each and every one of you on Willard and Dibs.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard for the Game Time app, fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S., and I just made a little purchase over the weekend. I can't say it out loud where I'm going because somebody who's not supposed to know what we're doing is going to know what we're doing. But anyway, point being, what an incredible experience in terms of how user-friendly it is, and the deals as the events get closer are fantastic. You want to jump in? Remember, just last week I told you Giants home opener against the Royals is at about $150. Well, hop in there today. It's down to $116 because of a zone deal that's out there right now. You can go to the Sharks game in a couple of weeks for $35, but it's not just sports. It's concerts, it's theater, it's events. Disney on Ice, SAP Center, $30. Okay, I've been using the Game Time app for almost a year, and it's the easiest thing out there, and amazing last-minute deals on tickets every single time. Got turned on to it last baseball season and went to multiple Giants games. Very user-friendly. You download the app, you put in your email address, all of the events are right there. You click on the event, it's going to have a bunch of ticket options. You click on the ticket, and boom, you get a view of what it would look like right from your seat. So do it now. Download the Game Time app. put in your email address, use the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, download the app, put in your email, use the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
In San Jose, sunshine today, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by the Specialized Recruiting Group. The Specialized Recruiting Group takes an individual approach, placing people in contract and full-time roles. SRGExpress.com, now placing in accounting roles.
cold as hell.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
I want to thank Dante DiVincenzo and Steve Kerr.
That's all we got left.
And Raymond Ritter, Brett Winkler, Jen Fisher, and so many people with the Golden State Warriors the other night. I think I took my my Cal Poly class to the game against the Raptors.
One of your students asked Steve Kerr a question.
A few of them did. And
was this in like general? It wasn't a separate press conference just for you guys. No, it was in the general thing.
This was in a general.
Good for them.
The general opening presser and after the game pressers as well.
Took a lot of courage to do that.
Well, not only courage, there was almost like a little too much chutzpah where you're like, okay, guys, we don't all get to ask. Like, Steve's got to go.
Steve, this is Jimmy Roberts from the San Luis Obispo Dispatch.
I don't agree with that, Nick.
They're a group that was not shy. Like, we've done this before, and they're just like, we're like kind of overwhelmed in the moment. I mean, they wanted to go around the room like everybody gets a question. I'm like, Steve does have other things to do. There's a game tonight. I don't know if you guys know that. He's going to actually coach it. But no, they were awesome, and the Warriors were awesome to navigate that. And Steve and Dante gave direct answers to the whole thing.
Did they get to see the King?
They did not.
Bonte was busy.
Well, no, it wasn't the Bonte was busy. They were invited to see the King.
Okay.
But we were off to see the Wizard. In other words, Raymond had set up so much that we couldn't get out to where Bonte is for the TV. They were invited. I ran into Bonte later, and we hung out a little bit. That was just an incredible experience for
Warriors
the
at
students.
OKC tonight, 5 o'clock tip. Warriors live at 3:30 right here on 95.7 The Game.
Man, I could use a Warrior game tonight.
We all
know what I mean? Could use a Warrior game. We could use a Warrior win.
Warriors live at 4. I apologize.
Thunder playing some decent basketball. So we'll see. But
it's a must win, Mark, after that Niner game.
Well, look at the Warriors with their winning record. Huh? Hey!
Wow.
Yeah!
Game above.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah. It was good second half the other night, especially with still no Wiggins. But anyway, we got some fans from other teams that want to weigh in before we get to Steiny and Goo.
Let's rip through these phone calls.
Yeah, hey, Mark in Daly City, lead us off. Here, Mark, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing, Mark?
Oh, man, right on. I'm on the road right now, but one thing is I think it's easier to swallow this loss only because there's no one really to blame. But I take issue with something Dibbs said, and I wanted to bring that up. He had the audacity to say that he still thinks the better team won.
Yeah, the audacity.
And
because 31-7. And I told you on Friday I thought the Eagles were the better team, and they won the game. So, and the whole notion of, the better team won, the better team didn't win, to me is a stupid argument because these two teams played one time in the NFC Championship game, and one team won. So on that day, in that location, on that field, in this circumstance, Philadelphia was the better team.
Well,
they won the football game.
I get what you're saying. I get what he's saying. I kind of fall somewhere in between. It's not that the better
coming up next.
Well, no, it's not that the better team didn't win because we don't know that either. Like, I'm not going to refute that the better team won. I'm going to say I don't know. We didn't get the game. We didn't actually
right.
We didn't get the game. And no, I don't look at quarterbacks in the NFL the same way when you say, hey, injuries are part of the game. I really think if you take the emotion out of this, no one would say what many are trying to say. I already made this comp earlier. If Mahomes had gotten hurt and then Henne had come in and gotten concussed and the Bengals won the game, none of you would wake up this morning and go, Bengals are the better team.
Well, they were last night if they win the game.
And I get it. I get where you're coming from. I don't
understand. I don't understand the premise in general.
I don't understand yours, and that's fine.
It doesn't matter who the better team is. What matters is who wins the game. That's actually the only thing that matters.
It's not the only thing that matters.
Hello?
Context in sports matters. The experience fans are having matters. And you're not going to take away from fans what was taken away yesterday. That's a real part of what happened for people.
Well, it was taken away for Niner fans. Eagles fans, no one is feeling like anything got taken away.
And general fans. Absolutely. I can promise you I've talked to
Oh,
plenty.
for sure. And I bet you the TV rating will suffer as a result.
Absolutely. Let's go to an Eagles fan. Joe in Lehigh Valley is joining us on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Joe, what are you doing? And congrats on your win.
Oh, thank you very much. I watched the game yesterday, and I had a feeling when San Francisco deferred the first play of the game that we were going to win, only because every time that's happened at home, the Eagles have scored a touchdown. And even though that one play that should have been called not a pass happened, they scored on the first drive, which I really thought, the Niners were a better defense than that. I really did. But the tip of the iceberg was when Purdy went down. I said, the Eagles will have to just choke not to win this game.
Right.
And I felt sorry for you guys. I mean, if we'd have lost our quarterback in the first quarter, I don't think we would have won. I think it would have been difficult.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah,
Joe, we don't want your pity. We don't want this to turn into a pity Purdy because it's not going to be that.
A pity Purdy party or a pity Purdy?
A pity Purdy party.
Pity, yeah. So let me tell you something about being down 7-0.
Yeah.
Anybody remember the Miami Dolphin game? One play, 7-0. Does anyone remember?
Trent Sherfield.
3 weeks before that, Justin Herbert, Los Angeles Chargers, Sunday Night Football. Zing, right down the field.
I was there for that.
7-0. Okay? Anybody remember the Las Vegas game? 7-0 don't mean squat.
It's been the norm for this defense in many games.
It don't mean squat, and it does not mean that the 49er defense still isn't one of the best defenses in football. OG in San Jose, next up. Hey, OG, you're with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First of all, I want to really be thankful that we had Brock Purdy this season. What an amazing finish he gave us. You know, it was really unfortunate what happened to him yesterday. I hope he's okay. I hope it's not a serious injury because, you know, I think the Niners fans are really fortunate to have him as their quarterback kind of going into the future. And we'll see what happens next year, but I hope he's okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is, you know, the reason people are kind of peeved at Kyle Shanahan is the way he's lost some of these big games, the Super Bowls, the championship games, they've actually all been the exact same. The Hassan Reddick play looked very similar to what happened in Atlanta, to how, you know, Aaron Donald closed out last year. The Niners have had for several years a weakness on the right side of their offensive line. And they've had serious issues with pass protection. The offensive line is built for run blocking. That's why our run blocking is the best, number one in the NFL. But when it comes to pass blocking, we've had a weakness. It's gone unaddressed, and it's lingered, and it gets exposed every single time we get into these championship games or these Super Bowls. And that's where there's a frustration is that, you know, that's why people are blaming Kyle. Now I feel like, you know, at the same time, he's had some game management issues as well. The challenge that wasn't made, and, you know, a few decisions here and there that may seem like small things, but they creep up and accumulate over time.
Yeah, OG, we got to run, but I think the challenge flag to me is going to be the one that I remember. You know, there's always stuff in every game, play calls. You know, we can talk about schematically how you feel about Reddick ending up on Tyler Kroft. Joe Thomas has already gone on a Twitter rant talking about how that's a normal part of a play-action offense. It's being run all over the NFL. It's working everywhere. So there are discussions to be had there. I will go to bed on this game someday and remember the challenge flag that wasn't thrown. And you know, whether that would have changed the outcome, or there's no way to ever know anything like that.
Right.
But that's the one I'm going to remember. And I wish he had thrown it.
I will remember the Brock Purdy injury more than that. I'll remember the Josh Johnson
Shanahan
fumble more than that. And yeah, Shanahan.
I'm talking about decisions.
OG's point, his bigger point about the way this offensive line is constructed is an interesting one, because Mike McGlinchey is one of about 24 unrestricted free agents on this team. And the sense I'm getting is that Mike McGlinchey won't be back. next year.
So he's crying after the game, so it seems like he feels the same way.
So what are you going to do at right tackle?
Yeah.
And Trent Williams, by the way, is, I think, 2 years away from his contract and his career likely being over. So offensive line-wise, you've got some reconstructing to do as we get into next year.
Although I don't think they're that far off either. It's not like they didn't find some things this year as well with Banks and Burford and whatnot. So
and Colton McKivitz is being groomed to be the new right tackle, but OG's point is well taken. Better run blocking than they are pass blocking.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome into the fold Steiny and Guru. Hello, boys.
What's up, baby?
How we doing?
Hey. Better than the Niners and Niner fans.
What you got? What you got?
I told you in the kitchen. Ran into Willard in the kitchen. And I normally come in, this is how they lost, blame him. But watching that game in its entirety twice, fell asleep to
Of course,
you got to throw the flag. And Kyle, this might be a learning experience because I told Steiny, you guys tell me if you agree. It's not about, I'm using it too early. It's about what's at stake.
Yeah.
And that was a turnover. And I get he said after the game, hey, it looked like a catch, but it's chess, not checkers. So you got to have multiple eyes to where if you're slipping or it's a delay, that you that red handkerchief, that's what you called it, is on the ground. Because after that, and I tweeted, I don't recall an NFL playoff game where I knew the guy under center was not throwing the ball. It ruined the whole.
Yep. Did you say NFL?
Yeah, no, it ruined my whole experience.
Because at Holy Name,
yeah, that's how bad it was. I've never seen that, guys.
Old school Bellarmine, they were doing the double wing. Coach Janda, they'd never throw the pill.
Air Force was doing it about 5 weeks ago.
We're laughing, but it was real.
No,
I'm like, how do they win?
To your point, I said this I think I said it when we three were doing a show, and I said it to you, Mark. I want to get to a point where I'm mad at Kyle for being too aggressive. And this is another case where he was not aggressive enough. All you got to do is throw the red hanky. And the worst thing that happens is, okay, it's a catch. You lose a timeout. And by the way, it gives your defense a chance to collect its breath for an upcoming goal line stand anyway.
Well, I also think this. There were two things. I wondered, what is the process that goes on for teams? Because my understanding is that there is somebody upstairs watching this.
No doubt.
And now we've got a situation, and you can't change it because you can't take the hurry-up offense from people. So you've got a situation where there's a race against the clock for somebody upstairs to see the video, get word down to the coach. He throws the flag, do that all before the team runs up there and snaps the ball. Maybe that's more difficult than it sounds, but to end up with what we did, which was Kyle saying that the technology we used is that, I looked up at the board. And it looked like a catch to me. And I'm thinking, us too, because we didn't get the correct look until too late. And so I guess I'm with you. I don't think we're going to use this in every scenario. But if I've got my defenders on the field saying that was incomplete, coach.
Hufanga was going crazy. And I'm watching the receiver get up and go, let's go, snap the ball. And the Eagles take off and run down the field. And I think what you're saying, Goo, which is this is a special risk-reward moment. You're only risking a first-quarter timeout, but the reward is a turnover. Oh. It's a turnover. If I see everybody freaking out to the line, I think I'm willing to take the hit and huck that flag on the field. I'm with you.
Yeah, it felt like everything the decision came down to was you're going to have to read into the situation in a very timely manner. It's clear that second angle was not available to whoever's in charge of the 49ers before it was too late.
Even to us.
Yeah,
we didn't see that angle.
Exactly. And I'm looking at it saying, I'm looking at it saying that's a great catch.
That's what
And so, but then he jumps up and starts going quickly. And my first thought is, they go quickly after a play like this. Not necessarily, he wants us to get because I didn't catch it. Maybe that's probably why he was saying. And Hufanga then it's the old, Draymond Green wants to challenge everything.
Right. Exactly.
I
was just thinking that.
But it's a tough one. I can see how that 25 seconds gets on you in a hurry. And
it was fourth down. I mean, we're talking about the ball.
That's the other thing, too.
That's the thing.
That's the other thing, too.
This is not a 3rd and 7 where they get 11 yards and they get to midfield. This is a 4th down play where they get inside the 10, and they're pretty much guaranteed to get points at that point. So is a timeout worth 3 or 7 points to you? Yeah. To me, the view from 10,000 feet is that this system is beyond broken because we all use instant replay because we want to get the calls right, which is a bunch of bull crap because we don't ever get the calls right. The league, Steiny, had the camera angle immediately.
Okay.
The league office can see.
You preaching now.
The league office can see that it's incomplete, but we're reliant on a coach with a laminated play sheet and a headset to communicate to somebody who's up in the 700 level looking at a TV to tell him to reach in his pocket, to pull out a piece of paper, to throw it on the field when the league knows it's incomplete.
Now, this is
stupid.
This is a
you
great
need to be
point.
speaking somewhere.
No, this is a great point because I have heard multiple players talk about something that's going on in the league that I don't think most fans know, which is that the lead ref has got an earpiece. And there have been situations where the league knows the call on the field is wrong. And they are saying to the ref, you've got the wrong call. But you'd love to see the team be the one that pulls the trigger on the flag. But there have been multiple scenarios, according to players, where the refs will slow play the start of the next play, or they'll do what they have the power to do, which is huddle. See, the ref now can go, there's the call on the field.
Cincinnati.
There's the call on the field. And then all of a sudden, it's hold on a second. We need to huddle. All right, what'd you see? What'd you see? What'd you see? And even though all of them are going, I didn't see a damn thing.
Exactly.
That dude got in his ear, hey, Bob, y'all missed it. And we want to get it right. And so should it be on the team when, as you said, Dibs, the league office knows you just gave the Eagles a first and goal that they don't deserve.
They go up 7-0.
And
the whole
now
system is reliant
you're asking
on
this team to figure this out in 9
stupid.
seconds.
The system's reliant on what the networks show because the coach and the eye in the sky, they don't have access to every camera.
Right.
They're reliant on what Fox is choosing to show, and it's not up to Fox to show all 17 angles. They're doing what they do. They're producing the game.
And were any of you yelling, throw the red hanky in the moment?
I thought one of the greatest catches
looked like
I've
a
ever
great
seen.
catch.
Yes.
So how can we say, you should be doing this? They didn't see anything that we didn't
in
see.
2023, I got special teams, defense, offense. How's the electronic game?
Right.
It shouldn't be there. How's the electronic game? Who do you got?
So
they should do it.
So my question would be, should he have just thrown it? Why would that be? How do I want to say this? Would you use that template to always throw a flag in that situation from now on? I guess is what I'm saying.
Circumstantial evidence.
It's the championship game, and there's doubt.
Well, here's the thing. I said that earlier, and it's probably a little overstated because the second we tell everyone to do that every time, it'll burn you, right? It'll burn you. But this one, I feel, is different because of the risk reward. You are talking about an almost automatic 7 points.
Man.
If he catches it, and you're talking about a turnover. If he doesn't, and it's so early in the game that
crowd is sedated,
your timeout loss is not going to kill you in that case. So that's why, in that situation, I feel like he could have, should have thrown it.
And he kind of thought about it. He told us.
And the circumstantial evidence of my player is saying it's incomplete, the risk reward of the 4th down, or it's either they're going to score or we get the ball, combined with the fact that we just don't know. And by the way, he goes into the locker room at halftime with not one, not two, but all 3 timeouts.
Yep.
You didn't need your timeouts anyway, Kyle. You could have lost one there.
Well, the game got entirely off kilter right from the get-go.
Yep.
And that's my we're going to talk a lot about Purdy and stuff, and I'm not. It's no blame, but man, when's the last time the 49ers won the toss, deferred, and the other team drove 75 yards or 70 yards to go up 7-0?
Happens. I just named a bunch of times where it happened this year.
It has.
The Chargers did it. The Raiders did it.
Name me a team. Name me a team that's better than you that did it.
The
Chiefs?
The Dolphins did it on the first play.
What I'm getting at is you're on the road.
Yeah.
And
right.
I mean,
this
now you're
worse.
in Philly. Like I had a guy email me, and he just doesn't understand why Kyle defers all the time, that he should make a decision based on each game. And I said, well, I'll tell you why, because he wants to kick, hold, get the ball back in a good spot. Now you got him 2-1 possession-wise.
And he wants to score at the end of the second and then score at the start of the third.
Exactly. It's math to him.
He's the 2 for 1.
But it ain't good math.
Yeah.
Well, the turnover sometimes is like
if Josh Johnson doesn't fumble the ball.
But
the energy, and we left your headache on Madden.
But what this gentleman was saying was
it's a turnover, Stein. You start the second half with the ball.
Like, Brock Purdy has to manage this situation. Why don't you let him manage it when you know it's going to be 0-0 rather than the possibility? It's like just everything's getting thrown out there. That's what happens. I'm not saying yes or no.
It's interesting, but I get where the 49ers are coming from on doing that, because if you are playing the law averages and everything is analytics now, mathematically he thinks he can sort of get an extra possession out of this because he can end the half with the ball.
But the extra possession is if you defer, you're getting it the start of the third.
But he also thinks, because by the way, this has worked for the 49ers really well. If you look at what they've done in third quarters of football games, this has worked for them really well. The other odds that you're playing, even though I just gave a bunch of times where the other team went up 7-0, is you're giving the best defense in football. You think the other team's not going to get great field position. You start at the 25, and if you can hold them to 0 or 1 first down, you're also starting your offense with potentially a little bit better plus territory. It's not foolproof, but it's analytics like everything else. You're playing the percentages.
Help me out, Mark. Up until McCaffrey's addition, defense was a staple of this team. So if you defer, I would always want my defense to set the tone, knowing I'm going to get the possession in the third. Whatever jumps off, flukeness, turnovers, I got that ball coming out of half, but my defense is going to get a chance to stop these Eagles, who did score. That's how I would want to start the game if defense was our identity.
If Josh Johnson doesn't fumble the snap, and let's say you keep the ball, you go down and you don't get a field goal, you go in the locker room down 14-7, you get the ball to start the third quarter. Kyle's thinking, and on the first play, you get a first down. So now you're thinking a little bit of greed. If we can get to the 35, Robbie Gould kicks a field goal, we're down 14-10. Now we get the ball to start the third, and we have a chance to take the lead with our backup quarterback. So everything, despite losing Brock Purdy, everything was still trending toward being in their favor. You withstood the injury. You had Josh Johnson maybe getting comfortable, maybe not.
Got a touchdown.
But that fumble, I think, took everything and put it on its head. And then when he got hurt, the game was over.
Well, and I was ready to just, you throw your hands up and give the Eagles credit on that first drive, because we're all going to remember Devontae Smith. But A.J. Brown had a shoestring third down catch.
Incredible catch.
So when Smith makes the catch, and I thought it was a catch, I'm like, just look at these guys. These are two huge, unlikely catches that have the Eagles here. And then right after they run the play, you're like, oh, and one of them wasn't even a catch.
Yeah.
So again, that's where I think the Niners played the percentages and the Eagles made low percentage catches.
I told Steiny this, and I'll be quick with this. Tell me if I'm going down Hater Avenue. I really thought if the Eagles were going to win this game, Hurts had to play out of his mind. I felt like there's something going on. He grimaced when he got tackled. He didn't have his best game, and they won.
Not at all.
That's what I'm like.
Well,
I didn't expect this.
After the Johnson fumble.
Missed some wide open receivers, D.
Johnson fumbles, they run it in 21-7, and Philly's in firm command. And then you come out right away, and Josh Johnson gets concussed. Game over at that point. Jalen Hurts didn't have to do anything else other than hand the ball off the rest of the way. So, I mean, he wasn't tested at all.
3.4 yards on the ground.
No,
that's all.
You throw the stats out in this game.
I know, but
throw the stats.
We got robbed of a great game.
Yeah, the deep dive is, I think, the opportunity. I don't know if it would have worked. The opportunity with what the 49er defense did in this game, the opportunity would have been there to win it. Right? If you
were whole.
If you throw the
I agree with this.
Throw the red flag, that takes that 7 off the board.
You might be upset.
Now you got the Josh Johnson fumble. That puts you sideways. But if you look at what Jalen Hurts didn't do in this game, the Eagles were not going to, in theory, they were not going to put a 30-burger on in this game. This would have been a 20 to 17 type of a thing. But yeah, for me, the takeaway is what you just said. Like it never. I'm hating,
but I'm not.
Right, the whole thing we were waiting for just never even happened. It never even happened.
Well, the other thing is
you're left feeling empty.
No doubt, and I get how, you get cheated, this and that, and a lot of here's what I don't want to happen though. We lost both quarterbacks. That's why. Well, that's a big reason why. But again, it's hard to criticize that because everybody says you're finger pointing. That was a game where the 49ers defense, they didn't play well enough to win them the game if they didn't get their quarterback hurt. They were too undisciplined. The drop, they had it up when the 49ers tied at 7-7 with McCaffrey. I'm looking at the game, and I was trying to look at it from both sides. I'm like, man, if I'm an Eagles fan right now, I'm like, yikes, we got a ball game. We already had 2 opportunities. And if you're the 49ers defense there, God, can you get a stop? It's like when you get a crooked number in baseball. After we tie it up, can you get a stop right there? And I'm not saying they stink, this, that, and the other thing, but the 40, they went on a drive.
I was even begging for a field goal. I was I go, if they're down 10-7.
That's a win.
If they're down 10-7 with everything that just happened in that first half.
That's a win.
You take it.
I was begging for a field goal after the turnover, too. 17 seconds.
And it was flags. And it was flags. It was frustrating flags that kept that drive alive. And then when they got in the red zone, Miles Sanders did his thing.
The bullies got bullied. Because both sides of the ball, to me, Philly won that.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Without a doubt. And we were talking about this before, and Hassan Reddick basically wrecked the game, not only with the Purdy hit, but then when he absolutely demolished Josh Johnson.
He did.
And he took the ball away. Johnson was down.
Was that a fumble?
No, he was down.
Yeah,
that seemed to be
the Kingston was down.
The butt was down.
Yeah.
That was the opposite of a butt fumble. It was a butt non-fumble.
But by the time they both rolled off the pile and he comes out with the football, it's like, oh my God, this guy. Can we chip him?
Now, I was saving.
I know what you're going to say.
No,
I know what you're going to say. You're going to bring up the big cat, aren't you?
I'm saying that for 12-3.
Andres
I was already 12-3. Willard, something. It's like a song that you just remember. And about 5 weeks ago, you were like, you know what, people, the future is. You got your quarterback next year, and I was on that train. I was like, damn, I ain't looking at. But now we're minutes or hours away from finding out if something's going on, hopefully not with Purdy, to where not only do you lose this game, you might next year is in question. Now it's back to quarterback roulette again. Is Jimmy gone?
Pandia says the idea of him missing the start of next season is highly unlikely.
That would be Tommy John, which would be 9 to 12 months. That would be
full reconstruction, which he said is not usually a quarterback option. It's happened. He brought up Jake Delhomme. The only one maybe in the last 10, 20 years who has taken that option on this injury. So
that was a bad hit.
Yeah, too. I don't foresee that. However,
give him the butt.
If he does have any surgery, that's 5 to 6 months, and that's right up against camp. And that's
so
not
in that
good.
case,
it's not good for a young quarterback.
Not at all. Then Trey Lance goes into OTAs as QB1, and he goes into camp next July.
He's still in the boot
as
by all
QB1.
accounts. He was in a boot still.
Yeah, exactly. So it all depends, and hopefully the news comes during your show, and you guys can break it. Yeah. The MRI, I don't know what time he's having it, but hopefully we'll get some good news on Brock Purdy.
All right, Steiny and Goo, here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru with you on a Monday. 49ers eliminated. They lose 31-7 to the Eagles. Purdy gets hurt early. Josh Johnson gets hurt a little bit later. And the second half wasn't much of a ball game, Gil.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. You mentioned Purdy getting hurt. Warner got hurt. And just from a mental standpoint, seeing him down. Then the big cat or the Barbarian in Bosa, he's doing the Bobby Brady thing coming in and out. Steiny, and I know you could say, oh, Goo, That doesn't have any bearing on the outcome of the game, but it was a physical goon game in Philly. And Philly, I believe, won the game in the trenches. And when you knocked the starting quarterback out, Steiny, they had I just hated we had to watch almost 25 minutes of a 49er playoff game where you feel like they can't complete a pass. There's no chance.
You know, it's funny. I was just thought of this. Even at is Brock Purdy the third? Do you call him the third stringer? Was he the best quarterback?
Yeah.
You know what? None of that mattered until he got hurt. Because then his backup was a fourth stringer. You know what I'm saying?
Our boy Josh.
Once Brock Purdy took over, we were like, oh my gosh, this is the third stringer.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? He might not have been a third stringer. He might have been the best quarterback on the roster. There was no chance that Josh Johnson was going to be the best quarterback on the roster. And
we disagree a little bit. We disagree a little bit with, I felt like the Niners defense kind of got their feet up underneath them, and they were stopping Philly offensively to where you were like, oh boy, if these Niners score, we got a game. And I was saying that at 21-7. You kind of didn't agree with that. Because Hurts didn't just, no shade at Jalen. First Super Bowl with two black quarterbacks starting, Mahomes and Hurts.
Nice.
Oh, by the way.
Terrific.
You thought it was over then, though, huh?
Well, I mean, we can quibble all day about the 49ers defense. And this is where I came in today and I was thinking, it stunk Brock Purdy got hurt, and then it stunk Josh Johnson gets hurt. I said to Evan, but look, Eagles are winning that game. And he was like, well, how can you say that? You don't know that for sure. And I'm saying, no, I don't know it for sure. But the way that game played out, I don't think Brock Purdy wins that game. And to me, we were denied seeing it. Well, did the 49ers have a chance? Now after it's all said and done, did the 49ers have a chance to win that game? Yeah, if they wouldn't have gotten their quarterback hurt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that's a game to me. What was proven there is the Eagles are going to win 4 out of 5 of those games. All right. I think they beat I think in the same situation.
And you're talking about when Purdy was in there, too.
It's absolutely positive.
He didn't have success when he was in there.
Because the bottom line is, 49ers defense, first of all, they gave up 31 points. You can play the field position game all you want. See, this is what, I'm not, the injury to Brock Purdy was a factor. But
I know
so was everything else.
Yeah.
49ers had 11 penalties. They had 3 turnovers. Okay, I get it. The defense is great. How many turnovers did the 49ers defense force?
I'm going Top Gun.
0.
Goose. Egg.
0.
Yeah.
So the 49ers defense, I'm not going to argue whether they were good or not. They weren't good enough. And they weren't going to be good enough with Brock Purdy to win that game.
Well, especially on DeMeco Ryans' last game. And then they win do we call it thug life at the end, Steiny?
They lost their composure.
Yeah, because when a bully gets bullied, you resort to anything. But I just hate the fact that I didn't envision a scenario as good as the Philadelphia Eagles offense has been. I still thought something was going on with Jalen Hurts. Steiny, he wasn't bad yesterday, but the Niners didn't put him in a position to where, and there were a couple times like, they got a punt, you bet, and it just didn't manifest. So Eagles move on, and the one thing, if I'm a Niner fan or I'm Kyle, and they mentioned Dr. Pandya, I mean, this Brock Purdy injury is everything because he was the one constant that you said, okay, we found our franchise quarterback. Now, if there's a delay, I don't know, but
come on,
Steiny, give me this.
Let's say he misses the first. Let's say this is the first four games of the year next year. That's so what in the big picture.
But when you talk about a UCL, and I ain't no doctor, and his elbow, you never know what's jumping off.
I'm going to assume that Brock Purdy's going to be okay. Now, if that's a career-ending injury,
I'm not saying
we got
a
problem.
But the defense, you know what? The more I think about it, Steiny, they had a bad game. Two corners
what did
didn't.
They do? What did they do?
Ward and Lynette, they didn't get picked on. Jalen Hurts was off. A couple guys were open.
And I also think part of being a great defense isn't just, we hold them to 17 points a game. That's obviously the goal is the points. But
they were out there a lot too because your offense wasn't doing anything.
You didn't force any turnovers. You bit yourself 3 times in one drive, And every time you needed a stop, you didn't get it. And what I mean by that is you had a chance midway through the second quarter. Josh Johnson engineers a drive where McCaffrey scores at 7-7. And right there is when a great defense gets you a 3 and out. Would you have won the game? I don't know. I don't think so. You still would have had to do, to me, about 4 or 5 more things. But boom, Philly drives the length of the field. It's now 14-7. You turn it over, and now you give them the ball at your own 30.
I got you.
You know what a great defense does there?
They stop them.
Holds them to 3.
And what about this?
Not to blame the defense, but...
Well, I'm going to say something about the leader. 97 played 3 playoff games that didn't record a sack. And I know we got low. What time? It's not even 1 o'clock?
1 o'clock.
I mean, when we talk about the greats and the Michael Strahans and all the guys that I was mentioning, Reggie White, you got to do it on the big stage. Or maybe he needs help, but not 1 sack by 97.
Yeah. Nope.
And I'm pointing that out. Because when he does good, I come in here and tell you he's a badass. Jimmy Ward pass interference. I know you think that was bogus?
No. It was interference. All those penalties were penalties.
But within 5 yards, you can do whatever.
And that's the other thing.
You can get mixed up. You can grab.
That was 9 yards down the field.
Oh, look at you. I counted 5 on my screen.
The other thing is, you can't lose 31-7, then blame the refs. Nobody's doing that. I get it. But let's be honest. There were multiple reasons why the 49ers lost. God, Shanahan, could he have changed the game by a challenge flag? Yes. Could the defense have changed the game with getting a more timely stops? Yes. Could Josh Johnson have not gotten hurt? Yes. I mean,
it still was a damn good season, again, and I'm not that guy. But you went to that game with your third string quarterback.
Right.
You won.
Right. But the Philadelphia Eagles were a better team.
Do you think Dallas exposed this Niner O-line and Philly was just waiting?
I don't know. Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get going. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. A lot of reasons why the 49ers didn't get it done yesterday. Obviously, the Brock Purdy injury is a big, big part of it. What did you see yesterday? What did you see in that game? And then if you want to give a little big picture thought, feel free to do so. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face. Streaming now only on Peacock.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Did you know that the average price of a used car is up over 40% from just a year ago? The cost of living has gone up, and the cost for auto repairs is rising as well. The car you have needs to last you longer than ever. So if your vehicle has less than 150,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire, or with no warranty coverage at all, you need to call CarShield at 800-523-9985. We've just announced a low-cost month-to-month vehicle service plan to help save thousands of dollars on out-of-pocket expenses for future auto repairs. While the cost for new and used cars continue to go up, CarShield offers protection plans at an all-time low. Drivers who activate their plan today will also receive 24/7 coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing and emergency tire, battery, and key lockout service. Call 800-523-9985 today to save 20% on your plan. That's 800-523-9985. Keep your car protected. Call 800-523-9985. Again, 800-523-9985.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league. A lot of fake pressure coming. Purdy, Deck, floating in the air. Is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru with you, talking about the Eagles' 31-7 win over the San Francisco 49ers. And let's see. Here's how I'll start off the segment. All right. How about this? When we get into Kyle Shanahan this summer or next year and we discuss his accomplishments and his resume, this one ain't one that you say, yeah, let it get away. Or, well, back in 2022, remember you had that team that lost to the Eagles. I'll say it again. I think the Eagles win that game with Brock Purdy at quarterback. I thought the Eagles were the better team, and I get that the 49ers didn't have their top 4 quarterbacks, but the line play to me spoke for itself. And so the fact that the 49ers lost that game, Guru, I get it. It's all about winning the Super Bowl. But to me, this does not go on Kyle Shanahan's ledger of, knocked on the door again, and then he just couldn't get it done. Nah, not this one. This is just a bounce of the football in certain ways.
Yeah, and I'm the private investigator when it comes to Kyle. Oh, Goo, you like him one day he's hot, the next you want him fired. This was a game that Kyle Shanahan, from his perspective, Matt Steinmetz, entered the game with house money. And I'm going to go here. The guys upstairs, the football gods, allowed your team to run off 12 in a row, have Mr. Irrelevant maybe become your franchise quarterback. You got to endure all that euphoria. And what has to hurt, and it bothers me as a fan, is that he took your guy out on the second drive of the NFC Championship game. And there went your passing game. And, partner, you look fresh to death with your white shirt and haircut. I missed you on Friday. I do believe Brock Purdy and his elusiveness would have made this a game. And I felt like I kept calling Norm, everybody. I texted Thread. All right, Philly keeps messing around, but the Niners had no petrol in the gas tank because offensively they were done. And I think that's what frustrated the defense. It frustrated the offense. And let's put the right on the table. Trent Williams, he didn't have his best day, Steiny. He was getting pushed around. So now when you tell me, hey.
He also lost his composure.
Dude, did he slap?
So did Greenlaw.
Yeah, but that's what happens.
It's true.
Yeah, okay. But we're not used to seeing that. We're used to seeing them be debunked.
Exactly.
But if you tell me now in the offseason moving forward that Purdy's going to be healthy, you need some enhancements. I'm going Joan Rivers. You need
more
some
weapons?
Sam
I thought
Malone,
they had the best weaponry in the league.
You need some enhancements.
Give me an example.
And you need your offensive line to get some of that nasty that the D-line had so much of this season. Because when you play badasses like Dallas and Philly, I feel like the Niners didn't get the best of those matchups. They won the game, but you know what I mean. You can take some enhancements.
And listen, okay, so the last 3 or 4 weeks we've been talking about Brock Purdy. And I've likened him to a mouse in the kitchen. You can't quite catch him. He'll go under the fridge. Then he goes into the cupboard.
Well, you scare me.
He did that for 8-10 weeks, and he did it really well the last 3 or 4 weeks. He was incredible at evading, but he was starting to cut it close, I thought. And I thought just little bit, teams were getting to know him a little more. That doesn't mean he's a fraud. But what I'm getting at is, yes, it stinks that Brock Purdy got hurt, but he got hurt because the Eagles' defensive line was dominant on that drive and showed for the whole game they were probably going to be dominant. And so I'm not going to allow for could Brock Purdy have spun a masterpiece in the face of an unrelenting pass rush? I guess, but I don't see it.
Gotcha.
I don't see it. The 49ers were not going to score a lot of points against that defense. That's just kind of the way I saw it.
And you might be right, but again, Jalen Hurts and that offense, and rightfully so, didn't take off. If you'd have told me you can't watch the game and you give me the final score, I'd have been like, holy hell, they were doing whatever they wanted. He missed some overthrows, and it happens in football. But damn, Steiny, when you know you don't have a chance, and that's what have you seen it when Brock Purdy couldn't throw after he got hurt and he came back in? You knew it was going to be a handoff. By that
point, they had folded. And see, that's what I mean. Like, the game was not a blowout from the beginning.
Yeah. Even at half, there was still
it's 7-7 midway through the second quarter.
No doubt about it.
The 49ers had just scored.
And the Eagles had squandered some opportunities.
Exactly.
So I was like, this is a bad 7-7 if I'm feeling.
So defense, get a hold.
And they couldn't.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah, you're right.
Get a hold.
They didn't have their best day.
No, they didn't. And that's why it's like anybody, Purdy, that's the only reason. No, it's not. It's not the only reason. There were a lot of reasons. A lot of would have had to get, like, that's the kind of game where a lot would have had to have gone right, I think, for the Niners to win the game.
And when I'm sitting there watching 54 on the ground, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is how this day's starting for the Niners? But luckily, he comes back in, and then Bosa's limping. So it's just, I don't know. And Ken Law, Steiny, I was like, this might be a game. He can show everybody he is what he was when he went up against Cone in the offseason. But, man, another close but no cigar. And now, if I'm a Niner fan and the Niners, that organization, you're waiting on the results of Brock Purdy's MRI.
See, when you say close but no cigar, I get it. They've been to this spot 3 times in the 4 years. But now looking at all the games, like this wasn't close but no cigar to me.
I got you.
Philly was better, I thought.
And all I can say about Kyle in this game, and I just wonder what the great coaches could have done, or we talked about just the system, Steiny, to where maybe the NFL should have, hey, you know what? This is a big game. It's a close call. We're checking everything. Everybody relax because we're used to it. All I got on Kyle is he didn't throw that flag, and that was in the first quarter.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, good, man. You know, I felt we would have won if Brock Purdy was there, man, because, he played good for us this whole time. And when he went out, I knew it was done. I felt the same way when Klay Thompson, towards ACL in the 2019 finals. It's like, that kind of film. Just like Klay came back out to shoot free throws, Brock Purdy came back in to at least hand the ball off. And, that was so draining, man, to lose that. So, I think this is worse than the Super Bowl losses because at least, we had our quarterback in the other games and stuff, man. We had no quarterbacks out there. So I just think, man, I'm just draining right now, man. I'm so peed off.
Appreciate the call, Antonio.
But at least he has an excuse, though. If I'm a Niner fan, my starter quarterback, the rookie phenom got knocked out.
I'll tell you what, and listen,
we couldn't pass.
Okay, you know what? Hey, you want to say that this was all like this is where I think you get. This is where I think you got to be.
Talk to me.
This is where I think you got to be careful if you're a fan, because if you look at that game and say we're just a quarterback away from winning it all,
I don't know. That's another conversation. That's another conversation. But you get roses for getting there.
Bottom line is this:
you got talent.
3 for 3, 3 for 3. Your big vaunted defense gave up 3 touchdowns in 3 red zone drives that the Eagles had.
All right.
3. 21-7 at half. Your defense could not keep the 49ers out of the end zone. 3 times, the 49ers allowed the Eagles into the red zone. This great defense couldn't one of those times maybe hold them to a field goal.
Real quick, one of those times was a catch that wasn't challenged, but they still got in.
Matter. They challenged it.
And how about this? Tell me if I'm being unfair, people. 888-957-9570. The Super Bowl, Emmanuel Mosley had a brain fart, gave up a 3rd and 100. Last year, Tart missed a James Logan High interception. And then Sunday, your D pretty much was a no-show. So on the biggest stages, one can make a case that for whatever reason, you can be dominant much of the game, not yesterday, but that one play is there to change the game. The Niners D didn't make it, and yesterday collectively, they got bullied. And this is what I know about a bully, Steiny. They don't handle it well when they get bullied. And that's what we saw. But why would you have a backup tight end blocking one of their best players? That's what we should be talking about.
Yeah, Joe Thomas said that's not unusual. Hall of Famer. I'm just saying. Future Hall of Famer.
So he says it, we can't second guess?
No, go ahead.
I don't live like that. I love you,
Go
Joe.
ahead. No, but it's something that's very sophisticated. I don't pretend to be able to understand Kyle Shanahan and all the nuances and intricacies he does.
Well, the bottom line is he had a non-offensive lineman block one of their best players.
I'm good friends with Joe Thomas.
Tell him to call him. And the result was your quarterback's out and may need the knife.
Here's the other thing. One of the things I was thinking is, the only thing I'm pushing back on today is the 49ers lost that game because Brock Purdy got hurt. All right? Again, I'm just going to keep hammering these stats about the defense. They forced no turnovers yesterday. 0. All right? 3 times in the first half, the Eagles got into the red zone, and each of those times they scored a touchdown. They had a drive where they completely lost their discipline and composure, and it cost them. Like, I get it. Brock Purdy got hurt, took away a lot of your life.
Gotcha.
But the defense wasn't going to be good enough to win that game anyway yesterday. That's what that game proved to me.
Okay. I'm not mad at how you feel, but it sounds to me getting to where you feel, Steiny, is you're missing, if Brock Purdy was there, the chance for a comeback. The Niners defense was no excuses, but they were going 3 and out. So you start to tire.
Okay.
But even in the third quarter, late third quarter, I text Divine, hey, we've seen this movie before. Said team gets all the breaks, but they don't capitalize. So the defense got its footing, not for a long time, but for that, hey, can you scratch our back? Get us 14, and then maybe we'll get that traction. And that's where I start feeling like, oh, boy. If they
scored 1 touchdown.
Yeah, and they couldn't get the second one, but now we know why. That was the impact of losing your starter. Hey, Steiner, you got me on.
Nobody's saying.
And I'm telling anybody that'll listen to me, hey, I get you saying Philly would have won with Purdy upright, but it damn sure would have been different, though.
I wonder how much.
Been more
I wonder
difficult.
how much. I wonder how much.
I can make it. I watched it twice. I feel like, and I saw Debo starting to get a little trash. We saw the run with McCaffrey. Steiny, maybe a field goal game we're talking?
No chance. I mean, I'm not going to say no chance. Who knows what would have happened? But give me a break with the defense.
Nail Carter.
Here's the other thing. We've been leading up to this game. We were having a few more questions about the defense.
We got Low coming up.
I mean, they just.
And then that wasn't a sack by both the people at the goal line. That was a tackle for loss. And I ain't saying he had. I just man,
to win a game like this, you got to make plays. Like, how about the play where Bosa tackles Hurts for loss.
Yeah,
like that's where. And I'm not saying like this is where I think a lot of it's just luck or the bounce. God, what if you could have gotten a safety out of that?
Right.
Like,
I mean, there's a million. No, I got you. No doubt.
There's not a million. There's like 6 or 8 of those kind of plays. You know, what if you could have taken the Devontae Smith catch away from him? You know,
we're talking about a whole new script.
But what my point is, the 49ers would need about 6 or 8 of those plays to go their way.
I'll tell you what, if you're we could do this role play, or we could do it later. But if you're Lynch talking to Kyle, forget Brock Purdy. The one takeaway is Philly's not going anywhere. Dallas and their defense is not going anywhere. We have to really, again, enhance our offensive line. So if you tell me now, Snotty, anybody ask me, Evan, John, what do the Niners need help? It's the O-line. You got to get nasty like your D-line, because when you play top-tier defenses,
a lot of people are saying I'm coming down on the defense. No. They're a great defense. They're one of the best in the NFL. But the only chance, you lose your quarterback. Okay, you lose your quarterback, but you still have your defense. What's the only chance you have to win that game at that point?
Your defense stop them.
Thank you. Your defense has to be dominant.
They had penalties left and right.
Dominant. They didn't force any turnovers.
It was one of the worst games I've seen the defensive play. Now
they didn't come up with one big
penalties.
Play. That's all. Maybe if their defense were better, the game would have been a little bit tighter.
I thought the secondary was better than everything else, because they didn't get balls they weren't getting passed on like we had seen in previous weeks.
By the way, it was worse than the Devontae Smith catch non-catch.
Well, I'm trying to think where you're going.
The punt that hits the wire, and everybody pretend.
But that helped the Niners.
Of course, but ref stunk. I'll give you the ref stunk.
When sports meets technology, I don't like it.
Yes, you do.
No, let's be honest. It should be like tennis.
You're going to be the first guy to complain.
Does? It was out. It was in. Somebody looks at it. Let's move on. It shouldn't be about Kyle not knowing what to do. Even though he got that wrong, you got to fix it, man. I'm watching the late game real quick. 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9 for Kansas City. They got 3 opportunities added because of, some say, made up stuff. But that's when you're watching something like this ain't right.
49er Stu in Hayward. What's going on, 49er Stu?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing today?
Dynamite.
Hey, I haven't heard anybody mention, but, there's corruption all the way up to the White House. So I'm just asking, what's your opinion?
Mm-hmm.
I think the NFL wanted to see 2 black quarterbacks. I think the NFL wanted to see Andy Reid go up against the Eagles. And I think the NFL kind of put a bug in the referee's ear. Hey, get the other team more calls. Because, run into the kicker. Come on, man. On a championship game like that? No way. No, come on, man.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, man.
And you're right, the refs ain't smart enough to know how to control it. Because if you watch that last game, Kansas City barely won that game. But signing 2 black quarterbacks the first time ever in the Super Bowl. But other than that,
6-5-0. Lame take. The defense was not going to pitch a shutout. We gave them the ball at our 30. Defense got messed with all game. Again, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. And I can't explain it again. But what's your only chance if you don't have a quarterback, but your defense is supposed to be the best in the league? The only chance is if your defense plays extremely well. And they didn't.
What's the money down in football for a defense?
Huh?
What's the money down for a defense?
3rd, right?
The Eagles were only 5 of 15. But the Niners kept getting the rifle, shooting themselves in the foot. It is what it is. That was a bad game for DeMeco Ryans if he goes on to become the Houston Texans head coach. This is not the defense we saw for the entire season. And you might say, Goo, that's because they were playing somebody. I know you were a big schedule guy, low too, but they held Jalen Hurts 5 of 15. You're doing something right defensively. It wasn't pretty.
Yeah. Bottom line is you got smothered in the turnover game. Your defense forced 0 turnovers. Their defense
I have nothing
forced
for you on that.
3. Ball game.
I mean, I had everything ready. Mimosas flowing.
Basic Cam in Oakland. What's up, Basic Cam?
They always say Basic Cam. Y'all know it's Basic Cam, baby.
That's what I was telling them.
What's up, y'all? What's up with my boys, man? So, look, give me a little second to say this, Sonny. I'm going to just address that first point. Well, it wasn't the first point you made, but the point about the defense. Now, I'll give you this, Sonny. They didn't play the way that they had to play for us to win under the circumstances of losing our quarterback. But they still played good.
Yes, they did.
Jalen Hurts had 122 yards passing, and he had 39 yards rushing. So I think we did a wonderful job, considering the circumstances. But, I just want to say this. This is what my call is really about. I feel good about the 49ers because, you look at what we have moving forward. We got cap space. We got somebody who we think is going to be the guy at quarterback. And our defense did play well, especially considering the emotional drop-off that, come on, guys. We got to understand that football is emotional, too. We lose our starting quarterback. Come on now, baby. Listen, our defense already knew that didn't matter how good they played, we wouldn't win. So I give them a little pass on that. And I'm going to just say, here we come Eagles because, we look good nevertheless. And I feel so bad for Josh Johnson, man. He just looked
I'm with you. I told Stoney that.
Thanks for the call.
I cut him off.
Yes, yes. How many drives of over 65 yards did the Eagles have?
I want to
3.
Say, yeah.
I want to say 3.
2 in the first half.
So they have 2 drives.
I got you.
You can't blame 2 75-yard drives against your defense on the quarterback who got hurt.
I'm giving you that. But you do understand once that you got that, my fella. But once he went out, you could have gave the Niners the ball at Philly's 20-yard line in the red zone. They weren't going to get in. And who's to blame? Block better. That doesn't. But that's where it got to.
What if it's 7-7 instead of the 49ers giving up a 70-yard drive? somebody makes a big play. That's all. They didn't make one big play. One play might change that game.
And what about Sirianni going for it on his own 30 on 4th and 1? I'm like, I thought but the Niners usually stop you for
I know.
And they didn't stop them. But they got a great O-line.
That's the other thing.
But
so during the regular season, this Purdy run, how many 4th down holds did they get?
It felt like every one.
It felt like they had a big defensive possession every game.
Dallas got a couple last week,
They didn't have that this game. That doesn't mean they weren't great 9 out of 10 games, but they needed it this game. They needed a big play from their defense this game, and that probably wouldn't have done it. But the only chance they had after Purdy went out is if their defense would be flat out dominant, and they weren't.
But for a good, in real time, 9 U.S. minutes, it was 7-7. My phone was blowing up like, oh, boy. And then what did I tell you? It ain't always about me in my world, Steiny, but I was like, I told Steiny and the listeners, Kyle might be able to do with anybody. So I'm thinking if Josh pulls this off. Yeah.
Thanks for making my point, 408. He says the defense was not bad! Exclamation points. You are right. They were not bad. But they weren't good enough to win an NFC championship game on the road against a better team.
Yeah. Who offensively didn't have their best A game.
Like, I look at it, I'm sorry, but the Niners, their defense was just as responsible in a way as the fact that their quarterback got knocked out.
And the standard you're holding them to
exactly
is the calls came out of my mouth. Hey, Lo, the 85 Bears, the Ray Lewis. Like when you're compared to that and that start that this team got off to, Steiny,
9-2-5.
I'm not mad.
Steiny, the defense was on the field the whole game with bad field position. That's wrong, and I just told you it's wrong. The Eagles had 3 long drives in that game. 3 long drives.
Run should have been a turnover.
That's their fault.
But it's a fact, yeah.
Too bad.
Yep.
Nobody cares when it goes the other way. I'm just saying. To me, saying we lost because Purdy got hurt.
Well, you couldn't throw the ball.
Can we look at every other? Can we look at all the aspects of the game?
Offensively, you were done.
How about the first kickoff return? Eagles punched it out to like the 35-38. They've had their special teams have not tackled well on kickoffs. All right, here we go. 888. Oh, no. Never mind. We got Low Neal. We got Low Neal on the other side. He's coming up courtesy of the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The red and gold reaction, it's brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. Coming up next on the Bud Light guest line, Low Neal on 95.7.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo.
Hello!
He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nailed the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed. And a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now on.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and autopay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm the voice of reason.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's head right out to the Bud Light guest line. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Lo Neal.
Lo.
Hey, Lo, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, my guys? How we doing?
Well, what'd you think of the Niners game?
Talk to us.
Yeah, you know what? I just thought that you had a team that was doomed from kickoff pretty much. You saw the Niners played their ass off, guys, but let's face it, when you don't have a quarterback, a serviceable quarterback, you don't have a chance. So you didn't get to see a true indication of what that game could have been. Do I think the game would have been a lot different? No question. When you can't run the ball and you have not a guy to throw the ball to the weapons that the Niners have on the outside of you, Debo, Kittle, McCaffrey, the list goes on. When you don't have someone to be able to facilitate that, let's face it, you don't have a chance. There's not maybe two or three teams the Niners could have beat in the whole NFL. As good as the Niners are, there maybe been yesterday, there was maybe one or two teams that the Niners could have beat. All 32 teams, the Niners are good enough that maybe at the max, maybe a handful, 5, and that's being generous. If you cannot throw the ball, I don't think that they would have beat maybe 2 or 3, 5 at the max yesterday without having a quarterback.
Lo, let me ask you this, because the people don't know. We text back and forth, and I feel like we got our signals crossed because every week we have you on, I've been telling people, I don't know what Brock Purdy is going to be, but I know right now he looks better than what Trey Lance was doing when he in his couple of games, and he's the best option they have. But you text me the other day, and I felt like you were saying that I was all in on Purdy, and I'm not. So okay. Because yesterday was case in point. When he went out the game and Josh wasn't ready, it was a wrap.
It was a wrap. I'm glad that because I just hear a lot of jaws and a lot of talking heads go out there and look, and I could be wrong, but I can tell you right now, and Steiny, you know this, you've been on the show with me. I said that Joe Burrows, when he came out, and you could ask Joe, Ford, all the people, I said Joe Burrows will be the best of that class. I looked at Joe Burrows and the way that he played in the national championship. Go watch. I said, this guy has it. I've been on Joe Burrows from day one. Before he came into the league, I said, this guy is the guy. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I do believe that Purdy had did a hell of a job. But you know how, Steiny, is it easier to teach a 4 or 5-year-old how to go, to teach a kid what to do? But if you get someone older that's already set in their ways, it's harder for them to change. It's harder for what they do. They usually revert back to old habits. I think you have a situation in Purdy that you had Shanahan in the earpiece that was talking to him, and I said he's capable, comparable, and all those things that Shanahan said, this is where the ball should go. And Purdy, because of he's young and indecisive, he said, look, Shanahan said, this is where the ball goes. He's in his ear. He's got 15 seconds. You get in cover 3. He can talk to him to 10 seconds, so it's getting ready to go. And then they turn the mic off. This is what you're getting. This is where the ball should go. And I think because he's young and understands, hey, look, it's not about me. All I have to do is follow instructions. I think that's why you saw him have I think he was going to have success. And then he improvised. When he got in trouble, he was able to improvise, and his athletic ability was able to take place. So I do believe he functioned at a high level, but I'm not going to be one of those guys, and I'm glad Guru just said that I'm saying I'm not all in on Purdy. Because if you go and say, okay, even if Purdy's okay, to go out and say, I'm going to make this guy my starting quarterback and go ahead and just say, I'm going with him, and I'm going to redo his deal after 1 year, and now he's a second-year player, and just say, I'm going to give him a boatload of money because I'm going to bet on this guy as the future. I think that's foolish of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. And I know everyone's saying, oh, trade this guy and do this. I understand Jimmy's out the door. I get that. I'd keep these two quarterbacks. I'd bring in a veteran guy that I know that's a good veteran guy that can help teach these two young guys. But it's no way am I letting these two guys get out of the door when I still got 2 to 3 years left with two quarterbacks that I'm trying to see where my team is going.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Yeah, I mean, the way I look at Purdy, Low, is he'll probably be the number 1 quarterback at the start of camp for the 49ers, and he'll probably earn the job in week 1. But then he's got then he's got to be as good or better than this past year. And he might be. But he might not be. He might not be either. So I'm kind of with you there on Purdy. I think he's going to be the starter next year. But it's like a stock. I don't think past success guarantees future results.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steiny, and here's what people have to take in consideration. Just like you said, I don't know if he's my starter next year. And I know everyone's like, what did you see out of trade? I've seen a guy in trade that's still raw. I see a guy in trade that you say potential, he still has potential. You look at Brock Purdy and say, who has more potential? Who has more upside? Who has more athletic ability? Who can scramble? Who's faster? Who all have all the potential? When you just talk about just potential, who can throw the ball farther? Who has just the most athletic ability and potential? And when I look at it like that, to me, it's Trey, and that's my opinion. I could be wrong. So I'm talking about from an athletic ability and ability to do those things, I give Trey advantage. For Brock, I give him the advantage that Brock knows where to go with the ball. Brock has his football IQ right now is higher. But when you look at his ceiling, a guy that's less than 6'1", you're going to tell him that he's going to stay in the pocket, and now you're going to have to make sure that you can still protect. If he can't see over the pocket and see over the lineman, he's going to have to move the pocket. He's going to have to do other things. Is he going to be able to be that guy in the league when the guys are bigger, faster, and they can bat down passes? Is he going to be a pocket guy that you can depend on for the next 10 to 12 years? And that's where, guys, I'm not on that Brock Purdy train. I think he's good. I think he showed that he can be. But right now, if you said, I'm going to trade for Brock Purdy, if you're the Baltimore Ravens, if you're not going to keep Lamar Jackson, are you trading, or are you going to go to the San Francisco 49ers and say, I'm going to give up a first pick or a second-round pick for Brock Purdy? Are you going to do that, Steiny?
Nope.
I think, you know what, Steiny? You're real.
No.
And you're absolutely, and that's what people, I don't understand. I'm trying, and I could be wrong, guys.
People want a quarterback, Low. They want to believe in something.
I know, good, but I know, and I want to believe in something. And I'm just saying, I just say, give me the potential that I haven't seen enough. My eyes have not seen enough.
I get that.
When Trey threw that bomb in preseason, and everyone talking about, oh my God, look how good the long ball.
I was one of them. Yeah.
they loved him, and all of a sudden, I don't know anymore. It's like, I just want to trust the process, and I think Shanahan is going to trust in John Lynch's process, and I'd be willing to bet right now, guys, that he's not trading Trey like everyone is saying out there in the media. Well, I don't think that's happening.
I mean, depending on your perspective, and I can see it from both sides. I really can. You can look at the 49ers quarterback situation and say, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you can also look at it and say, wait a minute, we got two guys on low. One guy's on his rookie deal. One guy's got a ridiculously low contract. The guy with the ridiculously low contract showed us he ain't bad. And we still now have an ace up the sleeve with Trey Lance. What if Trey Lance is good? So I could see how, I think you're exactly right. I'm bringing a veteran in here, and those are the three guys I'm probably going to roll with.
Absolutely. That's where I'm at. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I think that there's only one guy you can bring in here, and both quarterbacks will understand and still say after that 1 year, we're going to be fighting for that job, because you still got them both for the low, and they still have first deal. And you guys know where I'm going, Mr. Tommy Brady.
Sarah High School.
You can bring Tom Brady in here, and guess what? Both these quarterbacks will fall in line. They know what and then guess what though? They're going to be sitting behind the GOAT for 1 year, and because Tom's done after this 1 year, without a doubt, 1,000%. I would bet my life savings guru that after this 1 year, if he plays another year, he's done. So why not say, bring in the GOAT? Do you know the kind of teaching these guys would get, both of these guys, for their future? And both of them would be like, be like kids in the candy store. And they will understand who's teaching them. Do you think that now, once he's done, the competition of those two quarterbacks, what the level of IQ, what they're going to be learning from Tom Brady? If I'm the Niners, I look at all my options. But one thing I'm doing, if I am bringing in Tom Brady, if McGlinchey's out the door, I'm going out and I'm spending some money on a right tackle.
I'll say this to that, Lo. I'm not saying you're wrong. I even tweeted that scenario. But if it did, Kyle seems like a control freak. And if they didn't go after Brady and get it done 3 years ago before Brady's Super Bowl with Tampa Bay, what the hell? And I'm just saying, what the hell has changed to where now he's 3 years older and they sign off on it. But I got to ask you this because you played the game about Bosa. Listen, I'm not saying he played bad. I get excited. I own it. I've said he reminds me of Strahan, Reggie White, D. Ware. But, Lo, we just watched 3 playoff games, and 97 did not record a sack. And I'm asking you, I want somebody just to go to a chalkboard and explain to me, did he play well and not put up numbers? Or am I off basis by saying, hey, 97, you're that dude. Where were you?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair question. And I went in the locker room after the game and they won against the Cowboys. And to be honest, like I told you, Guru, and like we talked about last, if the Cowboys running back doesn't get hurt, and Dak and the kickers, and just take even the mistakes that Dak made, you take that interception away because now they're confident in a field goal. They go in the locker room winning ahead, and now you let the 6-point game change. So I think personally, they dodged the bullet. When you look at what the running back, when he broke his ankle, whatever happened to him, and then, you didn't have a kicker, I think the Cowboys played well enough in spite of to win that game. So that was anybody's game. And I looked in, went in the locker room, just kind of seeing Nicky Bosa and just, sitting around and looking at it. I think he understands that. I think Nick Bosa puts a lot of pressure on himself because he's one of the best pass rushers in the league, bar none, and one of the greatest players in the league right now, top 5 or 10 defensive players in the league, hands down. But where was he at in the playoffs? Now, he made plays. He got doubled. He still made plays. He still almost had a safety yesterday. If you watch some of the things that he does, he forces the guy to step up. He makes the quarterback step up in the pocket. How many times have you seen him push in the pocket? Now, if someone was in the middle, you get more middle push. I think that Bosa has more impact on the game. So I do believe what you're saying, Guru, and it's justified. But I would love to show you what he did do and show you where other guys need to step up because what he did. But I do believe, Guru, that he pressed. I do believe that he was trying hard and he instead of just relaxing and saying, I'm just going to cut it loose. I think that he put pressure on himself. I need to be getting sacked. And it started, Guru, in my opinion, the Raider game. The Raider game, he was so close to making history. He put that burden on his back, and I think he played tight and intense.
Lo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Lo, let me ask you this, because 3 or 4 weeks ago we were talking about the Niners, and you actually brought it up, and you said, guys, I'm telling you right now, if the 49ers don't get it done, people are going to look at their schedule and say they didn't have the toughest competition. Well, of course, everybody takes that to, you're saying they didn't play anybody, and what does that really mean? And that's it. But their last 2 games, and maybe this is the way it goes, were the 2 best teams they played against, or at least Brock Purdy played against. And I know you expect that in the postseason, but wouldn't it have helped if he did have one game during his run where, I don't know, maybe everything didn't fall into place?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, Steiny, and I think that's the unknown, and that's why it's like, what comes first, the chicken or egg? And everyone talks about, hey, they went on a great run. Yes, but that's what I've been telling everyone. You had a great team. What Brock did is that I'm not going to turn over the ball. Let's face it, the freaking Dallas Cowboys had an opportunity to have 3 interceptions. You look at Seattle. Seattle dropped a bunch of interceptions. Brock Purdy had a lot of so other teams had a lot of opportunities to capitalize on Brock Purdy's mistakes. And just unfortunately, they dropped interceptions. Dallas, you saw it. They dropped them. Seattle dropped them. So when you look at this team and you talk about what they did, I think yesterday, guys, even if Brock Purdy's healthy, I think that Philadelphia was a better team. I think that if you watch the game and go watch 99, help me out here, guys. His knee was hurt, but
Kinlaw
99. Yeah, Kinlaw. Guys, Kinlaw got pushed around, and I like these guys. I love you guys, and the Niners know as players, I love the players, and you guys know that I'm great friends with Juszczyk. I wanted them to win a Super. I wanted them in Super Bowl, but I'm gonna tell you right now, even if they have Purdy, I don't think that they beat Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia was more physical. Now I know the defense took a lot of chances because they know that they needed to get turnovers in order to be in that game because they knew offensively it wasn't going to happen. So they needed to have big time plays to help their offense. But I'm telling you right now, guys, Kinlaw got thrown around like a rag doll. He got knocked out of 3 holes over. I seen him get knocked over from the B gap guys all the way out to the wide 9. From the 3, I'm talking about moved over from the guard to the tackle, outside the tight end on that gaping touchdown. Go back and watch it. I'm just telling you, I saw him trying to hold a point, and I saw guys driving 5 yards down the field. I'm telling you guys right now, Philadelphia wore them out. Philadelphia beat them up front, guys, in the trenches. Games are won and lost in the trenches, and guys on the Niners, if you're listening, you guys had a hell of a year, but I'm just telling you, Philadelphia was a more physical team, and they pushed them around yesterday. And I don't know what game you guys were watching, but if you watched the offensive line in particular, they got to them, guys.
Yeah, I told Steiny I've never seen Trent Williams, get pushed around, and that's why he did what he did when it was over. He went straight barroom brawl low. But I got to bring this up because I have no problems with Kyle except early, and I believe this set the tone for the game with the non-challenge. And I hate that the electronics, you got to know when to do it. They should do it. But, Low, I know it was early, but it was going to be a turnover. Had you just thrown the challenge flag, you being a former player, did that set the tone for Sunday? Or was that just one of many plays that, hey, he didn't throw it, we move on?
No, Guru, don't think that whole game. Don't think that Kyle Shanahan last night on that plane home, and I think like you said, he's a great coach. And yes, it's easy to second guess a lot of things. Don't think without a doubt that he's upset with he's disappointed in his coaches. He's disappointed he's disappointed with the people that says, hey, you should challenge that. Because let me tell you something. You should have just challenged it, because the way the guy got up, and you could see the way that he was patting his hands, like, let's go. And you saw how quick Philadelphia. Why do you think Philadelphia was trying to get him? So to me, that was and Cal, to me, is a great coach. That was a no-brainer, Guru. And here's the deal. The reason why I think that play even hunts him even more, because now it's 4th down. You get the ball on their 40, and now guess what? Your mentality is different. You don't even know if it gets pretty hurt, because now you're not trying to necessarily play from behind to say we got to get right back in this game, quiet the crowd. But now you just had a turnover on downs. You could run the ball. You're only 20 yards away from being in field goal range. Without a doubt, Guru, that changed the complexity of the game 1,000%. 1,000%.
O'Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. Let me ask you this, Lo, because some people have texted into the Xfinity mobile text line, and they're talking about a 49ers defense that was demoralized because of the offense. Let me ask you this. You played offense. I'm sure there were times where you guys had a juggernaut offensively, but the defense couldn't stop anybody. Like, does the other side of the ball impact your psyche, or maybe, your emotion level, or no, because we just have a job to do, and we can't worry about the things we can't control?
No, I agree with the text line saying they were demoralized, but the psychological, without a doubt, it hurt the defense. Let's be, because you had to take more risks, you had to gamble more. I thought there were some bad calls. I thought when you had AJ Brown get called, Ward get called for holding, that was within 5 yards. I thought that was a horrible call. You had three plays that cost 7 points. It changed the complexity of the game. They just knew they couldn't win. Absolutely, they were demoralized, but they knew that they had to risk and take gambles, because let me tell you something. When Purdy got hurt, guys, let me tell you right now, now they're going to say the right thing, like, hey, we believe next man up, let's go. Hey, you know what? We're going to try to come up and win. Yeah, they thought that, but they believed it. But then after 1 and 2 series, defense held up 3 series, 4 series, and you saw that there's still the inability to do anything on offense. Let me tell you guys, without a doubt, 1,000%, they knew that it was over, and they knew that they had to be desperate, because offense was absolutely stiff. But when you're playing putting 9, 10 guys in a box, Philadelphia went with 4 and 5 down linemen and 6 and brought the safety down. They were daring them to throw the ball. They had no chance. So, yes, it messed with the psyche. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I was watching some of those defensive linemen up front, It had nothing to do with psyche. It had everything to do with you just getting your ass whipped, because it started early in the game where they were creating a new line of scrimmage, driving the defensive line, not all of them, but I'm talking about driving defensive linemen 5 yards down the field and knocking them 5 yards sideways, left and right. I'm telling you guys, that had nothing to do with the offense. That had everything to do with you just getting your butt kicked.
Low Neal.
Wow. So the better team won, Steiny. It sounds like it's low.
Yeah. Question.
Yeah. Thanks,
Damn.
Low. We'll talk to you soon. They did.
Man.
I agree with him. That's what I came out saying.
It's funny how he went in on Kinlaw 99, who he didn't have a good game at all. But I wanted to jump in and do what you do to me when I say, Jordan Poole. You're like, no, you put it at the doorsteps of the Bosas. And I know it's more than one guy on the line, but I felt like Kinlaw was just a byproduct of Bosa not doing his job either.
You know,
and he got to tackle for a loss. People, I get that. It's one play.
I think people are misconstruing what I'm saying about the defense. I'm not saying the defense lost the game for him. I'm not saying the defense didn't come.
I'm watching it.
The
defense
numbers was in a terrible position. Terrible. We all know that.
But hold on.
So the only chance they had yesterday was if their defense came up with a super special effort.
Okay.
And
I don't even think that existed in this scenario.
Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. But did 11 penalties?
No, that's why they lost focus. But 2 long drives before the residue, Steiny, and everything kind of hits home that we don't even have a guy that can throw the ball. The defense gave up 2 long-ass drives in the first half.
Right. That's my point.
But the numbers, when you look at numbers in the third down, the lack of third downs for Philly, 5 of 15, Hurts 121 yards, Eagle running backs only 3.4 yards a pop. It's like, where did you lose the game? And how did they get down the field on those 2 drives early?
And this is vintage. Everybody wants to talk about Devontae Smith, the drop that wasn't called. Fine. You know what I look at? You had a 4th down and 1 on the first drive of the game. You hold the Eagles there. Now, you hold the Eagles there. Now you got the ball at the Eagles 30. But you know what? You know what happened on that play? The Eagles' offensive line pushed back the 49ers' D-line. If the D-line of the 49ers could have held their position there, guess what? They got the ball at the 30. And that's before any injury.
Would be getting killed.
That's before any injury. Yeah. So before the game was out of reach and the Niners defense got demoralized, they had an opportunity to do something that they had done multiple times during their winning streak, which was get a stop on 4th down. Yeah. They didn't. It's the way it goes.
And
those
they
are
lost
big
the
plays.
Turnover battle 3-0.
Yeah.
God.
Yep. All right. We got to take a break. All right. I see full phone lines. We're going to get back, talk about the NFC Championship game. All guests are brought to you on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. It's all you and your thoughts on the 49ers. We also got John Dickinson. John Dickinson coming up at 2:30. He was at the link yesterday.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Granger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sam, I always go to the trenches.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See that one over your head, Goo? Play it for Goo again. This is what happened Friday with the interview with Brian Baldinger.
Sam, I always go to the trenches.
Who is Sam?
Sam was who he thought Evan was. So he called Evan Sam the whole interview.
Did you told him, of course.
Well, John got in my ear and said, you might want to reset because Baldy's calling him Sam. And I said, let's just keep it.
Who the hell is John? Evan, oh, come on. You guys got. Well, you play that game when people call you the wrong name, you just roll with it.
Yeah,
you got to tell them, hey, look. And
I don't want to make Baldy feel bad.
Baldy's the man.
It was clear. He was trying to be nice because he said Sam more than Steiny. Like he was clearly trying to make me comfortable in the interview, but just got the first name
Evan,
wrong.
let's put the rat on the table. I was at a funeral. I wanted to listen. My heart was with you guys. Steiny's friend, did he come in sounding like Rocky Balboa, or did he make Philly fans? Because I'm going somewhere with this. Talk to me about his appearance, E.
I feel like he was a good indication of what I thought Philadelphia fans were, which is knowledgeable, passionate. Sometimes they lean towards aggressive, but at the end of the day, it's just because they love their team.
I'm a football guy.
Well, guys, I know you follow the station's account. What I saw Bonte and Butcher walk through is something that changed my life.
Oh,
that
please.
was Steiny. That was Bloods, Crips, Mississippi burning. Dude, I can't say respect. No, but it looked like they were in the wrong.
Oh, you mean they were booing?
barrio.
The Eagles fans were booing a pack of 49ers
They were
fans.
throwing stuff, spitting, but they were.
I didn't really see
And then
any
Bonte said the women were even flipping them. I'm just saying, Philadelphia. I'd be in the jail cell.
Why?
I would be trying to do something.
I'll slap.
To what?
Whoever was told. Did you see the guy throw the beer up in the air?
Okay.
It was Steiny. I gotta call each one of them, man.
And
that was intense. You're not grasping. Did you see that video?
I
wasn't. It started.
I didn't think it was a big deal.
I said, is this the 60s? I mean, Steiny, they were like, boy.
Did you think they were going to break bread?
No, but I'm laughing, but I'm not.
I saw a lot of middle fingers.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of
Did you see
L's.
liquid up in the air?
Maybe a
Butch
little
said
bit.
he got spit on.
Free drink.
Hey, see,
always one bad apple.
No, this was
in everybody's
this was
fan base.
Philly.
Everybody's fan base.
I ain't going
has
to
bad
Philly ever,
apples.
Steiny. I'm out. I'm done.
Come on.
No, your friend came in here acting all, hey, Mr. Rogers, and that's the real Eagle fans. Oh, my goodness. I couldn't stop watching it.
I don't want to read.
Oh, you got to share with us now. Tell somebody.
Nah, I don't want to do it.
Before
because
three,
it'll be bait. I'll do it later in the week. When emotions aren't running high from 49er fans. And again, the way I look at Sunday's game.
Shout out to the fellas.
I'm with Lowe. I thought the Eagles were the better team. Does it stink Purdy got hurt? Yes. Could they have won with Purdy? Of course. Would they have? I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And I'm not mad at you. Tupac.
Brock Purdy doesn't play in the trenches, and they got beat in the trenches.
Which is not his fault.
Exactly.
But when the trenches are going the Niners' way on both sides of the ball, he looked electric. But I'm looking at you right now, and that's why I tried to clarify with Lowe. You didn't get that, Steiny. That went over your head. He had me out here like I was saying Purdy's the next Montana, and that's why I'm waiting. Maybe we'll hear it on Damon and Ratto or Devon and Allen tonight. What the results of this you do?
4 games into the season.
Well, let's put the rat on the table. You taking a flyer on Brady?
No.
Even if Purdy's healthy?
No.
Rodgers?
No. I'm taking a. You don't want to pay those guys the money they're going to want. What you need is a third string like veteran. To me, look, Purdy's going to start. At this point, Purdy's going to start and Lance is going to back him up unless Lance beats him out.
Which is on the table.
You know what? If Lance beats Purdy out, that's good.
Yeah. And I think Lance will be, because he never had the chance to dance with McCaffrey. So when we do see him again, it's going to probably be the best version of himself. But Stoney, to that, again, this is random. He was in a walking boot still yesterday, Trey Lance. So whatever's going on in the foot, he ain't running. Like, I was like, damn, how long is it going to take?
Ben's in Alameda. Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Good. You guys have a great show. You know, I was going to throw a shout-out to Josh Johnson. His dad coached basketball at St. Joe's in Alameda, Gordy Johnson, with Jason Kidd. So there's a little knowledge.
You still can. You still can. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's awesome. I was going to say, you know, I think that, in my opinion, I think that the game was lost with Kyle Shanahan. He had a great chance to it was 7-7 with Josh Johnson in the game. You didn't need to put him in the shotgun to make anything happen. You just control the game, get to the second half, make your adjustments there, but he didn't. He tried to just take this dude and make him into Randall Cunningham, and we took the shotgun and he fumbled it, that was the game. That was the real game. And the game even more than that was when Shanahan had time to go in the locker room and get another quarterback and just say, hey, guys, look, we're out of quarterbacks. Who can play catches? Who can pick? You play quarterback. Great. We're going to control the game. We're not going to throw it away. We're going to keep it close. Do what you can do. More, throw it as much as you can over the middle, and just throw it away if you ain't got nothing. But if you're going to go back to, Brock Purdy, who can't throw.
We're losing you, Ben. Yeah. We're losing you.
We get the point.
530 says Steiny, recovery time for Tommy John's 9 months. Yeah, we had Panja on this morning that said that would be highly unusual if it's that type of an injury.
It's different than baseball, they say.
Exactly.
But still, nobody wants that. But, I mean, Evans said in the green room, Niners going to be right back here, and I kind of feel that. But, okay, maybe Dallas, Philly. See. But now you know what it takes to be ultra thug life on both sides of the ball. And Bosa's going to need some help, especially if we now know it ain't Kinlaw, Steiny. Armstead, yeah, okay.
See,
but you know what you need. And Dallas was doing whatever they wanted to your offensive line. Like, that was cute because they won. But now when you look at the whole big picture.
And that's what I mean. If you want to be a 49er fan that says, we lost because Brock Purdy got hurt, then you're ignoring. You're saying Bosa needs help. Bosa needs help. Nobody said Bosa needed help a month ago. Nobody said Bosa needed help 2 months ago when they were kicking everybody's behind during the regular season. It's what they played a really good team, and you got to assess. You didn't get to assess like you wanted to because your starting quarterback got hurt.
Well, offensively,
but you can still assess defensively.
And those two drives were long.
Let's go to Craig in San Leandro. Hey, Craig, how you doing?
I'm okay.
All right.
I got one question. When the 49ers realized they needed another quarterback, was anybody, and I mean anybody on the planet Earth that had NFL experience available other than Josh Johnson?
Hey, Craig, you know what? I'm going to talk about that because I think I thought about this, and let's throw it out there. Okay, so how long have the 49ers been playing with just Purdy and Johnson? 8 weeks? 2 months? Right? About 2 months. Now, they had a guy, Eason, on the practice squad. All right? So, and I'm not saying I'm clairvoyant, but as I'm watching Purdy play more and more, especially into the playoffs, I'm like, man, this guy's been evasive, but boy, he's scaring me a little bit. I thought that Juszczyk was there an emergency quarterback, or maybe Debo, or maybe McCaffrey. And maybe this is the easiest thing to second guess. Maybe there's only two guys who can throw on every roster. I thought, and maybe if it got to this point, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I thought that every team had at least a third guy on the roster that could throw a forward pass. I thought they would have somebody else on their roster who could do that.
Wow. And watching the broadcast, and I'm going to back you up because I've heard you talk about it, I thought it was McCaffrey, but they didn't want him to take that pounding or what have you. but you got to really be unfortunate or the football gods frowning upon you for you to have in a championship game 2 quarterbacks go down. I have never matched Diamond.
I'll bet you it's happened.
When?
I'll bet you
now,
there
when the
been
Niners
times.
kept running the ball, they had an option to throw a forward pass. I have never watched the play clock tick, 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 the game clock tick, 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 and I go, I can predict what's good. It's not going to be a pass. There was not a, and they tried to flea flicker, but you're right. Like, that's crazy. Somebody tell me when it ever happened. I don't believe it's ever happened, man.
How do you explain 3 delay of game penalties?
Well, that's your backup, Rusty.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's right, but you get.
But if they're only running.
Now
I
you
guess
got
it was
one.
when Josh Johnson was in. Let's go to Jim 707. Hey, Jim, how you doing, man?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
I'm great. Thanks for taking my call. First, let me premise this by saying I'm a Raider fan, and I wanted to see Purdy finish the season out. I felt like we were all kind of robbed of that. You know, injuries happen regardless of the way that the game turned out. But I just kind of fell in love with that story of Mr. Irrelevant wrapping up the season. Really would have wanted to see him finish that game regardless of different than the way it ended. He did finish the game, but it wasn't what we all wanted to see. And secondly, what happened to the big bad Bosa yesterday? That guy, he overran so many plays. I saw the running backs go outside on him, and he's diving inside, like at least 3 or 4 plays. I just want to say, Max Crosby probably would have had a sack in that game. Anyway, I'm out, fellas. Thank you.
That's Jim.
Well,
707.
Hey, but there were times where Bosa, he stayed. He showed the discipline and didn't crash, and stayed and came on the outside, and that helped him on certain plays. But again, Snotty, when you talk about, and I have ad nauseum, and you have too, just how badass he is. I don't think it's pointing the finger, and if you take it that way, so be it. But when you're dominant as I think he is, you don't need no help. You're just gonna wreck the game.
Who?
And Bosa.
Remember
and
the
he
game?
didn't wreck it.
Let me ask you a question. What was the game when Steph? And this is an exaggeration.
Okay.
Well, the story's not an exaggeration, but the comparison is. Remember that game where somebody played Davidson when Curry was in college, and they basically put 4 guys on Curry.
I remember you told me this. Yeah.
And Curry took 2 shots, but they won. Davidson won. Like, you can take a guy out of a game. Like, you can. And clearly, I'm sure Philly was doing something with Bosa, or even if the guy blocking him had a great game. I mean, stuff like that happens. Man. What are you looking at?
Just the pieces yesterday, because, again, you know me, Stoney, I'm a real one. I wanted a great game. I wanted it to come down to the end. And, again, on the play where Purdy got injured, I thought that was going to be an interception because he got cracked as he was releasing it. It was a free ball. And they couldn't hang on, but
408's got the reason why Bosa's blocker jumped early almost every play.
We didn't bring that late. What you did see the video, right? To back this up.
Well, Bosa lines up off sides virtually every play of the game.
But that's not like Lane was getting an early start.
Maybe he's quicker.
No, sorry.
Hey.
When the camera or the film shows it,
so
zebra.
was it offsides or not?
What are you looking at?
Was it offsides?
No, it's a false start.
False start. My bad.
False start. Yeah. And I ain't got no dog in the fight, but when the average human can look at the video, what are the refs doing?
You know what? Bosa got cleated in the calf by a teammate. It was blood all of a sudden.
No, I saw that. But that was,
That was what? That might not affect your quickness?
That was on the punt. The gunner guys
That wouldn't
did
affect your quickness?
No. Okay, right.
Seriously.
What about last week against Dallas?
I'm just saying.
Week before against Seattle.
You want to go down this road with Bosa?
No, I'm asking because I've given you all the love. I'm just asking, big dog, where you at?
He was there. He was there. He occupied 3 people, I'm sure, like always.
Well, he was there when they went down the
always.
field on those long-ass drives twice.
Yeah.
And maybe him not being there is why they went down the field.
Bottom line is somebody else had to step up, and they couldn't. They couldn't.
Damn, they hurt Hurts one time too, Stoney. He tried.
I don't want
even his running was ginger. Hurts. He wasn't running with authority. He was running like, oh my God, don't. And then he got up and you could see him grimace. I was
this is
got
where
nobody that could throw the ball.
This is where I'm not like, oh, where was Bosa? Where was Bosa? Like, this is where I acknowledge I'm not an X and O guy.
Yeah.
But clearly, Philly must have done something.
They got the best offensive line in the game.
So,
all right.
If they're going to do something, then somebody else has to help him.
Yeah. And
I mean,
I feel some of that. I was just asking. I didn't tell you he played bad, but he set a standard. You know how many guys prepped for Reggie White, and he still was coming. Strahan.
Different game. It's a different game.
Alden Smith.
What are you saying?
No,
say what you mean.
No, I'm
say
telling
what you mean.
Have enlightened me.
How'd Bosa play in the postseason?
It wasn't his best. Okay. And I'm gonna say this about the New York Football Giants with Strahan. He had all kind of other guys helping, so it ain't just one. So I'm not saying he played bad, but when you're that dude that I'm comparing to the greats.
How'd Warner play yesterday?
I mean, he wasn't bad.
Was he worse than Bosa?
Different position, but
Greenlaw? How was Greenlaw?
Well, he had a bad penalty. They were all collectively pedestrian, and that's why Philly, without Hurts having his best game, without a receiver even coming close to 100 yards, a running back 3 yards a pop, they were able to go on long after. You know what? It was penalty aided too.
So
the Niners didn't have their head in the game.
That's DeMeco Ryans.
He didn't. I got you. He's a conductor. He didn't. He didn't commit one infraction.
Let's not forget that earlier in the season and at infrequent times during Kyle Shanahan's tenure, the 49ers have been sloppy and they've been highly penalized. They weren't, for the most part, during the Purdy stretch. You know what else they didn't do during the Purdy stretch?
Turn it over.
Turn it over. So it all came apart.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. If you want to say it all emanated from the quarterback, I think that's just a little bit dangerous.
I hope I don't sound like that today.
Because then
that's
you're
a
saying,
big part of it,
all Brock Purdy had to do was stay healthy and we would have won the game. See, I don't believe that. It might have been closer.
Philly scored 10 points in the second half. They were better early.
And late. They were better four quarters.
Once your boy Josh Johnson was out, it was over. Okay. Just hand off and run the clock.
Yeah. 21-7. 21-7 in the second half. 49ers give up a 94-yard drive.
2 years in a row.
94-yard drive. How do you blame that one on Josh Johnson?
Man, you got to.
And then it's over. It's not over at 21-7. It's over 28-7. After your defense couldn't stop them on a 94-yard drive.
Now, working with you for 5 years.
It's not all Purdy. I'm sorry.
All right. But working with you 5 years.
If you want to go 90% Purdy, it ignores the defense getting dismantled.
No, the line. The game was won in the trenches by both.
What about the fact they completely lost their composure?
I get that. But I got to give credit on one play.
What about this? Here's the other thing. And listen, been a million rounds with Kyle Shanahan. He ain't going anywhere. He's a great coach. His body language in the second quarter stunk.
I didn't like it at the beginning.
It stunk.
What would you label it as? What would you call it?
Woe is me. I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan, and it's like he's...
Okay,
it's clear. It's clear his body language is saying, "You guys are screwing us. Like we're not getting any call."
Roughing the punter. They got screwed, Stoney. What hotel you want me at? Because
bottom line is the refs stunk both ways. I'm not doing this. The refs had nothing to do with that game.
But as
refs
a coach,
nothing to do.
You get in the ref's ear on that one. They're running. It could be 5 or 50. I'm like, he got blocked into him.
Bad body language from Kyle Shanahan.
You think he didn't recover from the non-throwing the flag? Dude, that was humongous. That was everything.
Mystic in San Francisco. What's up, Mystic?
Hey, guys. It's so good to talk to you on a day like today as an old Oakland Raider fan who doesn't have a team anymore. All I've got is my hate for the Niners. But let me just say this, though, guys. I'm hearing a lot of excuses. I know Brock Purdy got hurt, but did anybody complain when Tony Pollard went down for Dallas? No. It's part of the game. Brock Purdy got hurt because he got knocked on his keister by the Philadelphia defense. So let's start with that. Number 2, the Eagles are a better team.
Thanks, Mystic.
Yep. So he didn't follow him to Vegas. He said he don't have a team no more. Hey, the spread was 2.5. So I get Philly, better O-line, better D-line, better quarterback. Not better running back. That's where I was going. That run by McCaffrey. And I know it was one place.
Great run.
How great was that?
Incredible.
Hurdled the dude, then ran over one.
So that's the high point.
Well,
no. This is where the highlight. This is where
that's the only highlight.
This is where I'm sorry.
That's the highlight.
That's the highlight.
Yeah.
It's 7-7. Holy hell, we got a ball game. Can you believe the Niners? And this game was even at 8 halfway through.
I was texting it everywhere.
And the defense allowed a touchdown drive to go down 14-7.
Yep.
The most important possession right after they'd gotten. Right after they'd gotten tied, the defense didn't come through that particular time.
And it wasn't a short field. It wasn't a turnover. They went the length.
All right. 888. Oh, we got a minute yet. By the way,
where'd you watch the game?
Dana's.
I was thinking
we had a couple Niner fans, a couple Eagle fans, and then a couple people like me who had no preference. Just like to watch the game.
You're a spy. Starty.
What?
Did you stay for the second game?
No.
You got home. You went home and caught it?
No, I didn't watch the second game. I just didn't feel like it. One 4-hour football game is plenty.
What? Yeah. Well, yeah, you would have saw a good game.
Yeah, it would have ended on a penalty, though, huh?
Ended on a game-winning field goal. And he made a play, a bonehead play. They're showing Cincinnati coming to the locker room. Let's say I made the error.
Okay.
You're coming in. How do you touch the quarterback? So basically calling me out so the cameras can, another player on the defense called him out. I was low.
It's frustration.
Well, say it in my face.
That's just the same kind of frustration. Same kind of frustration Dre Greenlaw showed punching the ball.
That was not worse than your boy.
Who? Trent Williams?
Oh my! And then Sue was right there. You didn't want none of that smoke. You took the little dude.
All right, the Red and Gold reaction is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. We'll talk more about the NFC title game next.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with John Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel is all conversation-based, so it gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
You'll really see a difference in how you can speak and how conversational you can be in just a few weeks.
Babbel isn't just lessons. You can listen to podcasts, play games, watch videos. You can even take live online classes with a language teacher. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel.
The lessons online and in the app make it easy to learn from pretty much anywhere.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
From the 917, if the challenge flag was thrown, this game would have been completely different. Hufanga should have called timeout himself. and force the challenge. That's from Chris in the 917. We've been 24/7.
Well, stop. You know me.
God. It's 31-7, but the whole game changes on one call. Come on, man.
You've been in the business.
That's
there
right,
are
I
things
have.
called scripts. This would have went to you take that 7 off the board. Niners
One
get the
play
ball.
is the difference between
I'm just throwing
4
it out
touchdown
there.
difference
Who's to
in
say
the game.
the Niners don't go up 7-0?
Okay.
Who's
They
them
would
to
have lost
say
the game.
that Purdy doesn't get hurt?
Why wouldn't he have gotten
changes.
hurt? Why wouldn't he have gotten hurt? He was under duress the first 6 plays. Like, that's the other thing. Like, it's not just bad luck that Purdy got hurt. The Philadelphia Eagles defense was so good,
They were hunting.
it injured 2 quarterbacks.
Damn.
All right. I mean, do we want to come in and say, it was luck? Just bad
We've
luck.
been on for 2 hours. We have not said luck. I don't think anybody will tell you it was bad luck.
Like, the 49ers would not have just needed to challenge that call.
But it was clearly not
They would have
caught.
needed 6 other things to happen.
But that's a great start.
Well, they have nobody to blame but themselves on that. See, I don't blame bad luck there. I say, you know what? The 49ers
get it together.
messed up the challenge situation.
That's obvious.
That's part of
And that's why
good
Lowe
teams
said
versus bad
if
teams.
Kyle's somewhere having lunch or at the facility, whatever he's doing, that one's going to sting. Not that you got your ass kicked, but it's going to sting like we could have still got our ass kicked, but I could have done everything to prevent us from getting our ass kicked. And that was a big play. And I am so shocked that I thought that was one of the great playoff catches of my lifetime. And then to come back from commercial and see the ball clearly come out on 4th down.
707 says Purdy's fluke injury, and that's where you drop. That's where I drop. Like that's not a fluke injury. I'm sorry.
He got crushed.
That's a defense that's rushing the pass. Jimmy Garoppolo, that first when he tried to get an extra yard against Kansas City 5 years ago, that's a freak injury. Not when you're in the pocket. And you know what?
He was wound up.
He could have gotten drilled games before this, but he was just he evaded. This one was tougher to evade. Let's go to Mike in I-80. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I've been watching the NFC East my whole life. My uncle had season tickets to the Giants for 30 years, and every 4 or 5 years, you can take it to the bank that an NFC East team is going to dominate in the playoffs and win the Super Bowl. The Giants ran the table as underdogs. And I go back to Joe Montana at Candlestick against the Giants. The score was 7-3, and the Niners won.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Well, Rams on line 1.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Brock Purdy has a torn UCL. He'll be sidelined 6 months. February, March, April, May, June, July. August would be month 7.
If everything goes well.
That's according to Adam Schefter.
Right.
ESPN.
I mean, Steiny, what are you putting your coffee?
Garoppolo
The kid was writing a story.
Same thing happened last year to
He
Garoppolo.
came one game short. He came out of nowhere. Not only do you lose the NFC Championship game, now the kid is on IR for 6 months with the elbow injury. Who we all know the body and science. Who's to say this ain't 9 months? And I feel bad
it says
for
6
him.
months.
Yeah,
6 months is what it says.
Who's to say if there's something don't go right? Steiny,
Same thing happened to Garoppolo last year. Okay?
It wasn't his UCL.
Well, he was still out he didn't come back till August.
It's just bad luck. You feel bad for the kid, right?
Of course I do.
That's all. That's the guy.
But I don't necessarily think it's bad luck. Willard was saying today more quarterbacks played in the NFL this year than ever before. Means they're getting hurt more.
Now, I have no problem with that, but we're talking about Brock Purdy, who came out of nowhere and nobody even thought he was going to get a chance. Doesn't even get a chance to play in the NFC Championship game to complete the movie script to go to the movie. And not only do you Niner fans got to deal with the loss, you get a report from Schefter saying he's out 6 months. Like, oh my gosh. You went from prom king to
Well, that's the
Sick bay.
That's the way you look at it.
What other way is
the way
there
to look at it
him?
is, okay, he'll be back August 1st. He's 23 years old. We got and we still have Trey Lance. He's not the only quarterback who's ever been hurt.
I'll get you on that front.
Okay, you know what? Go get Brady then. Is that what you want?
I'm torn.
Do you want Brady?
I'm on the fence.
Okay.
But now I feel like this is being discussed.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't want to pay Brady $15 million.
And Kyle he don't like those type of guys to where, hey, Frank Sinatra, you do it your way. Brady's that type. Now he like control. I just feel bad for Purdy, man.
Of course. But he had a great opportunity and took advantage of it.
How bad does a backup tight end feel missing that block? That's ooh.
Alex in San Leandro. What's going on, Alex? How you doing, man?
What's happening, Steiny?
Hey.
I'm not exactly sure why you're sticking up for the fans out there in Philadelphia when your coworker said specifically, Bonte and Shasky got. Can you just hold on and listen for a second? That Shasky got beer thrown. That they got beer thrown on him, spit on, hot dogs thrown on him. They were called the N-word. Specifically, Bonte was called the N-word multiple times, and the F-word.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't understand why you're sticking up for these scumbags.
I'm not sticking up for him. I'm saying the bottom 10% of fans in the NFL are bottom of the barrel. They're no different. 49er fans are all class. Everybody else is no class. I don't buy that. I'm sorry. The bottom of the barrel fans are the bottom of the barrel fans, and they're in every market.
But he's just saying 2 of your teammates showed you a video.
That's
and
great.
Their whole
and guess what?
Time there. Hold on, let me finish. It was off the Richter.
Okay.
And
that doesn't happen in Levi. Would it happen in Levi Stadium?
Don't say that's bottom of the barrel.
Would it happen in Levi Stadium?
We're not talking about Levi Stadium. We're talking about Philly that you're trying to make.
Stop it.
Make what were the Leave It to Beaver live at? You're trying to make it that. Dude, that was off the chain. That was embarrassing.
It happens in every
I would have told the caller if I were you. I'm not trying to defend that.
Give me a break.
Last time you've been to an Eagle game, you don't know how it's going down there.
That's the ultimate homer.
What's homer?
Their
You
fans
saw
are
the video.
classless, but
They've
ours
been
are classy.
So
hit the pike.
Your guys being
hit the
spit
pike
on
with
and
that.
called the N-word.
And you know what?
And hot
if the
dogs,
Philadelphia Eagles would have lost their last game of the year and had to come out to Santa Clara, the same thing would have happened.
Stop.
Give me a break.
Come on, Steiny.
Get out. That's the crap I don't like to hear. That's
Howard,
that's BS.
You saw the video.
BS. Okay, and I'll show you a video from Santa Clara when fans are out of control. Who's the dude who got punched in the bathroom years back? I mean, give me a break.
Well, there were a bunch of Dallas fans.
Break.
I don't think they went through what the guys went through. N-words and hot dogs and spit. That's all.
Okay.
And that wasn't a few dudes. I saw the video.
What about getting stabbed? Haven't there been stabbing incidents
no
here
doubt.
in San Francisco?
No doubt.
Well, then stop it.
Right,
then stop it.
That's different.
Like that's the
one. You know that's different.
No, I know it's different. It's worse here in the Bay. Maybe did that ever cross your mind that maybe the Bay Area fans are worse than Phillies? I would never say that.
I don't think
but
they
I'm also
treat
not
visiting fans like what I saw yesterday.
Oh, really?
They were despicable.
Okay.
And that's why I asked how your boy was.
Just like every fan base is despicable. Absolutely every fan base is then despicable. Come on. I just don't. I do not buy that. Where do the 49ers fans sit in?
You said they're bottom of the barrel.
They
it was
are.
a whole parking lot. It was what we thought, but worse.
Right, it was
that was
100
my
people?
take. It was
100?
worse.
1,000? Well, it held 65,000 people.
Yeah. But what the stuff they had to endure, and then you could say they shouldn't have win. The stuff they had to endure does not pop off like that. Now, the stuff and the stabbing, you're right. I can't argue that. That's all gang stuff.
I'm not defending Eagle fans. But I'm also not saying Niner fans are better. Niner fans would have done it much different. Oh, Niner fans, no Niner fan has ever used the N-word. No Niner fan has ever intimidated somebody at Levi Plaza or at Levi Stadium. You break.
But it goes back
to what?
The Eagle fan reputation.
Okay, yeah.
It is what it is.
So,
before you and I even got on the mic.
And I'm saying
but
that
last
the 49er
week you were kind of saying that was a myth.
It is.
Did you see the video? That's all.
Okay. Let me get some video from Santa Clara.
Okay. All right. I hear.
Because you seem to think that Eagles fans are less classy than Niner fans.
Yeah. Especially after two of my guys go out there and say what happened to them.
No. Maybe they brought it on themselves.
Okay. All right. Well, the video we saw with them walking up to the place, Donnie, it was off the chain in a bad way. And I'm not Pope John Paul.
Did you ever look on a Monday? Go online on a Monday and go watch 78 fights among football fans of all teams. Please. JD in Union City. What's up, man?
Hey, guys, what's up, man? I'm calling just to back up Steiny right now, man. You know, like, nothing against the 49ers all over, but, hey, red, that's their Centennial sign. That's a gang color. They wear it. They represent it. I've been to the Levi and the Raider jersey, man, and I could have gotten 100 fights, and I got called plenty. Just want to say, man, they're everywhere. I'm an Oakland Raider fan. They were in Oakland. They're going to be in Vegas. Man, I'm with you, Steiny, and, you know, we just got to accept it. If you don't want to get in a fight, man, you got to keep your chin down and watch the game. That's what I got, man.
What you got? We just disagree. I'm consistent.
Yeah, but you don't have any dogs in the fight. You keep saying
I don't.
You keep justifying. I'm talking about Vontae and Shasky, and you're talking about a generalization of Philly fans stemming from 1970 when you used to go to the vet. Okay. So I'm talking about their experience that was put on camera. There's no defending that.
No.
Now, I know bad things go down in the town. They go down in Santa Clara, but for you to equate that and say it's normal, that ain't normal what I saw in the video.
Oh,
and
really?
maybe it takes me as a black man seeing those look on those people's faces. By the way, hearing Bonte was called the N-word to trigger me, and maybe that's why we look at the video different.
It's unjustified, or it's what's the word? It's uncalled for. It's but 49er fans use the word too. They use the word too. Nobody's making Eagles fans out to be great, but they ain't no worse than any other fans in the league.
Do we know that?
Yes. The 10% bottom of the barrel. Why do the 49ers, why can't the Niners even play the Raiders anymore, even in the preseason? Why?
Thank you. Got that? I'll give you that.
It's just, that's crap.
But a whole stadium parking lot doesn't come at you like a bunch of hyenas because you're wearing, not saying a word, wearing the other team's color. And that's what clearly was on the video, Matt. You got to give us that. You saw it with your own eyes.
And I'll get video. And I'll get video of every. Oh, please.
What was it?
It was
like something on a prison yard.
Shut up.
Come on, it was.
You looked at 9 out of 10 people were going like this. L for loser.
Yeah. And
then there were guys giving the finger. Right. Then there were what?
Yelling the N-word and spitting.
I didn't hear the N-word. I didn't hear the N-word on the tape.
You didn't hear the caller talk about their experience that they were sharing this morning. It was more than that.
This is such a lament of a sore loser. It's unbelievable.
What's the sore loser?
The sore loser is actually thinking we're classy as fans, and they're not.
I'm
talking
about the video and how two grown-ass men like ourselves can see two different things.
No, I saw the same thing you saw.
Yeah, but
it was disgusting. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you
Stop
are
doing
that. You
it's
told
disgusting.
Me to shut up. Don't tell me to
disrespectful.
Shut up.
It's disgusting. It's disrespectful. It's uncalled for.
Because you're in the Bay and you live in the Bay.
Just like you're fans.
Faking like you're from Reading.
49er fans.
You ain't there. You ain't doing radio in Reading, Steiny.
I don't care. I'll do my radio wherever I want.
I don't care. It don't matter. If two dudes you work with
stop misrepresenting,
and you don't give a damn.
Stop misrepresenting what I'm saying.
I'm not. You're talking it to the mic.
Stop misrepresenting that I'm supporting Philly fans.
It sounds like you're bottom of the barrel.
They
are.
Who
the hell are you?
They're bottom of the barrel.
You know what pulse the fan bases have, and you ain't even a fan.
Thank you. Well, then tell me who's got the best fans. Niners, right?
I don't care. I'm just telling you.
I'm telling you they're all the same.
We all saw yesterday, but bottom of the barrel.
All the same.
And have your friend call in.
All the same.
They're all good.
All the same. Shane, San Francisco. What's up, Shane? Couch Potato. What's up, Couch Potato? Couch Potato.
We scared him off.
Niner Mavs. Oh, we got a Suzette.
Hey.
Suzette in Oakland. What's up, Suzette? She wants us to stop bickering. Is she there? Are we having trouble with the phones?
I wasn't bickering. Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up, Suzette? Okay.
Hello.
Hey.
Guys hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can barely hear you guys. Sorry. You got a new format when you call in. Yeah, in regards to what happened to, Bonte and Shasky, it's unfortunate, but I'm 59 years old, and I've seen pretty much everything, including, attending Raider games. And unfortunately with those two guys, everybody told them when they went in there with their eyes wide open, anything's possible that can happen, and it's unfortunate. It doesn't matter what kind of race you are. I mean, I've seen teammates, I've seen people the same race beating up on each other on the same team, and it's just unfortunate.
Appreciate the call. I'm not getting into Bonte. I'm not getting into Shasky. I'm not going to denigrate them because to me they're separate from everything. My issue is actually saying that the Philadelphia Eagle fans are worse when we all know the same thing happens how many fights happen every Sunday? Like we see them, fans, different teams, fighting.
All day, every day, and you said the Raider Niner thing. But to say, I'm not talking about the guys in the morning, that's what prompted my response was that video. It was appalling. It was nasty. Yep. I get it. People telling me it happens all day, every day. Don't make it right.
Nope. You're right.
I'm telling you what I saw and how I processed that video. I was like, damn, is this Mississippi or is this a football game? And I don't need to go to Philadelphia. I saw it through the prism of that video. You can be like, dude, what are you talking about? I'm telling you what I'm talking about. That was like, wow.
And I think
you think the town was like, because you and I, we have broke bread in the parking lot of the Raider games. Hey, stuff pops off, but that's if the 99% of if the opposing fans are talking, but nothing like that.
I don't think it was.
They got red on. Here we go. Hey, that's your prerogative. But whoa, I was naive.
I don't believe you're naive. That's the thing. I really don't.
So you don't think that video was regular to you?
It was kind of what I expected.
Okay.
By the way, there were three. There's no N-word on there. Yeah. That's the first I heard of that.
Well, that was a different place. It wasn't on that video.
Water, a little water spritzing.
I did see it too. Like water. Like what?
Water.
Okay.
Water.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of middle fingers. Welcome to Philly. And then I saw a lot of the L. Like you guys are losers.
And then women saying F you, whatever. Okay, that's part of it. I get it.
Who cares if it's a woman or a man?
They chose to go, but it's coming from everywhere. That was my whole point.
It's coming from everybody around. There were 15,000 people on the other side of the stadium who don't even know who those guys were. Kenny in Dublin. What's up, Kenny?
Hey, how's it going?
Dynamite.
Caller, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Hey, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the fans in Philly. They're just passionate, hardcore fans. I mean, this is what football's about. And I've seen Niner fans go crazy and be rude hundreds of times. I'm a Raider fan. They won't even let the Raiders and Niners play preseason games because of all the fights.
Exactly.
I mean, those aren't just Raider fans. I mean, come on.
No.
I'm not saying Eagle fans are the best.
I'm saying every fan base's bottom of the barrel is the same.
And the 408, Guru, wear an opposing jersey at Levi's. It's pretty nasty, but you don't want that convo. I've been to Levi's. I've been in the parking lot. I'm not saying everything is all copacetic, but that video is not in Levi's nor in Oakland on its worst day. And I'm going to go here. You just brought up while the Raiders can play the Niners, it takes two to tango. It's not right, but there is no element of surprise. It's on and popping, and that's what it is. That's the life you lead. This was cats trying to walk into a game, and it went down. I was like, Stein, I've been around the block a few times. That was like, damn.
Would you think that?
Tell me.
Do you think they were drawing any attention to themselves?
Oh, once you put the paraphernalia on, yeah.
Do you think they walked silently in?
On the video, they were.
Okay.
All right.
How long was the video?
About a good 2 minutes.
Okay.
3
How
minutes.
long do you think they were out there
and
all
then
day?
some stuff got thrown
2
on them or
hours?
in their area. They held composure. Yeah. So I got to go here, and we'll get off. The Celtic fans and Draymond saying he heard the N-word.
That's another
Is that
city.
Bottom of the barrel?
Yes.
But Boston has a history of being super racial.
Every city has a history of being super racial.
So that was just one bad person in the crowd in Boston.
So whatever the bottom 10% is.
See, I think
the
different.
scumbags.
Yeah, I think it's a little higher than that.
You think
it's
evil
higher
scumbags
than
are worse than San Francisco scumbags?
That video has me thinking so.
Please. Yep. That's where I got to part ways. Scumbags are scumbags. Can't believe we're going to devolve into that.
I mean, it happened. It ain't I'm sharing with you what I saw.
Let's ask JD.
Yeah.
Let's ask JD if he felt threatened.
He was in the presser.
Well, he still walks through the stadium,
but
walks
not
around
with
the
a
city.
jersey on.
Oh, okay. Well, that changes the dynamic then, apparently.
You something else, man.
Well, I'm just saying. Listen, it ain't a box of chocolates walking through Levi Stadium with a Rams jersey. We all know that. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Coming up next on the Bud Light guest line, JD, John Dickinson, on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With all the recent storms in California, it's a reminder of the power and unpredictability of Mother Nature. At Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand the importance of all-wheel drive, whether it's getting you to the slopes or coast, but more importantly, getting you back home safely. No matter what the elements, there's no better place to buy your next vehicle than Stevens Creek Subaru. Subaru has been awarded the most IIHS Top Safety Pick Plus awards than any other brand since 2013, and Kelley Blue Book's most trusted brand 8 years in a row. As always, at Stevens Creek Subaru, you always get good prices, great selection, and truly exceptional service. So whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, remember to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas. It's just another reason why Stevens Creek Subaru is the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru. We're located on Stevens Creek Boulevard just off of Winchester or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Why have over 2 million people trusted their bath remodels to Bathfitter? When a normal day is anything but normal, we fit your schedule with our unique tub-over-tub process installed in just a day with no demolition. When high quality is the only quality that matters, we fit your standards. We've been remodeling baths for over 35 years, and every bath we install comes with a lifetime warranty. Get the bath you want in a day with quality that lasts a lifetime. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah, a $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advanced can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $38.99. Go farther with better fuel efficiency. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
In San Jose, sunshine today, highs near 54.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
You're doing a great job. I feel like I'm doing a great job.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, all guests are brought to you by the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Let's go out and talk to John Dickinson, our 95.7 The Game Odyssey reporter. JD, what's going on, man? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, host, a little bit of everything here, and just got off the plane and got home and ready to talk to you guys. Just brutal news about Purdy. I mean, with the full tear and now needing the surgery. And as I told you guys last night, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not a 1-year injury. It looks like it's a 6-month injury, but basically 6 months from this week is right when training camp starts at the end of July. So just to kind of dive right into that news, it really wouldn't be surprising at all if the 49ers start training camp and both Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, neither one of them are 100%, which is just incredible to think given all the issues they've already had.
Well, let me ask you this. It sounded to me like the worst-case scenario would have been a rotator cuff, like the baseball injury. That might have been a 9 to 12, but this is kind of like the second worst. Is that true? And then if he comes back in 6 months, where exactly would that put us in terms of the offseason schedule and where the Niners are in their, offseason regimen?
Yeah, I mean, 6 months from today, guys, is July 30th, and that's training camp. I mean, that's the first week of training camp, and looking at it. So, if he would be just getting back into the fold at that point in time with a month and a half to go before the season, that's less than ideal. And I think with the Trey Lance surgery, the second surgery, which I know they've gone out of their way to say it was planned and it's no big deal and he's going to be ready for OTAs and all of that, well, I'll believe it when I see it. I think most likely the 49ers are going to enter training camp next year with neither one of those guys at 100%, which is a big-time blow considering, as we were just talking about, everything that's already happened. The one reference I come back to, and I think I mentioned this to you guys via text last night, is the Jake Delhomme example. He had the Tommy John surgery, and it sounds like Purdy's not necessarily going to have Tommy John surgery, but he's going to have a different type of reconstructive surgery on the elbow. But Jake Delhomme, the quarterback for the Panthers back in the day, he had the Tommy John in 2007, and I saw Chris Mortensen put it out. I guess he had talked to Jake back then, and he said within 6 months his arm was better than ever. So I think that should at least give the 49ers and their fans some hope. When we hear Tommy John, we're so used to it. When you hear the UCL injury, more specifically, we're used to it in baseball.
Yeah.
And for a pitcher, it's a 12 to 14 month, sometimes longer injury, which obviously would be catastrophic for the 49ers if that was the case. But for quarterbacks, the rare few that have had these type of elbow issues, it is not a year-long deal, which obviously would wreck next year before it even begins for the 49ers.
Yeah, JD, I was telling Steiny, and I've done before, Steiny, why the Niners always endure these injuries? What's in the water? Then you get Mr. Irrelevant to go on this run, get you in this game, and you may have, a franchise quarterback, and not even a quarter and a half into the game, the NFC Championship game, he's out, and we get this news. I mean, you got to be kidding me. With that said, JD, and I threw this to you last night, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers may be on the move, and I know he may be back August, and we don't know if there's going to be setbacks, but if you're the Niners, Kyle and John, do you do your due diligence and look into Brady or whoever is available that could come in, a veteran, and help you?
I think you absolutely have to look into Brady at this point because he would be the one guy if you did sign him that you would know is healthy at the beginning of training camp, which is incredible considering his age and obviously his career to this point. But I think the 49ers were probably comfortable not going down that path because of how well Purdy had played and knowing that they still had Trey Lance on the roster. But no, there were two thoughts that came into my mind as the news broke here within the last half hour. The first one was, well, this actually does give the 49ers an opportunity to have the two young quarterbacks be in a more legitimized competition because part of the competition will be who's healthier because neither one is probably going to be 100%. So now you can, whereas you probably couldn't have got away with a competition because Brock Purdy at this stage at least is so far advanced as a quarterback compared to Trey Lance. You couldn't have got away with bringing those two in and saying competition. I think you probably could do that now because neither one of them are fully healthy or at least projected to be fully healthy by the time training camp starts. But the second thought, Goo, and Steiny, was you have to look at the veteran quarterback market, and I think that starts with Brady. And I think, we'll see what happens with Rodgers. He may wind up being somebody that's more expensive. But the 49ers, this year tells you, quarterback issues wrecked another season for the Niners. And you could say they were in the NFC Championship game, and it all worked out. Some of it was luck. Some of it was, some of it was bad luck, obviously, but luck that they had the three that they did on the roster to get through the season. But it still ended 2022. The overarching headline is going to be the quarterback position being injured. It basically cost the 49ers another shot at making getting to a Super Bowl again. And so that you have to do, if you're them, everything you possibly can to give yourself as many different options as you possibly can to avoid that, prevent that from happening again in 23.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game on the Bud Light guest line. So I'm just looking, Brady made $15 million this past season. You know, one of the things that the 49ers do have going for them is Trey Lance is on a rookie deal and Purdy's on a deal that's even better than a rookie deal. So if you go out and you get a Tom Brady and you spend $15 million, I mean, doesn't he have to be your starter then? And then what does that do in terms of the blocks falling toward other guys who may need to be signed?
Yeah, it would be problematic. I mean, there would be some calculus to maneuver there, and I think if Brock Purdy was healthy, I think we would all agree, maybe not, but I think we would all agree that the 49ers are pretty confident and comfortable in him being the starting quarterback moving forward. And Trey Lance at that point would be afforded the opportunity to be to get healthy and maybe get another shot due to injury. I mean, I also think this gives Trey Lance another chance, frankly, that he wouldn't have gotten if Purdy is maybe the lesser of the two in terms of being healthy. But yeah, if you go get Brady, you're going and getting Brady with the intent on him being the starting quarterback. But I think there'd be some reluctance to do that, potentially because of the money, but also potentially because you just aren't going to fully know whether the other two are going to be fully healthy. And look, I think the Niners were going to have to make this decision anyway, guys, between how hard do you look at Brady after going back 3 years ago when they thought that Brady had fallen enough and that Jimmy Garoppolo had played well enough to where they rolled with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think they were in a similar situation with Purdy this year where Purdy had played well enough to where I think you'd be comfortable handing him the job, but it's still Tom freaking Brady, even if he's 46 at that point, and if he's available and wants to come, how do you turn that down with all of the weapons that this 49ers team possesses on the offensive side of the football that could make his life a lot easier? So then you factor in the money component to it, and it's not an easy decision because you'd be needing to bet on Brady earlier in theory than maybe you would know the timeline for when Purdy and Lance would be healthy if they're healthy at all. Maybe this winds up being the Niners give Tom Brady a call and Brady's unsure what he wants to do, and maybe Brady waits around till April or May or June and goes the pseudo retired or waits to sign route, and then they get a little more information as things get closer, and there could be more of a likelihood of the two coming to some kind of a pact if it looks like the two young guys aren't going to be where they need to be a factor at the beginning of 23.
Good stuff, Jay. We know you were in the house yesterday, and you know me, I'm trying to process this game, and I'm going to give you two options. You got to answer one, Jay, because I'm torn. What shocked you the most? The fact that Philly controlled both of the lines, defense and offense, or the fact that Kyle and company didn't challenge the Smith catch, which I think had a big bearing on the game?
Well, I think it's the catch. I mean, I'm not shocked. I mean, the Eagles are really good up front, and I know we're not used to seeing the 49ers get beat at the line of scrimmage, but the Eagles were probably the one team above every other team in the NFL that had the ability to do that if they played well, and they did play well in the game. Now, not challenging is, I mean, it's inexplicable to me why you don't call a timeout. And at least in the haste of everything that's going on, and the Eagles are trying to run up to the line and all of that, like, just take a timeout. It's the first half. It's early in the game. You can burn a timeout in the first quarter on the first drive of the game, and it's not going to come back and haunt you later. So with everything so chaotic and with it being such an important play, being a fourth down play where you would have snuffed him out and turned him over on downs, I think you have to, if you aren't sure, then you have to call the timeout to give yourself a little bit of a breather to get everything organized. I thought it was interesting to hear Kyle Shanahan say that they didn't get a good look initially, but he was still going to call a timeout until, and I remember this moment, they put on the big screen the angle that looked like an incredible catch, and at that point, and this is where I think Kyle made the mistake, he trusted the fact that the Philly scoreboard was going to put something up there. Like, they were never going to put something up there that made it look like it wasn't a catch. So I think even if they had the other looks, and obviously when they go under the hood, the officials would have had those other looks. I think Kyle maybe in the moment got a little bit lost by what he saw on that replay and overthought it a little bit and decided to not go with the challenge. Then after play has already resumed, then Fox has got all these replays, and it obviously clearly was not a catch. That really, to me, the two biggest plays of the game beyond Purdy getting injured were the non-challenge and Josh Johnson dropping the snap and having that turn into a turnover that turns into a score. At that point, you're down 2 scores at halftime, and it's going to be a tough task to try and come back.
John Dickinson joining us on the Bud Light guest line. The one thing I thought about yesterday, and it had been going through my mind, in the weeks leading up to this, and it's I get it. Purdy was technically a third stringer. Johnson was technically a fourth stringer. I just is it strange that the 49ers didn't have an emergency third quarterback who could throw a forward pass? Like, is that unusual or no? That's, I thought, for example, I thought Juszczyk was their third guy. And again, JD, it may not have made any difference. It probably wouldn't have. But the threat of throwing wasn't even there.
Yeah, well, teams don't, and you're right, the threat of throwing was not there, especially when Purdy came back into the game, and it was pretty clear that he couldn't throw at that point. And, I mean, the Eagles, I think, put 15 in the box. Forget 5, 6, 7. I think they had 3 guys come over from the sideline to try and stuff the run. But no, I mean, no team really does it. Like, as far as having 3, because you'd have to have 3 on the roster, number one. And I guess you could elevate a practice squad guy like they did with Tevin Coleman and Janoris Jenkins. You could have someone on the practice squad, and they did have Jacob Eason on the practice squad at one point in December after they made the move to go to Purdy and then needed to find another backup, a veteran, so they signed Josh Johnson. But it's just not the norm at that point, and I think they were probably more comfortable than maybe they should have been in Josh Johnson's ability to go out there and be competent. I know this is somebody that Kyle Shanahan's known for a long time and believed that he was the best person available that knew the system and could come in and be a capable backup. But I think a lot of teams also are looking at it. The Niners were already down to their third string quarterback, and most teams look at it like if the starter gets injured, we're screwed. And so I think the Niners, by extension of that, and maybe you have a good backup, but if 2 guys go out, you're really screwed. If you get to the point where 3 guys go out that were all projected to be starters, then at that point, how do you really cover yourself in that type of situation? So I don't think that's as big of a deal as if they were left, caught with their pants down or something like that, or unprepared in a certain situation.
Jay, I'm going to do some interaction with you with some guys on YouTube and gals. I'm going to read this to you from Otis Bird III, and it kind of hit me, but I know how I am. Sometimes I'll do too much, but I want you to rebuttal to this. In football, Otis Bird III, you only have so many chances to get to this point. Hate to see another Super Bowl contending Niners roster wasted. How would you respond to that?
I don't think this season was wasted. If that's the angle that Otis is coming from. If he's talking about this season, this season, I think you could tell there was – I think some of the 49ers were maybe grappling that. I think Kyle Shanahan was surely grappling with that in game. I know, Steiny, you mentioned the little bit of the woe is me, a little bit of the more visible frustration. I do think there was a tone of I can't believe this happened again and happened today. So I think they were, while they were trying to get out there and compete, I think that's where a lot of the frustration came at the end of the game when they were down and all of a sudden they basically went off as sore losers. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it was a bad look the way the 49ers finished
They lost
that
composure,
game.
Jay.
It really was. Yeah, the wheels came off, and I think part of the reason why the wheels came off was that emotional letdown for the guys that have been around through these last 3-4 years. It happened again. And, you can, to me, that's human nature, to maybe lose yourself a little bit in that kind of moment, as much as we talk about the fact that you can't let it happen, especially if you're a head coach or a head coach as highly regarded as Kyle Shanahan and some of these other players. But I think, from being in the press conference afterwards and the locker room after, and Kyle Shanahan had the quote where he was just borderline despondent and said, yeah, this is tough. This is real tough. This is this is the toughest, tougher than the other two. And so I think, when you look at that, I think they were really confident. I think they were really confident in their game plan yesterday, and that even though that game didn't start out well, I think they really thought they were going to win the game if over the course of 60 minutes. And who knows, maybe it would have played out a different way. But I think, it got ripped away before we ever really got a chance to know how it would have turned out. And I think that's something that, for the 49ers' sake, I think they're going to have to hope that doesn't somehow bleed into the offseason, along with now more question marks as to who's going to be the starting quarterback, or at least be healthy enough to be, and set the next year off to where maybe it gets off to a little bit of a sluggish start like this year.
Yeah. JD, good stuff. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And Warriors Live, 4:15 today. Golden State at Oklahoma City. Catch JD at 4:15. All right.
You got it.
All right, JD, have a good one. Usually I wait for JD to do, either correct me or confirm, and he confirmed.
That's interesting. You talked about Kyle's mannerisms, and maybe that was on his mind, Donnie. But then if that was on his mind, just about, we've been here, we've been close, you would have threw the flag. But I swear, man, when Brock got hurt, I thought about Willard, I thought about you. And I told Willard to his face today about, hey, everything's great regardless of how this season's, paraphrasing. We got a quarterback of the future. What did you say? Goo, things in life, and I think I kind of said, sports, they change. And now here we are. And by all accounts, Donnie, you may be right. Brock Purdy may come back and return and be just like normal. But we don't know what this comeback's going to be. And to me, it just throws another monkey wrench into, okay, I know who Philly's quarterback's going to be. I know Dallas, Stafford's coming. We don't know. And that's scary to me.
It's going to be Brock Purdy.
Right. If he's ready to go.
And if he's not, he'll be the starter 4 weeks in.
And then you got your boy Trey.
Yeah.
All right. And people you're done with him, Goo. I ain't seen him with Trey.
It might be a very good quarterback situation. The one thing I will say about Kyle Shanahan is, people play
he
this
had
game,
that look.
You kind of, this is one of your things, and it's fair. I don't think that when he was the coordinator in Atlanta, he lost the lead.
28-3.
In the first Super Bowl, he lost the lead.
Up 10.
Last year in the NFC Championship, he lost the lead.
Up 10.
This one doesn't fit. This one means nothing.
He lost his horse.
This one, this isn't, I get it. Oh, now 3 or 4. But again,
I got something for you.
Not only did Purdy get hurt, my feeling was that the Eagles were the better team.
Okay.
So I'm not holding it against Kyle like they were big favorites, and not only did they blow it, they blew a foot. It's like, hey, that's the way this one went. No harm, no foul.
I know we're up against it, but what did you tell me? 15 years from now, if a Martian comes from the sky, you didn't use this, and they look at the result, they're not gonna know Brock got hurt, Steiny. It'll just be Niners lost an NFC Championship game, or Niners were blown out, and it'll just be another one on the ledger, as was last year, as was 2019.
And I got to tell you, I look back and look at that Pro Football Reference. Wow, I went to the NFC 3 times in 4 years. Okay, they didn't win it, but that's better than 26 other teams.
No, and that sounds better 3 or 4. You lost, but you got there.
And this is the part. I mean, no Niner fan out there would have rather not made the playoffs than. In fact, if you're a Niner fan and you want to say we had no chance after Purdy got hurt, go ahead and say it.
That's how I felt.
It's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. And I'm just saying.
Another
I'm just
injury
looking
to the
at. I'm just looking at some other aspects of the game in addition to Purdy getting hurt,
which were apparent,
that worked against the San Francisco 49ers.
So the defense, when it was all said and done, Stoney, may not have been as great as we thought they were. I'm just. Is anybody wrong if they think good defense? Is it great? I don't know if the Eagles would say it's great. It's good. And Bosa needs some help up front. And they need some help in the secondary. But
I mean,
I was talking.
Their defense isn't the worst part of the league.
Okay.
I guess what's priority now? Offensive line. Number one priority has got to be the offensive line.
Yep.
Because to me, I mean, you're a little bit at the mercy of the quarterback situation.
Or is it quarterback if you go get Brady?
What are you going to do?
They're not looking at Brady, right? They didn't want him 3 years ago.
I would go into camp with those two guys. Obviously, you're going to be able to monitor their health all off season.
Okay.
And if here comes June and you're like, oh my God, neither of these guys are going to be ready for the opener in September, October, then we got an issue. All right, Ratto and Damon next on 95.7.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Let's go! A new year means new adventures ahead. The open road is calling. Start your year off right in a new Toyota. Get low 3.99% APR financing on 2023 RAV4, Corolla, Highlander, Camry, and Tacoma. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Excludes RAV4 Prime and 12/31/23.
Hey, what's going on? It's Mark Willard for the Game Time app, the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. I've been telling you all about the Game Time app, how easy it is to use, and how they have the most amazing last-minute deals on tickets. You know all of that. But now, for all users, by the way, not just new users of the app, any of you, here comes an offer for $100 off a ticket to the big game in Arizona that's coming up. So use the code RADIO100 and you can get $100 off a ticket to the big game. Again, you know what to do. Download the Game Time app, enter your email address, and then all of the tickets, all of the concerts, events, theater, everything is right there for you. And in there as well, the big game. Use the code RADIO100 for $100 off the purchase of a big game ticket. The Game Time app. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the final days to save big store-wide at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, get limited-time deals on your favorite tools and accessories. Plus, get 10% off in-stock kitchen cabinets with a $1,000 minimum purchase. And save even more on clearance cabinets in-store. Hurry and shop the Truckload event in-store or online while you can. Must ask cashier to apply discount at time of purchase. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/26 through 2/8.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift, always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Well, let's just start with the fact that bad news from Sunday continues. Brock Purdy needs Tommy John surgery. A second option has been requested. Of course it has. Of course they'll take a look at it. But at best, we're talking about a 6-month recovery. A full repair of his UCL would mean more like 8 months to a year. It's officially time to give Tom Brady a call. Hello, everybody. Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto with you after a painful Sunday afternoon for not just the 49ers, but NFL officials in both games. Cincinnati Bengals fans got to be feeling a little stung by some officiating that happened out there. And there's no reason to put the 49ers loss on officiating, although there was no help from anyone wearing stripes. That game was decided, full stop, when Brock Purdy went down with his shoulder, with his elbow injury, and then Josh Johnson decided to prove himself maybe the worst football player of all time. And I'm not going to put it on a fourth-string quarterback to look good, but I am going to put it on a 14-year veteran to not look like he's never played before. That was embarrassing. And it's a shame that the 49ers couldn't put forth a representative effort of who they wore in the NFC title game. Ray, they had the brakes beaten off of them in every conceivable way. However bad it started, it got worse, and then it just started spiraling to the point where if you could forfeit a game in a fourth quarter, it would have been the right thing to do.
No, if the 49ers had gotten through this with Brock Purdy entirely healthy, they lose 31-14.
I don't think so.
Oh, I
don't think. And no, I'm not doing that today. I'm not gonna.
No.
We're not going to talk about the game that doesn't exist.
No. Here's what we're going to know. My point is Philadelphia was significantly the better team. That is my point. That they won both lines of scrimmage easily. And that's where I thought the game was going to be decided, and it was. Because the reason why both quarterbacks went down is because Philadelphia pounded them. They rushed almost with impunity against an offensive line that only functions well with a lead, and they could never get a lead. So that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and you can kiss my grits because the Eagles had 269 yards of offense.
They didn't need any more. They had the ball for 37 minutes
per play.
They had the ball for 37 minutes.
Jalen Hurts did nothing impressive.
He didn't have to.
The Philadelphia Eagles were not overwhelmingly impressive. Were they better at the line of scrimmage? In moments, they were. In the defining moments of the game, they absolutely were. But no, we're not gonna play the they would have lost anyway game. We'd have no idea what would have happened. What I do know is that game should have been 0-0 deep into the game, and it wasn't. It was 7-0. Because another thing the 49ers should have done was review that catch. That was not a catch. But that was a defense that was getting off the field on third down. Philadelphia opened up the day 1 of 6 on third down. There was every opportunity for the 49ers to seize early control of that game. Had they had a healthy team, had they been able to do that. If Brock Purdy is healthy the entire game, to talk about that there was just, there's no way the 49ers were just outclassed, no business being on the field with that team. I don't agree with that at all. At all.
Okay.
At all.
Then we will agree to disagree.
I guess we will.
Because I think Philadelphia was much the better team and didn't have to have a great offensive day because the 49ers only had the ball for 22 minutes. And how do they win games? By having the ball for 37 minutes.
Geez, do you think their healthy quarterback might have had more time of possession, Ray, than the guys who are just going 3 and out?
Do you think the fact that their running game couldn't get going had anything to do with this, too?
Christian McCaffrey had the best day on the ground either team.
For either team.
And here's the thing. And it was literally the only thing the 49ers had going. It's easy to stop a running game when you cannot execute a forward pass. So you get no credit for stomping on the Niners running game in the second half when they did not have a quarterback. It was ridiculous, Ray.
No, don't go there.
That's ridiculous.
Do not go there.
And here's what's also ridiculous. Let's talk about those 4 dominant Eagle touchdowns, shall we? First touchdown, let's face it, shouldn't have happened. Should not have happened. Kyle Shanahan, little tip going forward, and I understand we're not going to put this on the 49ers coaching staff because apparently the replay angle that showed Devontae Smith juggling that ball wasn't even available until they came back from commercial break. So you can't blame the Niners for not seeing what they could not see. There's officiating problem number 1, though, and there's a league-wide couldn't turn around the replay fast enough for anyone to get a look at it problem. And Kyle Shanahan, the next time you see somebody screaming to run the next play, and they obviously didn't see, Smith pop up and say, we got to run the next play as fast as humanly possible. When you see that, you might want to throw a challenge flag. So let's say that first 4th and 2 doesn't happen. It's a completely different game right there. The second touchdown, 3 defensive penalties. You have the referees moving the ball on third down for the Eagles when they could not. So that was an awful lot of help down the field to go 14-0. Then Josh Johnson gifts the ball to the Eagles on their own 30-yard line with no time remaining in the half, so Kyle cannot play wraparound football around halftime. The 4th touchdown, you got the roughing the punter where the player is clearly pushed into the punter by his own teammate, and that kept the Eagles on the field. The 49ers just mysteriously turned into the bumbling, fumbling, can't get anything going for them, penalties stick to us all over the place, Las Vegas Raiders in this one game. They were penalized 11 times for 81 yards. They were penalized more times than any team in any playoff game this year. That's not who they are. That's not how they play. There is no trend to suggest that they are going to lose all sense of discipline in the biggest road game of the year. That's ridiculous.
There were a few games this year where, in fact, they did that.
Oh, yeah? How about in the last 12? Or were they so far in ancient memory that we're not even... What are you talking about?
If you're going to tell me that a team that drove 11 plays, 14 plays, and 15 plays for 3 of its scores did not have the better part of that game, then we will.
They had, but Ray, look at what they did on third down. If you got no impressive third down percentage, where are you getting? How are you doing it?
First of all, they had 15 third downs. The 49ers only had 8. Their offense, we're just putting that aside. But the other thing was, having the ball for 37 minutes is the way the 49ers win. And the only way that the Eagles can do that with a lesser running game is if they are owning the line of scrimmage, which they did.
You know how easier it is to own the line of scrimmage when the door only swings one way?
How is it that the door only swung one way? Who hit the quarterbacks that drove them from the game? The Eagles did. I mean, I'm not sure why we're even having this.
Right. No, argument. And I'm not saying that they did anything wrong hurting Brock Purdy.
No. I'm not saying I know you're not saying that. What I'm saying is they dominated both lines of scrimmage, and it wasn't close. And it wasn't just because the 49ers lost both quarterbacks. It's because the Eagles drove both quarterbacks from that game. And they could only do that if they were in the backfield the whole day long, which they were.
They definitely shrunk the pocket, but for a staggeringly dominant defensive line afternoon, there were 3 sacks. And Josh Johnson is a human sack waiting to happen. So if not for the freak accident of Brock Purdy, to say that they lose that game 31-17 is I just think it's ridiculous. I think it's preposterous. I think that they would have absolutely had been in that game had they been able to run, the plays in their playbook.
I'm unconvinced.
Christian McCaffrey had the best day on the ground of anyone on the ground. Hands down. 15 carries, 84 yards, 5.6 yards per average carry. That is more than 2 yards than any Philadelphia Eagle had average yards per carry. Kenneth Gainwell was really good. I mean, Kenneth Gainwell is the guy who played a great game for the Eagles, but Miles Sanders did not, and Jalen Hurts did not, and Boston Scott did not, and Devontae Smith did not, and A.J. Brown did not, and Dallas Goedert did not. It was not a great day of Eagles football. It was a very good day of Eagles football with the single worst conceivable day of football any team could have ever played, been forced to play, happened to play, whatever, in the NFC title game. That was not representative of the San Francisco 49ers in any conceivable way.
And I will grant you that, but I'm fairly certain that the Eagles caused almost all of that. And if you can take away the game of a team as good as San Francisco's, the way they did, then I'm saying that the Eagles were clearly superior and by a fairly considerable margin. Now let's move on, because we've decided we don't see the game eye to eye here, but there are other things we can talk about.
Every single number that could crash the Niners crashed into the Niners. Again, the defense did all it could. And without an offense capable of possessing a ball, the time of possession number to me is so ridiculously skewed that to hang an argument on that just doesn't make any sense. Because the offense was terrible, the Eagles are looking at a short field all day, and they completely went about sitting on the ball, as Nick Sirianni was smart to do. 3 turnovers to none, though. Only 3.6 yards per play. Only 83 total rushing yards. Not a single trip into the red zone. Brock Purdy isn't hurt. Those numbers are all going up. The Eagles got to run 25 more plays. Not because they were that much better. It's because the 49ers were basically rendered helpless. And I got to tell you, I don't ever want to see Josh Johnson on an NFL field again. My expectations for him were exactly where they should be. I wasn't expecting anything spectacular. But serviceable? Not frightened? The guy's literally seen more snaps from different centers than probably anyone in NFL history with all the teams that he's played for, Ray. I mean, we're not just talking about first-string starting Pro Bowl centers. We're talking about practice squad bums. I'm guessing the vast majority of shotgun snaps Josh Johnson has seen in his life have stunk. But he couldn't handle that one. And then to not have the instincts to just fall on the fumble, that might be the most useless 14-year veteran sports has ever produced. And in the one moment where the spotlight finally finds him, the only thing we see is him peeing down his own leg. 3 delay-a-game penalties, Josh Johnson, screw off. I mean, get out of here. Get out of here. 3 delay-a-game penalties. 3. Now, you can also say, hey, Kyle Shanahan, you know you got an absolute bumbling, stumbling NFL charity case, lucky to be here as your quarterback now. Maybe you're going to want to stand next to the official all day. When you see that play clock, poop, timeout, call one. How Shanahan went into that halftime with all 3 of his timeouts still available. That's one we can absolutely debate about and say, what the hell are you doing there, Kyle? But it wasn't a day where you can even say, Kyle blew it. Although, Rich Ornberger, who is a former NFL player, he did tweet, Kyle Shanahan has coached adaptive, responsive, resilient football teams for decades here now, and his teams get to championship games, and then everything just seems to go haywire. Like, if not throughout the whole game, certainly the end of it. And he says, I'm a big believer in Kyle Shanahan, but there's a pattern. And I don't even know if that's fair, but it's not wrong. And I remember distinctly saying on an interview last week that, what would be the ramification if Kyle Shanahan lost this game? I said, well, there are no ramifications. No one's job here is on the line. He's got the job. He's the man for the job. And he remains the man for the job. But there is something to things going terribly wrong in big games for him that at the very least you'd have to admit there's a pattern there.
I don't know that there's a pattern, but there's a series. And there's a difference. Because it's not the same failing every time. Yeah, they should have thrown a challenge flag. Just even if it just looks suspicious, because you know what? You can manage a clock without timeouts. It's not like you can take them and book them, use them in the second half and have 5. And the other thing is, could he have used a timeout later in the half to break up Philadelphia's rhythm? I suppose. I don't know how much of a difference it would have made. I thought it was curious that he tried, McCaffrey in some sort of a wing tee one time, because I would say if my offensive line can't keep their defensive line out of my backfield, why do I want my most important player to possibly get clocked?
I actually, in the fourth quarter with about 5 minutes left to play, I'm like, why would you even have McCaffrey or Debo out there? Because the only way to guarantee next year not doing anything special is to have one of those guys hurt in a dramatic way right here, right now, in a completely unsalvageable football game.
Yeah, I mean that those are the things that I would say. But we both agree, Kyle Shanahan's on scholarship. He's not getting fired, demoted, anything. Might get a new deal out of this year. And I don't think anybody in their right mind would complain if he did.
Again, it's easy to say that the 49ers staff blew the review of the 4th and 3. But they didn't have access to the replay that showed that ball was bobbling and moving on the ground. They didn't have access to it. It would have been an all-in challenge. It would have been I'm going all in without even looking at my hold cards. You didn't even have a peek. You didn't know he was sitting on. But when you do see, and this is where nobody on the 49ers sideline caught Devontae Smith running we have to get this next play off at the speed of light or the last play is not going to stand. Like, you at least need to be looking out for that. And they didn't see that either. And then again, everything that could go wrong against you, Nick Bosa basically gets injured watching the game on the sideline by a crashing gunner coming out of bounds on a punt. I mean, everything that could have possibly gone wrong went wrong.
When Warner got hurt, I thought, this is not going to be a good day.
When Warner goes down, he went down and he went straight up into the I'm not playing again, leg kicking. I thought he was done too. The fact that he came back into that game was a miracle, it felt like, because he's not a guy who stays down on the field to jake it for anything.
No, but he did look like he was laboring the rest of the day.
I think there was a little hitch and Nick Bosa's giddy up the rest of the day. Look, Nick Bosa, spectacular year. He had 0 sacks in the postseason. We're just going to let Lane Johnson false start most of the time, apparently. And you can say, well, they let Trent Williams false start most of the time too, and maybe that's fair.
Yeah.
But at one point, Lane Johnson false started in the end zone on the play that was nearly a safety. That could have been a safety because the penalty happened in the end zone. Christian McCaffrey is an absolute stud and as good of a football player as you will see on a football field.
He was very much the best player on a very limited list.
Yeah. We got an awful lot to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers, but I will say this. The single greatest football player of all time won his game yesterday. And that player is Patrick Mahomes. By the way, Patrick Mahomes is the greatest football player of all time. If you're uncomfortable with that right now, you need a little bit more evidence, fine. I'm sure he'll deliver it to you. The guy's incredible. He's incredible. I would take him number one over any quarterback that ever played. Joe Montana, John Elway, Steve Young, none of those guys compare to the perfect product of quarterback that Patrick Mahomes is. What's his flaw? What's the one box he does not check? What is it?
He's only pretty good when he has one leg.
Okay. Considering he has two most of the time, I'll give you that one. He's special, man. He's special, but even that game was marred with a ridiculous amount of officiating that went in the direction of the home team. Maybe the real lesson is here for the 49ers to learn is host the NFC title game. Because if you got to go out on the road, not only are you going to maybe be a little nervous, but the officials in the game are going to be nervous too. That AFC title game is the only game in the playoffs that you could say was maybe officiated poorer than the NFC title game. And for both of those crews to show up on Championship Sunday and get in the way of football in every conceivable way, it's a shame, man. It's a shame. I don't want to steal anything from Mike Greenberg, but I saw a clip of his on Twitter basically saying, everything in sports is better except officiating. Everything in this league has gotten better except officiating. And we understand it's hard to do. But there's an element of hard to do that they've got to gap. They've got to bridge that gap because there were ridiculous flags happening, big moments all the time in the two most important games of the year.
Well, that's because the one thing that sports hasn't done in the last 30 years is spend sufficient time developing A, rational rule book, and B, training their officials far better than they do. I mean, everywhere else, performance, medicine, technique, theory, all of it has improved dramatically. But they don't do anything about officials because they don't care because officials don't bring in any money. And until they want to get that right, this is going to continue.
I'm not saying that they're selling, these games aren't rigged.
No, they're not. I know, and I'm not suggesting that you're saying that.
Right. But what I am saying, and this is maybe as bad as being rigged, they are left unfixed because the NFL understands that angry voices the next day do as much to sell the game as any, that was a well-officiated game. Doesn't move the needle. Sports talk radio screaming about bad calls on Monday mornings does. And the NFL, I think, knows that and has accepted that and thinks not only is it a price of business, but it's actually an asset to the business that we're doing because controversy sells.
Yeah. I don't know if it's as much that because sports talk radio does not generate money in and of itself for the National Football League. But officiating is they view that as money down a sinkhole. Why would we get better officials? That means we have to spend more time training them. We don't want to do that. So they basically, they just trot out the same guys every year. And every year they change the rule book to make it less able to be adjudicated. They've made it so complicated that nobody in their right, nobody can do this. The game 40 years ago was simpler because there were far fewer rules, and you would just let guys have common sense, and they figured it out then. You know, the only thing that the NFL's replay rule has done is made it harder for the 8 guys on the field to do their jobs. And the league does not seem to care because they're going to change more rules next year because they change rules every year.
Mo Money in San Francisco. You're on 95.7 The Game. Mo Money, what do you got?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Excellent.
Listen, I can understand one thing that Kyle Shanahan couldn't figure out. You had a month and a half, and out of all the quarterbacks that are sitting, and knowing that you're using your third-string quarterback, Purdy, if he gets hurt, who are you going to turn to? You could have Cam Newton, but you know who they went with? They went with some guy from Oakland who hasn't played, I don't know how long. And you seen that fumble right before the half, which actually cost us the game, if you ask me, right there. That was one and done. But we had all this time to get a quarterback, a month and a half, and you couldn't figure that out. That what happens if he gets hurt?
Well, again, Mo Money, let me ask you, can you please name all the fourth-string quarterbacks in football this year? Name them all.
None.
That's right. It doesn't exist. If you're on your third-string quarterback, you're as far down the road of being screwed in that department as a football team can get. It's a miracle that they stumbled into Brock Purdy, who at picks 262 was able to play undefeated football right up into the game where who knows what might have happened. He couldn't even compete in it. He got hurt too early in it to compete. Now you can't you can't be angry that this team didn't go out and get Cam Newton. Come on. Get real. Now, the real question is, though, what's this offseason about to look like? Because I wouldn't trust Trey Lance to show up and be ready to coach this or play quarterback for this team at all. Maybe he is. Maybe he does realize his potential eventually, but I'm not betting on it as much as I'm betting on Tom Brady. If I'm the San Francisco 49ers, I got Tom Brady out here tomorrow. Talking about what do you need? We got 2 years for you. It'll be the last 2 years you play football. We know that. You know that. And the Niners, honestly, as physical as their team is, they got about 2 years left in this window. Because George Kittle is always a heartbeat away from an injury. Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, all these guys. All of their important players. Nick Bosa, all of them got about a window here where they need to win a Super Bowl in the next, 17 plus 17, right?
34.
They got 34 games to win a Super Bowl with this group. They got 2 years. That's the window. If you add Tom Brady. 888-957-9570. We got open lines, and here's the deal. Ray and I are here until after 4 o'clock. Then we got JD coming in with Warriors Live. Ray and I are going to then hop on the stream. We're going to be joined by Michael Irvin on the stream. There will be merriment. There will be swearing. Fun will ensue. Damon and Ratto here, the Bud Light guest line. Again, we're going to have Michael Irvin on the Bud Light guest line at 4:30 over on the stream. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The red and gold reaction is brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
So if you've got a tax problem, by definition, you've got a legal problem. Damon Bruce here to tell you about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. Maybe you've got unfiled tax returns, maybe an offshore account, maybe you've received money from a relative overseas or not. Maybe your small business is facing an audit. Well, regardless of the tax problem you have, Kugelman Law Team can help. Visit sftaxteam.com today. I've met with their attorneys. I'm telling you, they're upfront, they're forward, they strive to be transparent, not only in their solutions, but in their pricing as well. If you face a tax problem, you do have a legal problem. And if you have a legal problem, you need a lawyer. Contact the Kugelman Law tax and crypto attorneys today at sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement and does not constitute or guarantee a prediction of results.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by John Vai's Bay Area Houses. Thinking of selling your home but don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtors, photos, and showings? With John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com. You don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Visit John Vai's Bay Area Houses.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Progressive presents Adjusting to the Suburbs.
I never thought I'd care about gardening until I bought a house in the suburbs. But now I find myself in conversations about liquid fertilizer, and I wonder, am I the fertilizer guy now? No way. Everyone knows the ratio between phosphorus and nitrogen, right? Yeah, I'm still totally cool.
Anyway, when you save with Progressive by bundling your home and auto, that's the easy part of adjusting to the suburbs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Rian Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always known the truth.
I only know if something is a lie. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I have been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Granger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Look, it's real simple. The 49ers caught one break all day, and every other break went against them. Ray, can you think of the one break that they actually caught in the game?
Final gun?
No. It was when Philadelphia's punting unit got jobbed by the spider cam wire.
Oh, yeah.
But even though everyone in the stadium saw it, even though both sidelines saw it, even though they have more cameras on the game than in a normal regular season game, it wasn't on film. So there isn't conclusive evidence. You can't overturn it. That's the only break that the 49ers got all day long. And look, you can say it was stacked against them no matter what. I think the game would have stacked up so much differently had the 49ers had, an offense. It's a lot easier to sit on an offense when an offense can only do one thing. And the minute Josh Johnson came in that game, the offense could only do one thing. And it didn't have anything to do with throwing a football. The fact that Purdy went back in there for a sequence of just sad little handoffs was all they had left. Was really all they had left. You say, well, maybe just let Christian McCaffrey let her rip, or have Juszczyk let her rip, or whatever. Yeah, maybe. But that's the game that you're still losing. That's the 31-14 loss.
No, that's not the 31-14 loss. That's the 45-7 loss.
Well, who knows? Who knows? But again, Josh Johnson, someone's like, Damon, you're being way too hard on Josh Johnson. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not. I didn't expect Josh Johnson to go ahead and find victory in Philadelphia, but I didn't help him. I didn't think that he would go out of his way to help the 49ers lose the game. He was awful. I mean, if you're a 14-year NFL vet, knowing how to fall on a fumble as soon as it happens, that should be just instinct to you. You're a 14-year NFL vet. Getting a shotgun snap. Again, you're not even fumbling the center snap exchange because you're all up under his tuchus. No. You're yards behind the line, and his eyes just came off of it because I don't understand it. You cannot have 3 delay of games. Get the play in faster. What are you kidding? You're standing there. You got the huddle, or you got everyone's in there for you. 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. You're just counting down to 0. And then, at 0, he's starting his 118 cadence. I mean, well, come on. Again, Kyle, feel free to call a timeout. You can't take him with you. Shanahan was asked if the team just straight up went numb after Brock Purdy's elbow went numb. And here's what he had to say.
I don't think we were numb. I mean, guys were up for the challenge. I thought our defense was playing real well. We felt Josh was going to go in there and execute our plan and give us a chance. I think we got, I think it was 7-7. They went down. They got a number of those. They had that one long drive with all those penalties. And then they got the 14-7. And we ended up having that fumble, which was 21-7. We felt confident coming out in the third quarter. But on that opening drive, we lost our last quarterback. And then after that, we were inspired watching our defense and stuff. And we felt the whole time, down 2 scores, we felt we could run the ball well enough and hopefully generate some stuff and hopefully get a turnover on the other side or something like that to give us a chance to come back. But we didn't move the chains enough. And then once they got that third score, I believe, after the roughing the punter, then it was real tough to catch up.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, pick your moment where you want to decide it was the point of no return. I don't think they went numb, Ray, when Brock Purdy went down. I think they went numb when they realized Josh Johnson ain't up for this. This is just, he's way over his skis. He looked nervous every single minute he was in there. And for, again, a 14-year-long NFL vet who finally, what's the point of being a professional athlete if you're not going to be ready for your close-up when it finally comes? And he wasn't ready. He was ill-prepared to compete in that game.
I don't know if he was ill-prepared. I know that everything he did turned to dirt. That said, I think they were done when Boston Scott scored the third touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
Because, and the reason why I didn't think it was...
After the Josh Johnson fumble.
Okay, but however that happened.
The Josh Johnson fumble. That's how it happened.
Okay, I get that. Well, okay, you could stop with the Josh Johnson stuff. They were done at halftime, not just because of Josh Johnson, but because they didn't have anything else either. Nobody was there to save them. That's the point.
Josh Johnson was.
Josh Johnson was not going to save them. When he came in, they were in trouble. And when they couldn't stop the Miles Sanders, the 14-play drive, they were in deep trouble. And then it was finished when the Boston Scott touchdown happened.
But you spent all year explaining implicitly that this was just not a quarterback-dependent offense. Well, anyone could do it.
No, but I didn't say anyone could do it. What I said was that Brock Purdy is not the most important part of the offense. The most important part of the offense was Christian McCaffrey. I said that over and over again. And it turned out to be true that he is their best player offensively. He's the guy who's, he is most directly involved in the most important plays. Yesterday, the one thing, and look, I didn't analyze this game correctly going in. I thought it would be close, and I thought the 49ers...
It would have been. It would have been a close game.
Let me finish my sentence, please. I thought that the 49ers would be more representative at the line of scrimmage. And they weren't.
They only gave up 3 sacks.
It doesn't matter how many sacks they gave up.
Two of them were Josh Johnson falling on his own fumble.
It's not pass blocking. It's other than that one drive, they couldn't open a hole to get a running game going. And that's because Philadelphia's defensive line was superior. And Philadelphia's offensive line was superior hands down the entire day. That's why this game ended up the way it did. Josh Johnson did nothing to save them. You're right. But if you're asking Josh Johnson to be the guy who saves you, you're already in too much trouble to escape.
Well, that I'll agree with you there. But be representative of the 14-year NFL veteran. Seriously, the 49ers might have had they would have been better having a fan contest of local college quarterback washouts to be their fourth quarterback than Josh Johnson. Or the fan that won that contest could not look worse than what Josh Johnson looked like.
Well, that's why they're going to draft 2 quarterbacks in the 7th round this coming draft.
Why wouldn't you? Keep hitting on it. Look, Christian McCaffrey's touchdown run was one of the more mannish things you'll ever see. The 23-yard touchdown run. He should have been dumped in the backfield. He leapt over the defender. He runs through a huge hit. He keeps his balance, and boom, he's in the end zone. And for a minute there, you thought, well, maybe, just maybe. But then Brock is out of the game, and you can have all 11 standing at the line of scrimmage. So on a day where I'll tell you this, the Eagles' offensive line did more to dominate that game than a defensive line, which was allowed to cheat its ass off all day long. And why wouldn't they be? The other team can't throw the ball 5 yards downfield, so you don't need to defend that anymore. You and I could have played defense for the Philadelphia Eagles in their secondary, Ray.
I don't believe that's true.
But you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I just think that Philadelphia was the better team, start to finish, because they won the 2 things that were the most important, which was offensive line and defensive line.
I think they got to cheat on their defensive line. Their offensive line, there's no cobwebs on it. I'll give you that. But again, for an offensive line with no cobwebs on it that represented a massive two-way threat at all times, Jalen Hurts threw for 121 yards. They ran 44 times for 148 yards. So this offensive line was busted. 3.4 yards per carry per game. I mean, again, there's no evidence to support that their offense dominated anything other than the score, which is completely dependent on the 49ers handing the ball back to them with every sad we're off the field so quickly because we can't run an offense because our starting quarterback got hurt and the backup is terrified and unprepared and doesn't know the playbook or the verbiage or the clock counting down to 0. He can't see that either. It was just a shame that the Niners couldn't put forth a representative effort. And I do believe a representative effort would not have been 31-14. No chance. No chance. Jay in San Rafael. Hello, Jay. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, guys. How's it going today? I just noticed during the play that Brock got hurt, that Debo was kind of jogging off to the right and was totally not going to get the ball. How about a chip block Debo? I've seen him stand around a few times, not doing much otherwise. Thanks.
Well, I mean, Brock Purdy got hurt because, what is it, Hassan Reddick just blew up. Was that Tyler Croft? And, a lot of people are like, well, how do you have your backup tight end? Okay, so, I mean, yes, you can call him a backup tight end, but he's also a blocking tight end. It's what he's out there to do. And he's prevented a lot of sacks this year in the blitz that he normally picks up, but Hassan Reddick got him. By the way, let me ask you this. Don't you think Brock Purdy's hand was coming forward just a little there?
I didn't know.
You thought, okay, because, I mean, it was close. I thought I could see this either way. And I thought his hand was coming forward a little. Just a little.
Yeah, I didn't.
I'm talking about 2 inches, the very first 2 inches of that forward motion. I mean, he went from here to here.
I thought the ball was coming loose before his arm started to go forward. But
fair enough.
He's no less hurt.
No, he is not no less hurt. And just to clarify, because Lucas came in here and said, I want to make sure you clarify this to the audience, as we're learning that Brock Purdy is getting a second opinion now on his elbow. He has suffered a complete tear of the UCL in his throwing elbow. The hope is that he can avoid a full reconstructive surgery. Well, here's the thing. If he suffered a complete tear, there is no hope that he needs the full reconstruction, where they have to take a cadaver and put that in his elbow. A dead man's cadaver, Ray.
No, a dead man's elbow, not a dead man's cadaver.
It's, well, wherever the whole cadaver.
Dead men don't own dead men.
If you can put an entire dead man into Brock Purdy's elbow, just think how strong his elbow will be next year.
Well, think how grotesque it would look.
It's an entire man in your elbow.
Yeah. I mean, literally, he'd have Popeye's arms.
He's going to get a second opinion, but, I mean, 6 months at best, a year at worst. And, again, I'm calling Tom Brady tomorrow if I'm the 49ers, and someone says, Damon, you said earlier it's the wrong time to be getting into the Tom Brady business. Look, the price is right, and the fit matches. Tom Brady trying to win every game throwing the ball 55 yards downfield to Mike Evans is a rough way to do it. Tom Brady running an offense within a box that is 15 yards sounds like something he could really do. And you know what he's not going to be asked to do? Not once in 2 years being coached by Kyle Shanahan. If that were to happen, he's not going to be asked to throw the ball 66 times, not once in a football game. Not once. And the other thing that Tom Brady does is not get hurt all the time. Now you could say, well, you're officially playing with fire there, but when it comes to playing with fire in the who got hurt injury, the 49ers cannot be choosers there. They're beggars. This team has got a little curse around it, man. It really is. I mean, poor Kyle. You know, what defines Kyle Shanahan as a coach? Kyle Shanahan is he's got an exemplary run game. He's got the respect around all of football as an offensive mind. His defense, again, he doesn't get any credit for calling the plays, but he built it. He built a monster. In almost every instance over the last 3 or 4 years, this defense has been a monster. He's assembled as much talent as any NFL team has in its locker room. But the injuries, especially at quarterback, it just defines Shanahan. What's next year? Next year's year 7 for him?
Yeah.
Year 7. And the quarterback situation this Monday morning isn't any more settled than it was when frickin' Brian Hoyer was here.
But it's unsettled for a different reason. Because every year it's unsettled for a different reason.
Right.
That's the beauty of it. It's not the same problem. It's a whole new problem.
It continues to change. It morphs into a brand new version of the same problem that you couldn't see coming. Again, couldn't trust Jimmy because he's hurt too often, right? Okay. So you drafted a raw Adonis who starts 4 games and has been injured in 2 of them. And now a season-crippling injury to Brock Purdy in the NFC title game. An off-season crippling injury, it seems now, for Brock Purdy. That's a rough way for a season to end, sports fans. It really is. It really is. Someone's like, well, which way would you rather have it end? You know, the way that the Bengals got their throats ripped out at the very end? Yes, I would much rather lose the game that way every day than being rendered uncompetitive 6 offensive plays into a football game. I'll take that any day.
And the difference is that the Bengals can start to recoup today if they want to start preparing for next year. The 49ers will know nothing about their quarterback situation in August.
It's rough.
But you know what? Life sucks, and then you get a hip replacement, and maybe it takes and maybe it doesn't, and you walk with a limp.
Bob in San Francisco. Hello, Bob. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
2 quick points. I agree with you, Damon, that Bosa hasn't had a sack primarily because we don't have another end. Although I like Ebukam and he's coming on, we don't have that other pass rusher like we did with D Ford. And even though I wasn't a great fan of D Ford, he still provided that extra push on the other side. So that's one thing. And then I kind of agree with Ray in the sense that Philadelphia is that classic team that started off from the beginning and has gone all the way to the Super Bowl. They remind me of the early Redskins in Washington in the 90s.
Bob, I'm sorry your phone betrayed you as much as Josh Johnson betrayed you. And it's unfair to put it on him, but I got to find one. To me, like it's one thing to be bad. It's another thing to be incompetent. 14 years into a career, Josh Johnson looked as incompetent as a randomly selected person from the crowd would have been. I mean, I could not believe how bad he looked. Why is that guy even on an NFL roster? Seriously. Like, what did he do to prove that he belongs to even be your possible emergency backup guy? I don't know why they like the Niners. He should never cash another NFL paycheck again in his life. No team should pursue him as even a camp arm. Are you kidding me? Find a worse, and then it was my turn than that. Find me one. You can't.
I've never done the research on that, and I don't believe I'm going to start now, but it wasn't good.
This is Steven in San Jose. Hello, Steven.
Hi, guys. So when they were not drafted, when they signed Josh, I was concerned then, especially with like a really, really young quarterback coming in, Mr. Irrelevant, we'll say. When that happened, I had, like you guys said, with Shanahan, I'm not blaming him, but with his history, a lot of injuries to quarterbacks happen. I was concerned when they made the signing that this would happen and it would end in destruction. Were you guys concerned when the signing happened, or were you comfortable?
When who's signing?
I think when they brought Johnson in.
Well, but here's the thing. At that point, you're at the end of the who's an available professional quarterback road. You know, no one likes to see the reflection coming out of that mirror, what the end of the quarterbacking road looks like. The end of the quarterbacking road, I guess, does look like Josh Johnson. But the one merit that I thought he had was, well, here's the guy who has been around so long. You know, at the very least, he's going to get the plays off. At the very least, he'll get the play off. And at the very least, he's going to handle the quarterback-center exchange. At the very least. How can you live 14 years in football without mastering that if you're never asked to really do anything more than that? I didn't expect him to come in and throw for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns and light it up. But I expected him to represent the concept of I'm not going to pee down my leg in every moment that you're looking at me. And that's all he did. I mean, when Reddick rolled over, I thought he ripped the ball right out of his damn hands. I thought he fumbled that one too. Luckily, his fanny hit the ground first. I mean, that's just weak as hell, dude. You cannot get rolled over, rolled up, and the guy comes up with the ball on the other end. Like, I've never seen that. I've been watching professional football my entire life. I've never seen a sack look like that where the other dude is like, I've got the ball just like you did. I mean, that was ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. And from that moment on, he was terrified to be out there. Terrified. And again, that defensive line was good. They were putting pressure. But the actual sack total for the, most sacks since the 1985 Chicago Bears, 3. One was Josh Johnson fumbling a snap away. That counts as a sack, so that doesn't even count. So they had 2. And Purdy, let's face it, his elbow got sacked. It's not like he got blown up on that play.
He kind of did get blown up on that play.
Well, he did, but you know what I'm saying. It's not like they cut him in half.
No, but you don't have to cut a guy in half to get the sack. I mean,
right, but he wasn't even on the ground. He wasn't even on the ground. He stumbled away from the play.
Okay.
So, this outrageously dominant defensive line, they were really good.
They dominated the offensive line they were playing against. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be about
early.
And it doesn't have to be.
They only did late.
And it doesn't have to be about how many sacks you got. All it has to be is they couldn't open a hole. They couldn't protect their quarterback.
But they did open holes. They did open holes to the point
on the
where,
one drive.
Well, yeah, on the one drive where an actual threat of we're going to do something other than run the ball existed. When a team becomes one-dimensional, how much credit should anyone get for shutting that dimension down? It's the easiest thing to do. It's the easiest thing to do in football. All they're going to do is run against us. Sweet. That should be easy.
How many times did the 49ers win comfortably where the other team could only throw the ball? That's just as one-dimensional. So if we're going to do that, then we're going to have to regrade every game the 49ers played, including the ones that they dominated. Because if life is easier when the other team's one-dimensional, and it is, then you should get points off for that. I think they helped make this one-dimensional.
There wasn't a single game played in the NFL that was rendered as one-dimensional than from the 6th play of the Eagles game for the 49ers. Because that's when Purdy hurt himself, right? Play number 6, was that it?
I think so. But there were plenty of games where a team was out of it early for whatever reason.
That one-dimensional?
That one-dimensional.
Where the
Tom Brady threw the ball 66 times in one game. That's pretty one-dimensional.
Right, but that's one-dimensional with, what, the greatest to ever do it? It's one-dimensional by...
It's still one-dimensional.
Sure. And
I don't know why we're arguing about this. It's just, we saw what we saw. We pretty much agree on how it happened. I think we're good.
Brock Purdy was 4 for 4 for 23 yards before he left the game. I would have loved to have seen more of that. Would have loved to have seen more than that. This is Ryan in Menlo Park. What do you got, Ryan?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Super happy to be able to talk to you for a moment. I think that the most disappointing thing about Josh Johnson is just fumbling a shotgun snap. Totally unacceptable. Keep your eyes on the ball. You learn that when you're like 4 years old. Second thing I wanted to say is that from an overall season perspective, great season. I love the 49ers, and I just thank them for giving me such a thrill this season. And then finally, do you remember Joe Webb coming in for the Vikings in 2012 when they lost a stinker with their backup quarterback who was way overmatched? Reminded me a lot of Joe Johnson yesterday.
Okay, yeah, but here's the thing. Joe Webb wasn't a 14-year NFL veteran at that time, I don't believe. Josh Johnson, if Josh Johnson's entire life is in the NFL for 2 more years, he can have a driver's license. I mean, it's just, you got to look better than that. And then just the not being able to get the plays off. Come on. And that's a little on Kyle, too. Kyle, call a timeout, goddammit. Aren't you looking at your boy? Can't you see how frightened he is out there? How not in control of this game he is? Call a timeout. Just settle him down. Get in his ear. Give him his next 3 plays right now. Give him the wrist where he literally just has to say, okay, we're running play 3B. And let everyone go with that. Give everyone a corresponding wristband. They say, well, he can't hear. Well, then you should have all your calls down. You should have all your sideline machinations down. You guys are paid millions of dollars to be able to communicate in rough environments.
Let me ask a question. Kyle Shanahan was asked if the team went numb. Do you think he did?
Maybe a little. Maybe he got a little shell-shocked early. Maybe the intimidation of that place. I think he must have hated himself the minute he didn't throw that challenge flag on the Devontae Smith catch, and maybe that was haunting him.
Maybe. Because that's one where I'm prepared to at least partially blame the staff, because somebody's got to get in his ear and says, hey, there's something going on down there. Throw the flag now.
Right. And then to have all 3 timeouts at the end of the half anyways. Oh. Come on, man.
No, I think he could have done something to calm Johnson down.
He could have.
And, but I think at that point, I wonder if they were just all, oh, God, this is worse than we could have imagined.
Well, that game took on even more of a feeling, like it was even more dramatic than the whole, like, here we go again. Like, they have never gone through anything like that. That wasn't even a here we go again. It was just a holy mackerel. Like, you could not start a game worse. You could not find. How about this? The only thing the 49ers won all day was the coin toss. That's it.
But they dominated that.
They dominated. They so won that coin toss, Ray.
They won the hell out of it. Might have been their best coin toss of the year.
Your Red and Gold reaction is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I want to welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
So download that app. That damn well better be free app that Ray just told you about, because Ray and I are going over there starting at about 4:15 till about 5:15. We're going to have a commercial-free, uninterrupted hour on the stream, and we're going to be joined by Michael Irvin. But coming up in a little bit here, brought to you by Fremont Bank, is Warriors Live with our guy John Dickinson. We got Warriors. We got Oklahoma City Thunder tonight, brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. And again, make sure you download that Odyssey app. Nothing but calls until Ray and I go in the stream. This is Nick in Vallejo. What do you got, Nick?
Hey, thanks for holding on for me. I think everything that you guys were saying is super relevant. Yeah, when Fred Warner got injured, it's like the oh no moment, and nothing worked after that. So yeah, it's just disappointing.
Brutal way to end the year. As brutal a way to end a year as I could have conceived. Like if you said, Damon, all right, sit down and write something that officially ends with as much pain for Niners fans as possible, I don't even know if my sadistic, masochistic mind could have come up with that one.
It reminded me a little bit of the year that Buster Posey got taken out at home plate, because that was a year in which the Giants lost a number of important guys. And it was almost like, somebody at the league office said, let's see how much we can hurt him. Quick, get God on the phone. Because first Warner goes down, then Bosa goes down, then Purdy goes down. I said, well, apparently God's running the table today because he gave the 2.5.
He sure did. The coach in Vallejo. What do you got, Coach?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. And Damon, I think you're a little hard on Josh Johnson.
He sucked.
However, I've been listening for the last 20 minutes. But to be perfectly objective, the 49ers offense and defensive line got dominated for 2 weeks in a row. And I think it's showing that they built up a lot of their statistics on weak NFC West teams. These NFC East teams, they shut down Bosa. McGlinchey is being thrown around like a rag doll. I thought the biggest play yesterday, though, was when Greenlaw was afraid to step in front of Kelsey on Sanders' touchdown. I mean, Kelsey turned around the corner. Greenlaw was right in the hole. He wanted no parts of Kelsey. And I said, uh-oh, that's it. The 49ers, they just got out physicals yesterday, plain and simple. And I would have been afraid, too, at quarterback because Brock Purdy was getting hit when he was in there. And, yeah, Josh Joshua was afraid, but rightfully so because the Eagles' defensive line dominated.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate it.
He raised an interesting point there, which is the 49ers at some point have been, well, for a while now, they've been putting off the retool of the offensive line. I wonder if they really regret letting Laken Tomlinson
I was about to say, Laken Tomlinson probably has a better game yesterday.
I mean, that at some point, they have to recognize that you can squeeze a dime here and choke a quarter there, but your offensive line, you've got to pay guys, and you've got to pay a lot of guys, and you've got to be okay with that.
Well, it's the first place they're retooling. I mean, it's the offseason. You're looking offensive line, looking at another corner, another safety if you lose Jimmy Ward.
I think you put off the safety if you're going to have to spend $30 million to get Tom Brady, though. And you are going to have to spend $30 million because he made 25 this year.
Tom, do you really want to win another Super Bowl? Here's the thing. You don't need another dime, dude. This is about just fueling your competitive fire. We're the best shot you will have in your career. So take it for $14.5 million. I don't even give $15 million. I just lowered the price. Let's see how desperate he really is.
I think he's not going to be that desperate if somebody else comes at him with 30.
We go to Cato in Oakland. Hello, Cato.
How you guys doing today? I'll make it quick. We got to put it in perspective. To throw that man into the championship game when the 49ers, better than any other team, knew they were one hit away from not having Purdy, I think they could have been a little more prepared, or at least had Johnson prepared and play a little bit of snaps with the starters. Because I think back to Gary Hogaboom going into a championship game, and he had experience as a starter, and he was trashed that day too. And just think about the gaffe that the best young quarterback in the league made yesterday. Mahomes made a bonehead play that was twice as big as Johnson's, and Mahomes is a seasoned Super Bowl playoff quarterback, and he threw the ball backwards and almost lost the game for his team. So I can understand Johnson being a little bit unprepared yesterday and thrown into the game for the first time in years. Just because he's a veteran doesn't mean he has a lot of experience on the field during those type of games.
No, so I'm thinking at that point, and again, I'm not criticizing his actual on-field play. I'm criticizing everything that's on him. Getting the snap, getting the play off on time. He can control those things, and he has to. And that is a point where you're a 14-year NFL vet. And again, who has taken more snaps from more random centers in his career than that guy? It was awful. I mean, it was just awful. I mean, just give your team a shot to compete. There was not a shot to be seen. Josh, DC, what's going on, Josh?
Hi. I had one quick point. I was listening to you guys earlier, and I think I agree partially with both of you, where I do think there was a big difference at both lines of scrimmage. And I do think that Josh Johnson there's one thing if you're not extremely talented, but like you said, as a 14-year veteran in the league, there are certain things you just can't do. And it looked like he came to the game just ready for some interview at the Super Bowl. It didn't seem like he was there to play.
Well, and that's the thing. If all you're getting basically, because Purdy's getting the lion's share of the reps, you're getting mental reps. And in mental rep, there's nothing more you should be going over than just getting the play off, the verbiage of this play. The mental rep of this play is the execution of you communicating what play you're about to run in the huddle. Cliff in Seattle, you got 30 seconds, Cliff.
All right, quick, you're spot on about Josh Johnson. I can't believe all these 49er fans trying to defend that guy. He needs to be serving NFL players Gatorade. That's the only role he deserves in the NFL. What I wanted to touch on and bring hopefully a little levity to all this, potential silver lining. Love Brock Purdy. It was a fun show to watch. His greatest weakness, even at his peak, in my opinion, is he lacks arm strength. Now, if we look at this injury and we're looking at Tommy John surgery and we think about it like professional baseball players, I've seen plenty of pitchers get this surgery and add 5 miles per hour to their fastball.
Matt Cain, Steven Strasburg. I mean, come on, Mark Pryor. It's a great thing he tore his UCL. No, we're not going to go that far. But I you know what? On a day where there aren't many sunny side up eggs to look at, thank you for serving us that one sunny side up egg. Ray and I are hopping over to the stream right now. Join us there in a matter of moments. John Dickinson, Warriors Live, coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices. Exclusively at Zenni.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Granger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill each morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Chilly tonight, gorgeous, high of 60 tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples stores are a new world of possible with innovative tools for small business and remote workers and learners. Explore more at your local Staples store or staplesconnect.com.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, a presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Streaming away. Michael Irvin's going to be, by the way, this is like, can we not like just adjust this? Can we get a Phillips head, not even a Phillips head, like a normal screwdriver to just tighten this? Can we just tighten this? Seriously. Is there any way to tighten this? I mean, we knew we were going to be using this studio today, right? No one came in here to check if this thing wasn't. It's seriously, this microphone needs Viagra, is what I'm saying.
Ew.
Cialis, little something there. Microphone's dick needs to be harder. We're on the stream.
Look, do what you always do. Hold it.
Yeah, okay. There we go. I can do that. It's a cruel game, Ray.
Well,
I'm not talking about the football game. I'm talking about radio. It's a cruel game. You know what I am?
No,
I'm pulling this thing up. No, I can't because then it's attached to the mic arm.
You're screwed, pal.
Really? See, we can't. No one got this screwed. I mean, we didn't even look at this today.
No, clearly not.
Look at that. How am I supposed to work with that?
You're not.
Come on.
You know, we could always go home.
We will soon enough.
See, you're hanging in there.
Michael Irvin.
You're being very resilient.
He's going to join us at 4:30 today to talk about the fact that sports can be cruel, man. And football is, honestly, it's the cruelest game of them all. When it ends, it ends. I mean, it ends real fast. And unfortunately, it wasn't a real fast ending for the 49ers, though. I mean, that was just a death by a million different things yesterday. And it was brutal. Absolutely brutal to lose like that. Every single number that could crash the Niner game plan went against them. Every call that could go against them went against them. And I'm not turning this into a complaining about the officials show. I'm not. I'm not. But that was also, I mean, let's be completely honest. That was a terrible day of NFL officiating. Both games were officially atrociously officiated football games. They were just, and how do you improve it? That's got to be the number one off-season. Here comes Lucas with the screwdriver. God bless you, Lucas.
I got 3 of them.
You got 3 of them. So we need, just give me a flat guy. This one, right over here. I want to just see if I can tighten this up a little. Go ahead, Ray Van.
So while Bob the Builder is busy fixing his microphone, since you raised officiating, we say this every year about the NFL has to do something to address its officiating problem, and they never do. So why would you think that's going to change this time?
Well, I mean, because it would be in the best interest of the league that is now so in bed with gambling that to create this element of constant confusion or questioning the integrity of the game is no longer a place where they can do their shopping.
But they were in bed with gamblers last year. and they are in bed with gamblers the year before, and it never occurs to them to care about officiating. They didn't do anything the year that New Orleans got hosed. And New Orleans got hosed way worse than either the 49ers or the Bengals did.
Well, I mean, because you can boil it all down to one play that New Orleans got hosed on.
But
that was so definitively a hosing.
Okay, but nevertheless, a hosing is a hosing. And the fact is, the NFL doesn't care about its officiating. They just figured, we're putting out a product. People are going to watch it no matter whether these guys are good or not. So why throw any more money at this particular problem? I mean, that's the message that they've sent, and they've sent it over and over and over again.
Why would they? So what's the good in not fixing it?
There is no good in not fixing it, except that it would cost them money that they can't recoup.
But it's pennies.
No, it doesn't matter.
Pennies of NFL dollars. To me, you're investing in your product.
True, but they don't review that as part of their product. I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying they ought to be doing this. But every year, it's the same lament. And every year, nothing changes. So why would you think they would change it now? They don't want to spend any money if they don't have to. They're in charge of taking in money.
Here's the deal, too. I don't want to spend a lot of money unless I have to. But if you're telling me I can make something wrong right for a dime, I got a dime for that. I mean, we're talking about a dime. We're talking about a tenth of 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 a percentage.
I get what you're saying, but they don't do it. So what's the reason? Do they like games being poorly officiated? What I'm suggesting to you is they don't care how they're officiated.
Well, what I'm suggesting...
Because they're not... because nobody's stopping... Nobody's refusing to watch the product because of it.
They must like the noise. Or they must have done enough market research to determine that noise is as good as agreement, or it's worth more. To have people screaming about outcomes is worth more to this league than everyone agreeing that was a fair and balanced game and it ended correctly.
And I'm suggesting that it's probably less than that. I think it's just they don't care. We got the money already in. We're going to keep making money because our ratings don't go down. We get more for our rights every year. This is not a problem for us. I think that's how they view it. It's not about the noise. It's not about, this will help fill in the gaps, during Super Bowl week. I think they just look at it as something they don't care about because they don't have to. And it's the same reason why Major League Baseball doesn't fix its umpiring issues. And it's why the NBA doesn't fix its umpiring issues.
At least Major League Baseball is beginning to tinker on some levels.
But they tinker on stuff all the time, and most of the time when they tinker, they actually make things worse. It's that the one thing that makes officiating better, the two things actually. One is a simplified rule book, and two, it is increased training for officials. The fact is, none of the leagues do any of that. I mean, they do lip service just so they can replace guys that retire, but most of the time they just go, well, who's a good guy in college that I saw? Oh, yeah, there was a guy in the Sun Belt. I really kind of liked him.
You know what I think we should really do? If you're asking me, you haven't asked, but how would we begin solving some officiating problems here? I would make the college rule book and the NFL rule book identical rule books with a same identical game flow. We don't need time, stopped clocks on every first down in college anymore. The games are taking way too long. And just use college as a feeder service, pardon me, for officials, the same way that the NFL uses college for feeder service for their players. I mean, just use that as your farm system.
Then you'd have to convince the people who run college football, which is basically the SEC and the Big Ten, who operate as independent, imperial fiefdoms, to change their rules for somebody else. Because what you're talking about is an NFL problem in which college football is supposed to solve it for them. When in fact...
Well, where else are you supposed to train officials?
What I'm saying is, if you want a standardized rule book, it's either got to be the college rule book or the NFL rule book. And the NFL rule book's not going to change for college. You have to get the college people to change for the NFL.
Well, now the college has basically admitted we're no longer an amateur act. College has officially admitted that. So you might as well adopt the professional style of play to go along with the professional athletes that you are essentially employing.
Okay, and what I'm saying is the politics of that. among college people is, why should we sublimate ourselves? We're a pro league now too. Why should we sublimate ourselves to their rules? And that's a cynical statement. It's not I've solved your problem for you. Because I think, the rule book should be standardized. Games should not take 3 hours and 45 minutes the way they do in college. But the NFL is better at doing programming than they are at doing game adjudication. And they have been forever. Because they're not interested in doing anything other than get the game over in 3 hours, because we have another game coming up right after that.
In terms of programming, we need to get Rob Gronkowski off any and all pregame anything. Like the Yo Soy Do Not Fiesta. Get him off. He's terrible. He's awful. He brings nothing to the table.
No, the only guy that brings anything to the table now is Greg Olsen, and he's about to get shoved aside for Tom Brady.
Unless the Niners.
Get
you 2 more years of Greg Olsen. And here's the thing. Not only could the Niners get a quarterback, but we get better broadcasts.
Yeah.
If that indeed happens. Greg Olsen was fantastic, by the way. I actually wrote some things down about Greg Olsen.
Yeah. But speaking of that, Tony Romo's jumped the shark.
Oh, my God.
He's done.
Well, that's what I was going to say, too. He was good when he knew the players, he knew the coaches, and he knew the league. He is, 6-7 years out of the league now, which means the entire league is turned over, and he is not telling you what's about to happen. His eyes are not keyed on the play. He is basically rooting for Jim Nantz.
Yeah. That's exactly it. In fact, you put it better than I could. He's unlistenable already. His shelf life was about 5 years, because this started like 2 years ago. Once he started to get the Corona ads, and he goes, oh my God, I'm a conglomerate. Now he's just horrible. I mean, and not just mediocre. I mean, there are guys in this league who you wouldn't even think of who are infinitely better than him. He might be among the worst. And he's not going to get any better. He's done.
Well, and he's not working. I mean, that man is just not preparing. He is playing more rounds of golf than he is spending any time getting ready to break down the game that he's about to he's not even in the pronunciation guide.
No, that's none of it. He's profoundly not good. And when Brady comes along, and he might next year, maybe the year after, who knows? He's not going to prep for this stuff either.
Oh, here's the thing. Like, Tom Brady is that sort of maniacal seeker of perfection that I wouldn't put it past him to, if he starts slow, to catch up really fast, or even really be good day one.
I think he's going to get into cruise control as quickly as possible, because he doesn't look upon broadcasting as anything other than a payday.
I don't. But here's the thing: how could we know how he looks upon it when we haven't listened to a single thing yet? We don't know. You're prejudging.
I am
what
prejudging,
he might be, and there's zero evidence that Tom Brady has mailed in anything in his life other than the last 12 months of his marriage.
Well, there's one. That's kind of an important example. But no, I don't think he wants to be a broadcaster. It's just a way to make $385 million over 10 years until he moves on to the next thing. I mean, I don't think he ever viewed broadcasting as a thing he wanted to do until Fox shoved so much money at him that he couldn't say no. So if I'm projecting, I apologize. But I'm projecting on that side rather than the man. He's going to be insightful and hard-bitten, and like he's really going to advance the game.
Who knows? Who would have ever realized that you'd be great on radio?
I'm not. I suck.
But paired with Jim Nantz, you're serviceable.
Paired with Jim Nantz, I would still suck. My suck can overcome anything.
No. I've made you a hell of a broadcaster here, Ray. You don't even understand the way I've imprinted myself upon you. The coaching has been that hands-off that you haven't even felt it. That's great coaching, by the way.
I don't know that you've ever been more full of crap than you are right now.
So what Greg Olsen said about the RPO, I thought was his best statement of the entire day, when he said, what makes the Philly RPO, what it does to great players. They take a 4-5 linebacker like Fred Warner, and they make him play 4-7. The offense creates hesitation. And I just thought that was such an illuminating way to describe the danger of the RPO, because it's always basically been pretty much left in there's ball trickery. There's deception in between the quarterback and the running back, and that trickery alone is where the magic happens. The magic actually is happening in the reaction to the trickery.
Yeah, it's in the trying to do two things at the same time because one of them's going to be wrong.
Well, and did you know the play I'm talking about where Fred Warner is literally flat-footed for 2 solid human heartbeats, and Fred Warner doesn't play flat-footed for any human heartbeats.
No, and that's the thing is there's RPOs and what the Eagles do with their RPO. The Eagles are far better. It's one of the reasons why they went 16-3 this year, because they run the RPO better than anybody else, because they have the tools to run it better than anybody else. That's the thing. When you have a running quarterback, he also has to be an accurate passer to make this work. And Jalen Hurts is accurate. I mean, you didn't see the numbers yesterday, but you didn't have to. The fact is, they made the 49ers play on their heels. And nobody makes the 49ers play on their heels.
Oh, just totally sucks that the Niners had to, one, play the catch-up game that you know that they're going to be uncomfortable in just based on they don't like playing from behind. Who does? Other than Patrick Mahomes, he's comfortable with it. But they didn't get to show the entire football world who they were, not for a minute. And had Brock Purdy played the entirety of the game, I'm not saying they win the game even, but it's as much of a tight game as I think the AFC game was. I really do. It's in question in the fourth quarter. Anybody's game in the fourth quarter is a good way, I think, in my mind, to look at that, because as good as that Eagles offensive line was, it didn't blow holes open in the Niners defense that made yards per play, rushing yards per play, passing yards per play, anything that is you're not going to be able to deal with that level of statistic. Not all day. I mean, they were gifted field position and a one-dimensional offense to play with through how many snaps did the 49ers run yesterday? 45 plays. So 39 of them were dead on arrival if Purdy got knocked out of the 6th play of the game. 39 plays, easy for a defense to just sit on.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's why that game got so nuts, Ray.
But it became nuts pretty quickly because Purdy was being harassed in the 6 plays he did have. I mean, they
not to the point where it led to an incompletion.
No, but in terms of having to hurry, I mean, he didn't look comfortable there.
Well, they were just getting the ball out fast. I mean, that's the thing. That was designed to get the ball out fast. The one play that he got blown up on was a play action.
Okay, but the fact is, he got controlled early, so he wasn't ever comfortable, even with the 4 completions. And when he got hit, that's because the pass protection collapsed completely. I mean, I just don't know how the Eagles were ever going to be deterred from doing whatever they wanted, even with Purdy in the game.
Michael Irvin's going to be joining us here in just a few moments. We're going to talk about the game with him, obviously. Looking forward to that conversation. We always look forward to talking to Michael. I want to get back, though, to something that you said when we were on the terrestrial side of the broadcast today, where do you think the Niners got tight? Do you think Shanahan gripped in that one harder than maybe had he not? I don't know what Shanahan was supposed to do to fix the problem that was delivered to him.
But that's my point.
But some timeouts for Josh Johnson, I think, would have been really important to settle things down.
Might have been a Band-Aid on a gaping wound, though.
Might have been.
No, the reason why I asked the question was not because I thought Shanahan gripped. I thought he was presented with a series of problems in a hurry that no coach would have been able to deal with. And so there was sort of indecision, right? Okay, what do we do now when you have actually no quarterback? I don't know that Andy Reid could have saved that. I don't know that Bill Belichick could have saved that. I think there was a point at which he looked at, okay, I've got all this stuff that I can't do now. And I don't know what I can do because the only option left for me is to put my best offensive player at risk by playing him at quarterback. And I think he rejected that as, the act of a madman. So I think that's what Kyle Shanahan did. And I'm not blaming him for it because I think it was an insoluble set of problems, one on top of another, that would render any coach paralytic. I just asked the question because I wondered if there was any way to prepare what they had for what they were facing, and I don't think there was.
Joining us now on the Bud Light guest line, Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself. Bud Light, by the way, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. And Michael, 49ers fans probably went home and had themselves a couple tall, cold ones after that one last night to drink the pain away. That was a stunning end to an exemplary season, but when it all came crashing down, it came crashing down hard and loud and fast. The minute Brock Purdy was knocked out of that game, the Niners were in a lot of trouble. The minute Josh Johnson fumbled the ball away on a shotgun snap right before the half, that was probably it right there.
Yeah, and it was hard, man, when you see a team put in that kind of work, put in, and to get to where you guys got to. You go through your first string quarterback, the second string quarterback, you land on a third string quarterback that has that kind of run, and then turn around and lose him early in the game. Yeah, that was hard. And I'm gonna tell you something. Even watching that game early on, I thought, wow. I felt like they had, they were exhausted. They exhausted all the means. I remember watching Greenlaw hit somebody and then he was stumbling. I was like, man, it feels like I'm coming through this airport, guys. So it feels like that these guys have given all they had all season long, and it's starting to come down on them and crash down on them a little bit. So it was difficult to watch because I knew how hard those guys had worked and everything to get to where they are, and to see it work like that or fall out like that in that kind of situation. Yeah, that was hard.
Did you see anything in the Eagles that make you change your opinion about anything that they do? I mean, maybe for the better. I mean, maybe you saw something the Eagles did Sunday that they did better than you thought they could do. And if you saw that, how do you think Kansas City would cope with it?
How do I say that now? Did I see something that I thought they were better at?
Yeah.
Sunday. The only thing, and we asked the question, I guess that was today. I guess there is Monday. I'm assuming the difference is.
You're in an airport. There are no days.
That was the day. That was the day when we did first take. And one of the things that we talked about, and one of the things we discussed was like the flight of Philadelphia. You know what I mean? Did they have an easy path? And I was like, no, you don't don't win 8 straight games and say, well, they're not good for the top competition. Then come back and win 5 straight games after that. You know what I'm saying? And it's not about the competition. The one thing Philly has is the one thing San Fran has that I think puts you in every game, and that's you play a physical brand of football. I don't care what anybody says. I'm taking physical over anything and everything, and Philly plays a physical brand. So that's what I think is going to get them over if they are to win this game against Kansas City.
Michael Irvin in an airport. What airport, by the way? There airports change trips.
So. Yeah, I just landed back in DFW.
Oh, okay. Back home.
I've seen inside NFL. Yeah.
Let me ask you about Josh Johnson. Obviously, you can't have much, hope for the team when a fourth-string quarterback who just signed with the team a few weeks ago goes in. But he's also a 14-year-long NFL vet who's probably taken more bad shotgun center snaps from more practice squad centers than anyone in NFL history. And he just looked with 3 delay-a-game penalties completely unprepared. I mean, I was never expecting him to be spectacular, but serviceable. From a 14-year-long NFL veteran, serviceable should be the bare minimum requirement, and I was stunned by how truly awful he was. He was peeing down his own leg awful all day.
Yeah, and that's a hard spot right there now.
I know it is.
How long you been in the league? You popping in an NFC championship game. I mean, whoa, wait a minute. The next step is the Super Bowl. Every kid that ever came from his mother's womb, and we all came from a mother's womb, sat in his front yard and said, I'm playing play. I'm wide receiver. I'm about to catch a touchdown in the Super Bowl. And to realize, to be in that spot and in that game, man, and to think about all the hopes and dreams that are riding on you. All the other 52 dudes are staring at you like, dude, don't mess this up. That's a hard place for a young man to step in and have to play.
It is. But the way I also see it is, too, is here is a guy who has been a perennial, if not backup practice squad guy his entire career, and the spotlight has finally found you. Like, do you want an opportunity to sit and sign your autograph at card shows for the rest of your freaking life or not, buddy? Like, here is your one chance. It's a big one. It's a big ask. But to be so unprepared for the moment. Again, 3 delay-a-game penalties. And there's a little bit, Michael, I want to ask you about Kyle Shanahan and his culpability in yesterday's loss. Now, no one here is putting that on Kyle. He loses his quarterback, and your game plan goes straight to hell as soon as that happens. We get it. But didn't you think he needed to be a little bit more, if not ready with that challenge flag on the Devontae Smith catch that wasn't, even throwing it out there without the benefit of replay, just because the others see the other team huddling up so fast, so you think, all right, maybe something ain't right. Let's just burn a timeout. If that, it's right to know what the hell just happened. And then to not be standing right by an official and call a timeout as your fourth stringer is having trouble even getting the plays into the huddle. Like, could Kyle have been more proactive in helping that day not fall apart?
Yeah, when you see that, those are the things that you start saying, okay, man, maybe, you throw that flag just in case, or you call a timeout, give them some time to try to find out what happened, all those things. But when that thing's going down in real time like that, you know what I mean? You trying to mitigate and make sure, hey, I'm gonna need these time. I'm gonna need this challenge for later on and everything. That's what makes it difficult when you're going through that. When they're going through that, man, listen. I sat there and I gave Philly some credit for having a little signal. When Devontae was throwing the signal, so hold up, let's do this, let's get this. He was throwing that signal. I was like, wow, that's good on them. They got a signal. But then it does make you start saying, man, something's going on. Why don't they throw that challenge? But man, those things are crucial right there in that moment for every team to try to keep as much as they could those challenges.
Let me ask you to play roster magician for a minute. Brock Purdy is being examined to see if he's going to need surgery on his elbow. And if he is unable, if the surgery is significant enough that he's unable to play at all next year, what would you recommend the 49ers do at that position?
Well, they're talking about with Brock Purdy and Trey Lance and all this coming back. What do I recommend they do at the quarterback position?
Yeah.
Well, that's a hard call, man. How you gonna put that on me, man? Come on, man. Hey, listen.
You're in the airport. You got nothing else to do.
I guarantee you right now, that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are sitting over there saying, we got some things to discuss. And they really do have some things to discuss to get this back right. Because Purdy did everything. He did everything he could to say and to earn more time, more work. He really did. When you talk about you went down the road, and this man at his floor. That's all I can say. He has to be at his floor because those were his first experiences on the football field. You can't be anywhere near your ceiling. That's something I got to search a little bit more. I know Trey Lance is young, and he's pretty much at his floor too. But boy, I would have to look into that long and hard because of what they started. Like, you get a player that comes on the field and start like he started. That's worthy of giving him more opportunity, and Brock Purdy has certainly earned more opportunity. I don't give a darn about draft capital. I don't care what you spent on who. When you got somebody that's playing like that, you got to continue to search that cabinet and see what's in it.
And in the meantime, You might want to give Tom Brady a call. I'm just going to throw that out there, too, because he's going to want to go somewhere that's actually got a chance for him to win. You know, Brady's not playing for gaudy stats anymore. He wants wins, and I don't think there's a team that could offer him more wins than the 49ers. Maybe the Titans. Nah, that would be about it.
Yeah, you know what now? I don't even know if I'm saying the Titans. I don't know if he wants to deal with a lot of issues Tom Brady dealt with this year. And what he dealt with this year was he dealt with not a lot of him not being himself. Yes, a lot of him not being himself. Okay, come on. Well, a couple kids here. I got to get a kid a picture. Get
to kids. Get. Go right ahead. We're streaming right now. We're going to play this back tomorrow, basically, and you do what you got to do.
Okay, they never saw me catch one pass. I got to give them a picture, let them tweet it out to all of their friends. Hey, you know, the kids be like, hey, aren't you that guy from the movie The Longest Yard that played a football player? I'm like, no. I'm a real football player that did a movie. I ain't no movie guy that played a football. But they really don't know. And it's it's funny thing. It's just funny to watch sometimes, you know.
Well, but look at you. Giving back to the people, giving back to the kids who never even watched them play. But that's great players are ambassadors of the game, man, and you're a great ambassador of the game. You truly are, Michael.
So listen, let me tell y'all something too. I was so hurt even after that game. It's amazing how emotionally we get caught up in all of this, you know, because I interviewed Debo that day. You know, a couple of days ago, he called me. I was working out. He called me. He said, "What's up, bro? What's up, big bro?" I say, "What's up, man? Why you calling me, man? You know I'm an interview late." So, dude, and the little stuff like that, it just lifts you. You know, you want to be able to share and pour back to these young men. And yeah, I felt that for him. I felt that for him after talking to him and knowing how much he really wanted to win that game. I felt bad for him.
I bet you did. It's got to be a tough place to be operating from, to have, you know, the opportunity of your professional life 4 quarters away from you, and then it's just over. I mean, there's nothing that comes to a screeching halt quite like a football season, right?
Right, like that. Dude, wait. And now, look, and you go to these games. I would say, how many times I told you guys, I think about that play with Deion Sanders in that 95 championship game every day. I think about that play. That dude from Cincy that pushed Patrick Mahomes out.
Yep.
That was crying on the sideline like that, man. After having a great season, crying on the sideline like that, man. Dude, I felt so bad for him. This thing is going to, you know what I mean? It's going to linger. It matters, and I hope he gets some kind of way of making it up and have a great career. But yeah, the rest of his life, this thing will linger.
I was about to ask you about that. Like Joseph Osai was clearly broken up afterward, even though his teammates almost to a man had his back. How long, just from the outside, do you think that lingers with him? Or does he need to have a great game in similar circumstances to get rid of that? I'm thinking a little bit about Leon Lett, who was a very good player, but he gets stripped short of the end zone by Don Beebe, and that's the thing people remember about him.
Yeah, but getting stripped short of the end zone by Don Beebe, you still get that Super Bowl ring.
Right.
He'd have taken us to 59 from the 52. That would have been a record. But Leon still has that ring. That kid was walking in, and those other kids, and those other guys were saying, "Why'd you touch the quarterback?" That's what he's going to be remembered. His teammates, his boys hollering, "How could you do that to us? How could you do that to us?" You know, and him, that feeling of letting his team down. That's what I dealt with. Like, man, if I would have went up and got that ball, we could have been in a different situation, different place. And I think about it every day. I really felt for him. Watching his interview, man, I wanted to cry. Watching that kid's interview after the kind of season he's had. I just can't pronounce his name. That's why I just say it.
Joseph Osai.
But after the kind of after the season he had, yeah, that was hard, man. But it just shows you guys what this means to the players on the field. to be in that position, man, and to get that shot at another Super Bowl.
Michael Irvin with us here on Damon and Ratto. And earlier, Ray asked you, how you'd go about fixing the 49er quarterback situation. I got an even bigger ask. Michael, how would you go about fixing NFL officiating? And I'm not saying that, that Niners fans got jobbed by officials, but they were penalized 11 times for 81 yards, and that's the most penalized team in this postseason. I mean, they got flags thrown at them. They're like they were wearing Raider uniforms. The second most penalized team this postseason was the Bengals in the AFC title game. They were flagged for 71 yards and 9 different flags. Is it time to do away with all-star crews? Is it time to start developing better officials, paying them more, having an off-season study program for them? I mean, it feels like this league has gotten better about everything. The games are better, the players are better, the coaching's better, the stadiums are better. Everything about the NFL is getting better all the time, except officiating. What can be done?
I'm with you on this. And especially at this place. I say even more so now than even before. We should enhance all of these things. I understand there's some things you don't want to go back over and do over, and because of time and the time it takes, that you just, hey, let's keep it moving. You want to get the game in a certain amount of time. But the playoffs, I don't care. We can start changing these rules. You work too hard to get here to lose this game on a bad decision or a bad call by a ref. That makes you no good. I was watching the basketball game, the Lakers and the Celtics the other night. LeBron James, 105 to score. He goes, take the drive, and clearly Jason Tatum slaps his left hand, he can't get the ball. And clearly it's a foul. Nobody made the call. Right after the game, they all apologize. That's a regular season game. You don't care that mistake. But that mistake like that in a playoff, well, especially in the NFL, where it's one and done, no, dude, that's unacceptable. I'm not putting in 8-9 months of work to get to this one place, and then you miss a call, and it's all over for me. That's unacceptable. And, yeah, something has to be done about that.
Do you have a theory on what must be done first? Is it fixing the rule book so that it's more sensible? Is it figuring out a way to make replay more rational? Is it just training officials better? Do you have any theories other than this is unacceptable?
Right. First of all, the number one theory should be, I don't care about optics and you feeling bad. Every call, you should have a crew already examining every call. Have your own personal crew somewhere watching the game and examining every call. When a call is made, if they can see that it wasn't a good call before any coach throws his challenge, they should fix it. But see, they don't want to jump in and fix it, and so they hide these things under, well, that was a judgment call. Come on, man, stop that. That was a bad call. You can put judgment on it if you want, but that was a bad call. Fix the bad call, and let's move on and play the game, especially in the playoffs. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get a crew. And all playoff games, I'll have you another crew watching the games on TV and watch they get, and you can put, I don't care if you put a camera on every call, whatever, and they're reviewing the calls before. They should, I understand that Kyle Shanahan should have challenged that Smith play. But what's wrong with the right crew, with another crew, seeing it even before he has a chance to challenge and taking that decision out and say, whoa, that was a drop. Let's change it right now. That's what I would like for them to do too.
Michael, are you leaning any early way on this Super Bowl? I mean, obviously this isn't your definitive end-all be-all take it to the bank pick, but just looking at the first few hours of Chiefs v. Eagles, what do you see?
I'm trying to figure which way the Chiefs are going to run this race. You see what I mean? I looked over the schedule of the Eagles. They haven't faced a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. The only game they faced him was that Green Bay Packers game when it was with Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers took them to the end with the team he had, we know what kind of team that was. And, they were fighting to get in the playoffs later on, and certainly, and then just Sid Megan fell apart. But then Detroit sent them home. But I was looking at quarterback play because everybody said they had the easier schedule. They had the easier schedule coming into the season. Who have they faced? They haven't faced anybody like Patrick Mahomes, but Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers played him close. So it tells me Patrick Mahomes, with where he is, and if his ankle will be better than it was, he should be able to give you some fits with what he does. But I also harken back to 2019 when they lost that Super Bowl to Tampa Bay. What was it? Because they got at and got after Patrick Mahomes. And boy, the Philadelphia Eagles got at and got after Purdy, and if they can get after Patrick Mahomes like Tampa got after him, then they got a shot at winning this game, especially without a Tyreek Hill. But the one thing Philly got that I say moves across the board, no matter what game you're playing, no matter who you're playing, is they play physical football like San Francisco. And trust me, Kansas City doesn't want to see that kind of physicalness.
One more question about Patrick Mahomes, because, look, Tom Brady's trophy case alone stacks up against NFL franchises. And, kids think, well, if you didn't win a Super Bowl, you weren't very good at it. Dan Marino is as great as a quarterback that has ever played this game, just full stop. There was no one better than Dan Marino. You obviously played with and against the greats, Troy Aikman, Joe Montana, Steve Young. Having said all that, is Patrick Mahomes the most tooled up quarterback of all time? Like, I don't, what box hasn't he checked? It used to be pain tolerance. He has checked that box officially now. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a better quarterback than him.
Yeah, and this thing's evolving, it keeps evolving. I mean, when you say about a quarterback, quarterbacking has evolved in such a way. Patrick Mahomes and I use this Steph Curry analogy, like the Steph Curry. He does all the things that every coach says, no, oh yeah, no, oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? You can't live like that.
Right.
You would have gray hairs, your heart, stress, everything will be going off all the days of your life. Only Patrick Mahomes can do that and do it the way he does it, and it's phenomenal. He is playing some of the most phenomenal quarterbacks you've ever seen, and the way he throws this football, he gets it off no matter what. That's what makes him insanely incredible. He gives those receivers he has a 2, 3, and a 4 route. Even after the first route, the first play don't work, you'll get a 2, 3, and a 4 chance because I'm going to buy time. And there's not many people that can buy time like he does and keep his eyes up the field, make plays. Some of those throws he made yesterday was pretty incredible to be throwing off of that one leg. And I got to give kudos to MSV, their MVS, for showing up and saying, not my quarterback, and making the plays he made and going over 100 yards.
In analyzing this game coming up, how much time will you spend as a guy who does this professionally on the difference between the coaches? Does it matter that much come game time, or is it really just about players performing?
No, coaching matters. There's a reason. Andy Reid has had 5 AFC championship games in a row in Kansas City. This is after he went to 4 NFC championship games in a row, in 4 championship games in Philadelphia. That's coaching. Coaching matters. But I got to give Sirianni some credit on how he used influencers, he used motion to keep those linebackers for the 49ers at bay. And as I was watching it, I was saying, I wish Kellen Moore could have done some more of this to help out the run game, like what I'm seeing Sirianni do.
Hey, Kellen Moore is going to be helping out a Charger team from here on out. How about that news?
Yeah, and listen, I'm still mixed emotions on that, because everybody's like, well, we're Kellen Moore. Mike McCarthy may be calling the plays. Mike McCarthy ain't say he is going to be calling the plays. So, okay, Mike McCarthy, are you just trying to bring one of your other dudes in here? Because I know how the Nolan thing works. Or are you going to call the plays? Don't sit here and tell me you're going to get rid of Kellen Moore, who's put up the number one offense when he had Dak Prescott the last 2 years, putting up 30, 40, 30, 38, 35 points a game, when you don't know for sure if you're making the calls and calling the plays. I'll take it if you're going to call the plays, because you call the plays to get to a Super Bowl. But if you're going to bring in one of your other jamotes that come in here with this Nolan thing that was a disaster when he had our defense playing that Oprah Winfrey defense, where you get 300 yards, you can rush for 300. Hey, everybody can rush for 300 yards. You know how Oprah gives everybody a gift in the crowd. Everybody gets a stone. Hey, that's the kind of defense we were playing. So, you got to make sure. The first part of that move is Kellen Moore going. I need to see the second part of this move. Are you going to call the plays and make sure you don't bring some other body in here that's out of touch and out of time like you did with Milo?
What's the old saying? Call me whatever you want, but don't call me late for dinner. Michael, whenever we call you, it is phenomenal. I don't know if we're going to talk to you like right before or maybe after the Super Bowl, but I certainly hope we get the chance to talk to you one more time this year.
What did you say?
Oh, yeah, we were breaking up a little bit there. I was just saying, I don't know if we're going to talk to you before or after the Super Bowl or what the deal is, but hopefully we get to talk to you one more time this year to wrap it all up.
Absolutely, man. You know, you guys are family, man. We're going to wrap this thing up. We got to talk about this thing. We got to tell you, are you guys going to be at the Super Bowl?
Well, now that the Niners aren't going, I don't think we are either.
Yeah, that's the sad part. I know. But I'll keep you abreast. I'll be your reporter on this.
There you go.
And keep you abreast of what's going on. We family, and I want to play. I'll make sure I keep you in line and intact of what's going on out there.
You're the man, Michael. Thank you so very much.
Always good chatting, guys.
Michael Irvin. He can leave the airport now.
We're going to pay him like we would any stringer, right? Like $100 a day.
Oh,
maybe.
yeah. He's got the Ryan Leong rate.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
It was just Ryan's birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Ryan, if you're listening.
Why would you know that?
I saw it on Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. Couple things to wrap up here today. Getting back to the concept of officiating and how you make it better. I don't know how you fix it, but I do think every single team needs to read this tweet by former 95.7 The Game host Guy Haberman, who said, "Remember, in football, it's the coach's job to officiate the biggest plays." And I believe that. I really do believe that. And I don't think there should be any hesitation in throwing out a challenge flag, whether you've seen it or not, because the amount of scrutiny that you can put on a catch, what is a catch? It's undefined. No one really knows, not even back in New York, not even Mike Peralta. No one knows. Pereira, whatever.
Mike Peralta.
Sorry, another wrong guy. But you know what I mean. Like, you take the bull by the horns and shake it, and you never know what's going to come out.
Well, especially in the first half, because first half timeouts don't really matter as much.
Right.
I think that and we're obviously talking about the Devontae Smith catch that wasn't a catch. I think coaches tend to overvalue one thing more than anything else, and that's timeouts. In the same way that general managers tend to overvalue draft choices. It's good to have them, but every once in a while you got to spend one just on a whim. And that's what that would have been. But it would have been a whim that paid off. And does it change the nature of the game? Maybe for a little while. I mean, I still think Philadelphia was better and was going to win. But you don't want to go into the offseason feeling like you left one in the chamber. And I think that's one that Kyle Shanahan will kick himself in the rear end about. Because
No doubt.
He's not so arrogant and sure of himself that he doesn't go back through every game and look to see, what did I miss? What did I not get right?
Well, and the angle that showed the drop was definitive. I mean, there was no question. Not even an Eagle fan would have booed the result of that being overturned once they saw that play.
And the fact is, throwing a flag, if nothing else, buys you time to get another angle. Because, as you said before, nobody had that angle right away. But right away goes away pretty quickly. If you have more time, somebody's got a chance to spot a different angle. And so I think, that's one of those things where, all right, if we lose the timeout, we lose the timeout. We can live with it.
Call the timeout to get your defense together, and while that's happening, maybe you see that, and then no, I guess you can't call timeout on back-to-back plays. You couldn't say, now we're challenging after our timeout.
No, you stall like hell. But,
yeah. By the way, Kyle Shanahan was asked in the press conference why that challenge didn't happen in the first quarter.
Because the replay we saw didn't definitely show that. We saw one up on the scoreboard. I was going to throw one anyways, just to hope to take the chances, but they showed one up on the scoreboard that didn't have all the angles you guys saw, and that looked like a catch. So we don't want to waste the timeout, which we definitely would have if we didn't see that. But then I heard they got a couple other angles, and you guys end up seeing later that it was not a catch.
After the commercial, they came back from network break, and they even said, we just got this angle. Like, we didn't have this in real time. And from the other angle, it looked like Devontae Smith had made one of the 5 greatest catches you've ever seen in a playoff game. I mean, it was a spectacular effort.
And one of the 3 greatest, I'm going to pull one off here, because he knew more than anybody else that, hey, they're going to take this away unless I do something. It's an incredibly bright play by him, and that probably has been lost in all this discussion, but he basically got them a touchdown because of it. And it was a touchdown that made a difference.
It certainly was. It certainly was. Brutal. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about just wrapping up the year and the love he's got for the guys in that locker room.
I got more love for these guys than I possibly could have, and they got it for each other. I was real proud of how they fought out there. Our guys didn't shy away from anything. Thought they got dealt a pretty tough card today, or a tough hand. I just hurt for those guys. And we felt really good about this game. And it was a tough one, some tough circumstances, and we should have done a few things better, but I'm really proud of the group in there and excited to look forward to talking to some of them on the plane.
Oh, those had to have been sullen conversations, though. That's rough. It's again, if I sat down to create the most painful loss available, I don't even know if my warped mind would have come up with that. That was just savagery. It was brutal, brutal way to go out and lose that game. And we'll be, I'm sure, talking about it throughout the week. We got a little bit more. We're going to get interrupted, though, on Wednesday and Thursday this week with some Warriors basketball. And we got Warriors and Oklahoma City Thunder up tonight. Warriors only have, how about this, Ray? All year long, they only have 2 winning streaks of 3 or more games this entire year. Tonight's an opportunity to have a 3-game winning streak. Don't sneeze at that when you hardly have taken advantage of it. So it's a win that they need tonight in their final 35 games of the year. And we're going to be judging them only on their final 35 games of the year. They really want to be taken for all of their gravitas as a franchise and say, when it comes time and the chips are down, we will play. Okay, well, since you're not going to choose that moment in time and whether it lies in the season, I'm going to do it. The final 35 games of the year are the important ones. They're 2-0. In their final 35 games of the year, they beat the Grizzlies. They beat the Raptors on Friday night. We said that they needed to go at least 14-4 in their final 17 home games. And they have to at least go 5-12 in their final 17 road games. Tonight is the first opportunity to pick up a road win in the final stretch of 35 games. And even if that is the record, and they come in at 19-16.
I hear you doing math in your head.
Yeah, you can hear it, right? It's terrible. It sounds awful. But if they come in 19-16, they're still 42-40 on the year. So they should even be better than my expectations.
And quite frankly, 42-40 will get them 6th. That's how relentlessly mediocre the Western Conference has been this year.
Unless everybody's about to collectively step on the gas pedal and start playing some better basketball.
Well, a lot of them play each other, so that's probably not going to happen mathematically.
A couple more things just to get into. Thought this was sort of interesting about the Super Bowl preview that is in front of us. Saw this from Josh Dubow. This is going to be the 7th Super Bowl since the merger where the first team All-Pro QB, Mahomes, is facing the second team All-Pro QB in Jalen Hurts. We had that in 2016 with Matt Ryan and Tom Brady, in 2009 with Peyton Manning and Drew Brees, in 91 with Jim Kelly and Mark Rippon, in 84 with Dan Marino and Joe Montana, in 81 with Ken Anderson and Joe Montana, and 71 with Bob Greasy and Roger Staubach. What's fascinating about this, Ray, is that the second team QB is 6-0 when facing the first team QB in the Super Bowl. It's kind of interesting, right?
Well, I think it's an indication that that's how you have to bet.
There you go. We'll talk more about that. As the week goes along, we got much more as the week goes along, but we're going to get you out to Oklahoma City right now. Warriors basketball about to tip off. Tim Roy and company are next. Meanwhile, for everyone here on that side of the glass and on this side of the glass, my name's Damon, reminding you that sports don't build character, they reveal it. I'll stall for you just a minute more, Grandy, because you made the O face, and now that I got this microphone stiff, look at that. That microphone is at a good... What's that, like a 55-degree angle? That's like a good hard-on angle right there, since we were talking about mic dicks earlier in the stream.
You're the worst.
No, come on, no, turn
the worst.
There you go.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
55-degree angle, honey. Ready to go.
Your wife should leave you now.
Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
They conceal it.
And like that,